Chapter 1, You're Not Destined to be a Beastmaster. Teacher Wang at everyone. You can now purchase contract spirit beasts. Prepare for the advancement exam 1 month later. Those who pass the advancement exam will be exempt from 3 years of service in the demon-suppressing army. The class group chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Finally, I can get my first spirit beast and become a true beastmaster. Some rejoiced while others worried. They say spirit beast prices are so high these days. Yeah, even a common grade spirit beast cub costs over 100,000. A decent one would set you back millions. I heard our class beauty Su Qing bought a top-tier spirit beast. Guess how much? 10 million. Hiss, no wonder it's Princess Su. What about Long Chen? Suddenly someone asked. Didn't he, like Princess Su, also awaken an all-elemental beast taming talent? TSK, wasting such a rare all-attribute beast taming talent on someone like him is downright criminal. That poor has the potential to be a genius, but just not the luck to become one. He has a sickly adoptive father, and all the family's money is spent on medical treatments. The family is dirt poor. Hospital. The gaunt Longchen stood alone outside the ward like an iron rod. Harsh, piercing curses echoed from inside the ward. Didn't we agree back then? We'd hand over that bastard Longchen to your Long family, and you'd just disappear. Why are you coming after us now? What do you need money for? To buy Longchen a spirit beast? Are you delusional enough to think Longchen could become a beast master and return to the Long family? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Give up on that idea right now. That bastard will never return to the Long family. The Long family has only one legitimate heir, and that is my son, Long Zhihao. Don't even think about competing with my son for the family's assets and resources. In the hospital room, a woman dressed in luxurious clothing, accompanied by a group of fierce-looking bodyguards, pointing at his adoptive parents and hurling rude insults. Outside the hospital ward, Longchen clenched his fists tightly. Over a decade ago, he transmigrated into this world where human survival is threatened by forbidden lands, giant beasts, and disasters. Awakened professionals who possess the power to protect human society are naturally revered and admired here. And he, as the Grand General of the Linjiang State Demon-Suppressing Army, the son of Long Jinbang, he was destined to become a top-tier young talent admired by countless people. Fame, wealth, and all kinds of top-tier resources were as easy to obtain as reaching into a bag. Becoming a top beast master, and even inheriting the position of demon-suppressing general is within reach. But, he was the bastard child of a wealthy family. So ever since he could remember, he had lived in a remote border town called Jiangchang, adopted into an ordinary family. During the high school entrance exam, he awakened an all-elemental beast mastery talent, theoretically capable of contracting spirit beasts of all attributes. Thus, he naturally enrolled in Jiangchang No. 1 Beast Mastery High School. His adoptive father worked tirelessly to support him. Year after year, he risked his life in the forbidden demon caves. Eventually, he contracted the forbidden blood poison. Now he relies on hospital chemotherapy to prolong his life. Before the woman could finish speaking, the angry voice of her adoptive mother rang out. Chenner is our son. If you're unwilling to lend us money, so be it. No need for further words. We never intended for Chenner to return to your Long family. That's for the best. Let's go. As the woman stepped out, she spotted Long Chen standing at the door. She arrogantly lectured. Long Chen, be sensible. Stop obsessing over becoming a beastmaster. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can return to the Long family. You were born with a lowly fate. Long Chen stared coldly at this woman. Objectively speaking, this woman could be considered his stepmother. Well, just objectively speaking, the adoptive mother called her over to borrow money for him to buy a spirit beast, as the family might have run out of funds. After a while, the adoptive mother came out and handed Long Chen a craft paper bag. It felt heavy. Chenner, here's 150,000 yuan. Go buy a spirit beast. Your biggest dream is to become a beastmaster. Go fulfill it. Don't worry about the family matters. We're doing just fine. A tender smile appeared on the foster mother's weary face. In the hospital room, the gaunt foster father also nodded with a cheerful grin, gestured to reassure him to go buy the spirit beast. Long Chen's delicate face showed a trace of reluctance. He knew this 150,000 yuan was for his adoptive father's next round of chemotherapy. Without this money, his adoptive father would surely die. His adoptive father was willing to trade his own life for his future. All right, I understand. Long Chen went downstairs. He turned around and headed straight for the hospital window. He took the money from the paper bag and paid for his adoptive father's next phase of medical treatment. His adoptive father had shown him immense kindness. He would never pave his own way at the cost of his adoptive father's life. The path beneath his feet, he would carve it out himself. There were only 5,000 left in the envelope, not even enough to buy a single claw of a spirit beast. Long Chen took out his phone and pulled up that promotional text message. For purchasing spirit beasts, trust our real cheap spirit beast company. We have a large number of spirit beasts below the safety threshold. If you dare to buy, We dare to sell. Prices as low as 5,000. Call 138XXXXXXXX to order now. Selling spirit beasts below the safety threshold is a prohibited gray market industry. It carries the residual genetic bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, fiercely wild and extremely difficult to control. Its compatibility with beast masters is extremely low, even to the point of turning on its master. According to regulations, unqualified spirit beasts must be destroyed, but there are always some unscrupulous merchants who buy the profits and sell them through unofficial channels. Longchen dialed the number on the text message to order a spirit beast priced at 5,000 yuan. The person on the other end hesitated. Classmate, do you know what a 5,000 yuan spirit beast means? It's more like a ferocious beast than a spirit beast. I know, Longchen replied with unwavering determination. He had no other choice. Don't blame me if you die, you chose this yourself. The other party couldn't be bothered to say anything. When Longchen rushed home, a metal cage measuring 1 meter in length and width was already placed at the door, covered with a black cloth. Longchen carefully lifted the black cloth. A dark shadow violently pounced, rattling the iron cage. Longchen fell to the ground in fright. Only then did he see clearly inside the cage was a turtle-like spirit beast. No wonder it's so cheap. Turtle-type spirit beasts are generally weak with low evolutionary potential. During battles, they tend to retreat into their shells and endure hits. That's where the term timid turtle comes from. This should be an emerald pattern spirit turtle? It's just not quite the same as the one he saw in the Spirit Beast Guidebook. The Spirit Beast Guidebook states that emerald pattern spirit turtles are docile, easy to control, and loyal to their owners. But this emerald pattern spirit turtle is twice the size of its typical counterparts. Eyes bloodshot, glaring at him fiercely. Forget being docile. If it weren't for the cage, he would have been bitten to death. This was supposed to be a defective product that should have been destroyed. Longchen took a deep breath since it was already bought. There was no way the seller would refund him. I'll just have to grit my teeth and try forming the contract. Longchen took out the low-grade contract talisman issued by the school and forcibly contracted the emerald-striped spirit turtle. The emerald-striped spirit turtle resisted violently, frantically ramming against the iron cage. Longchen took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. Having lived 2 lives, his mental strength surpassed that of ordinary people, enduring half an hour of mental suppression. The runes on the contract talisman were imprinted onto the emerald-patterned spirit turtle's head. The contract is complete. Longchen was about to try approaching for a closer look. Roar! The emerald-striped spirit turtle lunged at Longchen again in a frenzy, startling him. Damn it! Are you trying to betray your master? Sit down. But the emerald-striped spirit turtle still showed no sign of obedience, frantically biting the iron cage. Completely impossible to tame. Just when Longchen was at a loss. Ding! Detected beast bloodline purity exceeds 1%. Meeting standards. Activating primordial fierce beast system. System function activating. Beast ancestry reversion activated. Tome of 10,000 beasts activated. Assimilation activated. Ancient training grounds activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded as a panel appeared before Longchen. Longchen. Occupation, Beast Master. Tier, First Stage. Talent, all attribute Beast Mastery. Additional talent. Every contracted spirit beast. Loyalty 100%. Compatibility 100%. Control 100%. Stability 100%. Initial gift, Ancestral Reversion Potion, *1. Detected Beast Companion, Transcendent 1-star, Verdant Pattern Spirit Turtle. Can revert to, Transcendent 2-star, Blood Pattern Savage Turtle? Chapter 2, The Most Overpowered Path of Ancestral Reversion. Longchen was completely stunned. A system? Is this also standard equipment for a Beast Master? Wait a minute. Atavism? Shouldn't it be evolution? Also, what's a Blood Pattern Savage Tortoise? According to the Spirit Beast Guide, the next evolutionary stage of the emerald-striped spirit turtle should be the jade spirit turtle. To figure it out, Longchen took out the Spirit Beast Guide issued by the school. It contains descriptions and evolutionary paths of over 3,600 known spirit beasts currently documented by humans. The description of the emerald spirit turtle in the Spirit Beast Guide. Emerald spirit turtle. Level, Transcendent 2-star. Characteristics. The carapace exhibits a warm emerald green hue, resembling a meticulously carved piece of jade, with golden patterns resembling delicate inlaid gold threads. It has a gentle temperament, showing loyalty and obedience to its master, and maintains excellent coordination with the Beast Master during battles. Evolution limit, Transcendent level 3-star Jade Spirit Tortoise. So weak indeed. The Transcendent level is the weakest rank. Beast Master ranks are divided into Transcendent, Elite, Commander, Radiant, and Celestial Radiant levels. It said there are even stronger beings beyond the Celestial Radiant level, but that was already the pinnacle standing at the peak of humanity. Each level is further divided into 3 sublevels. Transcendent 3-star is not really that impressive. At best, you might make it to Sergeant if you join the Demon Suppression Army. Long Chen sighed. Although one shouldn't expect too much from a 5,000 yuan spirit beast, its evolutionary potential is just too low. Long Chen continued browsing the spirit beast guide. Combat characteristics. Possesses a sturdy carapace with strong defensive capabilities, slow movement and reaction speed, moderate strength. Base stats. Strength, 50, speed, 5. Stamina, 50, spirit, 30. To be honest, barely satisfactory. It couldn't help but remind Long Chen. A weak beastmaster is even inferior to a warrior of the same rank, this piercing truth. Long Chen turned his head, looking again at the system panel's description of the blood-striped savage tortoise. Blood-striped savage tortoise. Level, Transcendent 2-star. Characteristics. Its carapace is a deep crimson, covered in rugged black cracks, a symbol of countless battles endured. The edges are adorned with sharp bone spikes, each gleaming like a razor-sharp blade. Fierce and violent in nature, with an almost fanatical craving for battle. Once entering combat mode, it becomes extremely savage, bloodthirsty, and brimming with destructive power. Combat characteristics. Possesses formidable strength with an astonishing bite force, never letting go once it clamps down. Fast movement and reaction speed, with a sturdy shell. Extremely high vitality and endurance, possessing some self-healing ability. The blood-striped savage turtle fears nothing in battle, attacking directly and lethally, leaving almost no breathing room for its opponents. Base stats. Strength, 180, speed, 60. Stamina, 150, spirit, 80. Long Chen was utterly stunned. Can the blood-striped savage tortoise still be considered a tortoise? From the description, it sounds more like a ferocious beast, an almost fanatical thirst for battle? Even fierce beasts are no match for it. Comparatively speaking, the jade spirit tortoise, evolving along the path of advancement, it gave him the feeling of a domesticated little white rabbit. Exquisite, beautiful, adorable, gentle in nature, utterly endearing. While the ancestral blood-striped savage tortoise, just like a ferocious, perverted big bad wolf, crude, violent, and cruel, a battle-thirsty monster. Stats defy the heavens, even the system displayed below. Innate skill. Long Chen's eyes widened. An innate skill at the transcendent level? According to his understanding, generally, only at the commander level is there a chance to awaken innate skills, and the probability isn't even that high. Or spend a fortune on innate skill books, which could cost millions per book. Buying it doesn't guarantee you'll learn it. In comparison, innate bloodline abilities save you a fortune. Innate skill, Bloodburn. In Bloodburn state, the blood pattern savage tortoise's blood boils like ignited magma, surging with frenzied energy. Its strength, speed, defense, and combat power are tripled. Long Chen's gaze was blank. So damn strong. Pure domination. This ancestral reversion path is way stronger than the evolution route. Not just by a little. Long Chen got goosebumps all over. Then what's there to hesitate about? Evolve. No. Ancestral reversion Emerald Vein Spirit Turtle. Undergoing ancestral reversion. Ancestral reversion Elixir 1. The emerald pattern spirit turtle in the iron cage suddenly grew larger, its body expanding in successive waves. The color of its shell gradually deepened into a crimson hue. Both atavism and evolution require time. While waiting, the class group chat became lively again. At everyone, have you heard the news? Weinhao from Class 2 spent $1 million to buy an exceptionally talented spirit snake, then another $1 million on evolution serum to evolve it into an extraordinary 2-star emerald scale snake. Stats defy the heavens, with strength reaching an astonishing 90, equivalent to the combined power of 10 grown men. Oh my god, top tier. These $2 million were well spent. Guaranteed top 10 in the college entrance exam. 100% chance to enter a top-tier beast mastery academy. So rich, even if I sold myself I couldn't come up with that much money. Lu Xiao from our class is definitely stronger. Evolved into a transcendent 2-star crimson flame fox with a power of 110. Capable of smashing a truck to pieces. What kind of monsters are these? Do we transcendent 1-star folks even stand a chance in the promotion exam? It's looking grim. The rich kids are going all out. And I heard there are even fewer promotion slots this year. Had I known earlier, I would have gone to the Warrior Academy, maybe could have pushed through with hard work. This Beast Taming Academy is full of pay-to-win elites. If I can't get into a higher institution, I'll have to risk my life in the Border Demon Suppression Army. Aren't we all in the same boat? If we can't exempt from military service, everyone will have to go. What about Princess Sue? She must be the top scorer of our year, right? There's no news yet. Long Chen browsed through the group chat history. Weinhao's Emerald Scaled Snake, power level 90. Lu Yenrui's Crimson Flame Fox has a power of 110. None can compare to his blood-striped savage tortoise. Strength 180. Long Chen couldn't help but grin. His beast mastery is so strong. Moreover, according to the system's 10,000 beasts catalog, it follows a path of ancestral reversion. The spirit snake can revert to an extraordinary 2-star bone-corroding serpent. The spirit fox can revert to an extraordinary 2-star blood-eyed demon fox. The strengths are 150 and 200 respectively, instead of 90 and 110. Indeed, ancestral reversion is far stronger than evolution. Long Chen was ecstatic. He's really made it big. With this ancestral regression system, forget about whether he can become the strongest beast master. At least he has a chance to pass the college entrance exam, earn the top high school scholarship and cover dad's ongoing medical expenses. Extra! My uncle works in the law enforcement division. They just busted some illegal vendors selling obsolete spirit beasts. They seized a buyer list. Guess whose name was on it? Chapter 3, The Awakening of the Forbidden Ancient Beast? Who? Could it really be Long Chen? Who is it? I was joking when I said he made the news. Did he actually buy it? Everyone was extremely curious. Who is this reckless lunatic? Really? Look at this. The classmate sent the photo of the list into the group chat. Beast Taming First High School, Class 3 Grade 3, Long Chen. On May 12th, spent 5,000 yuan to purchase a jade-striped spirit turtle with a 10% controllability rate. The group instantly fell silent. Long Chen's pupils constricted sharply. How could the buyer list have been leaked? Ha 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 ha, 5,000 bucks for a spirit beast? Is he out of his mind? What a joke. He probably brought home a ferocious beast instead. Put. Has Long Chen already kicked the bucket? Add Long Chen. Poor guy. With no money at home and dreams of becoming a beastmaster, he had no choice but to take the risk. Back then, with the halo of all attribute beastmaster talent, he was so arrogant. Really thinking his fate was the same as Princess Sue's? Long Chen looked at the flood of mocking messages in the group chat. He stood there in a daze. Who would have thought the buyer list got exposed? At this moment, he stared at the group chat. Words like poor, wasted talent, trash, destined for the bottom. It felt like being stripped naked, exposing his most shameful side to humiliation. Long Chen gnashed his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Laugh now. At the advancement exam, we'll see who the real trash is. Another person spoke up in the group chat. How can his family be so poor? I'm shocked they don't even have 80,000? Thank goodness I broke up with him. Otherwise I would have been wasted on that poor. The speaker was Bai Lily. She used to be Long Chen's girlfriend but later cheated on him with Lu Yenrui, the young master of the Jiangchen Lu family. She even publicly declared that Long Chen, that poor, couldn't afford a year's living expenses with what young master Lu spent on a single hotel room for her. Before the breakup, that pervert still lusted after my body and wanted to book a hotel room with me, but I refused. A like him only deserves to watch porn and jerk off. What girl would be blind enough to sleep with him? 10,000 Long Chens couldn't compare to a single strand of my Lu Gij's hair. Ha ha, the crowd burst into wild laughter. Long Chen trembled with rage. To curry favor with Lu Yenrui, Bai Lily openly spread rumors in the group. When did he ever ask Bai Lily to book a hotel room? It's completely fabricated out of thin air. On the contrary, it was Bai Lily who repeatedly offered to book a hotel room to repay him, but he refused. Bai Lily, what kind of spirit beast did you buy? Did young Master Lu help you evolve it? Someone asked curiously. Humph, I'm Brother Lu's girlfriend. Of course he'll help me. I bought a Goodwill bird with 80% controllability, and Brother Lu got me evolution serum to evolve it into a transcendent 2-star life feather hatchling. So envious. Having a whale backing you makes all the difference. You actually became a tier 2 beastmaster too. Evolution serum costs at least $1 million. Where's the justice in that? Bai Lily's academic performance was average, and her beast-mastering talent was also mediocre. At one point, she was almost expelled. But then Bai Lily pursued Long Chen, who was at the peak of his popularity at the time. Long Chen was a top student who spent a lot of time tutoring Bai Lily, which helped her barely make it to graduation. But now, she has dumped Long Chen and latched onto Lu Yenrui, leaped to become a tier 2 beastmaster. Forget about getting into a top beastmaster academy for now, but at least securing an outstanding graduate honorary title is guaranteed. With this title, finding a job will be much easier. You don't necessarily have to serve in the demon-suppressing army with its extremely high mortality rate. This is an era that mocks poverty but not prostitution. No one ridicules Bai Lily for selling her body. People only think Bai Lily is incredibly resourceful, a total winner in life who played her cards perfectly. Long Chen typed in the group chat, Bai Lily, you spread rumors about me. I look forward to facing you in the high-stakes exams. The crowd saw the protagonist suddenly appear, even daring to provoke second-tier beastmaster Bai Lily. Instantly, laughter erupted all around. Long Chen, what do you have to challenge Bai Lily with? That ferocious beast of yours, the emerald-striped spirit turtle? Spending 5,000 on a reject. Long Chen, you're truly something. What does it look like? Post a picture so we can all have a good laugh? Don't you feel like devouring your master every single minute? Ha 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 ha. Bai Lily also threw out a threat. Fine, I'll be waiting for you. I'll have my light feather hatchling devour your jade vein tortoise, turning you into a bottom-tier loser who'll never get back up again. Long Chen was just about to say something more. The system alert suddenly sounded. Ding! The blood-patterned savage tortoise has completed its ancestral reversion to Transcendent 2-star. Long Chen immediately set his phone aside and turned his gaze to the iron cage. The iron cage was instantly torn apart. Several times larger. Its carapace is covered in rough black cracks. The edges of its bony spikes are sharp, gleaming with a metallic coldness. Just as the system described, it looks like a born fighter. The blood-striped savage tortoise's eyes were filled with a wild glow. It exuded a primitive, undisguised brutality. Just looking at it is terrifying, extremely intimidating, overturning his previous understanding of turtle-type spirit beasts. Blood-striped savage tortoise. Spirit beast potential, S. Bloodline purity, 5%. Innate skill, blood burn. Common skills, blood armor impact, rending claw strike, frenzied bite, low-tier self-healing. Long Chen discovered that although the blood-striped savage tortoise had become stronger and more ferocious, but instead, it became quiet. It obediently lay on the ground watching him, respectful and submissive. Long Chen ordered it to retract into its shell, and the blood-striped savage tortoise complied immediately without hesitation. Next, he tried giving other commands. Stretch head, wag tail, extend left claw, extend right hoof, extend left claw and left hoof, extend right claw but not left claw. All that's left is making the blood-striped savage tortoise flip over to play cat's cradle. But the blood-striped savage tortoise executes at 100%. This is the additional talent the system gifted him. Every spirit beast has 100% loyalty, 100% compatibility, 100% control. Long Chen was so moved he almost cried. Folks, in this era where all beastmasters spend fortunes pursuing spirit beasts with high control ability, who truly understands the value of 100% purity? What does a bloodline purity of 5% even mean? I remember it was initially 1%. The system also provided the subsequent atavism paths. Crimson Armor Frenzy Turtle, Primordial War Turtle, Blood Armor Frenzy Beast, Blood Emperor Spirit Turtle, Barbaric Overlord. What are these? These names aren't even recorded in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia. Their very names exude primitiveness, savagery, ferocity, and belligerence. They're practically ancient species from before the great extinction of ferocious beasts. As taught in the first history lesson, the end of the ferocious beast era, tens of thousands of years ago, the rulers of this world were ferocious beasts. Humans were the weakest and lowest species. Suddenly one day, the ferocious beast tribes began warring among themselves. The slaughter was extremely brutal, with rivers of blood flowing. This ultimately led to an unprecedented mass extinction of ferocious beasts. The bloodline genes of ferocious beasts experienced a major disruption. Then, after an unknown number of years, many new species of beasts emerged. These beasts reorganized their bloodline genes, no longer invincibly powerful, savage, and violent. Instead, they became gentle, intelligent, and refined. There's another more important characteristic: they can form contracts. That's when the profession of beastmasters emerged among humans. Among current spirit beasts, even the slightest trace of ferocious beast bloodline genes in their bodies, as little as 0.1%, will reduce their controllability. In other words, he accidentally purchased a spirit beast with less than 10% controllability, which actually indicates a higher purity of ferocious beast bloodline. After undergoing system-induced ancestral reversion, the purity of the ferocious beast bloodline increased to 5%. Ancestral reversion, could it actually bring the ancient beasts back into the world? Long Chen quickly covered his mouth. He hastily glanced around. Fortunately, no one seemed to have noticed him. Ancient beasts were humanity's absolute taboo. Humanity has one rule: whenever a ferocious beast is discovered, it must be slain immediately to eliminate future threats. Chapter 4, Ancient Realm Training Ground. However, he felt that others might not necessarily consider the blood-striped savage turtle a ferocious beast. After all, the ferocious beasts have been extinct for over 10,000 years. According to official records, not a single purebred ferocious beast has appeared to date. Long Chen continued to explore the system's functionalities. Apart from ancestral reversion and the Beast Encyclopedia, there are two other features. They are Assimilation and Ancient Realm Training Ground. The Ancient Realm Training Ground is displayed in gray and cannot be opened for now. The condition to open it is $10,000 per attempt. What is this thing? Asking for $10,000 right off the bat? Long Chen suddenly thought of something, his breathing becoming rapid. Could it be something like a Beast Mastery Combat Training Ground? Beast Mastery Combat Training Grounds are expensive. I heard using it once costs at least 100,000, and the duration is very short. Every minute and every second is burning money. Poor students shouldn't even think about it. That kind of place could cost millions in just a few days. If you compare it like that, $10,000 really isn't expensive. It's even ridiculously cheap. As for assimilation, The system introduction says it's about role-playing as spirit beasts. Beastmasters can temporarily gain partial abilities of their beasts through the assimilation skill by role-playing as them. Moreover, the higher the role-playing score, the stronger the abilities obtained. After assimilation, there is a chance to retain a small portion of the abilities in the original body. So, does that mean you can copy part of the spirit beast's abilities onto yourself? Like the strength or defense of a blood-striped savage tortoise? Wouldn't that make you even stronger than a warrior? The physique and strength of a spirit beast easily overpower warriors of the same level. This feature is incredibly powerful. As everyone knows, the weakness of a beastmaster lies in their own body. If the body becomes as strong as a warrior's, then the beastmaster would have no weaknesses. But assimilation also has requirements. Mental power needs to be above 50. Yet mine is only 19. Alright then, better think about how to use the ancient realm. And the ancient realm was very useful to him. The advancement exam consists of 3 assessments. The first assessment evaluates the spirit beast's potential, skills, compatibility with the beastmaster, and obedience. The second assessment is based on the spirit beast's level. The higher the level, the higher the exam score, which is why wealthy people spend extravagantly on evolution. To pass the college entrance exam, Transcendent 2-star is just the baseline requirement. The third assessment is practical combat. Rankings are determined based on scores from the first 2 assessments. For example, if a top-tier Beast Mastery Academy is recruiting 10 students and you rank within the top 10, you qualify for admission. But if someone challenges you and succeeds in the challenge, then the challenger takes your place, and you step down. For him, the third assessment might be his only hope. His scores for the first 2 assessments wouldn't be low, but they probably wouldn't be exceptionally high either. As long as he can successfully challenge a quota holder, he can secure a spot. Meanwhile, the third assessment is the most brutal of all. In previous years, many spirit beasts have perished during these assessments. Therefore, he must gain ample practical combat experience before the assessment. There are 2 ways to accumulate practical combat experience. One is to engage in real combat in forbidden demon lairs, but this is extremely dangerous, with a slim chance of survival. The other method is to train at artificially established spirit beast combat training grounds, equivalent to a low-end version of a restricted zone, allowing beastmasters to gain ample practical combat training. Rumor has it that some wealthy students have already booked out all the combat training grounds in Jiangqing during this period. This will further widen the gap between them and the poorer students, further monopolizing the spots in top-tier beastmaster academies. But it's okay, he has the Ancient Realm training ground, 10,000 yuan for 1 session, but he can still stretch his toes to give it a try. Long Chen went to the Jiangcheng Guild. Labor unions and guilds are not the same. The latter are private organizations aimed at making a profit. The former helps people find jobs and serves as a place for sponsors to post tasks or recruit workers. Long Chen is registered as a Tier 2 Beastmaster, so the union recommends relatively beginner-level tasks to him. For example, the Spirit Beast sales job involves selling spirit beasts and related equipment to beginners. This job is suitable for young and attractive girls. It's harder for boys unless their clients are wealthy women. There's also the Spirit Beast taming job, assisting novice beastmasters in taming their own spirit beasts. This requires extensive experience in spirit beast taming and has a relatively high entry barrier. The remaining task is to locate the out-of-control spirit beasts. Some spirit beasts with low controllability may break free from their beastmasters and escape. At this point, someone needs to find and recapture the spirit beasts to return them. Spirit beasts usually hide in obscure corners, making them hard to find. Long Chen looked for a long time and finally spotted the job of a spirit beast combat trainer. This job is perfect. Typically, clients with such needs are graduating students who want to secure a good ranking in the college entrance exams and gain some practical combat experience. But since they can't afford to go to a spirit beast combat training facility, they hire trainers to come to them. For him, the difficulty shouldn't be too high. Long Chen picked the one with the highest price. Recruiting Spirit Beast Combat Trainer. Accompany a Transcendent 2-star Spirit Beast in combat training. 10,000 yuan per session. Each training session lasts only 1 hour. If the training results are satisfactory, long-term cooperation is possible. Requirements: only Transcendent 2-star Spirit Beasts are eligible for practical training. Neither Spirit Beast is equipped with gear. Those who dare not, stay away. Defense must be formidable. No responsibility taken for deaths in actual combat. The pay for this task is really high, 10,000 per hour. This task must be newly posted, otherwise it would have been snatched up already. Just enough for him to activate the Ancient Realm training ground once. Requires Transcendent 2-star, with formidable defense. Perfect. This mission seems tailor-made for him. When it comes to defense, the blood-striped savage tortoise is second to none. Long Chen quickly accepted the task. The guild receptionist was a woman in her early 20s. She wore a cheongsam and was exceptionally beautiful. Her curvaceous figure was perfectly accentuated. Passing men couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Sis, I want to take on this mission," Longchen said sweetly. The woman glanced up. Then her pretty face changed slightly. "Are you sure?" Absolutely sure. Think carefully, your opponent's beast is at the same level as yours, without an overwhelming advantage. You can't guarantee your spirit beast's safety," the woman repeatedly reminded Longchen. "I've made up my mind." Longchen was absolutely certain. The woman, however, hesitated. But considering this task had been posted for quite some time, there had been no suitable candidates, and the client was getting impatient. It said this patron's status is noble and exalted, even the guild's higher-ups dare not slight them. The woman then stamped her seal in agreement. "The mission location is marked above, just head there." "Got it. Thanks, sis." Longchen rushed out of the guild. The woman sighed as she watched Longchen's departing figure. A nearby staff member approached and whispered, "Yunli, do you think he might be the 13th one?" Jiang Yunli remained silent, her expression somewhat complicated, but in her heart, she believed it was highly likely to become the 13th. Arrived at the designated location, Longchen was stunned by the luxurious entrance. Everywhere the eye could see, Baroque-style buildings exuded an air of luxury and power in every inch. What a wealthy family. No wonder they're so generous with their spending. Longchen tightened the black robe around him. This was something he deliberately sought out to conceal his identity. The other party was likely a student from Beast Taming First High School. It was best not to be recognized. Longchen stated his purpose to the guards at the entrance. The guards' gaze toward him seemed to carry a hint of sympathy. Chapter 5, the training partner turns out to be the school's most beautiful girl? The guard led Longchen through the heavy iron gate. They walked through a courtyard filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Upon reaching the backyard, Longchen immediately furrowed his brow. He caught a strong whiff of blood. "It's the scent of spirit beast blood. And there's more than one," the guard casually remarked. "Relax, you're already the 13th one." "What 13? Longchen began to realize that he might have underestimated the danger of this mission. "The beastmasters before you all cried miserably. They're spirit beasts." The guard was about to speak when an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon his shoulders. The guard was immediately crushed to the ground. Longchen turned back in surprise. Behind him stood a stunning female warrior in her 20s, clad in black gold armor. Just this set of black gold armor alone was worth a fortune. Some warriors saved for ages, only to afford a single pair of gauntlets. Just the pressure of his aura forced the burly young guard to the ground, completely immobilized. Aura externalization. He must be at least a tier 4 warrior. A 4th tier warrior is comparable to an elite-level beastmaster. A 2-star blood-striped savage tortoise would probably not withstand even a single punch from an elite-level warrior. Who would have thought that right after entering? I'd run into such a tough guy. This female guard would at least be at the level of a centurion in the demon-suppressing army. "Who asked for your opinion? Servant?" The guard didn't dare to speak, his expression tense. The female guard smiled at Longchen and said, "Follow me. The young lady is already waiting for you at the training ground." Young lady? The opponent is a girl? And this incredibly strong female guard is their servant? Just who on earth is this? Longchen followed behind the female guard and entered the training ground. The smell of blood grew even more pungent. This massive indoor training ground spanning thousands of square meters was covered in bloodstains everywhere. It was as if a murder had taken place here. Longchen's heart suddenly began to race with unease. He realized that the reason no one took this task wasn't because it was newly posted, but rather because no one had ever been able to complete it. So the task just kept hanging there. Was he the 13th? What about the first 12? I'm afraid all the spirit beasts have shed their blood on this field. Is there a 14th one coming up next? Longchen began to feel his heart race with fear. On the other side of the training field, he saw a girl in a training outfit, straddling the ground. Her hands rested on her knees, gripping a short sword, looking at him somewhat coldly. Her high bun gave her the aura of a warrior goddess. A ray of sunlight fell on her delicate face, making her beauty truly indescribable. Longchen's heart skipped a beat for a moment. Su Qing? The school belle of Beast Mastery High School No. 1. The most beautiful goddess in the hearts of countless young men. Countless people adore her, but few dare to pursue her. She is the daughter of the governor of Linjiang Province. Within Linjiang Province, there are 22 major cities and 78 small towns. It is truly worthy of being called the land of 100 cities. Jiangcheng is just one small city among them. It goes without saying that Su Qing's father is a man of immense power and influence. No one knows why Su Qing came to the small city of Jiangcheng. There are rumors that she might be an illegitimate daughter or something of the sort. But whoever marries Su Qing would truly rise to prominence overnight. Even took a step straight into the heavens beyond heavens. Su Qing, just like him, awakened an all-elemental beast-taming talent. To be honest, Longchen had also liked Su Qing and fantasized about becoming her boyfriend. But it was limited to just fantasies after all. This is actually Su Qing's home. No wonder it's so luxurious. Miss, The training instructor has been brought here, the female guard said respectfully. Su Cheng nodded indifferently, her gaze fixed on Long Chen. Long Chen felt uneasy inside, as if afraid Su Cheng's eyes could see right through him. I just remembered I have something to take care of. Ha! Long Chen turned around, ready to leave, but the female guard had already blocked his path. Once you accept this mission, you must complete it. Long Chen slowly turned around to face Su Cheng again. He asked earnestly, can you go easy on me? Su Cheng slowly stood up, her melodious voice uttering just 2 words. Full strength, pulled out a bank card. 2 slender fingers flicked lightly, sending the bank card flying past Long Chen's cheek like a blade. Embedded in the doorframe, a corner of Long Chen's cloak was also sliced off. Beneath the cloak, a thin line of blood appeared on Long Chen's face. It burned with a sharp pain. Plucking leaves to throw as flowers? Is this a Beastmaster's skill? Are you sure it's not a warrior's? The password is 6 zeros. There's 1 million inside. If your spirit beast dies here, take the bank card and leave. A cold glint flashed in Su Cheng's eyes as she spoke with icy detachment. Beneath the black robe, Long Chen's gaze grew sharp and piercing. Truly worthy of Princess Su, her generosity knows no bounds. On the table behind Su Cheng lay a stack of bank cards, each potentially worth 1 million. At least several tens of millions. Long Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Cheng slightly frowned. You know me? Are you from Beastmaster High School? Long Chen's heart instantly tightened. Oh no! He had unconsciously blurted out Princess Su's nickname. Could Su Cheng have guessed his true identity? Long Chen was thinking about how to explain himself. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng didn't care at all and urged him on. Let's begin. The next trainee has arrived. Long Chen turned around and saw a young man being escorted in by the female guard. Wang Hao from Class 2, evolved into an extraordinary 2-star emerald scale snake. Strength has reached 90 points. Can easily crush a truck with its coils. Never expected him to take on this high-priced training mission too. Is Wang Hao short of money? Probably not. Though Wang Hao isn't as wealthy as Lu Yanrui, he shouldn't be lacking these 10,000 yuan either. Wang Hao was also surprised when he saw Su Cheng, but he didn't show it too obviously. After all, he was known as a genius at Beast Mastery High School. He could barely maintain his composure when facing Su Cheng. Then maybe let him go first. Long Chen voluntarily stepped aside. He wanted to see what Su Cheng's spirit beast really was first. Wang Hao let out a scornful laugh and stood on the training ground without hesitation. Summoned the emerald-scaled snake from the beast taming space. The body length reaches 7 to 8 meters. For humans, it is undoubtedly a colossal creature. The emerald green scales shimmer under the light. The friction between the scales produces a metallic sound. Its formidable appearance clearly indicates exceptional defensive capabilities. With narrow, elongated pupils, it exudes both mystery and danger. Its tail is slender and elongated, with a sharp, arrow-like tip. Most people would feel their scalp tingle at the sight of such a fierce emerald-scaled serpent, but Su Cheng merely frowned slightly. Even a trace of disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. Then, Su Cheng also summoned her own beast. As the beast space opened, a flood of 9-colored light instantly spilled out. Then a massive beast, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder and 4 to 5 meters in length, emerged. The first impression was one of striking beauty. Its body radiated a mystical, 9-colored glow. Its eyes resembled 2 dazzling gemstones, shimmering with an intelligent light. Long Chen and Wang Hao's expressions changed simultaneously. 9-colored fox, a rare spirit beast ranked 33rd on the celestial tier spirit beast list. Among the 600 known species of spirit beasts to mankind. Comprehensive evaluation based on criteria such as aptitude, ability, and rarity. 4 ranking lists were established: yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven. Each list records 100 types of spirit beasts. The heaven list represents the pinnacle among spirit beasts, equivalent to the top 100 in terms of talent among over 600 spirit beasts. This shows its true value. Ranked 33rd on the heavenly list, it's the strongest among the strong. To ordinary people, the spirit beasts on the yellow list are outrageously expensive. Wang Hao's emerald scale snake is so powerful, yet it's not even on the yellow ranking. You two can come at me together. Su Cheng pointed at the 2 of them. Chapter 6. Alright, let's make 1 million first. Long Chen blurted out. What about the money? Isn't it 10,000 per hour? If we go together, do we split it equally? Su Cheng said helplessly. The payment stays the same. Long Chen said happily. Great. I have no objections. This was good news for him. There's someone like Wang Hao to share the risks with. The key is that the payment won't be shortchanged. This is simply perfect. But Wang Hao's face turned livid. I disagree. I don't need to team up with anyone. I want a fair fight with you. The female guard behind Su Cheng smiled and said, the young lady is considering you. She knows you're about to take the major exam, which is why she arranged for you to team up. This ensures the effectiveness of the practical training while preventing your spirit beast from shedding blood on the spot. You should be grateful to our young lady. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao still refused, insisting on a one-on-one duel with Su Qing. Su Qing agreed to Wang Hao's request. The female guard pressed a button. The thousands of square meters training ground actually began to change its terrain. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense mountain forest. This turned out to be a small multi-dimensional stereoscopic training model field. Just this field alone feels like it would take over a dozen minor objectives to assemble. So damn rich. After staring in shock, Longchen almost cursed out loud. How can the gap between people be so huge? He was still worrying about his father's medical bills amounting to tens of millions. For Su Qing, money was just a mere number. Wang Hao was overjoyed at the sight of this venue. Very good. This jungle terrain was the perfect stage for the emerald scale snake. Under Wang Hao's command, it plunged headlong into the jungle. Then it lay quietly in wait on a patch of damp grass. Its body blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. The emerald green scales appeared exceptionally concealed under the dappled tree shadows. Its eyes were fixed intently on the nine-tailed fox not far away. This was its prey for today. The emerald-scaled snake's eyes gleamed coldly, its tongue flicking rapidly to capture every trace of scent in the air. Suddenly, the emerald-scaled snake launched its attack. Its body darted through the grass like a deadly green lightning bolt. It opened its gaping maw, revealing slender fangs with a sharp, chilling gleam. It lunged to bite the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox cast a sidelong glance at it, lightly leaped to the side, dodging the emerald-scale snake's attack. The nine-colored tail behind transformed into 9 sharp blades, carved dazzling streaks of light through the air. The surrounding thicket was instantly sliced into flying fragments by the violent slash. As the tail blade swept across the emerald-scaled snake's body, sparks erupted in an instant. Whoosh, 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 one after another. Jade-green scales were torn off and sent flying in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the emerald-scaled snake was left with its flesh torn and mangled. Wang Hao's pupils constricted abruptly. He then hurriedly commanded the emerald-scaled snake to evade. But the emerald-scaled snake had already been terrified by the 9-colored fox's attacks. It curled its body into a trembling ball. Longchen frowned. This was a sign that the bond of trust and obedience between Beastmaster and Spirit Beast hadn't fully formed. In extreme situations, the Spirit Beast would disregard its master's commands and act on its own instincts. Still, Su Cheng's 9-colored fox was truly formidable. It obliterated the emerald-scaled serpent in an instant. The combat power between the two sides was worlds apart. It's hard to believe they were beast masters of the same level. Please. Wang Hao hurriedly prepared to admit defeat. But Su Qing remained unmoved, and the 9-tailed fox continued to carry out her orders, launching a brutal assault on the emerald-scaled snake. The 9-tailed blades danced wildly, tearing the emerald-scaled snake's flesh apart until it lost consciousness and fell into a coma. The tail blade stopped at the emerald-scaled snake's vital spot, refraining from delivering the final blow. The outcome is decided. Considering you need to take the college entrance exam, I'll spare your beast's life, Su Qing said coolly. Wang Hao knelt on the ground, utterly devastated. The emerald-scaled snake likely wouldn't recover in time, making it impossible for him to take the advancement exam. He was done for. Your turn. Then Su Qing turned her gaze to Longchen. Longchen took a deep breath and summoned the blood-striped savage tortoise. The crude blood-striped savage tortoise and the exquisite 9-colored fox formed a striking contrast. It was like the beauty and the beast of the spirit beast world. When Su Qing saw the blood-striped savage turtle, her beautiful eyes first showed surprise, followed by even greater disappointment. What kind of turtle spirit beast is this? It looks like it evolved from an emerald-striped spirit turtle. Check the quality. It must be one of those cheap spirit beasts with low controllability. Clearly, this opponent isn't even as good as the emerald-scaled snake. Woo yeah. It seems you need to have the guild tighten their screening process. Don't just send anything our way, Su Qing said indifferently to the female guard. Yes, miss. Wang Hao couldn't help but gloat when he saw the blood-striped savage tortoise. The 9-tailed fox's final strike is incomparably sharp. Even a tortoise-type spirit beast can't defend against it. Looks like your spirit beast will fare worse than mine. The blood-striped savage tortoise being underestimated made Longchen displeased. We'll only know after we fight. He had the blood-striped savage tortoise enter the training ground. The blood-striped savage tortoise didn't hide but swaggered right before the 9-tailed fox. Su Qing shook her head. Terrible tactics. If you'd ambushed it, you'd have at least a 1 in 10,000 chance. Now, it's 0. She immediately commanded the 9-tailed fox's tail blades to dance wildly, slashing against the blood-striped savage tortoise's shell. Each slash emitted a piercing screech of blade energy. The surrounding jungle had been completely leveled, yet the blood-striped savage turtle remained utterly motionless, with the tail blade leaving only shallow marks. Longchen breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the blood-striped savage turtle's shell far exceeded his expectations. Feeling humiliated, Wang Hao snorted coldly and said, "This is only natural. After all, The greatest advantage of turtle-type spirit beasts lies in their shells. Su Qing's beautiful eyes finally showed a rare hint of surprise. Continue letting the nine-tailed fox attack wildly. In Su Qing's view, facing an opponent of the same level, such an outstanding spirit beast as the nine-tailed fox, even against a turtle-type spirit beast known for its defense, it should have shattered its shell under normal circumstances. This turtle-type spirit beast is a bit unusual. Long Chen silently watched the time. 10,000 bucks per hour. He suddenly felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Actually, it seems like he doesn't have to do anything. Anyway, it's 10,000 bucks an hour. He's practically a genius. Clang, clang, clang. The training ground echoed with the sharp sound of blade auras. Then 2 whole hours passed. The nine-colored fox was utterly exhausted. Its handsome face showed a human-like expression of surprise as it gazed at the blood-patterned savage turtle shrinking into its shell. Looking at my tail blade again. It's even a bit dull now. How is this guy's shell so tough? Su Qing also looked somewhat pale. Such high-intensity beast mastery battles had taken a considerable toll on her mental energy. However, she noticed that her compatibility with the nine-tailed fox was gradually improving. Su Qing glanced at Long Chen, who was lowering his head. No wonder this guy dared to take on the mission. He's got some skills. He knew himself, so he must be a teacher at Beast Taming Academy. No. 1. Work part-time after school to support the family. Not bad at all. It's just that this kind of training is too dull. She wants more intense battles. Make your beast move, Su Qing said. Long Chen was looking at the time with ecstasy. 2.5 hours had passed. Rounding it off, he had already earned 30,000. So awesome. Then Su Qing's voice was heard, somewhat reluctantly, but your task description didn't specify it had to be a confrontation. What if your nine-colored fox gets knocked out? Wouldn't the training end right there? Nearby, the female guard's pupils flickered slightly. Then he hurriedly looked at Su Qing. Sure enough, anger gradually began to surface in Su Qing's eyes. Knocked down? Who? You? Su Qing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It seems you care a lot about training time. Alright, if you can defeat my nine-tailed fox once, I'll give you 100,000. Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. His breathing became somewhat rapid. 100,000 for a single win? Are you serious? My word has always been good, Su Qing said. She's really worked up now. Alright, let's make 1,000,000 first. Long Chen cheered himself on. Su Qing felt like vomiting blood. Chapter 7, Decisive Victory in One Move. Let's see if your beast's shell is as tough as your mouth. Su Qing was furious. She refused to be underestimated. Even if the other party might be a teacher from the Beast Taming First High School, they still have no right to look down on her. Wang Hao felt extremely resentful and almost cursed Long Chen, saying, the greatest advantage of your turtle-type spirit beast is its defense. If you dare to attack, you'll end up worse than my emerald scale snake. Long Chen only responded with 2 words. You. Wang Hao's face turned red with anger, but after glancing at his half-dead emerald scale snake, he had no choice but to swallow his rage for now. Once his spirit turtle is also severely injured, he's determined to personally teach this despicable guy a lesson. The blood-striped savage turtle crawled out of its shell. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws as sharp as blades, particularly in its fierce eyes. There burned an unyielding will to fight. Su Qing's nine-tailed fox was visibly shaken. What's wrong with your beast? The more Su Qing observed, the more she felt Long Chen's beast was different, completely unlike any other turtle-type spirit beast. It actually resembles more of a ferocious beast type. Shouldn't we just ignore this? Long Chen asked with a smile. Su Qing snorted lightly. Nine-tailed fox, shredded to pieces. The nine-tailed fox finally made its move. It darted swiftly through the jungle, fast as a streak of light. Wang Hao immediately clapped and cheered. Great strategy, using the nine-tailed fox's extreme agility to catch this turtle off guard. A 2-star extraordinary turtle-type spirit beast, with an average speed of only around 5, equivalent to twice the speed of an ordinary person running at full strength. The nine-tailed fox can definitely outmatch this turtle in terms of speed. Long Chen glanced at Wang Hao. Don't you know it's impolite to comment while watching a battle? Wang Hao sneered. What? Are you afraid I'll give Miss Su Qing some advice to crush your turtle? I just think this outcome has nothing to do with you. What if Princess Su makes a wrong command due to your misinformation? Can you bear the responsibility? Long Chen was simply being kind, but Wang Hao thought otherwise. False information? You mean when I said a 2-star extraordinary tortoise-type spirit beast only has a speed of around 5? That was false? Ha! What's the point of your mystification? Everyone knows tortoises are slow. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. If the emerald-patterned spirit turtle evolves into a jade spirit turtle, its speed indeed becomes 5. But his blood-striped savage turtle has a speed of 60. The 9-colored fox flickered in and out of sight within the forest, circling to the side and rear of the blood-striped savage turtle. Its sharp tail blade aimed to sever one of the turtle's hind legs. Su Qing also felt certain it would hit, but but at that very moment, the blood-striped savage turtle suddenly moved. With astonishing speed, it pivoted on the spot and delivered a savage claw strike, slamming hard toward the nine-tailed fox's tail blade. Clang! Claws and tails collided. Sparks erupted in abundance. The nine-tailed fox's final strike was sent flying. Su Qing's delicate face paled slightly as she swiftly redirected the nine-tailed fox to evade the blood-striped savage turtle's claw strike, biting for another opportunity. But the blood-patterned savage turtle's four thick legs suddenly began to sprint wildly, like a heavy off-road combat vehicle. With an overwhelming momentum, it actually caught up to the nine-colored fox, staring at it with a vicious, almost perverse glare. The nine-colored fox was utterly dumbfounded. Is it not fully awake yet? How did the turtle catch up to my speed? Su Cheng and Wang Hao were so shocked they forgot to control their expressions. What kind of speed is this? Nine-colored fox, Su Cheng immediately shouted, but it was already too late. The blood-striped savage turtle's claw slammed heavily onto the nine-colored fox, sending it flying dozens of meters and breaking several trees before it finally came to a stop. Its previously pristine fur instantly became slightly soiled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. But the blood-striped savage tortoise didn't cease its assault. Instead, it charged through the jungle like a battle tank once more. It opened its blood-filled maw, bristling with sharp fangs, ready for a savage bite. The nine-tailed fox panicked. It hastily leaped up, narrowly avoiding the blood-striped savage turtle's jaws. The blood-striped savage turtle snapped through a meter-thick tree trunk in one bite, causing the massive tree to crash down and kick up a cloud of dust. Outside the arena, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. It felt like an electric current shot from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. Is this a turtle? Are you sure it's not a ferocious tiger disguised in a turtle shell? The savage tiger, ranked third on the yellow list of spirit beasts. It is also renowned for its ferocious attacks. Rumor has it that someone from the previous batch at Beast Taming First High School managed to evolve one. That individual later entered a prestigious university and became a celebrated senior among the younger students. It's just that the savage tiger is too expensive. A single one with 80% controllability costs over 2 million. Evolving it to Transcendent 2-star is even pricier. Truly unaffordable for most people. Long Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the swirling dust as a thought flashed through his mind. A crimson shadow darted out in a blur. Once again, they launched a desperate pursuit of the nine-tailed fox. A training ground spanning thousands of square meters was far too small for such speed. Su Qing saw the nine-tailed fox was about to be caught again. Immediately, she commanded the nine-tailed fox to unleash its innate skill. Enchanted Blade. A red glow immediately enveloped the nine-tailed fox's finishing strike. Fire Element Enchantment. Long Chen furrowed his brows. The reason the nine-colored fox ranks on the celestial list is its ability to empower itself with magic, including 9 types such as fire, water, wind, and lightning. The razor-sharp tail blade, combined with enchantments, boosts its power by more than just a little. 9 flaming tail blades whirl wildly, scorching the earth they sweep across. They lash against the blood-striped savage tortoise's shell, leaving behind searing burn marks. The sharpness increased more than tenfold. Even the blood-striped savage tortoise couldn't withstand it. As expected of a heavenly ranking spirit beast, truly formidable. Su Qing only relaxed slightly after seeing the blood-striped savage tortoise's attacks weaken. Many people don't know that the nine-colored fox isn't just a single physical enchantment, but 70% physical enchantment, plus 30% spiritual enchantment. So being struck by an enchanted tailwhip feels like being lashed by flames on the soul. This pain is unbearable. Under such extreme agony, 9 out of 10 spirit beasts will break free from their beastmaster's control. As long as this turtle escapes the training ground, she wins. Charge up, tear it apart. Suddenly, Long Chen gave the order to the blood-striped savage tortoise. Su Qing shook her head slightly. At this moment, pressuring the spirit beast might not be the best beast mastering strategy. Properly comforting and encouraging the spirit beast might yield better results. But the next second, the blood-striped savage turtle advanced step by step toward the nine-tailed fox, enduring the relentless rain of flaming tail strikes. The nine-tailed fox panicked. Immediately accelerate the speed of the flaming tail strike. But the trajectory clearly became somewhat erratic. The blood-striped savage tortoise seized the moment, ignoring the scorching heat, and fiercely bit down on the nine-tailed fox's tail strike. Frenzied bite, instantly activated. The blood-striped savage tortoise instantly transformed into an invincible monstrosity. It swung its head wildly, using the nine-tailed fox like a whip, repeatedly smashing it into the ground. Su Qing's delicate face was filled with shock, pupils trembling. After her 9-colored fox evolved to Transcendent 2-star, it had never been so brutally defeated by a peer. The female guard hastily declared this training session over. Alright, stop, Long Chen commanded. The blood-striped savage tortoise instantly released its grip. The 9-colored fox was flung out of the arena, covered in wounds from head to toe. Chapter 8, Ancient Boundary Training Ground, the Primordial Realm. Su Qing crouched beside the nine-colored fox, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she finally understood the feelings of those 13 beastmasters from before. So heartbreaking. It hurts. Wang Hao quickly picked up the bank card from the ground, stored the emerald-scaled snake in his beast taming space, and quietly slipped away. Scared me to death. Never seen such a fierce turtle before. If I stay any longer, I might get blamed for it later. Did I win? Long Chen asked Su Qing. Su Qing stood up, nodded, and instructed the female guard to settle Long Chen's bill. That'll be 130,000. 3 hours of training, and the additional 100,000 is the fee for the defeat. Long Chen suppressed his excitement and reminded them of the settlement amount. The female guard gave Long Chen a deep look before transferring 130,000 to his bank account. Long Chen held his bank card, hardly able to believe it. No wonder they say beastmasters make money easily. On his very first day as a beastmaster, he earned 130,000. Next month's treatment fees for dad are covered. You're from Beastmaster No. 1 High School? Su Qing suddenly asked. Long Chen's heart tightened. Was I discovered? Recognize me? Are you a teacher? Su Qing asked. How did you know? Just a guess. Oh, then you're really amazing. Long Chen didn't dare say much. It seemed Su Qing believed a student couldn't possibly have such capability. Hey, being misunderstood as a teacher seems to be a good feeling. I'll keep coming tomorrow? That's the point. Aha. Long Chen pondered a little. Thinking that Long Chen was hesitating, Su Qing immediately said, I can raise the money, 20,000 an hour, 10 hours of actual combat training a day. How about it? $20,000 an hour? Long Chen was shocked. $200,000 a day? He couldn't help but feel once again that the Imperial Beastmaster Tama was too good at making money, right? It's hard enough for the average person to make $200,000 a year. If that's still too little, I can raise the price to 30,000 an hour. How about that? Su Qing encountered such a powerful spirit beast of the same rank for the first time, and felt that it could help her and the nine-colored fox to improve a lot, so she was very eager to cooperate with Long Chen in the long run. Yes, Long Chen agreed. 300,000 a day. That's not $9 million a month. Where can I find this kind of money? Long Chen suddenly remembered something else. Right, defeating once gives 100,000. Does it still count tomorrow? The feeling in Su Qing's heart was jerked hard. Is this making her a cash cow? Doesn't count anymore. I invited you here to train. How can you train when you beat every day? You're right. Long Chen hurried away in a puff of smoke. He's in a hurry now, too. Just now, he was helping Su Qing's nine-colored fox to improve its actual combat, but he also had to raise the battle power of the bloodstained barbarian tortoise. The nine-colored fox was very strong, and the reason why the scarlet savage turtle won so easily was, to a large extent, because Su Qing did not expect the scarlet savage turtle to be different from the other turtles. Surprise and attack are the only way to win easily. Not so lucky next time. Long Chen returned home, and his mom hadn't come back yet. He burrowed into his bedroom and immediately opened the system page. Found the Ancient Realm Training Ground. Admission tickets are $10,000 a pop. Long Chen bought one and then opened it directly. In a flash, the scene around him began to change. It was as if he had traveled to another time and place. The next moment, he was in a strange place. All around was desolation. The air smelled of blood, and the sky was densely covered with red clouds, as if the end times had come. Where is this place? Long Chen carefully squatted down. This place inexplicably struck him as very dangerous. The system suddenly popped up the interface. Rules of the Ancient Realm Training Ground. The Ancient World's Training Ground can travel to ancient worlds. They are the Ancient Realm, the Ancient Realm, the Taiku Realm, the Eternal Realm, the Desolate Realm, the Mangu Realm, the Xuangu Realm, the Yugu Realm, the Underworld Realm, and the Beginning Realm. The older the Ancient Realm Training Ground, the higher the danger and at the same time the greater the rewards. Currently in the Ancient Realm. Difficulty level, 1 star. Quest, kill 10 ancient night tiger beasts. Reward, transcendent 1 star return liquid *0. 1. Number of assimilations *1. Beastmaster, strength +10. Spirit +5. Speed +3. Endurance +3. Imperial Beast, strength +20. Spirit +5. Speed +5. Endurance +5. Shuttling to the Ancient Realm Training Ground actually has a mission? And the rewards? No wonder he didn't see how to get the rejuvenation fluid. The return liquid can only be obtained by completing the required tasks at the Ancient Realm Training Grounds. And after completing the quest, not only did it boost the attributes of the Imperial Beasts, it also boosted the attributes of his own body. With a strength of 30, you reach the standard of a first-order warrior. And he's at 10 strength now, so with that 10 added, wouldn't that make him 20? A few more times in, and he'd be better than a first-order warrior. In that case, the ancient realm training ground didn't know how many times better than the practical training ground outside. It also enhances the personal attributes of the Imperial Beastmaster. Longchen immediately summoned the Bloodline Savage Turtle. Riding on the back of the bloodstained barbarian tortoise searching for the Night Tiger Beast, the Lich Tiger Beast was not on the Spirit Beast Atlas at all. It should be one of the beasts that once disappeared. There is a detailed description of the Night Tiger Beast on the System 10,000 Beasts Identification. Night Tiger, Grade, Transcendental 2-star. Characteristics. The body is large, with a length of 5 to 7 meters. The brownish-black coat, interspersed with black stripes, can act as a protective color in nature. Combat characteristics. Known for his strength, he can easily tear apart his opponent's defenses, and a single palm is enough to shatter stone and crack gold. Despite its large size, the speed of the Lich Tiger Beast was not inferior to that of an agile spirit beast, and it was able to explode with astonishing speed over a short distance. The Liger Beast possesses extremely high stamina and is able to maintain an efficient attack during long battles without tiring easily. Skills: Tiger Wave, Fierce Tiger Pounce. Habits: the Liger usually inhabits deep forests or mountain ranges, which provide it with abundant food resources and a secluded living environment. Prefers to be active at night and rests during the day in a burrow or in the shade of a tree. Liger beasts are solitary spirit beasts that have a strong sense of territory and will mark their territory by leaving scents and scratches. The 10,000 Beasts appraisal says that the Lihu beast is a nocturnal animal. That means it's basically impossible to find during the day. However, one could first find the approximate location where they appeared through the scratches of the Night Tiger beasts. Longchen and the bloodstained savage turtle opened their eyes to the maximum. Compare the detailed pattern of the scratches on the beasts of the gods. Finally, on a thick tree trunk, I found very wide scratches. Judging from the size of the scratches, this Liger beast probably had to be at least 6 meters or more. I'll go. The first time you come to the Ancient Realm Training Ground, the system arranges such a difficult task? The system also didn't say if you die in the Ancient Realm Training Ground, is it really dead? Longchen found a place for him and the bloodstained savage turtle to hide. It waited until late at night. Longchen couldn't even carry on fast enough to fall asleep. Suddenly, click, like some behemoth had stepped over a tree trunk on the ground. The kind of snapping sound it makes. A ferocious aura immediately attacked from the depths of the mountain forest, mixed with a strong odor of blood. Longchen's heart was beating wildly. Longchen immediately got energized and rolled his eyes to look around. It was too dark. He couldn't see anything. However, the body of the bloodstained savage turtle next to him moved as if it had discovered something. Before he could react, the bloodstained barbarian turtle instantly launched like a chariot, dashed out toward a place. Then the sound of beasts fighting came from the depths of the jungle. Longchen was stunned. The bloodline barbarian turtle was also too belligerent. Within a few minutes, the fighting stopped. Then there was some kind of behemoth coming his way. Longchen stared dead ahead and saw the bloodstained savage turtle walking back with its mouth full of blood, and dragging a massive corpse. It was the corpse of the Night Tiger Beast. Ding! Killed the Night Tiger Beast *1. Bloodstained savage turtle battle will plus 10%. Battle experience plus 10%. Harvested tiger tooth *2. Claw *4. Tiger skin *1. Which can be used to build equipment. Chapter 9 and Explode skill books? That's one completed? Longchen was a bit confused. He hasn't figured out what's going on yet. And the bloodstained savage turtle ended the battle? No, the next battle. One had to see it clearly in order to understand the bloodstained barbarian turtle better. If his spiritual power reached the standard of assimilation at a later stage, the more detailed his understanding of the bloodstained barbarian turtle was at the moment, the higher the degree of assimilation played out. Roar! A tiger's roar came from the mountains. Longchen and the bloodstained savage turtle immediately followed the sound over. On a sloping hillside, a night tiger beast was strutting around like a great king on patrol, strolling through its territory on the slopes. Longchen prostrated himself and ordered the bloodstained savage turtle to strike immediately. The blood-striped savage turtle immediately had its engines on full blast, rumbling and rumbling as it rushed towards the night tiger beast. The Liger beast hit his eyes and was directly confused. It's a turtle? But this turtle is showing its teeth at it. The Liger beast was furious. It was the king of this mountain forest. How could it endure being provoked by a turtle? It also stormed towards the bloodstained savage turtle. The two beasts tore into each other instantly. The head of the Lich Tiger beast was flexible, looking for the bloodstained savage turtle's weakness. But the bloodstained savage turtle's head was even more flexible. The skills of the Liger beast were Tiger Wave and Fierce Tiger Pounce. But the blood-striped savage turtle had a specialized Berserk tier skill. After a bloody fight, the blood-striped savage turtle bit down to the aorta of the night tiger beast's neck, then utilized its strong strength to violently drag and tear. The sharp bloody claws tore desperately at the body of the night tiger beast, and the tough tiger skin was scratched with bloody holes. Longchen was heartbroken. Don't hurt the fur. The fur won't be worth anything if it's broken. the blood-striped savage turtle immediately switched to a different type of attack, using its heavy and hardback armor to hit the lich tiger beast. After being hit dozens of times in succession, the body of the liger beast was deformed, and it fell limp on the ground, its breath coming in and out. Ding! Killed the night tiger beast *1. Bloodstained savage turtle battle will plus 10%. Battle experience plus 10. Harvest tigers tooth *1. Claw *3. Harvesting skill, tiger pounce. Sure enough, the tiger skin was destroyed, so no tiger skin was obtained. But to have harvested a skill book? Long Chen hurriedly clicked on it. It was found that there was only a 7% chance of popping a skill book. It's a great deal of money. It's just a normal skill book though, but it's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at the very least. Hurry up and let the bloodstained barbarian turtle learn. Though the turtle beast is not suitable for the fierce tiger pounce skill, but it's just capricious, wanting to learn for the bloodstained savage turtle. How? And, at the ancient realm training ground, Longchen realized that the bloodstained barbarian turtle was much more violent than at Su Qing's house. It's like coming home. Nothing to worry about. The most terrifying and perverse side of the bloodstained barbarian turtle was directly revealed. Good. Longchen was overjoyed. The bloodstained savage turtle's combat power was too much stronger than he had imagined. Naturally better at fighting than those spirit beasts hatched and bred. Longchen's waist felt much stiffer, and the bloodstained savage turtle strutted through the mountain forest. During this time, a liger beast suddenly pounced out to sneak attack. However, the bloodstained savage turtle reacted even faster and directly bit off the other party's neck in a very bloody scene. After half an hour of hunting, 10 night tiger beasts were finally killed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the night tiger beast 10 out of 10. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Bloodstained savage turtle strength plus 20, spirit plus 5, speed plus 5, endurance plus 5, dragon chen strength plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, endurance plus 3, transcendent 1-star return liquid *0, 1, number of assimilations *1. Longchen clearly felt that his physique had suddenly become at least twice as powerful. This surge of power made him feel like a warrior. I heard that warrior professions who want to rapidly increase their torso strength will take chi and blood pills, and the market price of a chi and blood pill is more than 100,000 yuan, and it seems that it can only increase the strength value by 10 points. In other words, just now, he had only accompanied the bloodstained savage turtle around the ancient realm training ground, which was equivalent to obtaining a chi and blood pill out of thin air. Longchen was ecstatic. It was too powerful. The only downside was that the return liquid only gave 0, 1, and it looked like he had to clear the level at least 10 times to get the full return liquid, but it can only be used on transcendent 1-star spirit beasts. Leaving the ancient world training ground, a few seconds of countdown later, as soon as Longchen opened his eyes, he realized that he was back in his room. What just happened? Did I physically cross over to the ancient realm training ground? Or did I mentally cross over? And is the ancient world training ground a real world? What if I die in the ancient realm training grounds? Longchen was now full of questions. However, the system does not have a relevant introduction. Longchen looked at the time. He had been in the ancient realm training ground for about 5 hours, but only 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. The flow of time inside and outside is not the same. He went to the ancient realm training ground 10 times and an hour or so passed in the outside world? Hiss! Cold air was running through Longchen's teeth. It was simply the most perfect training ground for spirit animals. There isn't one. Looked at the amount in his account. There's still 120,000 to go. Without hesitation, Longchen once again purchased an ancient realm training ground entrance ticket. This time he noticed the system prompt. Purchase ancient realm training ground entrance ticket *1. Capital minus 10,000. Remaining purchase times today 1. You can only go to the ancient realm training ground 3 times a day. Longchen was a bit disappointed, but on second thought, also, if the ancient realm training ground can go in for unlimited training, then, as long as he had enough money and kept soaking in the ancient realm training ground, it was estimated that in less than a year and a half, he would become the #1 imperial beast master of the world. Longchen directly bought the remaining one-time entrance ticket as well, then once again entered the ancient realm training ground. There were 2 options before him. Option 1, enter the ancient realm with a difficulty level of 1 star and half the reward. Option 2, enter the ancient realm with a 2-star difficulty level and doubled rewards. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything to get hung up on, right? There are only 3 chances per day, so of course you have to choose the training ground with more rewards. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Longchen clicked on option 2. This time the scene changed. No longer mountains and forests, but endless grasslands and hills. But the sky was still covered with red clouds. System pop-up interface. Currently in the ancient realm. Difficulty level, 2 stars. Quest, kill 30 phantom wolves. Reward, transcendent 1-star return liquid *0, 2. Number of assimilations * 1. Beastmaster, strength plus 10, spirit plus 5, speed plus 3, endurance plus 3, imperial beast, strength plus 30, spirit plus 6, speed plus 6, endurance plus 7. What is it? The attributes added to the imperial beast seem to have been boosted, but the attributes added to him are still the same as the last level. Never mind, it didn't matter. As long as he passed this level he could be comparable to a first-rank warrior in terms of physique, or at the very least strength. He was looking forward to it. Longchen checked the introduction of the Phantom Shadow Wolf and the 10,000 Beasts appraisal. Although the number of quest kills had become 30, the combat power was still not as good as the Night Tiger Beasts, so he felt that the difficulty of the quest had not really increased much. Just keep killing in silence. Longchen let the blood-striped savage turtle carry him to look for prey while briefly flipping through the Phantom Wolf information. When he saw the column for habits, it said, known for their ability to work in packs, Phantom Wolves will work in precise coordination while hunting, dividing up the duties between driving the prey, ambushing it, and making the final kill. A Phantom Wolf pack numbers 30 to 50. When the ghostly Shadow Wolves came out in full force, even elite-grade spirit beasts might fall into their maw. Chapter 10 failed the challenge, but speed plus 10. Longchen's heart instantly went cold. So crash, so crash, so crash. This was followed by the sound of rapid shuttling through the weeds on all sides. It was as if a large net was encircling towards them in an orderly fashion. Crap, move. The 10,000 Beasts appraisal also said that the Phantom Wolf was good at using the environment for concealment. They are able to approach their prey with little or no noise. When the movement of the Phantom Wolf was heard, often they have finished laying out and are beginning to make their final group kills. The bloodstained savage turtle immediately started its engine, like a fully powered weed whacker, and crushed its way forward. But the black shadows all around them wrapped around with great speed, directly pounced on Longchen. Longchen was prepared for this, and with a dive, he climbed up to the abdomen of the bloodstained savage turtle with his bare hands. Using his hands and feet, he clasped the belly armor of the bloodstained savage turtle upside down. In the place of the previous Longchen, he did not yet possess such power. 7 or 8 phantom wolves pounced on the body of the bloodline savage turtle, frantically tearing into the back shell of the bloodline savage turtle, which madly rushed, and then crudely bit one of the phantom wolves to death. Ding! Kill phantom wolf. Drop attribute, speed plus 5. Dropped one so quickly, Lee Knight immediately added it to the bloodstained barbarian turtle's attribute panel. The single combat power of the phantom wolf was not even half of that of the night tiger beast. But there are too many. There were constantly phantom wolves pouncing on them, frantically tearing into the necks of the bloodstained savage turtles. The blood-striped savage turtle hissed angrily, trying to throw the phantom wolf off. But the phantom wolf was long and lean, with sharp teeth and sharp claws, firmly biting down on the neck of the bloodstained barbarian turtle. The bloodstained savage turtle desperately countered a few phantom wolves. Ding! Kill phantom wolf. Drop attribute, speed plus 5. Dropped another one? It seems to challenge the high level of the ancient world. The burst rate is higher, but being outnumbered was not a good fight to begin with. Plus there was still Longchen below who needed to be protected. So the bloodstained savage turtle quickly fell into a disadvantage. Blood flowed all over the turtle's body. Finally the bloodstained savage turtle couldn't hold on and collapsed with a loud bang. However, in order not to crush Longchen to death, he used one foot to hold on for dear life. But the long and thin phantom wolf probed, bit Longchen's shoulder, and yanked it out. Longchen pulled out the dagger he had prepared in advance, stabbing hard at the eyes of the phantom wolf. The phantom wolf took the pain and let go of his mouth. Longchen hadn't even waited to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized that he had been thrown up, and there were 7 or 8 phantom wolves below eyeing him. Done. Dead. Landing for a split second. It felt like several large wolf heads, swooping down hard towards him. In the excruciating pain of the tearing, he lost consciousness. Ah! Longchen opened his eyes amidst the screams. Sitting up with a start, he gasped frantically. Hurriedly, he touched himself. It's all there. The parts aren't getting any smaller. Look around again. It was still his familiar little room. Longchen slowed down for a while before snapping his eyes to the clock on the wall. Less than a minute had only passed. It seems that dying in the ancient realm training grounds doesn't really kill you, but you won't collect the rewards either, which amounts to a waste of a $10,000 entry ticket. Phew, that was close. Next time you can't make decisions so rashly. That's a lesson learned. Luckily, the ancient realm training ground can die and come back. If it were the real world, then he'd be gone. There's one admission ticket left, so no need to dwell on it. Decisive option 1. A lesser reward is a lesser reward. The Phantom Wolf's mission was clearly impossible to accomplish with the current him. Trying again would be a waste. Subsequently, Longchen and the bloodstained barbarian turtle spent 3 hours in the ancient realm training ground before they finished brushing the 10 lich tiger beasts. Rewards are halved. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the night tiger beast. 10 out of 10. 2. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Bloodstained savage turtle strength plus 10. Spirit plus 2. 5. Speed plus 2. 5. Endurance plus 2. 5. Longchen's strength plus 5. Spirit plus 2. 5. Speed plus 1. 5. Endurance plus 1. 5. How? Although the challenge to the night tiger beast was successful, but the reward doesn't increase as much as 10 points at once. However, the rewards for completing missions are more comprehensive. All the added attributes must add up to well over 10 points. It's still more cost-effective to complete the task. There's no point in betting on that uncertain pop rate. Longchen saw the class group. There was some discussion about the Spellbinder Spirit Beast Practical Training Ground. The price of the Spirit Beast Practical Training Ground was very high during this time. A Transcendental 1-star field starts at $200,000 and can only be used for 4 days. This expense is too expensive for the average student. If people really had that kind of money, they'd probably prefer to spend it on evolutionary fluids. Evolution definitely improves combat effectiveness more than gaining real-world experience. Of course, there were those who had just finished evolving their spirit beasts, shy and wanting to gain combat experience. He offered to spar with someone else. There are 4 days in total, and each person uses 2 days or 1 day. Depends on the number of people in the collage. I've heard that the Spirit Beast training ground of the Imperial Spirit family is very useful. Someone came out and proved that with a week of continuous use, there can then be a significant combat experience boost. It's at least a 30% improvement, but the price for a week-long package, it's $500,000. I heard that Lu Yenrui took by Lily to pack the house for 2 weeks. Another million spent. It's really spending money like water. TSK, TSK, TSK. The class is sour. The crow has turned into a phoenix. Yo, envious of Lu Daoxiao and by Lily. When they come out of the training ground, the actual combat experience will leave us a big cut. Then we can be bad luck. You idiot. What are you unlucky for? You think you're qualified to go up against Lu Daoxiao's Red Flame Spirit Fox? It won't be a match at all. Alright. Instead, I think the unlucky one is Longchen. Longchen was in the group some time ago, putting out harsh words with someone else. By Lily, saying that he's going to teach Bailey Lily a hard lesson on the promotion exam. I feel like Longchen is afraid of panicking to death right now. Ha 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 ha. Longchen was expressionless. In fact, it's even kind of funny. Injustice. Spend $500,000 and take a week to get 30% more real-world experience. As for his bloodstained savage turtle, when he first entered the Ancient Realm training ground, for every night tiger beast you kill, you get plus 10% real-world experience and will to fight. It's long since added almost 200% now. He'd only spent 30,000, which added up to less than 10 minutes in total. These people are so uneducated. However, he was looking forward to the battle against Bai Lily in the big promotion exam even more. If Bailey Lily was too weak, he would also find it boring. The next day, Longchen went to Su Qing's doorstep early. The guard from yesterday was still there and saw Longchen coming again. A face of amazement. He went to the penalty box yesterday for talking too much, so don't really know what the follow-up is for this one. Originally, I thought that like those 12 Imperial Beast Masters before, the Spirit Beasts had been killed on the spot by the young lady to this point, but I didn't expect this Imperial Beast Master to come back today. What are you doing here again? The guards were wary, as if they felt that Longchen was here to retaliate. Your lady sent me. Miss, how could she let you? Halfway through his sentence, the guards suddenly thought of something, then squarely stared at Longchen with wide eyes. Did you manage to defeat Mrs. Spirit Beast? The words were not finished. A strong pressure instantly crushed the guard to the ground. It's the female guards who show up. Looks like yesterday didn't teach you enough about what you should or shouldn't say, and you still don't get it. The guards were on the verge of tears. How is this scene déjà vu? Longchen looked at the guards sympathetically. Brother, you are really a bit miserable. How about considering a different job? Chapter 11 First Blood Burning. Scared schoolgirl. Once again, he came to the practical training ground. Su Qing was still waiting there early. However, today's Su Qing was obviously slightly softer in her attitude than when she saw him yesterday. Sensei, I'm counting on you for today's training. Subaru bent down, abiding by the etiquette of a student. Longchen was in a different mood. Sujun's classmate has a great body. Those two fruits that felt like they were jumping out of their clothes when they bent over. If Su Qing knew she wasn't a teacher, will it kill him? Longchen couldn't help but shiver. Su Qing raised her head in doubt and looked at Longchen. Although she couldn't see the other party's face, Su Qing vaguely felt where the other party's eyes were resting. Su Qing's eyes began to turn a little cold. Longchen was shocked and hastily withdrew his gaze, pretending to be deep and said, "Let's begin." Su Qing did not pursue the matter in order not to waste time. Both of them summoned their imperial beasts. Longchen detected that Su Qing's 9-colored fox didn't seem to be quite the same as before. I haven't activated my talent, enchantment, yet, but there was already a vague sense of fire energy building up. In order to prevent Long Chen from taking it lightly, Su Qing took the initiative to say, "My nine-colored fox just learned a skill book yesterday, and it's a flame magic class." Long Chen came to a sudden realization. No wonder, it felt like the nine-colored fox was a lot stronger than yesterday, but it's so rich. Magic skill book. This is much more expensive than a normal combat skill book. A skill book for imperial beasts does not allow them to learn a certain ability out of thin air that has nothing to do with them. It was shortening the time it took for the imperial beast to master this skill. For example, the nine-colored fox could originally specialize in magic. It would take 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 8 years, to learn a magic attack skill. But with a skill book, you can cut the time down immediately, or even learn it in a day. But such a skill book is definitely sky high as well. I'm afraid it's at least a couple million? Long Chen staggered. This rich okay, I got it. Let's get started. Long Chen wasn't vain as his bloodstained savage turtle had also received a great boost. Female guards built practical training grounds. 2 spirit beasts entered at the same time. With yesterday's experience, the 2 spirit beasts saved themselves the time of testing each other. Directly the battle reached a white heat. Su Qing was slightly surprised. How did it feel that today's turtle was even better at fighting than yesterday? Battle experience seems to have skyrocketed a lot? Su Qing immediately dismissed it. It should be that she was overthinking it. There's no way the opposing turtle could have grown that fast. And she wouldn't take it lightly today. The nine-colored fox was afraid of being approached by the bloodstained savage turtle, so it used high-speed movement to pull away. Seriously up for the nine-colored fox today. Regular highway is at least over 130. The terminal velocity at the time of eruption may be 180 or more. Very exaggerated values. The bloodstained barbarian turtle had the increase from yesterday's 2 ancient realm training grounds. The speed value only reached 67.5. Completely unable to even touch the shadow of the nine-colored fox. Swish! The nine-colored fox suddenly enchanted the tail blade. The flaming tail blade looked like a fiery red crescent moon in the air. A flash falls. It chopped at the back shell of the bloodstained barbarian turtle. Yesterday, the tail blade that was unable to injure the bloodstained barbarian turtle actually made a small crack with a single slash today. And the pain of the whip on the spirit of the bloodstained savage turtle would be even more intense. The bloodstained savage turtle's body lurched, as if someone had used a red-hot branding iron to give its unprotected mental body a hard smack. Its body swayed a little in pain. Long Chen stared. He and the bloodstained savage turtle shared a common mind, knowing that at this moment, the bloodstained savage tortoise's mental body was suffering a very terrifyingly heavy blow, and the nine-colored fox only slashed one tail blade. That's what's scary. Yesterday it wasn't this bad. Why is it so different today? What skill did the nine-colored fox learn? Su Qing seemed to be able to see Li Knight's doubts, so she spoke directly. The skill the nine-colored fox learned was Fire Chop. Long Chen was like being struck by lightning. Fire Chopper? Skills on the Magic Skillbook Heavenly List? Spirit beasts are generally categorized into combat techniques, magic techniques, healing techniques, auxiliary techniques, support techniques, control techniques, and detection techniques according to the abilities they specialize in. Each category of skill has a yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven list. Those that made it to the Heavenly list were quite expensive and rare. It is usually extracted from high-grade spirit beasts, the kind where you might use one book and get one less. The spirit beast species of the heavenly ranking plus the magic technique of the heavenly ranking. It's like putting an airplane engine in a Rolls Royce. Top pairing. No wonder the boost is so big. Madaka, Madaka, Madaka. The nine-colored fox's flaming tail blade lashed out slash after slash on the bloodstained savage turtle's back shell. The bloodstained savage turtle was as if it was hard controlled in place, not moving at all. It is suffering from a high density of destruction of the mental body, and there are more and more fissures appearing on the dorsal shell. Can't sit around and wait any longer. Immediately, Li Knight's mind moved, causing the bloodstained savage turtle to activate its natural skill. Burning blood. The temperature of the blood in the bloodstained savage turtle's body suddenly rose. It's like boiling over. The bloodstained savage turtle's eyes turned red. The blood lines on the back shell began to wriggle like living creatures, gradually becoming hot and bright. From the slit in the back shell, some blood sprayed out. These blood mists surrounded the bloodstained savage turtle, forming a red energy field that surrounded its body. A strong odor of blood began to fill the air as well. See this scene. Su Cheng and the female guards were simultaneously startled. What's this? How did it feel as if the other turtle's aura had suddenly changed quite a bit? Already savage and violent, it seems to have become even more vicious. Is this a skill? Su Cheng told the nine-colored fox not to take it lightly. The female guard took a deep breath. For some reason, the change that had happened to the turtle made even her feel a little dangerous. She was a 4th-ranked warrior, comparable to an elite level 1-star spirit beast. At the scene, only Long Chen himself knew best. In the blood-burning state, the bloodstained savage turtle's strength, speed, defense, and berserkness all skyrocketed threefold, especially in terms of speed. Originally the speed of the bloodline savage turtle was far from the nine-colored fox. However, after the triple surge, the bloodstained savage turtle's speed reached over 190. It exceeded the extreme high speed of the nine-colored fox. The four thick legs furiously chased towards the nine-colored fox. The nine-colored fox was scared out of her wits. Hurriedly, he used his hands and feet to take advantage of the terrain, trying to shake off the bloodstained barbarian turtle. But the bloodstained savage turtle was one that didn't go around corners, charging sideways wherever it went. Coupled with the fact that the actual training ground wasn't very big, the nine-colored fox was sent sprawling to the ground with a paw a few seconds later. That bloody mouth full of sharp teeth was planning to bite off the nine-colored fox's neck in one bite. I concede. Stop. Two voices, almost simultaneously. The bloodstained savage turtle that was incomparably crazy and bloodthirsty a second ago. Now keep your mouth open like a statue. And the nine-colored fox was terrified, shivering. Not only the nine-colored fox, Su Qing was also scared pale. This plot was unfolding in a different way than she had imagined. Originally, she thought that the nine-colored fox would be able to hang this turtle after learning Fire Slash, but I didn't expect to force the turtle into a complete outburst and almost finish off the nine-colored fox. So close, Longchen said seriously. Aren't we training in actual combat? Why do we need to use a magic technique like the Fire Slash? Su Qing lowered her head with some self-reproach. I just wanted to win. If this was a real battlefield, your nine-colored fox, including you, would already be dead. You know? Su Qing was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. So don't go easy on the killers. How about we start with regular, hands-on training? The main reason was that the bloodstained barbarian turtle's burning blood couldn't be used for a short period of time after it had been used. It takes over 12 hours. If the nine-colored fox unleashed another Fire Slash, it would be impossible to fight. Chapter 12, Temporary Change in Examination Method. Good. Subaru agreed. Su Qing then gave the nine-colored fox a healing medicine. The injuries on the nine-colored fox's body were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Chen could only watch dryly, and the bloodstained savage turtle looked at Long Chen, wondering if it was his own heart that was weak. Surprisingly, he was able to see the pitiful look in the bloodstained savage turtle's green bean eyes. Don't look, it's tens of thousands of dollars a bottle, maybe more, and he doesn't have the money. Don't you heal yourself? Save your money. The bloodstained savage turtle could only retract its head pitifully. With an envious face, he looked at the nine-colored fox who was also a beast, but lived in the sky. Su Qing noticed the injuries on the bloodstained savage turtle. Then he took the initiative to hand Longchen the healing medicine. Give it some treatment. Longchen stared at the blue liquid bottle in his hand. It's exactly like the ones displayed in the windows of spirit animal supply stores. The sticker price is like $120. 000? The bloodstained savage turtle immediately looked at Longchen with an expectant face, baring its mouth. Give it to me, give it to me. Wait any longer, my wounds are healing. But Longchen loaded up straight away. Kidding aside, he'll sell it for $80,000 at the very least when he upsells it. It would be a waste to give it to the bloodstained savage turtle. Su Cheng noticed Long Chen's small movements and didn't say anything. When the nine-colored fox finished healing and came back to life with full blood, when he looked at the bloodstained barbarian turtle again, his eyes were glazed over. It had just unleashed the fire chop to desperately leave those wounds on the bloodstained savage turtle. It's basically healed to a T. Su Qing also noticed and was a bit surprised. Teacher, your turtle's self-healing ability is also this strong? It's kinda cool to be called teacher all the time, after you get used to it. Next, Long Chen was trained by Su Qing for another 9 hours or so, from morning to night, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. Both men gasped for air, although it was a spirit animal fighting. However, spirit beast battles were very taxing on the mental and physical energy of the Imperial Beast Master, especially with such a long period of intense training. Long Chen was still quite happy, even though on the surface he was the one helping Su Qing with her practical training. In fact, on the contrary, why wasn't Su Qing helping him with practical training? This year's top student helped himself to real-world training. Who can have that? The point is to pay him back. Isn't this beautiful? When the training was over, the female guards gave Long Chen his payment, 200,000. The reason for this was that at the very beginning of the day, the nine-colored fox was defeated once, so an extra 100,000 was given. Long Chen's heart leapt. He already had $300,000 in his pocket. At least the family doesn't have to be stretched thin anymore. Su Cheng and the female guards watched from the doorway as Long Chen disappeared into the night. The female guard suddenly said, "Miss, do you think he's really a teacher at Imperial Beast's first high school?" Subaru looked to the female guard. The female guard explains, "It's like this. I feel like he moves subconsciously sometimes. Kinda unsteady. Feels like a middle school student. Subaru thought for a moment. Yes? She didn't pay attention to this. Her focus was on the spirit beasts during training. The female guard continued to voice her doubts. And if he's a teacher in Imperial Beast's eye, then he should be a senior Imperial Beast Master. Just taking out a Transcendent 2-star Sentinel in training with you doesn't mean he's a Transcendent 2-star Sentinel himself. Then if he's a Transcendent 2-star Imperial Beast Master, I can understand you being mentally exhausted after a day of training with you, miss, but why would he be exhausted as well? Su Qing suddenly froze. Immediately after that, she immediately looked in the direction where Long Chen had left. Yeah, if it's a senior Sentinel, the spirit value should be far higher than hers. It's only a day of training with a Transcendent 2-star Imperial Beast Master. How did it wear him out? It really can't be explained. The female escort immediately said, Miss, do you need me to investigate what he really is? Su Qing thought about it and gently shook her head. There's no need. It doesn't matter who he is. What matters is that training with him has improved both me and the 9-colored fox. Plus, I don't think he could be my age. There's no one my age that's stronger than me. If he is. Subaru didn't continue. Achoo! Long Chen sneezed. Immediately look around warily. It's not like anyone's thinking about his money, is it? When Long Chen arrived home, he looked at the Ancient Realm training ground and saw that the cooldown time had arrived. Just by the admission ticket immediately. This time he was honest and didn't have the head iron to choose the 2-star difficulty. 3 Ancient Realms training grounds almost, all of which were used on 1-star difficulty. The capital of the Night Tiger in that forest was almost finished with him. Long Chen thought of another problem. What exactly is the Ancient World training ground? A game like Virtual World? But why wouldn't the Night Tiger beasts he killed refresh? Even the traces of yesterday's battle with the bloodstained savage turtle were still there. And beside those traces, there were some claw marks of the liger beast. It's like real nature. Traces were left behind when the same kind died and the other liger beasts went over to check on the situation. But if it's the real world, he died on the Phantom Wolf mission, yet he's still back from the dead in reality? As Long Chen washed up, he pondered for a long time without being able to figure it out. However, while brushing the Night Tiger beast today, an item dropped by chance. Obedience Potion. Obedience plus 3%. Only applies to Transcendental 2 stars and below. Dropping this was kind of a surprise. But he's not using it. All of the Imperial beasts he has contracted are 100% obedient. I don't know why this is dropping. Long Chen suddenly saw that everyone in the group was discussing. Have you guys heard? The rules for this year's promotion exam are changing. Huh? What's it changed to? Actual combat. Wasn't there an actual battle in previous years? The third test is the actual battle. Not this actual battle, but going to a real wilderness forbidden land and having an actual battle with a wild spirit beast. The group was instantly silent. This news, for most students, nothing less than a bolt from the blue. Going to the Wasteland Sanctuary for real? Are you kidding me? Wouldn't they, the Munchkins, be bound to die? What did I say? No wonder the Spirit Beast practical training ground is so hot this year. So it turns out that a lot of people received the news in advance. The words of this man speaking in the group were more than enough to wake up the crowd. No, why the sudden change? I heard that it's a new principal that was appointed over at the Higher Imperial Beast Academy. And he said that it's all a waste of resources if you don't train Imperial Beast Masters with the goal of actual combat. Chapter 13, Crazy Card Bug, Rolling to Death Others. Moreover, there's another heavy news. You guys have heard of the Great Examination Migration, right? It seems that we, Jiangcheng, will be allocated a few more places for further education. That's why some candidates from big cities will take the test as students from our river city. Immediately, some people were greatly alarmed. It's not fair. Jiangcheng is already backward. How can it compete with candidates from those big cities? This student continued to be mysterious. I'm just giving you the information, so don't spread it around. Just keep it to yourselves. His name is Kaiser Wang. In class, kind of a little jack of all trades. Because his cousin's uncle is from the law enforcement division of Jiangcheng. The law enforcement division is of very high status and is considered to be in a position of authority. That's why his cousin's uncle has access to information that no one else has access to, and he generally doesn't spread false news. 9 times out of 10 what comes out of him is true. Long Chen immediately sat up in shock. Going to the Wasteland Forbidden Land to take a big test in actual combat has never been done before. The span of reform is also too great. Totally caught off guard. That's the power of the Higher Learning Institute. They change something random on a whim. Countless schoolchildren and countless families have had to run their legs off in a desperate attempt not to be left behind. The situation is really urgent. The students in the group had already started discussing forming a group to go to the Wasteland Forbidden Land to train a bit first. Don't die in the Forbidden Land with no experience at all. Long Chen was also a bit hesitant. He had money, Wouldn't it be better to get acclimated to the real-world training grounds ahead of time as well? But really, it's too late to say anything, before Wang Kaixian spread the news. In fact, someone had long ago directly booked all the remaining practical training grounds in Jiangcheng. Hey, it looks like I'll just have to try to pile it on with the Ancient Realm training grounds. He found a bug in the Ancient Realm training ground. If you don't complete the Ancient Realm training ground, just keep training in it. Provided, of course, that you don't die, dead and out. Thousands of hours of frantic training at the Ancient Realm training grounds. It's only been a few hours since the outside world. He intends to move up before the big exam. First in the Ancient World training ground, devil training on 1000 hours. No, it's 1000 hours a day. He's going to roll someone else. Anyway, the big promotion exam is just this once. Spell it out. For the next little while, Long Chen went to wait in front of Su Qing's house on time every day. Then 10 hours of high-intensity sparring. In sparring, the biggest boost given to him was that his spiritual power was much stronger, and the pressure and intensity of practicing against Subaru simply pulls out all the stops. Subaru's 9-colored fox. You can feel it growing day by day almost every day. Combat experience, skill, courage, etc. Significant improvement every day. So much so, that every day, the bloodstained savage turtle was put under a great deal of battle pressure. This kind of growth speed made even Long Chen suck in cold air, lamenting the fact that this was the spirit beast species of the heavenly ranking. Learning ability is sick. However, Long Chen wasn't very flustered. This was because every day when he went home, he would train extra with the blood-striped savage turtle in the Ancient Realm training ground. Learn to card the bugs after. He specialized in avoiding the night tiger beast. Find some non-mission transcendent 1 or 2 star ferocious beasts for real combat. 1 kill was a month and a half. Of course, it's a month and a half in the training grounds of the ancient world. When it feels like the training volume is about right, then go back and kill the 3 night tiger beasts to complete the pass quest. And every day, I insisted on using up all 3 admission tickets. The rewards for passing are important, though only the first reward is the highest, and all the later ones are only half, but with 3 chances per day. That's not 1.5x. The important thing is that it's every day. Some people are trying to increase the base value of their imperial beasts. It will feed chakra pills, quick sensitivity pills, and the like that are used to develop warriors. 50,000 for a chakra pill. It also only adds about 5 points of strength. However, his bloodstained savage turtle increased his strength by 30 points per day. Spend $300,000 a day on 6 chi and blood pills. Even rich kids may not be able to withstand this kind of spending, right? Long Chen came out after taking all the rewards. Just over 2 hours have passed in the real world, then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning and then go to Su Qing's door to wait. Pace your day to a tight schedule. That's what we're saying. There is a month and a half of reinforcement training every day. Who can roll over themselves? However, bug jamming doesn't work every time. Sometimes there are random encounters with very scary ferocious beasts. He and the bloodstained savage turtle were instantly killed by the other party in seconds. That feeling of bone-chilling fear. Incredibly real. Waking up with a howl every time. But over time, there were more deaths. When he faced a powerful ferocious beast, he would have an extra level of composure and calmness. A week passes. Long Chen had already made tens of millions from Su Qing's hands. For the first time he made so much money on his own. Mezzo. There is hope for the adoptive father to go to a major hospital at the continental level for treatment of blood poisoning. However, he did not tell his foster parents about it right away. Fear of any unforeseen factors that would cause the adoptive parents' hopes to be dashed. He called the big continental hospitals first. The other party asked what stage the invasion of blood poison in the Devil's Cave had reached. Long Chen said the 3rd stage. The other party was silent for a moment, then sighed. Stage 3, there's almost no cure. Boom! This answer from the other side. To Long Chen, it was as if the sky had fallen. I thought you guys could clear the blood poison completely? Indeed you can, but it's a bit difficult to be in the 1st and 2nd stages. Even the 2nd stage. The 1st stage is the best. The 3rd stage is already very sick. The blood poison and the body are fused together. Hey, the other side was helpless. There are actually many such tragedies. The Devil's Cave blood poison is derived from the Devil's Cave. Those who were sick were also mostly ordinary soldiers who had been fighting in the Devil's Cave for years. Many people die every year because of blood poisoning in the Devil's Cave. But I have money. How much do you want? $10 million? $20 million? Or $30 million? I can get it all together. Long Chen's voice had a sobbing tone in it. God stop ing with him. It was so hard for him to see hope. It's so hard to look forward to it. He doesn't want to give up. The man from the hospital side hesitated for a moment. Generally, blood poison invasions up to stage 3 are untreatable. But I heard that in the higher Imperial Beast Academy, there is a healing beast that can remove blood poison. But it's hard for you to get that one to make a move. If you weren't a student of the higher Imperial Beast Academy, You probably wouldn't even be able to see each other. Long Chen froze for a moment, then immediately wiped away his tears. As long as I become a student of the Higher Imperial Beast Academy, it'll be fine. Right, maybe try, but only if you can actually be. Advice from the other side can only go so far. The rest was up to Long Chen's own destiny, but it amounted to giving him hope again. Higher Imperial Beast Academy. He has to go. Whoever gets in the way, dies. All around the past. He was with Su Qing almost every day. During the last week, Subaru said she had to go to the actual training ground, so she ended her sparring partnership with him. Long Chen actually felt it was slightly unfortunate. Perhaps, this could be the closest he'd ever come to Su Qing. Once you're past the big promotion test, Subaru will just be her princess, and one will once again be running for one's livelihood. The lives of two people can be turned upside down, become two parallel lines that never intersect. But, to his credit, it's been nearly a month of intense training. He utilized the card bug and stayed in the Ancient Realm training ground for a full 600 days. Chapter 14 Cheap, Grumpy Iron Eater. Who would have thought that he used a month's time? Train yourself hard for 2 years, and extreme self-discipline in planning time each day. Sparring with the strongest schoolgirls during the day. Frantic extra practice by myself at night. The Bloodline Savage Turtle power value had skyrocketed to thousands of points, far beyond the average Transcendent 2-star Spirit Beast, and his own power value broke the 60 mark. Far more than a First-Order warrior. To be honest, he felt horribly strong, and the bloodstained Barbarian Turtle was able to utilize the practical combat experience it accumulated every day. Repeatedly succeeded in suppressing the 9-colored fox. It made the 9-colored fox depressed. It also made Su Qing frequently cast strange glances at him. It was as if she hadn't expected that while her 9-colored fox was rapidly improving, the bloodstained savage tortoise was also progressing at a rapid pace. At the same time, his spiritual power had finally broken through 50 points. It's so not easy. For humans, mental breakthroughs were much harder than power breakthroughs, because mental strength is almost impossible to exercise, or the workout is minimal. It's mostly contained by potions or spells or whatever. This involves huge amounts of money. The average novice Imperial Beast Master can break through 50 within 3 years. That's all extremely fast already, and it only took him a month. It relies on brushing the Ancient Realm training grounds every day. When one's spiritual power passed 50, one could open another Imperial Beast bit and contract one's second spiritual beast. And for him, the assimilation feature is finally not gray. This feature enhances his individuality even more. He was looking forward to it. Long Chen intended to do it before the big exam. Buying another spirit beast, he just happened to have saved up a bottle of it anyway, and it applies to Transcendent 1-star return to Transcendent 2-star return liquid. One more spirit animal is one more safeguard. Go to the Spirit Animal Center in Jiancheng and look for it. There was quite a variety and the pretty sales lady was very enthusiastic. Wear a Lonex Chonsam and bend your body as much as possible, letting her body be on full display for him. A hint of cunning flashed in the bottom of the young sister's eyes. Such bloodthirsty lads eat it up the most. Little handsome boy. What kind of Imperial Beast talent is it? Sister will introduce it to you? Well, anything, Long Chen casually answered, but the words caused Missy's petite body to tremble. Anything? Could it be your all-attribute Sentinel Beast talent? In a split second, the whole store went quiet. The eyes burned at Long Chen. An all-attribute Imperial Beast talent. That was a heavens-chosen Imperial Beast Master. There is no need to be limited by attributes, so feel free to choose different attributes according to your own strategy. One genius in a million. The one who awakened 2 types of Imperial Beast talent was 1 in 100. Long Chen immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. When he raised his head, he saw everyone looking at him and was a little embarrassed. Is there a cheaper spirit beast? Cheaper? The one you're looking at is already the cheapest. $120,000. The easy control degree is only 72%. It's more dangerous. Sister doesn't recommend you to buy it. Long Chen was in a difficult situation. Is there anything cheaper? Cheaper? The young sister looked Long Chen up and down and immediately didn't have much interest. The tone also became a bit harder. Don't blame my sister for not reminding you. 72% easy control is the safety threshold. If you want a cheaper one, it's basically an obsolete product. It's going to devour the master. Okay, then I'll look elsewhere. Long Chen ran out of the store in ashes. The young lady skimmed her mouth. I thought it was a big gold master, but it turned out to be a pauper. And any attribute. I think it's because I can't afford anything. Long Chen didn't argue with the other party. He really doesn't care about that money now. Only to his surprise, a qualified spirit animal with a high degree of controllability that is sold in stores. All fail in the eyes of the system. It's all garbage. It's all crap. Blood purity less than 1%. There is no qualification for being remodeled by the return. Then it's certain now. The blood purity required by the system was the blood purity of the ancient ferocious beasts. That doesn't mean he'll only be able to buy cheap knockout spirit beasts from now on? Longchen flipped through those sales text messages again. I don't know if there are any left that haven't been seized. After contacting several, I finally got in touch with one. He asked for $5,000. The other party is also strange good. Said recently lost a batch of products, just to restore blood. 5,000 to sell him a 40% ease of control of the spirit animal. Slightly less out of control. Longchen immediately rebuffed. He only needed easy control of less than 10%. The other side was confused. You don't want any of the good ones? Just the junkiest? He was also too lazy to bother with Longchen more. Longchen placed the order and the other party sent the goods. When Longchen arrived home, another black iron cage was placed at the door. It creaked inside, and it was a vicious master at first sight. Longchen instantly became excited. As soon as he lifted it, the dark shadow inside instantly lunged at him. Ow! The black shadow tore frantically at the iron cage. It feels like it's going to come rushing out the next second, but it bit and froze. Why did it feel like this human didn't react the same way as the others? Not afraid of it at all. Instead, they smiled incredibly brightly at it. I don't know why, but that smile is more than a little perverted. My baby, that's you. Longchen saw what it was clearly. Snowy eyes immediately darkened somewhat. Transcendent one-star panda beast. It was said to be a relatively ancient spirit beast. I don't know what it used to be like, but now it's mainly going the cute route, and it's still the same kind of thing as the world. You guys can do what you like. I'm alone in my drunken mo anyway. It's good to keep as a pet, but to use it as a fighting imperial beast, it was really not very good. That's why it hasn't been selling very well in the spirit animal market. This business, up, but this is the only one with a bloodline purity greater than 1%. There's no other choice. After 10 minutes of suppression, with 50 points of mental energy, he easily engraved the contract talisman on the panda beast's head. Ding! Completion of the contract with the transcendent one-star panda beast. Detected the imperial beast, extraordinary one-star panda beast, which can be returned to, extraordinary 2-star, berserk iron eater. Berserk iron eater? This was a completely different understanding from his understanding of panda beasts. Longchen looked at the description on the spirit beast illustration. The panda beast evolutionary route is transcendent 2-star moonlight panda. Moonlight panda. Grade, transcendental 2-star. Characteristics. Has a soft white coat interspersed with gray spots. The exterior seems affable and non-aggressive. Its most notable feature is a pair of eyes that glow an ethereal blue at night. Capable of absorbing the power of moonlight. Evolution limit, elite level 2-star dark panda beast. Combat characteristics. Auxiliary spirit beasts that can use moonlight to reflect healing energy to heal wounds for themselves or their allies. Has decent night vision. Agility is increased by 3x in moonlight. Strength, 70 speed, 30. Endurance, 50 spirit, 50. General, middle of the road. Healing and nocturnal travel are the hallmarks of the moonlight panda beast. However, compared to the specialized auxiliary spirit beasts, as well as the nocturnal spirit beasts, all aspects would again be a bit lacking. It's a jack-of-all-trades type of thing. Longchen looked at the return route again. Grumpy Iron Eater. Grade, Transcendental 2-star. Huge in size and lanky and stocky. The hairs are rough and show a dark gray color. Its skin is as hard as iron and can withstand certain attacks. Its eyes glow red at night, revealing wildness and fury. Coming. Longchen got excited. Just reading the description made his blood boil. Finally, it wasn't just a cute and unaggressive appearance. Chapter 15. A team-based test with a lot of difficulties. Combat characteristics. Iron skin. Skin as hard as iron. Highly resistant to physical attacks. Berserk power. The ability to explode into a powerful and destructive force in battle. Iron Eater's teeth. Possesses a mouthful of sharp teeth capable of biting through metal, easily tearing through enemy armor. Skills. The Iron Tide roared. The grumpy Iron Eater let out a sky-shattering roar. The sound wave contains spiritual power, able to form a sound wave impact, causing a double blow to the enemy both physically and psychologically, causing the enemy to lose their balance and ability to fight in a short period of time. Tekken Frenzy. In battle, the grumpy Iron Eater eats enough iron elements to enter a kind of frenzy state, where defense soars, attack speed and strength increase dramatically, and each attack carries an aura of iron blood, capable of weakening the enemy's defenses and inflicting sustained damage. Good. He seemed to understand the ancient fierce beast a bit. They all like to go crazy, don't they? The bloodstained savage turtle is a berserk strike in the burning blood state. The grumpy Iron Eater is the one that eats enough iron to transform into the mad kung fu panda and deal insane blows to enemies. Awesome. With consistency, it was worthy of being a crazy ancient beast. Both like to fight for their lives. Look again at the attribute values of the grumpy Iron Eater. Strength, 210 speed, 80. Endurance, 80 spirit, 90. Awesome. Starting out stronger than the bloodstained barbarian turtle. It was worthy of being a ferocious beast from the ancient times. The bloodstained savage turtle was an ancient beast, and the violent iron eater was even more ancient than the bloodstained savage turtle by a period of time. Ancient beasts, that's not much to say. System, returning panda beast, being returned to the ancestors. Rejuvenation fluid 1. The fur of the grumpy iron eater began to gradually turn black and gray. It looks like a very dirty panda beast. The size is also getting bigger. Longchen put the grumpy iron eater into the imperial beast space to wait for its successful evolution. At least we'll have a backup for the big promotion test tomorrow. It was estimated that there shouldn't be too many novice imperial beast masters with 2 spirit beasts. He should be very dominant. The following day, it was time for the big test day. Students follow school rules, gathered at the rendezvous outside the city. Hundreds of students, most accompanied by their families, came. Longchen looked a bit sentimental. The foster mom was in the hospital with the foster dad, so she couldn't come, and the adoptive parents didn't know the way the big test was becoming so dangerous. He also didn't want to worry the two, so he didn't say anything. This big promotion test has received attention from all walks of life in the River City. Many celebrities came to watch. People also want to know who can make a step up in River City this year. Even the military is out in force. The one who was sent to invigilate the examination was even the Yanlong Shadow Martial Arts contingent, one of the pointy companies of the Linjiang Prefecture Demon Suppression Army. Selection into the team is extremely difficult and is the cream of the crop. Everyone looked at them with awe and longing. Anyone whose family can produce an Inferno Dragon Shadow Warrior contingent. That's a lot of smoke coming from 18 generations of ancestors. Longchen also couldn't help but take a few more glances. Very dominant indeed. I heard that the Yanlong Shadow Martial contingent had eliminated the spirit beasts of Transcendent 2 stars and above in the grand examination area to ensure the safety of the candidates. But with an area of hundreds of hectares, is there really no leakage? That's the mystery. And that's what everyone is worried about. And there are others who get all the attention. A dozen or so handsome men and women in brocade garments, followed by maids and servants, tilted their necks with a proud face, as if to differentiate their status from the natives of Jiangcheng. The eyes of the students of Imperial Beast First Middle School were filled with indignation. These damned great examination immigrants. If you're so proud, then don't come to this little place. Being again. That's disgusting. The principal of the Imperial Beasts First High School stood in front of the stage and spoke. Hello students. What you are about to embark on is a post-apocalyptic path full of challenges and dangers, but it is also the path to glory and power. In this great test of practical combat, you will face not only the external enemy, but also the fear and doubt within. But please believe that the knowledge and skills you have learned, the passion and courage in your hearts, will lead you through the darkness to the dawn. After the principal walked off, it was a military man in full uniform who walked onto the stage. He's not as positive as the principal. First, he looked around at the tender students, then said grimly, I wonder how many of you will come out alive. At these words, fear immediately clouded the faces of the students. See the flags in my hand? This time, in the area of the grand examination. Some of these flags have been planted. You need to form a team of 7 people and then find the 8 flags. The first team to find the 8 flags, the whole team passes the grand examination. The crowd immediately clamored. Ha, is this the way to take the big test? Looking for a flag? Well, that's too much luck, isn't it? Longchen stared. It wasn't just luck that had a big part in it. Even he felt that it was easy to cheat in such a big way. Wouldn't it be easy to just be the first to know where the flags are and get the win? And why is it a team battle? There are strong and weak teams, and aren't the weak ones a liability? In other words, it's easier to win when you work with the strong. The officer held out a finger and continued. Requirement number 1. It must be completed as a team. Individual completion does not count as making the grade. Requirement 2. The Imperial Beast Master or Imperial Beast in the team cannot sacrifice more than half of them. Otherwise the mission will be considered a failure and the whole team will be disqualified. The words just fell. The students flowed like crazy. Stronger. It has to be someone strong. A strong man is not only a support, but also a guarantee. Longchen immediately looked around. Some of the currently known students, such as Lu Yenrui and Wang Hao, had strong spirit beasts, so they were bound to become favorites. Without seeing Wang Hao, the probability was that the spirit beast was still injured, and a large group of people had already gathered around Lu Yenrui. A contemptuous smile hung at the corner of Lu Yenrui's mouth. No one was willing to team up with himself, because his elimination of the spirit beast of quality had already spread throughout the school. He is recognized by all as the biggest liability. Dragon, please, you must join my team. Long Chen turned around, saw a fat man covered in gold beckoning to him. Kai-Shian Wang, just the little know-it-all at school. He was the one who leaked it out when he bought an eliminated grade spirit beast himself. Wang Kai-Shian, why did you let the others go and choose this cargo? His spirit beast is an eliminated product. A few people around him frowned. Long Chen swept a glance. Kuni Anho, Hu Yu, Yu Chuo Yo, Zhao Jigang. All of them are upper middle level in the school. Kaiser Wang still has some calling, although he wasn't as wild as Lu Yenrui. But in fact, his family is not bad at all. Even the Wang family was the #1 richest family in Zhongcheng. He was the only one in the Wang family, and everyone thought that the Wang family would definitely put a lot of effort into Wang Kaishuan's body, so following Wang Kaixian is also more stable. However, Wang Kaixian rejected many people along the way and walked straight to Long Chen, inviting him to join the team. Crazy. It was Fang Anhua who raised the grievance. Big brother Long Chen, bring us along, will you? I'm looking forward to you joining us. Wang Kaixian ignored Fang Anhua and continued to invite Long Chen. Long Chen didn't say anything, but his expression was what does Wang Kaixian mean? You want to intentionally add him to the team and then mock his obsolete spirit animal in front of the female students? I don't think I've ever messed with Wang Kaixian, right? Wang Kaixian hadn't done right by himself before. Nothing more than posting his deal in the group once, but people like Kaiser Wang are so dejected. If there's something new that no one else knows about, you come right out and share it. It doesn't really have to be malicious, but what's the point of inviting him now? Chapter 16, the Long family surprisingly arranged someone too. Long Chen thought about it and agreed. The requirement is that you have to be in a group anyway. He also felt that Wang Kaishuan's team would be slightly more reliable. Wang Kaixian, you even called him? Didn't he buy an eliminated grade spirit beast? There's nothing to fight with. He'll only drag us down. Fang Anhua continued to dislike Long Chen. Fang Anhua was previously Lily Bai's best friend. There was no shortage of people following Lily Bai to listen to his tutorials when they were in school. I would have smiled and said hello when I saw you before. As a result, now he had bought the elimination grade spirit beast. Fang Anhua's attitude towards him also shifted 180 degrees. The other three didn't say anything, but from the look in their eyes, neither could quite understand Wang Kaishuan's approach. Again, think Longmorn will be a drag. Wang Kaixian smiled and said, Brother Long Chen is a big brother. What do you know? Wang Kaixian, how do you talk? Believe it or not, I'll let by Lily. Please ask Mr. Lu to teach you a lesson. Fang Anhua was very arrogant. The smile on Wang Kaishuan's face faded. A mouthful of Bai Lily Lu de Xiao. They teamed up to add you? Where did you get the confidence? Believe it or not, I'll let you get out of the team now? Fang Anhua's face changed slightly, and she immediately stopped speaking. Except for the hottest ones in the strongest teams, Kaiser Wang's team is current and dependable. She doesn't want to leave. Come on, brother Long Chen, don't just stand there. Let's find the next team member. It was as if Wang Kaixian was afraid that Long Chen would run away. One took Long Chen's arm. Who's next? Hey, you'll see in a minute. Wang Kaixian sold out, leading Long Chen's few people all the way through the crowd, then to the thickest part of the pile. Through the wall of people, Long Chen saw who everyone was surrounding. A girl in a practice outfit with a high ponytail and a straight sword in her hand. It was exquisite and absolutely beautiful, like walking out of a fairyland. It was impossible to take one's eyes off of her, and the indifference of the cold pool of 1,000 feet under her eyes made people not dare to look at her more than once. Subaru, the short-haired girl, said, Su Qing is a huge favorite. Can we grab her? Hey, so who knows unless you try. The moment Subaru was accepting an invitation from another team. It's none other than Lu Yenrui. Lu Yenrui said in a gentlemanly manner, Student Su Qing, at the moment, it seems that only our squad is the optimal choice for you, and our goal is to pass the big exam anyway, isn't it? Lu Yenrui is very confident. After all, he had gathered 3 of the top 10 in the school on this team. If we add Su Qing, that's 5. Undoubtedly, it is definitely the strongest team except for the team of the great exam immigrants. Su Qing's eyes were indifferent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wang Kaixian immediately said, Classmate Su Qing, how are you considering it? The crowd immediately looked at Wang Kaixian. Lu Yenrui also looked over. Seeing that Long Chen was also in Wang Kaishuan's group, his frown immediately deepened. It then unfolded flat again. Fatty Wang, you casually put together a team of 7.5, and you want to invite classmate Su Qing? What do you take classmate Su Qing for? Bai Lily next to Lu Yenrui also blared viciously at Long Chen. Long Chen, I didn't think you'd have the guts to take the grand examination even after buying an eliminated grade spirit beast. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to come. Do you really think that Imperial Beast Master is a game that poor people can afford to play? Long Chen laughed. Bai Lily, remember me and you? I'm looking forward to sparring with you at the grand examination. You better pray that you don't meet me. Lily White was threatened by a loser in public. Straight up pissed off. Long Chen, you're looking for death. You're a transcendent 1-star crested spirit turtle. What are you going to fight with my transcendent 2-star bird of goodness? Lu Yenrui was still slightly able to keep his composure. He signaled Bai Lily to stop. then faintly said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, I can only say that you're too unlucky. In the Wasteland Forbidden Land Actualization Grand Examination, it's normal for a batch of people to die." Lu Yenrui's eyes suddenly became ruthless. "I can say right now that you will surely die. Let your poor foster parents be prepared to go white." The crowd looked at Long Chen with great sympathy. Hey, offend Lily Bai and Lu Yenrui, and to go into the dangerous and unpredictable forbidden wilderness. No fairy can save Long Chen. When the time came, Long Chen's name would inevitably be seen on the list of victims. Long Chen's eyes were also incomparably cold. "Oh, you have a point. It is indeed normal for some people to die in a big test." Lu Yenrui frowned slightly. What's going on? Why did he suddenly feel a bone-chilling chill? Su Qing glanced at Long Chen and stared slightly. Long Chen hastily avoided his eyes somewhat sheepishly. Su Qing then asked Wang Kaixian, "Do you really know who he is?" "Of course, my third uncle is the president of the Zhengcheng Labor Union." The two seemed to be exchanging riddles. Long Chen was puzzled. What were the two of them talking about? Why does it feel so familiar? It seems like Su Qing and Wang Kaixian didn't talk much when they were in school, right? It felt like they knew secrets they didn't know. Long Chen had some inexplicable taste and jealousy. Even feel their own this more than a month and he spent time with Su Qing, gave him a green hat. It's a mixed bag of emotions anyway. He had seen Su Qing sweating profusely, theoretically closer than anyone else alright. Lu Yenrui also frowned. Wang Kaixian, what are you up to? The most important thing is to form a strong team to pass the big exam. Before Lu Yenrui could finish, Su Qing faintly agreed to join Wang Kaixian's squad. Lu Yenrui was all confused. What exactly did Wang Kaixian promise Su Qing? Having Su Qing actually choose to join a third-rate squad, don't care at all about the results of the big test? And in Wang Kaixian's team, everyone except Wang Kaixian was stunned. Eunuch and Princess Su? Long Chen was also dumbfounded. Su Qing wanted to team up with them? After forming a team, students pass through the military's makeshift entrance in order. While passing through the entrance, Long Chen noticed the gazes from two directions. One direction is on the side of Lu Yenrui and by Lily. They made a neck-wiping motion to themselves. The others in the team also bloated as they looked at Long Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Long Chen directly cursed breathlessly. It almost didn't make Lu Yenrui and by Lily angry. Long Chen, you wait. You're dead. After they entered the Wasteland Forbidden Land, they were taken to other areas. Each team will start off in a different area, and the other side of the gaze. Then it was one of the big test migrant teams. They also looked at themselves very unfavorably. There was even obvious hostility. Weird. One doesn't offend outsiders. Suddenly, he realized that he was in the crowd of onlookers outside. A few of the people seemed to be from the dragon family that they had seen in the hospital earlier. There was frequent eye contact between the Long family and that big test migrant team. Remember in the hospital, his stepmother said that he should give up his career as an imperial beast master and not think of returning to the Long family. Long Chen's face immediately sank. Got it. I'm afraid these guys were arranged by someone from the Long family to prevent themselves from passing the big test, or even to destroy themselves in the big test. What an insidious family. They pressed on. The so-called power of family assets and resources that they hold so dear. In his mind, it was not yet as important as keeping his adoptive father healthy. He had just wanted to get down and dirty with his family. But since someone wanted to break the peace in his house, well, let's give it a try. Chapter 17, The Toho Pig. It's coming. Entering the forbidden land of the wasteland. The closest forbidden land to Zhengcheng. It's not really a forbidden place. It's just a branch of the Chilean Demon Mountain. It stretched for hundreds of kilometers. And there were quite a few spirit animals on the mountain. There's an army of devil suppressors stationed there all year round. This area belonged to the outer periphery of the outer periphery. 100,000 miles away from the real forbidden area. Each student wears a military-issued bracelet in his or her hand. It can detect the student's location as well as vital signs at any time. And when the student voluntarily gives up and calls for help, he or she can also find his or her way there based on the location of the bracelet. Okay, let's go, guys. The crowd followed Wang Kaixian into the Forbidden Land. The sanctuary was incredibly quiet. It's not like imagining a magic cave or a place of despair or anything. The green grass is plentiful and the breeze is pleasant. It's just out of this world. That's the thing about forbidden places. The more beautiful they are, the more dangerous and unpredictable they are. Long Chen's words just fell. Not far away, a fierce tiger suddenly sprang out of the forest. Ah! The three girls immediately screamed. Zhao Jigang could barely keep his cool though, but the face was also paler, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Wild Transcendental 2-star Glazed Tiger. The fight is pretty strong. Biggie help. Wang Kaixian immediately hid behind Long Chen. Only two people could keep their composure and were staring earnestly at the Glazed Tiger. Very calm. No panic. Especially that Long Chen. Cool as a clam. Where's the student in that? How many soldiers who have already been in combat are no match for him? Similarly, Su Qing also glanced at Long Chen with some surprise. The reason she didn't panic herself, it was because one's 9-colored fox could easily decimate a glazed tiger. Then what is the source of Long Chen's calmness? At this moment, Long Chen was very calm. The calmness was a little unbelievable to himself. Not a hint of fear. The mood is smooth, like a dead man's EKG. Not a single drop of ebb and flow at all. This glazed tiger he had seen in the Spirit Beast Atlas. Sort of a fierce type of spirit beast. But, I don't know why, he felt compared to the Ancient Realm Training Grounds Ancient Night Tiger Beast, the glazed tiger seems a bit weak. Even looked too much at the sharp teeth and sharp mouth full of ferocious meat of the Lihu beast. Feeling a bit dorky and cute about this glazed tiger? Like the good tiger. A round body with a tiger's head. I wish I could touch the furry fur. Long Chen instantly woke up. Is this a side effect of the ancient world's training grounds? There's no feeling left in watching real-world wild beasts. However, he's a little torn right now. The grumpy Iron Eater hasn't finished evolving yet. Should we summon the bloodstained savage turtle or not? But wouldn't it be too much to ask if we summoned it? If Su Qing finds out, she's been calling her teacher for days. It was actually her classmates that took advantage of her. That's going to kill you? But having come, one couldn't keep the bloodstained savage turtle from not appearing. TSK. What the hell? Big brother, aren't you going to make a move yet? We're here to train in real combat. Wang Kaixian hid behind and whispered. Long Chen turned back and looked deeply at Wang Kaixian. This guy, you don't really know something, do you? Roar! The glazed tiger suddenly bellowed and violently pounced towards Long Chen. The three girls screamed even more. Wang Kaixian was on the verge of tears, violently tugging on Long Chen's coat. Big brother strike. Make a move? Or no shot? Long Chen hesitated. Everyone else thought that Long Chen was scared silly. And Zhao Jigang, who was near him, hesitated for a moment, and then the main team moved away from Long Chen, not intending to save him. Fa Nanha on the other side was even more direct. I knew that this kind of waste like Long Chen would drag us down. Let's not save him. Let him die. Zhao Jigang immediately followed. Yes, anyway, we have 3 death quotas, so as long as we don't exceed half of them, 1 death won't affect our result. Wang Kaixian immediately frowned. He was just about to say something. In the nick of time, a silver light flashed. Poof! The glazed tiger landed. The body is separated. The bull-sized scar on his neck was shocking to look at. It was also a bit of a rude awakening. This is the real wasteland sanctuary. Beneath the beautiful exterior of the landscape lies blood and killing. Everyone immediately looked at Su Qing, and the 9-colored fox by her side. Horror filled his eyes. The strike was really decisive. Not at all like a newbie Imperial Beastmaster. Long Chen secretly nodded his head. After all the time he's been training, Su Qing's strikes became very decisive indeed. He gets credit for that. Long Chen actually felt a little proud, unconsciously revealing a deep smile. Su Qing, you're so powerful now. A transcendent 2-star wild spirit beast wouldn't even survive a second in front of you. A short-haired girl said admiringly. The short-haired girl is you. A cool girl. Very popular among girls and boys alike. Yeah, Su Qing isn't even on the same level as us. The long-haired girl said gently. She is Yu Choyo, with a very soft personality but a very wild body. Often the dream girl of the boys in the class. Zhao Jigang was a strong, somewhat tanned boy. At this moment, he didn't move and summoned his spirit beast. It's a 2-meter-tall ape. The fur is short and stiff, with a rocky gray color. The skin has a rock-like texture underneath, as if wearing natural armor. The limbs are thick and muscular, showing off its great power. Rock-armored ape guards. Fa Nanhua was surprised. The others recognized it as well. The rock-armored ape guard was a spirit beast species that had once been on the yellow list 100. The reason it's not there now is because as the number of spirit animal species discovered by humans increases, if a higher quality one appears, it will replace the one on the list. However, having been on the yellow list is awesome. Long Chen was also a bit surprised. This Zhao Jigang is usually unassuming. There's such a backstabbing? A smug look emerged on Zhao Jigang's face. Unconsciously, he glanced at Su Qing. He was like Su Qing. The spirit beasts were on the list, although one yellow list and one heavenly list, heaven and earth, but it was just different from others. But Su Qing looked calm. Seems like there's still some disappointment. I'm sorry, Miss Su. I was slow to react just now. In fact, my rock-armored ape guard can also easily kill a glazed tiger in seconds. Zhao Jigang ignored everyone and walked directly to Su Qing's side. Su Qing looked at Zhao Jigang suspiciously. Inexplicably, he asked, how many spirit beasts do you have? Zhao Jigang was also surprised. My spiritual power hasn't reached 50 yet, so I can't open the second Imperial Beast bit, so there's only one spirit beast for now. Su Qing nodded, then ignored Zhao Jigang. Zhao Jigang was also a bit embarrassed. Wang Kaixian suggested, let's all summon our spirit beasts. After all, It will be too late to summon them when the danger reaches our eyes. There were no objections. Summon your spirit animals in turn. Fong Anha's spirit animal was the star spirit butterfly. He Yu's spirit animal was the swift shadow leopard. Yu Qiudiao's spirit beast was the green spirit tree demon. It's all superb 2 stars. It seems everyone is in deep cover. All sorts of whining in the group about transcendent 1 stars uniting. Big deal. Going to the Jin demon army together as comrades in arms. It actually secretly evolved into a transcendent 2 star a long time ago. Quite curly and cloudy. Wang Kaishuan's spirit beast is a rounded pig. Chapter 18. Isn't the glazed tiger weak? It was a stark contrast to the other people's spirit beasts. He was also dressed in gold. It looks like a rustic pig, but everyone covered their mouths in surprise. Lazy, don't look at it like it's stupid. But in truth it was the #1 spirit beast species on the yellow list. The name of this pig-type spirit beast was called the lazy pig. It can release a special kind of spiritual energy that affects the enemy's mind, causing them to become slow to act, lack fighting spirit, and even develop laziness. It's actually a pretty sick skill. How many Imperial Beast Masters have dreamed of spirit beasts? Zhao Jigang instantly felt that his rock-armored ape-guard wasn't enough. Hey, my old man paid a lot of money to get it for me. Wang Kaixian didn't say how much, but it must not be cheap. Worthy of being the richest man in Zhongcheng. Don't look at me like that, guys. Compared to Long Chen and Su Qing, I'm nowhere near as good. Wang Kaixian immediately turned the spear away from himself. Fong Anha frowned. Su Qing is needless to say. But you said Long Chen? Didn't he buy an eliminated grade spirit beast? Of the few of us, he's the only one who's the weakest. Everyone instantly focused on Long Chen. Su Qing also looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was racked here. Suddenly, there was movement in the jungle. Several glazed tigers instantly rushed out. Everyone was immediately shocked. How many glazed tigers? Isn't the glazed tiger a solitary spirit beast? Sentinel! Zhao Jigang shouted. But he stood next to Su Qing in the next second. Sentinel with Su Qing. Fong Anha, on the other hand, was quick on her feet and hid behind Wang Kaixian. He Yu was very brave, directly allowing his swift shadow leopard to rush out and fight with the glazed tiger. The swift shadow leopard and the glazed tiger were originally not on par with each other. Moreover, the swift shadow leopard was faster and was able to gain a slight advantage, but what rushed out were several glazed tigers. Straight away, the swift shadow leopard was near split. Swift shadow leopard, He Yu's pretty face immediately turned pale. The swift shadow panther who rushed up to rescue her. It was stopped by Long Chen. Oh my god, Yu Qiuyo, who was by Long Chen's side, let out a gasp of surprise. There are 3 glazed tigers charging towards us. What to do? Her spirit beast was a green spirit tree demon, a support type, not good at fighting, and Zhao Jigang's rock-armored ape guards didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. It seems that they don't want to end up like He Yu. Long Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, immediately summoned the bloodstained savage turtle. The moment the bloodstained savage turtle appeared, a powerful smell of blood immediately rose from a few meters around. Su Qing's pupils shrunk. Incredulously, he looked at Long Chen. It's actually this guy? While Zhao Jigang, who was next to him, sneered, worthy of being a 5,000 block spirit beast. It's really strangely ugly. Subaru didn't say anything. On the other hand, Wang Kaixian slightly pondered and didn't say anything. There were 3 people on Long Chen's side. He Yu's spirit beasts were close to losing their combat power. Yu Qiudiao was not good at fighting. That would require the bloodstained barbarian turtle to kill 3 glazed tigers. No, it's all glazed tigers. After more than 7,000 hours of training at the ancient realm training ground, the bloodstained savage tortoise's combat experience had long been elevated to the extreme. Rush out and dodge the glazed tiger's big mouth. Steadily, he bit down on the glazed tiger's neck and then shook his head violently. The glazed tiger's neck was instantly broken. Immediately after that, the blood-striped barbarian turtle thumped over, using extremely fast speed to unleash the blood armor impact, knocking over the 2 glazed tigers. Another claw opened up another glazed tiger. Knock knock knock. Continue the wild goose chase. Ripping, pounding, tearing. In less than 2 short minutes, all 8 glazed tigers were destroyed. The bloodstained savage turtle was covered in blood and looked extremely oozing and terrifying. While wrestling with the glazed tiger, the blood-striped savage turtle knew that its strengths were its vitality and defense, as well as its self-healing ability. So in order to finish off its opponents faster, it smartly gave up its defense and chose to fight with extreme offense. Everyone fell silent. He Yu and Yu Qiudiao's pretty faces behind Long Chen were dumbfounded. Wang Kaixian and Fong Anha were also dumbfounded. Not to mention Zhao Jigang. Dumbfounded. His legs were shivering. He had just mocked Long Chen. Only Su Qing, apart from some complexity in her expression, was very bland. When in danger, one retreats faster than the other. And this is called a team? Long Chen's expression was cold and stern. He had just been disappointed in the reaction of the others. Long Chen, What are you mad about? But it's just killing a few glazed tigers. This kind of wild spirit beasts, which are not as good as being evolved by the Imperial Beast Masters, even let you shake it up? Fa Nanha originally despised Long Chen, especially when Long Chen was dumped by her best friend by Lily. She despised it even more. Hearing that Long Chen actually dared to lecture her, he directly cursed out. This time it's a chance for you to perform. Next time you won't need your punk ass to make a move. Fa Nanha added to the others. Maybe we all overestimated the glazed tigers. The glazed tigers aren't that strong. We can all easily take on a group. Neither Wang Kaixin nor Su Qing said anything. Zhao Jigang immediately stepped forward and patted his sturdy chest. Yeah, it wasn't my turn to make a move this time. So the next time we encounter a group of glazed tigers, I'll show you all what I can do. Zhao looked as if he hadn't had time to strike just now, immediately eliminating the merits that Long Chen had done just now. Wang Kaixin thought for a moment and immediately applauded. Good, then we're counting on you too. Long Chen glanced at Wang Kaixin. What's this guy's mindset, anyway? It feels like a deliberate attempt to screw things up. The glazed tiger is weak? Maybe not as good as the night tiger beast, but it's actually about as good as a single combatant as a phantom wolf, 7 or 8 phantom wolves, or the current bloodstained savage turtle. Even the bloodstained savage turtle at the beginning might not be able to handle it. If others don't know, can Wang Kaixin not know? Wang Kaixin did not move and winked at Long Chen. It was as if to say, brother, I'll teach these two arrogant people a lesson for you. Suddenly, there was another rustling in the jungle. Once again, 7 or 8 glazed tigers rushed out. This time, Long Chen directly pulled Hiyu and Yu Qiuyao to hide behind Su Qing. Su Qing gave a deep sideways glance at Long Chen, but there was no deliberate distancing like with Wang Jigang. Wang Jigang saw this tiny, but very hurtful difference in self-esteem, and immediately an unwilling jealousy flared up in his chest, thinking, as long as he won these glazed tigers in single combat as well, Subaru will also change her mind about him. And Fa Nanhua was still hesitating. He was pushed by Wang Kaixin. Fawn student, it's up to you. Fa Nanha could only harden her heart and let her star spirit butterfly fly above the glazed tiger's head. The starling butterfly's wings would sprinkle some substance, a substance that could disorient the night tiger beast's sense of direction. Then the starling butterfly took the opportunity to slice the glazed tiger's head with its sharp as a knife wings. Well planned, but in actual control. The starling butterfly could never get to the right spot, always avoided by the glazed tiger to avoid the spilled substance. In terms of experience in actual combat, the glazed tiger was not a bit stronger than the star spirit butterfly. The two claws came together and grabbed the star spirit butterfly down. Then Blood Bowl tore it apart. Starling butterfly! Fa Nanha was hit so hard that she fell straight to the ground. Isn't the glazed tiger weak? It's not weak at all. And Zhao Jigang reacted, but it was too late. The rock-armored ape guards were torn apart by 4 glazed tiger packs. Even though the rock-armored ape guards' defense and strength were much stronger than the glazed tiger, but 1 against 4 is no defense at all. Pounced on and eaten by the herd. You saved my rock-armored ape guards. Zhao Jigang hurriedly asked the others for help. Chapter 19. Su Qing is too cooperative. And Su Qing simply ignored him. Wang Kaixin innocently shrugged. I'm not a big brother. Don't look at me. At this moment, Zhao Jigang thought of Long Chen. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Long Chen in a raw tone, Long Chen, save my rock-armored ape guards. Originally, Long Chen had really planned to save it a bit, and this is the attitude of Zhao Jigang? Got it. He shouldn't bother with that either. Ignored Zhao Jigang's order. Long Chen, do you want to seek death? I'm a brother with Lu Dishao. I'll let Lu Dishao get you killed, believe it or not. Zhao Jigang was still threatening Long Chen. Long Chen laughed lightly. I know, you're Lu Yenrui's lapdog, so you'll let Lu Yenrui come to the rescue. You! Zhao Jigang's face reddened with anger. Fists clenched and crunched. He really wanted to rush up and hammer Long Chen to death. However, when they saw the giant turtle beside Long Chen again, they lost their guts in a split second. It looked like the rock-armored ape guard was going to be bitten to death. Zhao Jigang plopped down on his knees. Brother Long, please step in and save my rock-armored ape guard. Long Chen laughed and said, how good would it have been to have this attitude just now? Zhao Jigang immediately felt joy in his heart. You've decided to come to the rescue? I said it was just now. And now that attitude is no longer useful. Immediately, Zhao Jigang's face was pitch black. Long Chen was playing him. Wang Kaixin snorted out a laugh. You guys, you're too stupid. I told you guys a long time ago that Lung is a big brother, and you still don't believe me, and you're still trolling and making a fool of yourselves. Wang Kaixin continued. Moreover, just now, you and Fa Nanha clearly had the opportunity to say to you Swift Shadow Leopard, and you were in close proximity, so why did you choose to stand idly by? He and Su Qing were already standing far away from each other, and Fa Nanhua and Zhao Jigang were purposely running to them to hide. The nature is different. Zhao Zhao Jigang was speechless. My old man always taught me a truth about being a human being. In order to be generous to others, you have to be generous to others first. You guys take your time to realize it. Wang Kaixian patted his earthy pig. Humph. The earth hog began to grunt. At the sound of this magical voice, the movements of the glazed tigers felt like they were slowing down. Finally the bewilderment stopped. The eyes have cleared up quite a bit. It's now, Wang Kaixian hurriedly reminded. Su Qing patted the nine-colored fox, and the nine-colored fox then instantly rushed out. After a burst of swords and shadows, several glazed tigers all landed on their heads. Several people once again sucked in cold air. But now, the team situation has changed. The swift eagle leopard of harmony is dying. Zhao Jigang's rock-armored ape guards were divided. Fa Nanha's star spirit butterfly was also divided. These three disqualified themselves from the grand exam, taken away by the military. Only Yu Qiuyao's green spirit tree demon, Long Chen's blood-stained barbarian turtle, Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig, and Su Qing's nine-colored fox remained. According to the requirements of the great exam, they, as a team, could not continue to sacrifice either the Imperial Beastmasters or the Imperial Beasts. Otherwise the whole team is out. Yu Qiuyao's face was pale. The only spirit beast present was her spirit beast, which was a support type and had no ability to defend itself. If there was no one to save her next either, then she would surely die. Wang Kaixian warmly comforted Yu Qiuyao. Qiuyao, don't worry, there's a reason why we didn't save them. They made their own deaths. Yu is actually an exception. I didn't expect that she didn't have a single bit of experience, and she was so reckless the first time she came to the Forbidden Wasteland. Actually, Yu is a nice girl, sincere, authentic and willing to contribute to the team, only for everyone to not react. The swift eagle leopard was already in critical condition. Long Chen said, we haven't found a single flag yet, so it looks like we need to go deeper. Subaru nodded. She got serious too. She let Yu Qiuyao follow her. Yu Qiuyao is doubly honored. Long Chen suddenly understood the significance of the great team exam. Learn to protect your teammates. Otherwise your teammates will be eliminated and you will be disqualified. That new principal of the Higher Imperial Beast Academy is really a very practical administrator. Maybe it's long overdue for such a big test. By planting solidarity in the hearts of every student at an early stage, it may be remembered by students for the rest of their lives. And there will be no such scum as Fa Nanha and Zhao Jigang. Shoo pop. Suddenly, the sky was farther away from them. A small cluster of fireworks rose, rapidly dissipating in the air. These are the fireworks that automatically go off when the flag is pulled. It is designed by the examiners to make the big exam more difficult. What? A squad already pulled the flag? Wang Kaixian was shocked. They've only just suffered a major loss. Who is it? So fast. It couldn't be an immigrant squad from out of town, could it? Kaiser Wang asked. I don't know, but it's not quite normal. Long Chen's expression was grave. Although, they, as a group, were delayed quite a bit by the three waves of glazed tigers. There must be a team faster than them, but it's such a big forest, with no clues whatsoever. I'm afraid it's not easy to find a flag so quickly. It's as if they're rushing to that flag. Otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. Long Chen began to speculate if someone was cheating. Maybe the other party has a scouting type Imperial Beast, or a scouting type skill. The probability of cheating in an event as big as the promotion exam is slim to none. Long Chen turned around and found Su Qing looking at him. It seemed to have figured him out. Well, he's the one who hasn't seen it. Long Chen somewhat awkwardly changed the topic. Well, we need to pick up the pace. Suddenly, Yu Qiuiyao looked towards her green spirit tree demon. At the moment, the green spirit tree demon was sticking his vine cuttings into the ground. A light green energy circulates. The trees around them made a rustling, swaying sound, as if responding to the green spirit tree demon. The existence of this kind of spirit beast was rather special. It was a spirit beast formed from the essence of a tree spirit, and had a naturally sensitive affinity for trees. Wait, green spirit tree demon said that there seems to be a flag ahead. Yu Qiuiyao said. Wang Kaishuan's eyes widened. Wow, your tree demon still has the ability to sense? Aren't tree demons usually healing and restoring? Yu Qiuyao's pretty face was slightly reddened by Wang Kaishuan's stare. My tree demon has a slightly different skill. Yes, Wang Kaishuan's spirit was boosted. Yu Qiuiyao is pointing out the clear path for us. Let's rush. Don't let others get there first. Wang Kaixian rode the pig forward and charged hard. The action looked as funny as it could be. Long Chen and Su Qing also increased their speed. When they reached a more open area, they saw a red flag planted on the ground. Wang Kaixian turned back. Brother Long, your turtle defense is strong. Why don't you go ahead and explore the road? See if there are any traps? Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Qing's nine-colored fox is still agile. Why don't you let her go? Disliked. Wang Kaixian spat out his tongue. Big brother, don't you think I dare to command a mess? So, Miss Su barely paid him any attention the whole time. And how could people scout for them? Princess Su would be nice if she wasn't strong enough to let others explore. He has seen many princesses and princes from top families who want the world to revolve around them. They are the only ones who enslave others. Where is the chance for others to enslave them? It's okay, I'll do it. Su Qing took a step forward. It made Wang Kaixian look dumbfounded. It's like seeing the Big Bang. Shock filled his eyes. Princess Su, just because of Long Chen's words, he was willing to risk his life? Chapter 20 First Encounter with Lu Yanrui's squad. Long Chen also did not expect Su Qing to agree so easily. Reminding Su Qing, be careful. There's something special about where this flag is placed. It's just placed right here. I suspect there's a mechanism. Subaru nodded. Then order the 9-colored fox to use super speed to capture the flag. When the 9-colored fox had just stepped into the area in front of him, suddenly the ground began to start collapsing in large amounts. It's like a giant trap cover. The 9-colored fox weaved back and forth between the crumbling rubble, finally back on the ground. A heartbeat later, there's a sense of getting out from under a ghost. Then, a huge sinkhole appeared in front of the four. Very deep, at least a few hundred meters. This one is at least a few hundred meters in diameter. It caused a large number of trees around it to fall down. My god, this is too hard. This is a big test? Sure it's not murder? Wang Kaixian was stunned already. Beneath the sinkhole, there are sharp bamboo spines. If you lose your footing and fall, you'll be turned into a beehive. All four were a bit taken aback. Long Chen immediately asked Su Qing, who was next to him, is the big promotion exam so dangerous? It doesn't even seem like a setup for students anymore. It seemed as if the traps set specifically for spirit animals were being used against the students. It's too underhanded. Su Qing shook her head. I don't know. It's my first time to take the promotion exam as well, and this is the first year of the reform, so there's no previous cases to represent. So how do we get the flag in the center? Do we crawl underneath it? Kaiser Wang asked. That seems like something I could try. Yu Qiuyo weakly raised her hand. Then she had the green spirit tree demon rooted to the shore. It drew in the surrounding aura, then slowly extended its branches and leaves over. It's slow, but one doesn't have to go down. Hey with Qiuyo, we simply have the strongest assist. Too capable. Wang Kaixian praised it wildly. It made Yu Qiuyo even more embarrassed. The branches spread over, gently curling around the flag then pulling it up. Yu Qiuyo gave a faintly puzzled cry. It's so loose, as if it was casually inserted here. Long Chen instantly had an ominous premonition. He looked at Su Qing, who also looked at him. The two men spoke almost in unison. No fireworks, no fireworks. The words just fell. Ee. A shrill cry came from the air. A giant eagle fell from the sky, snatched the flag from the hands of the tree demon branch, then flew off to the side to a large tree. There were a few people standing in that tree. Long Chen frowned slightly. Lu Yanrui? This squad was none other than Lu Yanrui and Bai Lily's squad. Lu Yanrui snorted and looked at Long Chen, full of contempt, and next to it meant Bai Lily, who was on top of Lu Yanrui. Then he was overjoyed and said, Long Chen, what did I say? Never pray that you don't run into us, and if you do, we'll whip you to pieces. But it turns out that you still threw yourself into the net. Great. Long Chen froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. Did you set this trap? How is that possible? This trap is so huge in scale. A team of 30 to 50 hunters would probably take a small half day to dig it out. There's only a few of them. Su Qing also frowned slightly. She originally felt that cheating on the big exam was unlikely, but now it seemed that it was really right by Long Chen. Someone had come in early to set up before the big test started, and the military, which is responsible for maintaining the fairness of the big test, defaulting to their cheating. Before the start of the great examination, the military was bound to have secretly monitored it, and even carpeted the spirit beasts in this region. It's impossible not to notice such a trap. What's going on with the big test this year? After a little thought, Su Chang probably understood what was going on. This trap was not set for us, but for the great examination immigrant students, and it just happened to come to us. Su Qing told Long Chen. Long Chen still didn't understand a bit. Wang Kaixian didn't get it either and said with a shocked face, but still, isn't this cheating? A youth beside Lu Yanrui snorted. Lu Yanrui? No wonder you got mixed up with Long Chen. Too stupid. Zhang Tao, what do you mean? Do you guys still have a point about cheating? Wang Kaixian sparred. Zhang Tao's family is quite rich. It's the son of the second richest family in Zhongcheng. The two are also often compared to who has the richer family. So basically meet and pinch kind of thing. But today, unlike before, this isn't a pinch. This is to see life and death. Yu Qiuyo said weakly. I think I seem to understand that cheating like this is allowed by the military. Wang Kaixian was still confused. So why would cheating be allowed? In the past, I've never heard of cheating being allowed in the big exams. Long Chen said indifferently. This is a test for the immigrant students of the high school entrance exam. They played a little trick. thinking that immigrating to Jiangqing to take the big exam would make it easier to enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy. But in fact, the academy is very clear about their movements, so deliberately allowing the Jiangqing native candidates to use cheating tactics against those immigrant candidates. It was only then that Long Chen reacted. A trap of this magnitude, trying to dig it out without moving under the noses of the military. It's simply not going to happen. Combined with what Su Qing said, he understood what was going on. Lu Yenrui looked at Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen, although the spirit beasts are trash, they still have a little bit of brains. Originally this trap was to be used on the immigrant candidates team, but since you triggered it, you'll be eliminated. And it's not a waste of this trap of ours. Lu Yenrui announced Long Chen's fate. Bai Lily added, I'm going to have my good action bird personally kill him and his emerald spirit turtle. Lu Yenrui nodded favorably. Bai Lily was overjoyed, and immediately landed on the ground with herself, using the same bird that had just taken the flag. That huge black bird is the bird of good deeds, transcendental 2 stars, specializes in flying and scouting, wasn't too good at the combat aspect. However, Bai Lily felt that it was easy to teach a transcendent 1-star cuirass spirit turtle a lesson. The 4 Long Chen people were expressionless. Wang Kaixian immediately thought of something and hid his bad smile under his eyes, then said with a kind face, Bai Lily, I suggest you should not fight Long Chen one-on-one, right? Bai Lily thought that Wang Kaixian was going to intervene in her one-on-one fight with Long Chen. She didn't have the confidence to fight Wang Kaixian, so immediately, he threw a look of help to Lu Yenrui. Lu Yenrui looked at Wang Kaixian with cold eyes. Wang Kaixian, if you want to risk your life to protect Long Chen, then I can fulfill you. A huge flaming fox jumped down. The eyes looked dangerously at Lu Yenrui. Lu Yenrui is quite literate. Immediately turned around. It's nothing to do with me. I'm doing it for the good of Bai Lily. If you don't appreciate it, forget it. Ha! For my own good? Do you really think that my bird of good deeds will lose to the crested spirit turtle? I'll break him into pieces. Bai Lily was bursting with self-confidence at the moment. She was finally able to trample Long Chen under her feet. He had even refused when he was about to offer himself to him. Count on something. Behind Long Chen, Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuliao's faces looked different. Dragon's turtle is not a cuirassier spirit turtle. Su Qing was pressingly uninterested, leaning against the tree with her eyes closed and waiting for Long Chen to finish solving these things. Chapter 21, Tyrannical Bird of Good Deeds. Long Chen, look at you now, how pitiful, living like a dog. Bai Lily condescendingly scorned Long Chen. It seemed as if they had finally found a chance to taunt Long Chen. Weren't you wild when you topped yourself with the full attribute Imperial Beast talent? Doesn't anyone look down on anyone? As a result, you are now the most useless. This is the creation of the world. What's the use of studying well? Don't you still have to be a dog for Su Qing and Wang Kaixian now? Why else would the two of them take a loser like you with them? Suddenly named. Wang Kaixian and Su Qing exchanged glances. I wonder what Subaru thinks, but Wang Kaixian is really a bit tense. Can we get this fight started? If Lily White keeps being so funny, he could literally laugh out loud. When Bai Lily saw that Long Chen was unmoved, she became a bit annoyed. How dare you ignore her when it's all come down to it? Long Chen, what are you? How dare you pretend to be noble? Is this a place for you to pretend to be noble? Go to hell. The black bird of good fortune charged violently. The hard claws were sharp as knives, enough to easily cut through hardened iron. A few people in the treetops smiled with a surefire victory. Lily White, are you taking this too seriously? That punk Long Chen's spirit beast is just a transcendent mortal 1-star crested spirit turtle. Bai Lily snorted coldly. I told you, I will definitely abuse him. At this moment, Bai Lily completely forgot about her classmates. She only wanted to kill Long Chen, because Long Chen is her black history. If she wants to marry into the family as a matter of course, then it is necessary to eliminate some of the elements that have the potential to tarnish her image, like her ex-boyfriend, Long Chen. A hint of complexity flooded Long Chen's eyes. Lily Bai, how did it turn out? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to keep his hands off. Snap! Long Chen snapped his fingers. The Imperial Beast space behind Long Chen opened. A shocking killing aura immediately raged out. The air suddenly became heavy. It was as if an invisible pressure was rapidly approaching. The scent of wild power filled the air. The ground even began to shake slightly. Wang Kaishuan's heart immediately raced. The mood was overwhelming. Here it comes. Here it comes. Dragon's savage Tyrannosaurus Rex turtle is coming out. Knock. A huge figure slowly walked out of the Imperial Beast space. It has a steady, strong stride. Each step made the ground tremble. Gray and black texture. Rounded but stocky carcass. The skin was hard as iron and shone with a metallic sheen. Its gaze fell on the bird of good deeds. It was a scrutinizing gaze, full of majesty and power. Everyone was stunned. The scene was silent for several seconds. People on both sides were very shocked. Bai Lily was shocked at what kind of spirit beast was this. Wasn't it said that Long Chen had bought a $5,000 knockout Shui ribbed spirit turtle? This one looks like a panda beast, but not at all a panda beast kind of naive guy. What exactly is it? Lu Yenrui narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he didn't contract the emerald spirit turtle? Is this a panda beast? Next to him, Oh Hao nodded. It should be a panda beast, but it doesn't look like it's of good quality. It's probably also an eliminated item, and it's just a waste of money when it's replaced. By Lily, don't be intimidated by its appearance. It's just an elimination item. By Lily nodded. That's right, it's just an elimination item. My good action bird is bound to be able to tear it apart. The other side. Wang Kaixian and the others were dumbstruck. Even Su Qing opened her small mouth in a rare manner. No. Second Imperial Beast? Long Chen is already a dual spirit beast royalist? He's got a mental strength of 50? Wang Kaishuan's scalp went numb. Brother Lung, that's awesome. He really didn't hug the wrong leg. This big test. Steady. Su Qing looked deeply at Long Chen, thinking of the time he and Long Chen practiced against each other. Her 9-colored fox was a spirit beast species on the heavenly ranking. Growth is increasing by the day, but it was always suppressed by Long Chen's turtle. Now, Long Chen had even become the first dual spirit beast royalist of the current session. Such a growth rate. The bird of good deeds rushed at the rampaging Iron Eater with its sharp claws raised. Very fast. This was the advantage of flying spirit beasts. The speed is much higher than that of land spirit beasts. Sharp claws clasped the shoulders of the berserk Iron Eater, and then frantically flapped his wings, intending to rip off a piece of flesh and blood for the berserk Iron Eater first. But the 4 or 5 meter tall body of the berserk Iron Eater, steady as she goes, a hint of tyranny flowed from those scarlet eyes. One grabbed the slender leg bones of the goodwill bird. It fell hard to the ground. Bang! One fall isn't enough. Fall again. Bang! The ground is cracked. The goodwill bird let out a pained chirp. The smile on Bai Lily's face instantly stiffened. Then the look on his face shook. Each fall was like a heavy hammer on her heart. Liar! Liar! How can your wasteful imperial beast be so powerful? It's impossible. Bai Lily's body was trembling as she angrily yelled at the good action bird. Good action bird! Kill it! Are you even worse than an eliminated product? After spending $2 million to evolve you, you're still no better than the trash that poor guy bought for a few $1,000s? The goodwill bird struggled desperately. However, it was nowhere near as powerful as the berserk Iron Eater, dazed by a few falls from the berserk Iron Eater. But that wasn't all. The berserk Iron Eater separated and grabbed the 2 legs of the good walking bird, and then with its arms whose muscles were bulging crazily, it ripped the good walking bird into 2 halves alive with one hand. Birds of goodwill. Bai Lily suddenly regretted at this moment that she shouldn't have pressurized the good action bird. Her tears instantly gushed out furiously as she looked viciously at Long Chen. Long Chen, you killed my good deed bird. I'm not finished with you. She hadn't finished her harsh words. The berserk Iron Eater was actually in plain sight. Put the body of the good bird in your mouth. Sharp steel teeth, crunching and chewing. Gulp it down into your stomach. Hiccup. The berserk Iron Eater burped and spat out a mouthful of black feathers. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Fresh blood was still hanging from the corner of his mouth, holding back by Lily's wails for an instant. Everyone unconsciously had a feeling of fear that went deep into their bones. Wang Kaishuan's few people also couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although spirit beasts are also beasts, it is normal for spirit beasts to eat each other. But how long spirit animal ate a villain? Like you eat? Long Chen kicked the berserk Iron Eater's leg. The heaviness of that kick, it made the Iron Eater's thick body shake. This death-defying move, it brought the hearts of the crowd to their throats immediately. Su Qing frowned slightly. A spirit animal that has just been bloodthirsty is in a period of loss of control. Stimulating a spirit animal at this point would be dangerous. Lu Yenrui in the treetops also revealed a playful smile. It was originally an eliminated product spirit beast with low ease of control. It could go into overdrive at any time. To be so death-defying now, is it true that you think you won't become that imperial beast master who was killed by a spirit beast? The berserk Iron Eater slowly turned its head. The fangs on its beak still held the flesh and blood tissue of the good bird. The crowd didn't even dare to breathe. Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao blocked their eyes with their fingers. The berserk Iron Eater raised its claws. Then rubbing the back of his head, he shrank back into a naive ball and grinned a big, goofy grin. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Then the ferocious berserk Iron Eater. To be so naive and stupid in front of Long Chen? Chapter 22 Adoptive Mother, the Morning Child, is in danger. Just like a student who made a mistake. Every body movement revealed humility and remorse. Everyone was shocked. They serve as imperial beastmasters. It's too clear. Trying to make their spirit beasts have such a high level of obedience with them. How good of a fit does that have to be? Long Chen and the berserk Iron Eater walked up to Bai Lily. Shirley was trembling with fear. Long Chen, what do you want? Long Chen looked at Bai Lily with condescending contempt. I feel sorry for you now that you become this way. Then Longchen passed by Lily, directly facing Lu Yenrue's several people in the treetops. Lu Yenrue, your trap almost killed us. There has to be an explanation, right? Longchen asked with a smile. Lu Yenrue's expression sank slightly. It's just killing a good bird that's not good at fighting. It's not worth being so proud of yourself. Alright, young Lu, no need to talk nonsense with this person. I'll go kill him. Next to him, Zhang Mang volunteered. He summoned a giant ape demon. Dang! Jumped down heavily. The size of the body was no less than that of a berserk iron eater. Another rock-armored ape guard. But this rock-armored ape guard was obviously even taller than Zhao Jigang's. Should be better qualified. So the evolution is even better. Zhang Mang said arrogantly. I know Zhao Jigang has joined your squad, but my rock armor ape guard is different from that punk's. My rock armored ape guard has a top quality qualification, and with this qualification alone, it is bound to be able to enter the top 30 ranks of the yellow ranking, which is a world of difference from you. An eliminated grade spirit beast. Longchen pulled out his ears. What's all this nonsense? You're next, aren't you? Longchen snapped his fingers. The berserk iron eater immediately charged towards the other party. Rock armored ape guard. Let elimination pin see what it means to be a true berserk beast. Zhang Meng's fighting spirit was high. My rock armored ape guard's power is 160, and the giant ape-type spirit beasts, which are already stronger in combat than panda beasts, will surely tyrannize his panda beasts, 2, 4 or 5 meter tall. Stocky beasts collided together, the kind of savage to the extreme fist-to-flesh attack. It was shocking to watch, but as the fight went on, the crowd felt something was wrong. Zhang Meng's rock-armored ape guards were so strong. 160 power. That's comparable to an armored car. But how to fight Longchen's panda beast? Flagstaff? Someone asked snidely. Zhang Meng, it's not possible that your rock-armored ape guards can't defeat his panda beast either, right? Zhang Meng couldn't hang on to his face and burst out. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My rock-armored ape guard is far superior to that eliminated product. But although Zhang Meng had a stiff upper lip, but it's just hard to tell the difference for a while. It forced Zhang Meng to be in a hurry. With a clench of his teeth, he immediately had the rock-armored ape guards wear their equipment. The bystanders immediately yelled lowly, "Are you crazy? Wearing equipment at this time of the day? If the exam inspector sees you, you'll be directly judged as cheating." Zhang Mang was also a bit hesitant. Lu Yenrue said lightly, "Don't worry, when the inspection comes, I'll explain it for you. Since they allow us to set up traps, they also rightfully allow us to wear equipment for the spirit beasts. Isn't that normal?" With Lu Yenrue covering it, Zhang Mang immediately became bold. Swish! A flash of light was thrown at the body of the rock-armored ape guard. The rock-armored ape guards were immediately encased in armor. It even has spikes on it. When Wang Kaixian saw this, he immediately shouted, "Hey, you guys are addicted to cheating? Even using the ratchet armor? A quick battle." Lu Yenrue said. Yes. Zhang Mang immediately ordered the rock-armored ape guards to attack furiously. The spikes on the ratchet armor prevented the berserk iron eater from getting close, so it was forced to step back. Wang Kaixian was in a hurry. Hurry and ask Su Qing, "Should we help Brother Long?" Subaru said faintly, "No need. Did you forget he has that turtle?" Wang Kaixian immediately remembered this. "Oh, I was overthinking it. When Brother Long's savage Tyrannosaurus turtle strikes, 10 layers of ratchet wheel armor are useless." Savage Tyrant Dragon Turtle was the nickname that Wang Kaixian gave to the bloodline savage turtle. Long Chen sneered, "You guys are really shameless. Since this is the case, don't blame me." Long Chen snapped his fingers again. The berserk iron eater let out an earth-shattering roar. The nails on the sharp claws were wrapped in tearing power. Its expression was even more hideous. The horizontal flesh on its face all piled up like a savage pervert. Thick clawed palms frantically slapped the ratchet armor, even if its claws were already bloody. The body was also covered with scars. Blood gushed from his wounds, stained its fur red, but the berserk iron eater never backed down. Instead, the movements became swifter and swifter, and the attacks became more and more violent. The rock-armored ape guards couldn't hold out much longer. Every time it was hit, it was knocked back. Even through the ratchet armor, he was slapped until he vomited blood. Finally, the rock-armored ape guard was slammed hard against a tree. The ratchet armor on his body ruptured, revealing a chest that had been slapped to pieces long ago. Zhang Mang in the treetops fell down in despair. How can my rock-armored ape guard lose to this waste of a knockout? Then Zhang Mang watched as his rock-armored ape guards were gutted and bloodied by Long Chen's panda beast. The panda beast once again ate all the blood and wore a rather contented expression, and the crowd had been too shaken by the battle to move. Su Qing was once again surprised. She had never seen such a furious battle, nor had he ever seen such a humongous spirit beast. The fit and obedience level with Long Chen was simply not too high, except for the poor taste and extreme love of bloodlust. This is simply the perfect spirit animal. How on earth did Long Chen tame it? Su Qing was now curious about Long Chen. Periphery. Parents are anxious. The number of points of light in the area of the grand examination is now dwindling. It means that students are constantly being eliminated. The exact reason for the elimination is not known. Someone made it out alive. Some people are sent out as a pile of leftover bones. This means that the big test is dangerous. Beyond imagination. Parents are beyond apprehensive. In the crowd, Long Chen's adoptive mother was also anxiously looking forward. The kid. Neither told her that the rules for the big test had changed to such a dangerous way. But blame her. She's basically been in the hospital for the last month. It was the day when the hospital had to pay the bill. She had thought the hospital was going to kick them out. It's all packed up. As it turned out, the hospital said that Morn paid for the next stage of treatment, and it was renewed until next month. But where did Morn get the money? She immediately asked the school about the situation. Only then did he realize that Chunner had actually bought a 5,000 piece eliminated spirit beast, then carry them on their backs and come to take this incredibly dangerous Forbidden Land practical test. Chunner, you mustn't have an accident. The foster mom couldn't stop the tears from flowing. A contemptuous voice came from the side. Oh, I said long ago, give up your unrealistic ideas and just live the life of a bottom feeder that belongs to you. But you still have to be delusional. The foster mom turned around. Then he saw a line of richly dressed people. Among the leaders, it is Long Jinbong's current wife. That is, Chen Er's stepmother. You're still in River City? The foster mom was very unkind to this woman. The woman laughed softly. Of course, after all, it was not easy for me to arrange the great examination immigrant students to Jiangcheng, but they are willing to do anything to repay me. He. The foster mom froze for a moment. Then a thrill of horror hit him instantly. Morning child there is danger. Chapter 23, the situation becomes complicated. Jungle. Long Chen looked at Lu Yenrui. Now it's your turn. Such a contemptuous attitude. It made Lu Yenrui incredibly angry. What kind of thing are you? Dare to treat me with such contempt? Lu Yenrui's forehead was bruised. His red inferno firefox also began to rub his fists. The tail burns with a roaring flame, releasing super high heat. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the distance. The person next to him immediately reminded Lu Yenrui. Brother Lu, the inspection is coming soon. Let's hurry up or we'll be arrested. Lu Yenrui made a neck-scratching gesture at Long Chen. Long Chen, I do hope that you won't be eliminated easily and live to see the end. I'll personally take care of you. After saying that, Lu Yenrui and the remaining 4 turned their heads and left, disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Su Qing suddenly said, let's go too. Wang Kaixian was puzzled. Why? Brother Long won and beat them away. Why should we run? Su Qing didn't answer him and was already gone, and Long Chen rode the berserk Iron Eater past him. Hey, Lung, why are you running away? We can't explain such a big trap left here. It's better to do less than stay and risk being caught by the patrol exam. Wang Kaixian also hurriedly pulled Yu Qiuya to run on the pig. Lazy pig. The name is lazy, but it's not really a slow run. I still don't understand. Wasn't this trap built with the acquiescence of the inspectors? Didn't they already acquiesce? It's not acquiescence. It's turning a blind eye, provided it doesn't actually fall into their hands. Wang Kaixian shrugged. Okay, but it's a shame that the flag wasn't captured. I just saw that Lu Yenrui and his squad already have 3 flags. We don't even have one. Is there any hope for us if we go on like this? Buzz off. The drone flew over their heads. There were also a few figures that traveled quickly through the jungle. It's the man the military arranged to patrol the exams. They'll take the eliminated Lily Bai and Mang Zhang. Looking at the nimble movements, they were all at least 4th rank, Centurion-level powerhouse. In order to maintain the order of the big test, the military really put their blood on the line. I don't know how many of these powerful people were sent. It seems that the safety of the big test is generally assured. But, Long Chen looked deeper into the jungle. I don't know why. One has a bad feeling about this. Deep in the jungle, a squad has just disarmed a trap. Got a flag. How come there are traps in the grounds of the big test? What do you mean? A girl with 2 ponytails riding a unicorn. Muttering, he complained. They say it's easy to take a big test in this small place, but I didn't realize it was actually possible to cheat. Next to him, a brocade-clad youth chuckled. It doesn't matter. It's just to make sure that the natives of a small place have that 1 in a million chance of winning. It doesn't affect anything. Traps of this level are just child's play for us. Ha. That's true. After all, we're the top 30 ranked elites in Huacheng. Hua City is more than 10 times bigger than Jiang City. Anyone of US can hang with the top geniuses here in Jiang City. You're right. So it's worthwhile to pay attention to the other 2 big test immigrant teams. They seem to be one from Yangcheng, and one is from Linjiang City. The leader of this squad was a young man with red hair. The youth already had in his hand information about the other 2 great examining immigrant teams. An inch-haired youth was puzzled. Why did the candidates from Linjiang City come? Linjiang City, that is the capital city of Linjiang State. It is the first of the 100 cities in Linjiang Prefecture. It was at least hundreds of times more prosperous and huge than Jiangcheng. Their candidates there are the cream of the crop, and their resources are top-notch. Even if they didn't go to the higher Imperial Beast Academy, with their resources, they could have avoided such trouble. The red-haired youth snorted. Then it means that even in Linjiang City, there are just ants that can't get on the stage. Not worth mentioning. And on the team, a guy who was fat as a pig. In each of the two hands was a huge pork knuckle, each your mouth full of golden grease. He suddenly came in a jarring voice. Brother Chi, then are we also mole crickets? The domineering expression on the redhead's face momentarily stalled, immediately as ugly as. Everyone's expressions became brilliant. One by one, they were frantically holding back their laughter, not daring to let themselves laugh out loud. The double ponytailed girl on the unicorn snorted out a laugh. Fat pig, it's not like we're a big place like Linjiang City, Hua Chang. Although it's 10 times more prosperous than Jiangcheng, it's still just a bigger border town. So it's not like we're unambitious mole crickets. Oh, I know. The fat man continued to nibble on the big elbow. Long Chen sighed. They finally found a flag. The moment the flag was pulled down, a cluster of fireworks shot into the air. A not-so-small spot of light exploded in the sky. This flag actually has a mechanism. Does it still give people a way out? Wang Kaixian cursed and rolled up the flag. This is to make the test more difficult. If we have other squads nearby, they'll immediately know that we've pulled down our flag here, and will likely seek it out immediately afterward. Long Chen took the flag. Now, this flag is as important as life. Obviously the flag is not that easy to find. Luckily, there was a supporting Imperial Beast Master like Yu Qiuyo among them, sensing the orientation of the flag. Otherwise, finding a few inconspicuous flags in such a large field would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Okay, let's go, Long Chen said, but Su Qing stayed put and looked ahead. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Su Qing pointed ahead. There's someone over there. Don't you notice? Teacher Long Chen. There's someone over there. Long Chen looked out. Suddenly, the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. What did Su Qing call him? Old, teacher? This appellation. When I practiced against Su Qing before, Su Cheng mistook him for a teacher from Imperial Beast's first high school. That's why he was always addressed as teacher. And he didn't explain himself because he was very dark. And the first time he exhibited the bloodstained savage turtle, Su Qing had obviously discovered his identity. But Su Qing didn't say anything, so he pretended that the two didn't know each other. But Su Qing was now coldly calling him teacher. That scared him a little bit. Long Chen carefully glanced at Su Qing and realized that Su Qing was looking at him with a slightly grudging gaze. Cough. Su Qing student, you're welcome, huh? Is that so? Teacher? There's no need to call me teacher. Why? Teacher. Long Chen was at this moment while having a weak heart. It's very dark on the one hand. By such a superb and unbeatable beauty, the voice is sweetly called teacher. What man in the whole world can stand it? An imperial in milk. Chapter 24 Offending Evolver Squad. Wang Kaixian suddenly came. Can you two stop flirting? Those guys seem to be very hostile towards us. Wang Kaixuan's words. It made both of them blush a little instantly. Who flirted? Who flirted? Almost in unison, he chided Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian had a question mark on his face. It's not even flirting? Is this a deliberate attempt to play heart to heart? What about feeding him dog food? Out of the jungle came a small group. This squad is one of the big test migrant squads. They were holding two flags in their hands. At the head of the group was a well-built young man. Behind the youth followed a huge black bear. The moment that black bear appeared, it even gave the impression of covering the sky. It was more than 10 meters high. Wang Kaixian wowed in surprise. That's foul, isn't it? With such a large size, are you sure it's not a transcendent 3-star spirit beast? The average transcendent 2-star spirit beast would be about the same size as Dragon's panda beast at its largest, 5 or 6 meters tops. That's at least 15 meters, right? Long Chen recognized the giant bear. Iron-armored storm bears, transcendental 3 stars. Look at the description of the iron-armored storm bear using the Beasts of the World guide. Huge and muscular. Skin as hard as steel. The surface is covered in black fur with a silvery sheen. Claws sharp as knives. Capable of tearing through the toughest of objects with ease. Raised bone spurs on the back and shoulders. Increased its defense. Base strength is around 1100. There is an age limit for taking the big test. It has to be before the age of 18. Or even the year you turn 18. The state prohibits the contracting of spirit beasts at the age of 18, before their mental power and willpower have matured, in order to protect the Imperial Beast Masters. Only after the school has notified that it is possible to contract a spirit animal. Once you are found in violation, you will be disqualified from the grand exam. So, at this point in time, it was possible to take out a transcendent level 3-star spirit beast. Either that or they are gifted. Either. is a violation of evolution. And the other side has such strength that they should have the level to pass the big test anywhere. But why come all the way to this little border town? Obviously, the other side is violating evolution. Through some special means, the bone age of the spirit beast was avoided to be detected. To realize the purpose of being able to enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy even if one violates the evolution. However, Long Chen suddenly remembered. These guys seem to be the ones before entering the big test area. The squad that made eye contact with the dragons. Sure enough, several of the other men stared at him. Brother Xiong, this is the kid, right? If we kill him, we'll be done with the deal, right? Next to the lanky youth, a yellow-haired youth asked. Xiong stared at Long Chen for a while, then directly said to Su Qing's three people, what we are looking for is him. It has nothing to do with you guys. You guys go away, I won't move you. Su Qing pressed on, ignoring his words, while Wang Kaixian snorted. Big guy, are you out of your mind? Can't you see that there are only 4 of us left? If we lose one more person, we're going to be eliminated. Xiong frowned, then die with him. The iron-armored storm bear clunked and charged over with great strides. Li Knight let the berserk Iron Eater top it. However, the huge size and strength gap caused the berserk Iron Eater to be instantly flipped over. A few people were horrified. This is the transcendent 3-star spirit beast. It's too strong. It's not even on the same level as a transcendent 2-star spirit beast. The difference in combat power is too great. Dragon's panda beast could even tyrannize Zhang Meng's rock-armored ape-guard. But now it's kicked off like a sandbag. The fear pulled full instantly. Yu Qiudiao's pretty face instantly turned pale. Immediately after that, the iron-armored tyrant bear rushed towards Long Chen without any hindrance. 9-colored fox. Subaru gave a short, sharp order. The 9-colored fox's athletic figure jumped to the front of the iron-armored tyrant bear. The 9-colored fox looked even smaller, but the 9-colored fox directly unleashed its natural skill. Tailblade plus fire chop. The flaming tailblade was incredibly sharp, cutting dense slashes in the sturdy chest armor of the iron-armored tyrant bear, sort of blocking the iron-armored storm bear. Kabear was a little faintly alarmed. It was worthy of being the 33rd spirit beast species on the heavenly ranking. A transcendent 2-star alone can inflict sharp cuts on a transcendent 3-star ironclad storm bear. But immediately afterward, Kabear broke into a teasing smile. Although the 9-colored fox is very strong, it's ultimately only a transcendent 2-star. And it seems to be very difficult to defeat my iron-armored tyrant bear. But, Xiong's smile grew even colder. Immediately after, 2 more extremely strong auras appeared. One was a thunder-horned lion that flashed with a slight arc of electricity. One was a phantom water giant elephant flowing with water ripples. These 2 spirit beasts were the same as the iron-armored tyrant bear. All of them are transcendent 3-star spirit beasts. Even Long Chen was skeptical that all of this squad were offending evolvers. An outright violation. How the hell did you get mixed up in Jiangcheng? Or rather, what kind of handful of characters were the people who helped them blend into Jiangcheng? The big promotion test. It's a top national priority. Anyone interfering with the big promotion test, all face very serious penalties. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. Was it that woman from the dragon family that helped you guys blend into Jiangcheng? Xiong said indifferently. You don't need to speculate on that. You just need to know that there are people who don't want you to walk out of the venue of the great examination alive. And the other party is someone you can't afford to offend. So I advise you, it's better to honestly resign yourself to your fate. Resignation. Long Chen murmured, then pulled out his ears. Lately I'm always being told to resign myself to my fate. But what are you guys? What did you say? Xiong frowned. I've been told. Your family is a pauper. We even know that you bought cheap eliminated grade spirit beasts. But you should know that Imperial Beastmasters are made of money. I'll attribute Imperial Beast talent or whatever. It's useless. So as far as we're concerned, you're just an ant who won't resign himself to his fate. What else can you do now but wait for death? Your wasteful spirit beast is unbeatable in front of my iron-armored tyrant bear. Kabear's words fell, and there came a crunching sound. It felt like I was chewing on something really hard. The crowd searched for the source of the sound. Then someone pointed in horror at the berserk Iron Eater slumped on the back of the ironclad storm bear. Rampaging Iron Eaters covered in blood from being charged. It was actually nibbling on the iron elemental back armor on the back of the iron-armored tyrant bear. And in the process of nibbling, the wounds on the berserk Iron Eater were healing. Moreover, the power of the berserk Iron Eater was rapidly soaring. It felt like entering into a more frenzied state. How can this panda beast eat iron? For a panda beast to grow into what it is, it's pretty wacky. Now you can actually eat iron? Are you kidding me? Could this be a strange food fetish unique to eliminated grade spirit beasts? Ironclad storm bear. Drop it. The iron-armored storm bear swayed wildly, but the Iron Eater's claws were clasped dead inside the iron armor. Can't shake it off at all. The berserk Iron Eater's aura rose, eyes more scarlet, staring at the back of a steel-framed storm bear's head. Fangs were bared as if in an oozing smile. You're the one who kicked me off just now, aren't you? Tekken Frenzy. Launch. Chapter 25, Slaughtering an Entire Squad. Crunch. The Berserk Iron Eater continued to gnaw on the back armor of the iron-armored Tyrant Bear, and it swallows iron very fast. In less than a minute, the steel back armor of the iron-armored Storm Bear was almost chewed up. Kabear's eyes were as big as bull's eggs. The body stood there motionless as if a spell had been cast on it. The look on his face was nothing short of brilliant. Straight up dumbfounded. It was important to know that these iron armors were the strongest defense of the iron-armored Tyrant Bear. Without all that iron armor, gives the ironclad Tyrannosaurus Rex impenetrable defense. Even the high-powered armor-piercing rounds, none of them could penetrate the chest and back armor of the iron-armored Tyrant Bear. It can be guaranteed to be invincible in battle. Iron-armored Tyrant Bear's fur isn't actually very strong defensively. Kabear's pupils quivered. Not good. Quickly stop that panda beast. Don't let it continue to eat iron. Kabear couldn't calm down any longer. Immediately burst into a roar. But it's already too late. Berserk is an iron beast and eats tons of iron. The conditions for Tekken Frenzy have been met. The body was uncharacteristically muscular. It feels like there's a strange power that I can't get out of my body. Clenching his fists as if incarnated as a patriarchal kung fu was an iron beast. Bang, 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 bang. Violently hammers the spine of an iron-armored Storm Bear. The heaviness of each punch. It's like beating a drum on an empty mountain. There was a deafening thud. The iron-armored Storm Bear was not protected by the layer of steel armor behind it, being hammered by the Berserk Iron Eater beast with the Iron Fist Berserk tidal wave. His skin was broken and his bones were bent out of shape. Roar! The iron-armored Tyrant Bear roared in pain. Although the ferocious attacks of the Berserk Iron Eater caused it to feel severe pain, but it was much stronger than the Berserk Iron Eater. The power of the entire body exploded at this moment. Muscles tightened and veins popped, trying to throw the Berserk Iron Eater off. But the Berserk Iron Eater's attacks never stopped. Punch after punch, like a raging storm. When the Iron Frenzy is unleashed, the iron element is the fuel for the Berserk Iron Eater. As long as there was no shortage of iron, the Berserk Iron Eater could keep attacking frantically. And off to the side, the iron-armored Tyrant Bear's body was covered in steel armor everywhere. So the Berserk Iron Eater eats the back armor and eats the waist armor. Eat the waist armor and eat the leg armor. After eating the leg armor, move to the stomach side for the breast and belly armor. Its sharp teeth, born to restrain steel. I can only say that the iron-armored Storm Bear is too backward in its spots. The opponents it meets are too restrained in what it is good at. Kabear's entire body collapsed. His ironclad Storm Bear just gnawed into a bear meat bear. There was blood everywhere, and there were fist prints from Berserk Iron Eaters all over the place. There was no telling how many bones had been broken all over his body. Until the iron-armored Tyrant Bear was hammered to his knees. Then the Berserk Iron Eater stabbed a claw through the chest of the iron-armored Tyrant Bear and crushed its heart. The teeny-tiny body fell to the ground with a loud thud. It smashed a crater in the ground. Nasal breaths come in and out, and life passes cleanly and quickly. The crowd was silent. Kabear was even more disbelieving. His own iron-armored Tyrant Bear would actually be taken out by a transcendent 2-star spirit beast. The entire lanky body fell to the ground. His dream of entering the higher Imperial Beast Academy was dashed. What's going on? What the hell is wrong with the other side's spirit animal? Didn't the general's wife tell them it was just a retail sale of obsolete goods? Brother Long, you are simply too much. Wang Kaishuan's admiration for Long Chen was groundless. Transcendent 2-star hanging off Transcendent 3-star. No one has ever come before or since. Even Su Qing couldn't help but nod her head. Indeed, it was originally thought that Long Chen's second spirit beast's combat power would be on the weaker side, as Long Chen was bound to spend most of his resources and energy on that turtle. Turns out it wasn't expected to be such a strong fighter as well. It even felt stronger than when I first saw the turtle. And Su Qing couldn't help but survey the Berserk Iron Eater. Both of Long Chen's spirit beasts had one trait. The degree of obedience to Long Chen was unusually high, even if the body has been subjected to very serious attacks and injuries, but it also never seemed to want to back off. What a strong obedience that is. How the hell did that happen? Countless Imperial Beast Masters dreamed of keeping their Imperial Beasts, and themselves, at a higher level of attunement, a greater level of obedience. Even just that 1% improvement would be a huge price to pay. How the hell did that happen? Tut tut tut. Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig let out a piggy squeal. It was like the voice was accompanied by magic. The Imperial Beasts that made the offending evolution squad start to get a little sluggish. Though with a Transcendental 2-star to affect a Transcendental 3-star, it's very difficult. But the lazy pig was, after all, the number 1 spirit beast species on the yellow list. Once for a long time it was still on the Xian ranking list, but the lazy pig's combat power was basically at the level of battlefield scum. But just with this ability to make opponents lazy, it has such a high ranking. It also goes to show how sick this ability is. Long Chen looked at Su Qing. Eliminate them. Subaru nodded. She wasn't going to hold back either. the big test for immigrant students would have been a violation of the law. And it's amazing that this squad is still in full violation of evolution. Even they are going to lay their hands on the native candidates of Jiangchang. That's no cause for sympathy. The 9-colored fox's fire chopper tail blade flung up once again. A red light streaked through the air, avoiding the strongest parts of the spirit beast's defense. A precise chop to the opponent's weak point. It's so cool, it's so cool. After a few slashes, 2 transcendent 3-star spirit beasts were beheaded by the 9-colored fox. Long Chen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Why does it feel like Su Qing is stronger, or rather, hit harder than in sparring? It seemed that it wasn't just the bloodstained savage turtle that was holding back in the sparring session. The 9-colored fox also stayed his hand. At this moment, the 9-colored fox wandered in the middle of several transcendent 3-star spirit beasts with ease. The athletic body is incredibly graceful. 9-tail blades swung harshly. 2 more transcendent 3-star spirit beasts were beheaded. In the blink of an eye, this confidently offending evolutionary squad had 5 spirit beasts killed or injured. And over there, Long Chen also summoned the bloodstained barbarian turtle. In conjunction with Wang Kaishuan's lazy pig, as well as his own berserk iron eater, he finished off the thunder-horned lion and the illusory water giant elephant. All of the offending evolution squad spirit beasts were sacrificed. The Kashung several people were incomparably indignant and roared angrily through clenched teeth. Long Chen, you're spoiling our promotion plans. You're dead. From now on, it's not just the dragon family that's going to kill you. And when we get out, we'll use all our connections to hunt you down in the sky in the north and the south, too, until you are cut into 1,000 pieces. Long Chen suddenly looked at Kashung. The eyes were incredibly cold. Kashung's body suddenly couldn't help but tremble, because he could see killing intent in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen smiled and asked, without your spirit beasts, are you sure you can leave alive? This is a forbidden area, a place where anything can happen. What do you want to do? Kabir panicked. You can't kill us. Long Chen laughed, but you guys were supposed to kill me. Kashung rushed through his watch to notify the inspector to come over. The others did the same. As long as the inspectors came, Long Chen wouldn't be able to kill them. Chapter 26 Death is already half over. Long Chen glanced at Wang Kaishan and Su Qing. Su Qing directly turned around and left. Wang Kaishan also understood and brought Yu Qiudiao with him. Following behind Su Qing, Yu Qiudiao asked Wang Kaishan in a low voice, will student Long Chen really kill those people? Yu Qiudiao's face was a bit pale. For her, something like student murder. Very far away. Actually, she always thought that was something only grown-ups did. Wang Kaishan smiled and shook his head. It won't be. Brother Long is just trying to protect them before the inspection arrives. Wang Kaishan had just finished speaking. A heartbreaking scream came from the jungle behind them. It made the corners of Wang Kaishuan's mouth couldn't help but tremble. Yu Qiudiao's pretty face turned even paler. Is this protection? Wang Kaishan was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain. But Lung is so ruthless. This kind of death is brutal on first hearing. Afterwards, Long Chen rode the berserk iron eater beast to quickly follow up. Su Qing looked at Long Chen, but nothing was said. None of the three asked Long Chen anything. We all know it by heart. Moreover, it was the other party who had wanted to kill Long Chen in the first place. Wang Kaishan smiled and said, now we have 3 flags. In Long Chen's hand, he held 2 flags with blood on them and nodded with a smile. A couple of exam inspectors arrive, thoroughly shocked by the scene in front of him. The 7 transcended 3-star spirit beasts were either decapitated or tyrannized to death. The 7 imperial beast masters were even more so that they barely even had a human form anymore, and could only barely see the male and female, and nothing else. What a ruthless tactic. Was it done by another candidate? A female inspector wanted to throw up. Next to him, a middle-aged male inspector had a grave expression on his face. Obviously, this is an offending evolutionary squad, and its combat power should be one of the best among the candidate squads. But the fact that the entire squad was killed in action and brutally beaten means that the opponents are much stronger. Honestly, the strength of this year's class of candidates, it was already beyond their expectations. It felt like, if they were patrolling the exams, one person facing a squad of Imperial Beast Masters might not be able to beat them. Imperial Beast Masters and Spirit Beasts were all but wiped out. That's the 7th team that's been completely wiped out. Could it be the work of the same squad? Between the inspectors' conversations, a shocking news broke. There were 7 squads, nearly 50 people, and none of the Imperial Beastmasters or Spirit Beasts survived. More than half of the dead and wounded in this great test have now been killed or injured. More deaths and injuries than any previous major exam. The main reason was that this year, the higher Imperial Beast Academy had changed the way of assessment. A big test from the kind of school that used to be safer. It's turned into this big uncontrolled no-go zone test now. Even if their military had sent 5 times more patrols than in previous years, they still wouldn't be able to patrol all of such a large area. Some squads take advantage of this loophole, a killing spree against other student squads. The middle-aged inspector at the head looked solemn. This matter will be reported as soon as possible to see how the invigilator decides. Outside the exam room, the invigilator looked at the big screen, which had already lost half of its points of light, and his expression was a bit dumbfounded. How did so many people die? The area had been cleared by the military several times in advance. It is almost impossible to have wild spirit beasts that students are completely unable to cope with. So, that means that there are candidate squads that are specifically hunting other candidates. The other party's purpose was no longer just to pass the big test. It's more about killing all the competition. Invigilator, shall we terminate the great examination? The deputy quickly inquired. The parents are already making a scene. The invigilator looked at the crying parents. Parents watched as the red dots on the big screen became fewer and fewer, and the names of your own children darken. It crumbled instantly. What's going on here? In the past, although there were dangers in the great examination, they were only limited to one-on-one actual battles, where spirit beasts might die in battle, and students wouldn't die. The principal of the Imperial Beast First Middle School also came in a hurry. Seeing so many students' names dimmed, the face changed in shock. Something big is happening here. The sky is falling. He rushed to question the invigilator. The invigilator said faintly, "Mr. Headmaster, we've sent 20 patrols in, but the test area is so large that we're doing our best to find out what's going on. Immediately stop the examination and let all the remaining students come out alive." The principal blew his beard and eyes out in anger. Stop the test? The invigilator laughed coldly. Now that the examination is over and the whole team fails, who is going to take the responsibility for this? Can you afford the responsibility? The principal froze. These students have been looking forward to this day for more than a decade, like a year. If they are stripped of their grand exam, it's also true that it's unfair to students who have hopes of passing the big exams. The principal looked worriedly at the area of the big test. Make sure you survive. Class. The crowd of parents. The foster mom nervously looked at the big screen. Names disappeared one by one. The number of red dots is already nearly half of what it was at the beginning. Around Morn's name, almost all the names went dark. She was so nervous that her face paled and her body went limp. Afraid that the next second, the morning child's name dimmed as well. Longchen, the cheap bastard's luck seems to be pretty good. Actually survived until now. The Long family's lady had a somewhat grim expression. She saw that the squad she had arranged for was surprisingly full of dark names. All dead. How did you die? Something must have happened in the area of the big test. She looked at her foster mother contemptuously. But don't be complacent. Right now the big exam area is a meat grinder. Those like Longchen who survived this far by luck will be killed off right away. So watch his name carefully. Before long, his name will disappear on the big screen. It won't. Shen'er he will definitely come out alive. The foster mom's voice was all weepy. Mrs. Long's family whispered in her adoptive mother's ear. You don't know, do you? I arranged for an offending evolutionary squad to be in there, all of them possessing transcendent level 3-star spirit beasts. Originally I wanted them to take out that bastard Longchen, but they're dead now as well. Even this kind of strength will die. Do you think Longchen will survive if he takes the transcendent 1-star elimination item? Rumble. The foster mom's body collapsed limply to the floor as if her soul had been suddenly drained. The eyes were extremely wide and deadly, staring at Mrs. Long's family. The shock in her eyes was like waves in a storm, hitting her in wave after wave and making her body tremble. Too shocked by the harsh reality to move. Not even a squad with a full complement of transcendent 3 stars could survive? What's really going on in the big test area? Shan'er. Adoptive mother is desperately trying to break into the big test area, but it was stopped dead in its tracks by the military. The adoptive mother fell to her knees in despair and cried bitterly. Mrs. Long's family was incredibly comfortable seeing this scene. That's what she wanted. Although it wasn't by the people she arranged to personally finish off Longchen, but it doesn't matter. As long as Longchen is dead, she wanted her son to be the only first son of the Long family. No one should be a stumbling block to her. Chapter 27, targeted by the ceiling centerboard. The 4 of them, Longchen, traveled through the jungle. I ended up not finding a flag for half a day. They have searched a sizable portion of the area, but it felt like the flag was deliberately avoiding them. Even Yu Qiuyao's girdle couldn't sense the orientation of the flag. Longchen suddenly stopped. I think we need to think differently. At the very beginning, the examiner simply said that the team that collects all 8 flags first will win. Yet he didn't say exactly how many flags. So is it possible? The number of flags is only 8 in total. Why else would it be that number? Wang Kaixian suddenly froze for a moment, then came to a realization. Yeah, why 8 flags? Obviously there are 7 people on each team. So why not 7 but 8? Su Cheng nodded. If your guesses are correct, then we have 3 flags in our hands, and the remaining 5 flags have most likely been centralized in the hands of 2 or even 1 team, and they are also looking for us. Wow. It feels like the atmosphere is instantly tense. Wang Kaixian said with a slight sense of triumph. But we're different from the other teams. We've just eliminated a team that violated the evolution rules. And that's a full complement of transcendent 3-star spirit beasts. Whoever meets our hands, it's their bad luck. Long Chen looked around vigilantly. The foreboding feeling in his heart grew stronger. Then he said what was on his mind. I think there's something special going on right now. Have you guys noticed? Not only did we not find the flag, we didn't even meet any other candidate squads. Do you guys think that's normal? Yu Qiuliao suddenly raised her hand weakly. Actually, I found it just now, but I thought you guys had it in your hearts, so I didn't say anything to you. Wang Kaixian froze for a moment, then looked around. Eerie, the rustle of the wind as it blows through the trees. It feels very silent just listening to it. It was as if the whole area was empty, just the few of them. Unable to help himself, he moved closer to Long Chen. Lun, what the hell is going on? Long Chen took a deep breath. Since just now, the air has been filled with the smell of blood, and the smell is getting stronger and stronger. Something must have happened in this grand examination region. A few people's hearts suddenly tightened. Isn't there an inspector in the room? What can happen? It is also impossible to patrol the examination in all areas. This examination area is so large. Cruz is also the first time to experience such a big examination. It is inevitable that they will be drilled. Then what do we do now? I can't die. I'm the only one in my old Wang family. If I die, there's no one to inherit all my dad's money. Wang Kaixian really started bawling. The lazy pig beside him wailed along with him. It's like two pigs howling. Outside the exam room, Wang Eugene, who has lived a life of honor and wealth, arrived in a hurry. Hurriedly, he asked his men who were watching here, "What's the situation now? I heard that many candidates died?" Wang Eugene is the richest man in Zhangcheng. I've heard that if all the money in the house was converted into gold, you could build a mountain of gold. But the family has only one only son, Wang Kaixian. So Wang Eugene spoiled Wang Kaixian very much. Originally, this time he thought that there should not be any big mess. My own children are among the top group, if not the top group, among the candidates. And he didn't put too much pressure on Wang Kaixian. Anyway, his family has plenty of money, not to go to that higher Imperial Beast Academy. Of course it would certainly be best to be on it. According to his assessment based on previous year's promotional places, it should have been about the same. But this year the rules for the big test became so huge, and it's been drilled by those big test immigrant students. That's why he had instructed Wang Kaixian, never force yourself to look at the situation and rush to admit defeat. Don't throw your life away just to enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy. But what's this kid doing? Why don't you just admit defeat? There are less than a third of the names still lit up in the exam room now. Eyes on the current name Dark Drop. It's basically been gaffed off. If he waits any longer, it will be his son's turn. What the hell is going on? Who are all the Triumph players? Are they done being eliminated by now? The men under his command immediately reported to Wang Eugene. Before young master entered the examination hall, he teamed up with a few people. Among them was a girl named Yu Qiuliao, as well as Big Miss Su Cheng and Long Chen, whose names are currently still lit up. Su Chen and Long Chen? Wang Eugene froze for a moment. Both of these people were technically the man of the hour in Imperial Beast 1. There's no need to say anything about Miss Su Cheng. That's a unique class of freshmen in River City, even compared to the big test immigrant students. So it's definitely a strong backer. I didn't realize my son was quite resourceful. He actually pulled Miss Su Cheng Daigong into his team as well. But what about Long Chen? Long Chen, although before, just like Miss Su Cheng, as a very rare all-attribute Imperial Beast Master, he was also a popular figure in the school, and his fame was comparable to that of Miss Su Cheng in general. But the problem is, Wang Eugene had a huge headache. I've heard that Long Chen's family is very poor and bought an eliminated grade spirit beast. Isn't that lowering the level by pulling someone like that into the team? This situation, every candidate squad wants to stand out. It's not like everyone is as strong as Su Cheng-sama, but at the very least, there are no shortcomings. A shortstop can sometimes bury an entire squad. What a very unintelligent thing for a son to do in this area again. Next to her, the foster mother heard Wang Eugene's words. The already pale face now became even uglier. And Mrs. Long's family sat in a plush chair. There were people with umbrellas and fans on the side, laughing and praising Wang Eugene. Wang Eugene, you're right. Letting Long Chen join the candidate squad will pull down any squad, no matter who's on the team. It won't help. It will only make the entire squad follow his lead. Wang Eugene looked to the side, seeing that the other guy's row was bigger than his. Couldn't help but start thinking about it. He had heard some rumors recently. It said that the pro-Jianzhou Zhenmijin, the wife of the great general Long Jianbang, came to Jiangcheng. A big shot like that for this little river city. That's pretty much ceiling level, and it's a ceiling centerboard. Therefore, Wang Eugene immediately inquired with an attentive face, why is Mrs. Long also visiting this examination hall in person? Could it be that there are concerned juniors who are taking the great examination? Oh, talk about not caring about me. Just wanting to witness the end of his cheap life. Wang Yujin's mind was spinning fast. Something immediately came to mind. Long Chen's last name is Long. Could the rumors really be true? Lung Chunbong has an illegitimate son who was being raised secretly here in Jiangcheng? That's why this misses. Long has come a long way. Actually want to watch Long Chen die before leaving with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Wang Yujin's heart instantly cooled. Isn't this the end? People who are targeted by this ceiling centerboard. Surprisingly, he was on the same team as his son. Chapter 28. Whoever is in a hurry first loses. It was already a very disadvantageous situation, but now it was made even more hopeless. Even Wang Yujin was skeptical. Came these three small groups of Dakar immigrants. At least one or two of them were run by Mrs. Long herself, and the other party has taken on such a big favor from the Long family's wife. It was bound to accomplish something for the Dragon family, like taking out Long Chen. The more Wang Yujin thought about it, the more horrible it became, and he was directly dizzy and couldn't stand straight. A butler behind him hurriedly supported Wang Yujin, whispering in Wang Yujin's ear, "Master, I think you can try to trust the young master's judgment. He must have his reasons for letting Long Chen join the team. In fact, before the big test, Grandmaster had asked me to investigate something. Big Miss Su Qing has released a long-term mission in the labor union, recruiting spirit beast practical trainers, and only as long as they are of the same rank as their spirit beasts. 12 Imperial Beast Masters went before and after that mission, and all of them were at the top of the Transcendent 2-star level, but they all failed, and I heard that even the spirit beasts spilled their blood at the home of Miss Su Qing. But after an Imperial Beast Master took this quest, Miss Su Qing withdrew her quest from the union." Wang Yujin frowned slightly. He instantly heard the meaning of the butler's words. "Are you saying that there are actually transcendent 2-star spirit beasts in this Jiang city that can rival Miss Su Qing?" But Wang Yujin immediately vetoed it again. "That's impossible. Miss Su Qing's spirit beast, that's the 33rd spirit beast species on the heavenly ranking. Who can match it at the same level?" The old butler spared a glance at a certain name on the big screen. Wang Yujin followed his gaze over to take a look. Immediately the pupils shrank. The whole body felt like it was being run by electricity from above. And then a crazy hit from the bottom up. Rigid as a log. Breathing became rapid. Surprisingly, it's him? But wasn't the one he bought an eliminated spirit beast species? But, not sure what happened in between though. But if the Sun's team had a big Miss Su Qing inside, plus a Long Chen who was on par with big Miss Su Qing, plus his son, Wang Yujin instantly felt that everything made sense. No wonder his son's squad survived until now. It's no wonder his son, such a cowardly guy, hasn't surrendered until now. So it's an expert inside the team. Wang Yujin immediately stood up and was no longer as out of sorts as he was just now. The expression on his face began to have some expectation. What if, in case his son does get into the higher Imperial Beast Academy, that old Wang's family would be a complete cow. "Brother Lung, can we hide here?" Jungle. Long Chen's few people hid in the bushes. It's quiet up ahead, and it was already dark all around. The wasteland sanctuary at night would be truly eerie. It shouldn't be a problem. At the moment there are probably at most 2-3 other teams that could potentially win besides us. The others are either already eliminated or don't have a single flag in their hands. And the teams that are trying to get their flags together, they're going to be frantically looking for people. So whoever is in a hurry at this point loses when we see them. They are in the light and we are in the dark. The initiative is in our hands. Long Chen analyzed in a low voice. Wang Kaishuan's eyes were full of stars at the moment. "Brother Long, you are really worthy of being a schoolmaster. So awesome." On one side, not willing to lie down on the ground in an earthy manner, but leaning in his shadow, Su Qing said faintly, "Of course it's Mr. Long Chen after all." Long Chen instantly sweated. It doesn't look like this is going to go away easily. Women are so petty. He himself had only been his teacher for 3 weeks. Why do you have to be so upset about it all the time? And Wang Kaishian had a deep look on his face. He didn't understand what was going on, but he felt excited. Play the student and the teacher. This seems to be a very new flirtation? Sasha. Suddenly there were some loud noises coming from the jungle ahead. Several people immediately held their breath. Then out of the bushes on the opposite side of the street came a flower. But flowers don't walk. So this is a shadow flower demon. It was different from Yu Qiuyao's tree demon. That shadow flower demon planted itself in the earth. The petals opened slightly. It seems to be catching that little bit of moonlight. The cold glow of the moonlight spilled over the petals, forming droplets of dew on them. Those dewdrops flow into the center stamen, immediately turned into wisps of smoke. It looks like the flowers are emitting spores in large quantities, but that's a huge amount. It's like a big chimney. Long Chen stared slightly. What is this shadow flower demon? A wild spirit animal or someone's royal animal? Yu Qiuyao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly whispered. I remember that the Shadow Flower Demon has a skill to put the surrounding enemies into a deep sleep by emitting spores. What? Longchen's few people immediately realized that something was wrong, but by the time it was discovered the body had already been hit. Feeling a wave of drowsiness hit me. Especially Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao felt it most obviously. Not only did the body muscles feel rather loose, it's hard to even lift your eyes. On the contrary, neither Su Qing nor himself had any noticeable reaction. This spirit-based toxin attack, the weaker the spirit power, the more pronounced the effect on the person. And one's spiritual power has reached 50. This was the numerical level of spiritual power of a proper second-order Imperial Beast Master. And students taking the big exams now. There should be 99% of the people who are first-level sentinels, even those immigrant candidates, because it's too difficult to raise spiritual power. If he didn't have the Ancient Realm training ground, he would have to take at least 3 to 5 years to advance to that level, so naturally he won't be too affected. But why didn't Su Qing react at all too? Longchen glanced back at Su Qing. Suddenly he had a guess. It couldn't be that Su Qing's spiritual power value had reached 50 as well, could it? Even Subaru has her second royal beast? Rustle. There was another rattling in the bushes across the street. A few people came out of it. They also looked very familiar. It should be one of the 3 teams of immigrant candidates. Red, do we need to be so cautious? At the head of the group was a young man with red hair, and it was the inchworm next to him who asked the question. Red said indifferently, being careful is a good thing, and judging by the squad we just encountered, it seems that Zhang Cheng isn't all crap. The girl with the 2 ponytails rode a unicorn and said contemptuously, speaking of that squad, they actually sold us information on the location of their candidate squad in the same city. That's really insidious. Red laughed softly. Normal. The lower you go the more you devour each other. Everyone wants to pass the great exam, and once you get to that level, all your previous relationships and connections can be discarded. So naturally they won't talk about classmates at this time, because later on they might be people from 2 worlds. Chapter 29. Another team of great exam immigrants. Under the bushes. Longchen stared. Someone exposed their location? Who? The first thing that came to Longchen's mind was Lu Yenrui's squad, and they've only met 2 teams so far. One team has been wiped out by them. The other team was Lu Yenrui's squad, so only Lu Yenrui and the others have this possibility. Sure enough, they had to be slaughtered at the time, at the risk of being discovered by the inspector. Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyao had already drifted off to sleep. Only he and Su Qing were left. Longchen looked at Su Qing and didn't say anything, but the nearly month-long sparring session let them form a subliminal understanding. With just a look from him, Su Qing immediately understood. The 2 immediately moved closer to each other. Soundless, especially Long Chen. More than 20,000 hours of real-world training at the Ancient World Training Ground. He'd figured out the maturity long ago, stalking silently through the jungle, and Su Qing followed behind Long Chen, watching Long Chen's pure movements, very surprised. Long Chen was like a seasoned-old hunter, totally not in the same league as munchkins like them. Su Qing only needed to imitate Long Chen's movements and step on the places where Long Chen had stepped on. Then you can also do it without making a sound. It's the real deal. You definitely don't have the skill without 3 or 5 years of specialized training. These big test immigrant students are even less likely to think about it. The hunter and the prey, at this moment, have switched identities. The inch-haired youth looked around. Brother Red, do you think that squad will have a flag? Maybe it's just an ordinary squad, and it might have been taken out by other squads long ago. Red said in a cold voice, that's only if we try. There's only 8 flags. If we want to win, we'll have to leave no squad untouched. Understood. Inchhair hurriedly wiped his eyes for tracks. Rustling. Suddenly there was a scuffling sound in the jungle. Several people were immediately alert. The bush shook faster and faster and it felt like a big guy. Look out. Red reminded in. Then he froze. Crawling out of the bushes was a scarred turtle beast, the cracked turtle armor, and the red substance that looked like blood in the cracks. It looks so tragic. This turtle crawls very slowly. However, a spirit beast like a turtle. The speed aspect was originally the biggest shortcoming. A few people breathed a sigh of relief as Red said, it's okay, it's a wounded turtle beast. But the turtle beast is so big. Twin ponytailed girls marveling. Normal. There are very many spirit beast hybrids, eliminated species, and mutated species in the wild. It's not surprising what they look like. This spirit beast won't pose a threat to us. Don't worry about it. Red didn't take the turtle in his stride. Who's afraid of a turtle? And a turtle with blood cracks all over its armor. It's even less worth it. You're looking for us? Suddenly, voices rang out from the back of several people. Very sudden. Several people immediately turned around and saw a youth. Beside it stood a huge spirit beast that looked like a panda beast. It looks dirty, like it's been through a bad war. A few people didn't do anything rash right away. Instead, look around first. The opponent couldn't have appeared alone. There were bound to be squad members ambushing around. No need to look. Put down by your demon flower. Long Chen took the initiative to say it. Red was a bit confused. Then why weren't you put down? Could it be that your mental power is very strong? Even over 50 points? That's not true. You guys should know very well that even you candidates from big cities can't possibly reach 50 in mental power so quickly. I'm just a bit special. Long Chen spoke very sincerely. This made Akira even more puzzled. He was suddenly very interested in this Jiangcheng native candidate. Why do you want to know everything about me? What do you want? The inch-haired youth next to him immediately said. Why does Brother Chi need to waste his words with this guy? Let's just eliminate him anyway. As long as he doesn't compete with us, won't it be fine? Red shook his head, said in front of Long Chen. This spirit beast of his looks as if it's a mutated panda beast. Its strength should be quite impressive, and it should be among the top among the indigenous candidates of Jiang City. Why would someone like him not choose to sneak up on us and instead take the initiative to expose himself? I'm very curious to know the reason. Then Red Brother looked at Long Chen and smiled somewhat hideously. Now that my question is thrown out, it's time for you to answer me, and I'll decide what to do with you based on your answer. So you'd better think it over before you do. Long Chen didn't have much hesitation and said directly, it's simple. Because I realized the strength of you Daxao immigrant students and felt that I had no hope of winning. But I'm also not willing for my enemies to win. So I want to join you. Red frowned slightly. Who are your haters? Referring to? Lu Yenrue? You guys shouldn't recognize him. His spirit beast is a red flame demon fox. A few of Red's men looked at each other. Wasn't that the same team that had just met them and had some clashes? But neither side had taken advantage of them? Although the two flags were not taken from each other's hands. But the other side gave them a clue that there was a team of students in this direction with a flag in their hands. He was still a little puzzled as to why he had given them this clue. It turns out that there is a feud between the two sides. A lot of things would make sense. At the very least, there is no problem with logic. Actually, this collaboration is not a bad idea. That team of Lu Yenrue's is not bad. It should be the top tier of the student body in River City. Even they had a hard time grabbing an advantage. And the person in front of him was not bad. So if he joined in, perhaps the chances of winning would be a bit greater. But there was no way Red could trust Long Chen so easily. Rhetorically, Long Chen asked, how can I trust you? Well, you guys should have one of those steel shackles for spirit beasts, right? I can put them on my mutant panda beast. Mutant panda beast, you are true and sincere. You have explained everything. Red looked to the inch-haired youth next to him and nodded. The inch-haired youth immediately pulled out two heavy steel shackles. It's made of special metal. Even two powerful armored vehicles pulling in reverse will not rip the shackles off. So don't worry about being broken free by a transcendent 2-star spirit animal. Inch-haired youth in shackles. It's kinda gutsy to be near a berserk iron eater. What the hell is this? That's a bit unusual. No wonder Akira decided to work with this guy. Why is there such a person among the natives of Jiangcheng? The shackles were worn, and a few of Red's men were completely relieved. Okay, now tell us how many others are on your team? Akira continued to ask. And Long Chen was about to say. The double ponytailed girl's white unicorn immediately sensed something. Turning around, he realized that the turtle, which was covered in scars, had actually approached them. Red, this turtle shouldn't be a problem for us, right? Red just glanced at it casually. Not enough to fear. Red wouldn't even suspect that the turtle was the spirit animal of one of the other Imperial Beast Masters in Long Chen's team. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. The turtle's combat power was clearly far inferior to that of the mutant panda beast trapped by the shackles. He didn't believe that the other party would be willing to sacrifice a more powerful spirit beast to lose its combat power just to make them let their guard down. Chapter 30, something went wrong with the big test. Furthermore, to be able to stay awake under the hypnosis of the shadow flower demon spores, having such a person was already unexpected, and there couldn't possibly be a second person. But the words just fell. Long Chen glanced at the bloodstained barbarian turtle. The bloodstained savage turtle immediately understood and fiercely aimed at the shadow flower demon, angling its head to bite. Under the terrifying bite, there was a click. The shadow flower demon was cut off like a fragile straw. At the break, black sap gushed out like blood, emitting a sickening, fishy odor. Ah, my shadow flower demon. A girl with long hair. Her pretty face instantly turned pale. Wailing, he dropped to a sitting position. And a few of Red's men were greatly shocked, because it all happened so fast. Sentinel. Red immediately made a command. However, the movements of the bloodstained savage turtle went against the slow norm. All of a sudden it became swift and decisive. The berserk fury instantly rose up. On the back armor of the bloodstained barbarian turtle, those blood-red lines glowed with a blood-red light, and they flowed quickly as if they were living things. Burning blood. Long Chen did not bring a bit of hesitation. Directly, the bloodstained savage turtle opened its natural skill. These guys weren't weak, so he had to explode into full power to get a head start. and the bloodstained savage turtle's base attribute strength value was already nearly 1,000. Just by looking at the power alone, it was already approaching a transcendent 3-star spirit beast. After the triple increase of the bloodstained skill, the forces pushing 3,000, speed also skyrocketed to over 1,500. So at this moment, the bloodstained barbarian turtle, which is still like a turtle, totally a killing machine with the engine on full blast. The bloodstained savage turtle turned its head and bit into a nearby green-blue-white elephant. That green-blue-white elephant was also outstanding in power though, but after all, it's only a transcendental 2-star. A full strength value should be around 7 or 800. That's why it was bitten off by the bloodstained savage turtle in 3 strokes. Blood spilled all over the place, incredibly bloody. The air around them all became heavy due to the murderous aura of the bloodstained barbarian turtle. Red's few people were completely dumbfounded. The turtle in front of them was completely beyond their imagination. Even this turtle used the fierce tiger pounce that was unique to tiger-type spirit beasts to explosively kill an iron-tailed silver wolf. Turtle-type spirit beasts pounce with a fierce tiger. Chico's eyes nearly ripped open. The eyeballs were crumbling out of their sockets. Just as the bloodstained savage turtle pounced on another spirit beast, the two-ponytailed girl immediately had her unicorn slam into the bloodstained savage turtle. The unicorn's large horn sent the bloodstained savage turtle flying a few meters. Longchen looked deeply at the double ponytail girl. That's not a simple unicorn. The power is so strong, so much better than the average unicorn. Could it be the Xianguan unicorn that ranked 27th on the Xian ranking? If you look closely, this unicorn has pure white, flawless fur. There is an air of purity and nobility. The unicorn horn exuded a mysterious glow. It's as if it has the power to mesmerize the mind. The 4 hooves stepped in a faint halo of light, as if they were divine beasts descending from the divine realm. It seems like it's really an arcane light unicorn. This two-ponytailed girl is not a simple identity. This kind of spirit animal can't be said to be worth tens of millions of dollars. It was the strongest of the bunch, aside from the redhead. Red was dying of anger at the moment. He had been calculating for half a day, but he had actually fallen into a trap. You damned bastard. I'll break you into pieces. Red's spirit animal was an inferno-winged fire lion. Reddish fur, like a burning flame. A small pair of fire wings grows on his back, though they're still out of shape and look a bit pocketable. But it can be envisioned that if it evolves to a certain level, it might have the ability to fly. The Yenwing fire lion's limbs were strong and powerful, and its claws were sharp, capable of easily tearing through the enemy's defense. The tail is long and powerful, with an unquenchable flame burning at the end. It is a more ferocious species of spirit beast. Long Chen frowned slightly. Now there was another spirit beast species that had run out of the 15th place on the yellow list. Not bad for a candidate from a big city. It does take more than the candidates from River City. The Inferno-winged fire lion and the Xianguan unicorn simultaneously closed in on the bloodstained savage turtle. Akira and the two-ponytailed girl are imperative, feeling bound to win. But suddenly a firelight quickly swept through the air, precisely chopping at the Xianguan unicorn. The Xianguan unicorn's reaction was also very fast, dodging the tail blade with a raise of its neck, but the next tail blade struck. This time, the Xianguan unicorn was unable to avoid it, and could only use the strongest unicorn on its body to deal with it. Medium. The tail blade instantly chopped off the unicorn horn of the Xianguan unicorn. The two ponytailed girl's pretty face changed in shock. How is that possible? Akira was also stunned and immediately looked at the visitor. When Su Qing's perfect face appeared in front of a few people, Red's few people looked directly dumbfounded. Gosh, what a pretty girl. The two ponytailed girl was also very shocked. It's simply amazing. It wasn't like the natives to be found in a small place like Zhangcheng. That kind of innate noble temperament was definitely not something that could be possessed by an extremely outstanding appearance alone. It's okay, don't panic. Our side still has the advantage. The other side only has 2 spirit beasts only. There is also a spirit beast that has no combat power right now. Red looked over to the Berserk Iron Eater. As a result, the scene he saw directly made his eyes widen. This mutant panda beast is actually eating that special steel shackle. Shackles that even heavy, high-torque armored cars can't rip off. But it was eaten by this mutant panda beast. Crunchy. Nibble it off piece by piece and gulp it down. In the blink of an eye, Berserk corpse was out of the woods. The situation now becomes 3 on 4. But the other party's spirit beasts were clearly stronger than them. And the other side had the 33rd spirit beast species on the heavenly ranking. 9-colored fox. What the hell is all this we've met today? It's really evil. Red is really regretting it now. Shouldn't have listened to that Lu Yenrui. Recruiting this team of students. Hoping that he had actually been used as a gun by Lu Yenrui. I'm afraid this team is the first echelon of the indigenous student team in Zhangcheng. Lu Yenrui wasn't confident he could beat it himself. So let them come over and drain this team. What a ing guy. Akira mused for a moment, then suddenly said, brothers like this? In fact, we don't have any enmity with you. We are all just fighting for the flag. You may not be able to gain much advantage if you fight us hard, and we will give you the 2 banners in our hands directly. Then we'll go to Lu Yenrui and finish them off. He's the one who wants to borrow our knives to finish you off, and I for one don't like being used, so I'm going to get my revenge. Is that okay? Long Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. Could be. Things are a little less clear right now, and it's really not a good idea to fight this team to the death. If another team catches on, that'll wake you up in your dreams. Good. Cool. Another valuable piece of information from Red. I'm getting more and more interested in you, but I have to remind you that although your team is very strong, there's a problem with the big test right now, and a lot of people have been eliminated, either by being killed off or having more than half of the casualties in the squad. We don't know exactly what's going on right now, but there's definitely something wrong with this grand examination. You guys be careful. Chapter 31 Ancient Beast Church. Several people from Red Brother gave the 2 flags they were holding to Long Chen before leaving. Su Qing's pretty face was flushed with a trace of gravity. It looks like something did go wrong with the big test. Well, obviously. But aren't there so many inspectors, what could go wrong? Long Chen couldn't figure out which part of the process had gone wrong. Su Qing also shook her head. The 2 then went to wake up Wang Kaixian and Yu Choya. Plus 2 flags for the red-haired team. They've got 4 sides now. If the entire grand examination venue, there are only 8 flags in total, then they've got 4 sides now. Either way, it's going to be on the other team's radar. So as a matter of urgency, it might be better to keep ambushing up, but they can't bet on it. In case the total number is not 8 flags, but 12, or even 16, or more. While they wait here, someone else just might have collected all 8 flags and gotten a promotion. So Long Chen still decided to take the initiative. Unlike others, he had reasons why he had to pass the big promotion exam. Seeing how positive Long Chen's attitude was, Wang Kaixian was naturally happy. Although Dad didn't have expectations of himself, but take a chance. What if? We are now very close to passing the big test. Just the last 4 flags to go. Maybe take out the next team they encounter, and it's ready to be collected? Su Qing didn't say anything. Her purpose would have been to pass the big promotion exam. Yu Qiuya would be even less likely to raise any objections. She is a supportive Imperial Beastmaster. To get this far was completely carried away by his teammates. She was naturally looking forward to it if she did have a chance to pass the big promotion exam. So the 4 unanimously decided to take the initiative. Outside the exam room, the sound of parents crying and screaming became more and more intense. Hearing the other parents was terrifying. The names on the big screen were now 2/3 blacked out. Some students were eliminated because the squad was more than half full, so forced to give up the big test. I was kinda remorseful, but as soon as I heard that so many squads were outright wiped out, I immediately felt like I was kinda okay with this. Meanwhile, their parents have such a blessing. Live and let live. So many parents have kids that come out with a pile of bone crumbs. It's tragic. The foster mom looked at the big screen. She had been waiting anxiously for a day and a night, all the time looking forward to the morning child coming out. Even if you're eliminated, just come out. The fear is that it won't come out. Mrs. Long's family had been waiting impatiently. What's the situation? That bastard Long Chen actually survived for such a long time? She gritted her teeth and looked at the big screen. The more Long Chen was like a weed, tenacious enough to die, the more she was disturbed in her mind. Only after she had seen Long Chen's bones could she leave this bird like Jiang Cheng with no worries. The examiner and a couple of co-examiners are in a meeting. The examiner looked at the list of students still alive. The eye suddenly locked onto the Great Examination Immigrant Squad. Such a turn of events in the Jiangcheng examination area. The immigrant contingent is the first to need to be skeptical. The adjutant reports. Troop leader Zhang. Of the 3 grand examination immigrant teams at the moment, the squad that came from Linjiang City has all died, and the tragic deaths of students within the exam area are still occurring, so they can be ruled out as victims. The squad from Hua City, just a moment ago, also suffered 3 spirit beast casualties, to the brink of the entire squad being eliminated. But the squad at Sheepshead is still full today. The examiner mused. Still full? How many more teams are full now? Only a small group of immigrants from Goat Town. The examiner suddenly gazed up. Immediately have the field patrol. Go keep an eye on the Goat Town squad throughout, and report any suspicious things to me immediately. Yes. Then the examiner continued. Contact Goat Town and ask about these students. I want to know their details. Yes. All hands, brace yourselves. We may have encountered a major nasty incident this time. Respond with full force. Yes. The examiner stood up. A bloody murderous aura immediately rose from his body, daring to commit such a thing in the area where he, the Long Yen Shadow Marshal contingent, was invigilating the examination. No matter who the other person is and for what purpose, he wouldn't even spare the other guy. Soon, specific news came back from Sheepshead. They do have a few candidates who have emigrated to River City to take the big exam. Originally this answer essentially put the examiner off. However, the head of the academy on the Sheep City side said that the few candidates who came were very unimpressive in the Sheep City Imperial Beast High School, and could not even be considered midstream. The examiner frowned slightly. Although Yangcheng is quite a bit more developed than Zhangcheng, but the students at the end of the Goat City would not be very strong. They have been but stayed until now? It's even the only squad with a full complement. That's even more unusual. Immediately after that, the person in charge on the Goat side added, "The Ancient Beasts church upheaval just happened in Sheep City not long ago." So, the examiner immediately felt a chill run up from the soles of his feet, straight to the cerebral cortex. The other people from the Dragonflame Shadow Martial contingent also instantly changed their faces in shock. The other executives of Jiangcheng present. The moment he heard the four of the Ancient Beast Church, his face turned pale with a swish. The intense feeling of fear instantly made their brains go blank. The Church of the Ancient Beast, one of the largest villainous organizations in humanity. Their organizational symbol, a totem made up of the silhouette of an ancient beast with an eye in the center, symbolizes the desire for ancient power, and their purpose is to recreate the ancient beasts, restore the natural order between humans and ferocious beasts. But in fact, they wanted to use the powerful strength of the ferocious beasts to break the existing world order and establish a new order ruled by them. In order to achieve this goal, they did whatever they could to collect all sorts of methods to revive ancient ferocious beasts, and even everything useful about ancient ferocious beasts' skeletons, hairs, and so on that were dug up all over the place. And beyond that, they have a purpose. It's the sentinel who wiped out the humans. Let the spirit beasts no longer be domesticated by humans and slowly restore their wild nature. In short, they are a horrible organization with 10 evils. This operation is too much like the Ancient Beast Church's style. The principal immediately said, "It's not too late. Please stop the great examination. There are still 50 or so students alive. Otherwise Jiangcheng's royal beastmaster heritage will be severely damaged." The examiner told the staff to ask the parents for their opinions. The big exams are important and are the country's top priority every year. If the big exam is interrupted because of what they think, students who had hopes of passing the big exam will lose their chances. We'll have to see if the parents agree. 2. Suddenly a parent yelled frantically, "If the great examination is stopped, then let my son enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy unconditionally. So is my daughter. We've poured everything out for our child, and he's managed to pull through so far. There's a good chance he'll pass the big exam." Chapter 32, the patrol exam has fallen too? Although some parents agreed, there were also many parents who disagreed with the termination of the grand examination, because every family looks forward to today. Paid too much. 4 parents, even if it fails, it has to fail. What happened to being artificially interfered with to terminate the big test? It's okay to end the big test, directly to get their child a place in a higher education program, otherwise exempt. They don't realize the magnitude of the problem, and the military can't get the word out about the Church of the Ancient Beast. This is just speculation at this point. Spreading the word is bound to cause panic. In case there is no such thing as the Church of Ancient Beasts at that time, then they have a huge responsibility to bear. So the big test had to go on. The principal sighed with some despair, looking at the vast area of the big test. Hopefully the Church of the Ancient Beast is just their guess. The 4 of them, Long Chen, waited until dawn and began to speed up their search for the flag. They passed by a place. It was littered with the corpses of spirit beasts. There was even the leftover carcass of the Imperial Beastmaster that had been eaten. This bloody odor was much stronger than even Long Chen's first visit to Su Qing's family's practical training ground. Yu Qiuyao saw a person's head, was chained to the treetop with hair. Just this hanging, the blood of the neck has been drained. From the bull-sized scar crashed down a string of blood scabs. Immediately frightened, she hid into Wang Kaishuan's arms. Wang Kaishuan was also terrified. The fat legs were trembling. The most surprised ones were Long Chen and Su Qing, because they've seen this squad before. It was none other than Red's squad. The one whose head was cut off and tied to a tree was the girl with the 2 ponytails. The spirit beast was a Xian light unicorn of Xian rank 27. They just split up 3 hours ago. Results now. All 4 were killed in battle. The corpses of Chico and the other 2 were not intact. It feels completely abused and dead. Long Chen, Lu Yanrui's squad is that strong? Subaru asked. She didn't think Red's squad was that weak. Other than that, with Red's Inferno Winged Fire Lion and Twin Ponytails Gunko Unicorn, the fighting power was strong. Definitely a top-notch presence within the candidates. It's reasonably impossible to be unilaterally purely abused. Long Chen shook his head. It doesn't have to be the work of Lu Yanrui's squad. It's possible that they encountered another squad, and that squad and the mass disappearance of candidates might be related. Wang Kaishuan asked with a trembling voice. Then, doesn't that mean that we may also encounter each other? Well, so let's be careful. The 4 of them, Long Chen, quickly left. Then they saw a patrol exam pass them by. The inspector stopped and walked toward them. Hey, have you guys ever seen the Great Exam Immigration Squad? The inspector asked them directly. Didn't see it. Why? Long Chen replied. The inspector took a deep look at Long Chen, then asked Su Qing and Wang Kaixian, you really didn't see it? The three men shook their heads, signaling that he didn't see it. The inspector looked at the three for a moment, and a hint of shade flashed in his eyes, very secretive. Then with a smile, he said, okay, forget about not seeing it. Good luck with the big test. It looks to me like you guys have a good shot at winning. Go for it. The inspector left. Long Chen and Su Qing exchanged glances, then immediately took Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiudiao away. The two haven't even realized what's going on yet. Long Chen said, that inspector exam just now has a problem. I still remember that before the start of the grand examination, the chief examiner said that the inspector exams do not communicate with the candidates, and that this is the rule of the inspector exams, and yet that inspector exam just now took the initiative to inquire about us. But what can this mean? Maybe the examiners also noticed something unusual about the big exam and wanted to line up what was going on, though only for a moment. The average person would never find out. However, Long Chen and Su Qing's spiritual power reached 50 points. Perception was exceptionally sharp, immediately catching the hint of dissimilarity. That inspector was hostile to them. The other side. The inspector slowly came out of the jungle, looking at the direction Long Chen and the others left. The eyes were incredibly somber. Took out two intercom devices. One of them is a liaison device between the inspectors. Theoretically there is only one intercom per tour. Instead, he has two units. He put up the intercom that had been the patrol contact, then turn on another intercom device. Coordinates 1231:3234. There's a squad of 4 with 4 flags in their hands. Come quickly. A lazy voice came from across the room. Good. Hard work. The inspector hesitated. I've done you guys such a big favor, and now that the inspection team has found out that you guys have a problem, I've taken such a big risk. You'll make good on your promise. Of course, when the big test is over, your family will be released by us and will be given a large sum of money. Okay, you guys must keep your word. The 4 of them, Long Chen, quickly shuttled. Finally, they saw a team of students, and they were classmates from the first high school of the Imperial Beasts in Jiangcheng. Like frightened grasshoppers, their opponents almost just pulled out their watches and abstained after seeing them. Chao Tong? Wang Kaixian immediately asked, how is your situation? I heard that many people were killed or injured. Zhou Tong saw that it was Wang Kaixian, which was a relief. In school, they were on pretty good terms. Yeah, we're freaking out. It's clear that a little over 200 students came in, but now this jungle is dead silent. Wang Kaixian continued to ask, have you guys encountered anything? How come there are 4 people left as well? Zhou Tong hesitated. A few people looked at each other. Zhou Tong scrunched up his body and lowered his voice. We didn't actually initiate conflict with the other teams, and even took a detour along the way. But by chance, we saw 2 teams sparring. That scene simply scared us to death. That great examination immigrant squad was incomparably ferocious, directly abusing loose CCs and their squads. Miserable. And when we were planning to withdraw quietly, the other side realized it and chased us for 100,000 miles. Zhao Wan, Lu Yi, Lin Hui and the others. They were the ones who fell out while escaping. I think they're already in a bad way. The other 3 in Zhou Tong's squad were shivering just thinking about that scene. Which immigrant squad? Long Chen asked. Chao Tong said, it seems to be the Goat Cities. Goat Town? Long Chen was surprised. With the 3 great examination immigration squads, it seemed that it was Goat City's strength that was the weakest and had the lowest presence. Not exactly a sheepish ringer. It's just some hangers-on who want to come to River City to try and get on the water. But they're so strong? Are they violating evolution? Long Chen continued to ask. The offending evolution is not clear, but their spirit beasts are all very strange. How strange? Just feel. Zhou Tong suddenly pointed at Long Chen's berserk iron eater. It's like this. It feels a bit rough and very savage and bloodthirsty. Its obedience to the Imperial Beastmasters is very low, and the Goat City squad is careful in controlling it. Chapter 33, Ancient Fierce Beasts for All. Subaru and the others didn't hear much valid information. However, Long Chen's body shook. Similar to your own Imperial Beast? He was aware of what was going on with his Imperial Beast. In other words, that squad from Goat Town. Per capita, ancient ferocious beasts? That's a little scary. By the way, one of the girls in the Chowhound group raised her hand. I saw what looked like a symbol on their shoulders, patterned with an eye in the center of the ferocious beast silhouette. I don't know if it's the one I'm thinking of, but I don't think it should be likely. Wang Kaixian murmured outline of a ferocious beast with one eye in the center. Long Chen's eyes instantly widened, somewhat appalled. The folkways of Yangchang are so tough? How can students get tattoos? Doesn't the school care? The crowd sweats. Is that the point of the concern? Su Qing suddenly pursued. Are you sure that the sign you saw was a ferocious beast silhouette with one eye in the center? Well, sure, because it looked kinda scary, so I remember it better. Su Qing's pretty face immediately became secretive. Long Chen could see the clues. What's wrong? What's wrong with this tattoo? This totem symbol represents an organization called the Church of the Ancient Beast. The crowd was at a loss. First time I've heard of this organization. What do they do? Long Chen asked. He hadn't heard of it at all. A powerful organization that worships the power of ancient beasts and attempts to recreate those ancient and terrifying beings through forbidden means. The crowd was instantly stunned. Recreate the ancient beasts? Isn't that the first taboo of human society? Definitely can't let the spirit beasts appear again. This organization does the opposite. Is it possible for this to be done? The ancient ferocious beasts have all disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Can they really reappear? Kaiser Wang asked. Su Qing shook her head. I don't know, but this is the purpose of the ancient beast church. But I heard that they possess a forbidden book that records the secrets of the ancient ferocious beasts, and it is the supreme canon of the ancient beast church. Long Chen fell into deep thought. Do they also have the return of the Great Foul system? Su Qing reminded the crowd. Theoretically it's impossible for the ancient beast church to appear in the grand examination, but if they do come, then the grand examination will become extremely dangerous in every way, so you guys should withdraw as soon as possible. Su Qing reminded Zhou Tong of them, but the four men were obviously still a little hesitant. It was hard to hold out until now, although there was not a single flag in his hand, but if he was not eliminated at the moment, there was still hope. Who doesn't want to pass the big test and make it to the top in one step? Subaru said no more, respecting personal destiny. None of these people understood what the Church of Ancient Beasts meant. It may even just be that the Church of the Ancient Beast is a third-rate curfew organization. But Long Chen was paying attention. Then let's each be safe. Long Chen did not intend to take Zhou Tong and the others with him. It was obvious that the other party had made enough preparations to launch this attack, and simply stacking up the numbers would be useless. Instead they might expose themselves. Long Chen brought the three of them, Su Qing, and continued to look for other flags. I've also met a few inspectors on the road. The inspectors are dealing with some very grisly murder scenes, not much better than Chico's and theirs. The means are extremely cruel. This is the third gruesome scene of carnage we've seen, and I suspect there may not be many living squads left now. Wang Kaishuan's voice trembled, pulling Long Chen's clothes tightly along the way. Long Chen suddenly asked, do any of you want to quit? Wang Kaishian froze for a moment. There are only 4 of us left. If one of us quits, then everyone is disqualified. I'm certainly not going to quit, but if any of you want to, I respect your wishes. After all, the situation seems to be more than just passing an elimination. It's survival and death. Long Chen's eyes were very determined. He had reasons why he had to pass the big test. Even if the other party was some ancient beast church, there was no way to stop him. If Brother Long doesn't quit, then I won't quit either. Maybe there's still a chance to pass the big exam. We still have a big chance of winning now, Wang Kaishian said while shivering. If he passes the big exam, then he'll be the most productive in the old Wang family for decades. Long Chen nodded, then looked at Yu Qiuyao. Yu Qiuyao hesitated for a moment. I also want to pass the big exam. If Brother Long doesn't mind me, I won't voluntarily quit. Long Chen immediately put his heart down, although Yu Qiuyao appeared to be a softie on the surface, but actually very determined inside. Good. Then we'll pass the grand exam to enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy together. Su Qing knitted her brows slightly. Why don't you ask me, Teacher Long Chen? Long Chen said, because I know you won't give up. I've seen how strong your willpower is. Su Qing slightly skimmed her lips, then turned around. A blush climbed up her fair, pretty face, only it wasn't seen by anyone else. Yu Qiuyao was a bit puzzled. Are students Long Chen and Su Qing very familiar with each other? Why do I get the feeling that the two of you hardly communicate with each other in school? Long Chen didn't know what to say. Wang Kaishian smiled and explained. But Brother Long has been doing actual combat sparring with Miss Su Qing for almost a month, so of course he is familiar with each other. How do you know? Long Chen asked Wang Kaishian. He had a feeling the kid must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so aggressive in inviting himself to join the team. My second cousin is a high-ranking member of the labor union, so I already knew about it when Ms. Su Qing first posted that recruiting task. The previous 12 Imperial Beastmasters were all pretty strong, but they all failed, so the quest has been hanging around until Lung took that mission and the practical trainer was fixed. I knew Lung would be good. Long Chen sweated. Your Wang family is really handy. Your second uncle is from the law enforcement division, so you exposed the information about my purchase of spirit beasts. And your second cousin uncle is from the labor union, so you know the information about my identity in the labor union. Long Chen now knew how Wang Kaishian had gotten Su Qing to join the squad. Wang Kaishian must have used his status as a bargaining chip. As long as Su Qing is willing to join the squad, Wang Kaixian will tell her who the practical trainer who wore a mask and practiced against her is. Had. I can't say that my hands are all over the world, just my hands are more like it. Wang Kaixian was also not polite. Since your Wang family has only one hand in the world, you didn't set up a trap when others did? Wang Kaixian froze for a moment, then looked around to see that there were no other squads, whispering, and really made a trap. Only that trap was a little menacing. Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Where is it? Deep in the jungle. The pungent odor of blood and the damp smell of blood permeated the place. The dense undergrowth made the light cast down intermittent. Suddenly, a light footstep broke the silence of the jungle. Several people came out of the depths. The bodies hung with blood that was very fresh and hadn't solidified yet. Chapter 34 Encountering the Goat City Squad. Captain, just now those 2 patrol exams actually tried to arrest us. Fortunately we killed them back. But does this mean that our identity has been exposed? A shapely woman said. The woman was wearing a purple robe that emphasized her figure to the fullest. The imperial beast beside her was a giant poisonous spider. The spider's body is 5 or 6 meters large. Its hairy legs are covered with spikes, glistening with a poisonous sheen, and it makes a rustling sound as it crawls. Just looking at it from a distance is enough to make one's head spin. And the man who walked in front of these few people was tall and lanky, with an explosive muscle line. A black metal half-face mask was worn over his face, revealing a pair of eyes as sharp as a hawk's. There was a coldness and determination in his eyes, as if everyone was just a lamb to be slaughtered in his eyes. All of a sudden the sky was covered in darkness. It was a huge eagle beast that hovered above his head. The eagle's beak was hook-like and sharp, and its eyes flashed blood red as it slightly flapped its wings, bringing up an eerie wind. The captain said indifferently, "It's normal. We've killed so many people. If the other side hasn't reacted, then it's not the Dragonflame Shadow Marshal contingent. Oh ho 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 ho. It's just a pity that they underestimate us too much. They really think that we are of the same caliber as ordinary big candidates." Another young man in armor chuckled. "Our imperial beasts are ancient ferocious beasts, easily crushing the same rank. Even a 4th rank inspector will be hit if he's not careful." Squeaky. There was a rustling sound. A swarm of black bats flew over, hovering above the heads of the other sentinels in the squad. That imperial beast master raised his head as if he was receiving a signal, then immediately said to the captain, "My bats say they've spotted a small group to the west. Should we go over now?" The captain said, "Right now. Let's go to the coordinates given by the patrol." That squad managed to collect 4 flags, which means that they are very strong. Let's go and kill them first. Yes, the squad picked up the pace of their advance. There was a lot of wailing from parents off the field at the moment. Obviously, there were more than 50 people left just a moment ago, but suddenly there were more than 20, and the names of more than 30 people were blacked out in such an unexplained manner. At this moment, the examiner was already clad in battle armor. In front of them stood a line of well-equipped team members. Each one had a powerful aura, with the aura of standing up to 100. This is the real Dragonflame Shadow Master contingent, and they had the military surround the entire area of the big test. Dozens of applications in a row. The higher-ups finally gave them permission to break into the big test area. The eyes of the parents of the remaining 20 or so students were incredibly expectant. Please, you must save my son." They were very remorseful at the moment that they hadn't agreed to terminate the grand examination before, and only hoped that it wasn't too late. The examiner said to the members of the Dragonflame Shadow Marshal contingent, "It is now suspected that there are members of the Ancient Beast Church disrupting the promotion exam, while our target is the Goat City Squad. Once discovered, try to capture them alive or kill them if you can't." "Yes," the Dragonflame Shadow Marshal contingent roared to the heavens. "Action!" With the order, a silhouette quickly rushed into the area of the grand examination. The adoptive mother huddled in the crowd of people desperately pleading, "We must bring Chenner out alive, please." And Mrs. Long's family slowly withdrew from the crowd at this moment. She didn't look too good either. A suspected traitor to the Church of the Ancient Beasts has appeared in the immigrant squad. Then everyone who helped the immigration squad with the relevant immigration procedures would be scrutinized. Originally this sort of thing was a power deal on a gray level. Usually they are let off with one eye open. But if it comes to a special time, if she really wants to bring it up for scrutiny, then she's definitely breaking the law. However, she was Long Jinbong's wife, so she understood that they censors would not dare to do anything to her. The 4 of them, Long Chen, headed to the trap that Wang Kaixian had set up in advance. "I actually saw the body of the inspector on the way, and there's more than one. All that was left of the Nod remains were the remnants, and the identity could only be determined by the other's clothes." The ominous feeling in Long Chen's heart grew heavier and heavier. It seems to underestimate the Church of Ancient Beasts. Even the inspector could be taken out. What kind of strength did the other party have? "It's just up ahead." Wang Kaixian led the way. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Long Chen grabbed Wang Kaixian's clothes and yanked him back. Wang Kaixian fell backwards. with a confused face. He raised his head. Dragon, what are you doing? He suddenly saw a large pit suddenly appear in front of him, like it was blasted out by a missile. If Lung hadn't pulled himself up a bit, he would have been a corpse. Longchen looked at the opposite side of the large pit. Walked out a few people. The faces of these people were raw, so they must be the immigrant squad from Goat City. It finally came across. You guys ran pretty fast, but it's still hard to escape death in the end, the woman in the purple robe said with a smile, and looking above their heads again. It was a bat beast with wings spread out that was 10 meters long. The big crater was blasted out by this bat beast with ultrasound. Are you the ones who killed students indiscriminately in the big exam? Long Chen asked. It's us. What do you want? The armored youth clasped his arms arrogantly. The contemptuous eyes seemed as if they had already regarded Long Chen's few people as dead. Oh, nothing. Just thought I'd ask. Long Chen sized up the bat beast. Transcendental 3 stars. But it was much more massive than the average bat beast of the same rank. And it does look a little rough and hideous in character. At first glance, it looked a bit like his own style of imperial beasts. But it's really not the same. His imperial beast had undergone a return to its ancestor. And what was elevated was the concentration of the bloodline of a ferocious beast, which led to a hideous mutation in appearance. But the other party's spirit beast ferocious beast's bloodline concentration was extremely low, only a few %. So, they have this anomaly like they've taken some kind of berserk potion or something, and at first glance, it's the kind with extremely strong side effects. A world away from his proper return. Evolution violation plus forbidden drugs? With a single word, Su Qing revealed the essence of the other party's spirit beast. The armored youth was immediately displeased. This is a ferocious beast of ours. It's very different from your floppy spirit beasts. Yes? Su Qing suddenly made a move. The 9-colored fox instantly struck out. On the fire-chopping tail blade, there was also a large amount of silver-white thunder. The sharpness skyrocketed several times. It was like a shooting star passing by, instantly tearing apart one of the wings of that bat beast in the sky. The cut stunned everyone, including Long Chen. Why does this 9-colored fox feel like it has no battle cap? Shouldn't be fighting his own bloodstained savage turtle. The 9-colored fox has been suppressing power, right? The crowd of the Goat Town squad immediately froze as well. But Long Chen didn't give them time to react. Immediately, the Berserk Iron Eater was allowed to violently charge over. The armored youth fended it off with his own mammothized giant elephant. Originally, he felt that he could easily top-fly this panda beast. As it turns out, the panda beast actually knows martial arts. A hold dropped the mammothized giant elephant upside down. The tusks poked at the ground and the huge body hung upside down. Subaru! Long Chen roared. The 9-colored fox slashed through. The mammothized giant elephant was chopped in half. The whole place is dead silent. Wang Kaixian was dumbfounded. These two are so good together, aren't they? Taking out 2 of the other party's spirit beasts in the blink of an eye? Chapter 35, The Slaughterer is someone else. A few people from the Goat City squad were also confused. How come 2 spirit beasts were casualties in just one encounter? The burly man at the head of the group immediately yelled lowly. Don't take them lightly. One of them is the number 1 in Jiangcheng. Focus your firepower and take out the 9-colored fox first. Quite the daughter of a rich family. The purple-robed woman laughed softly in an enchanting manner. Then her pupils turned dark purple, and the spider beside her bared its sharp fangs, spit out a large number of spider silk. These spider silk is like white water, scattered on the ground has a strong corrosive, and the corrosion was so fast that in just a few seconds it had eroded a hideous scar on the ground. And the 9-colored fox was even faster, dodging the spider silk. The purple-robed woman just kept making the spiders spit out silk, hanging white tents all over the jungle, and the trees let out a creaking sound of woe. The sound of corroded and broken branches and trunks. A white smoke filled the air everywhere and was very pungent. The slightest inhalation feels like your lungs are burning. Couldn't even open his eyes, which felt fiery when they touched the smoke. I'm afraid the corrosiveness has exceeded that of super concentrated acid. I have come to bring forth green shade for you. Yu Qiudiao immediately let the green spirit tree demon land and take root. Above the heads of the crowd, a forest ean was held open, and the light it shed was so soft that it purified the air of the strong corrosive substances. Thanks. Wang Kaixian said thanks. Yu Qiudiao immediately blushed. Where? That's all I can do for everyone. With the shade of the trees, Long Chen and Su Qing were more relaxed. Although their spirit beasts weren't very resistant to corrosion, that fur wasn't long for nothing, so as long as they weren't wrapped up in the front of the spider silk, it wasn't much of a problem. The Berserk Iron Eater plucked up a tree and clunked its way through the corrosive mist, directly disliking the trunk into the spider's spitting silk, which let out a mournful wail. The 9-colored fox immediately followed up and chopped down with its tail blade, but it was blocked by the spider's teeth. The purple-robed woman sneered. A fox's tail's blade isn't necessarily tougher than a spider's teeth. Swish, but immediately after that, another lightning bolt of fire appeared from behind the 9-colored fox, and then crossed over to the spider's teeth, slashing into its head. Click! The spider's head was splintered. Brains are bursting out. The purple-robed woman's pretty face was shocked, but that wasn't all. The third, fourth, and fifth knives, it's like the scythe of death, from the top down, decapitate the spider's head completely. Rumble! The ungodly large spider was decapitated. The goat squad was even more shocked. How is this not what they expected? Their spirit beasts had gone through ancient evolution and were stronger than spirit beasts of the same rank. But why couldn't they even defeat a transcendent 2-star spirit beast? It's not the same as what the guy said. That person clearly said that he could ensure that their spirit beasts were invincible. Quickly! Retreat! The captain immediately panicked. This squad is sick. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a turtle standing in their way. And where did this dead turtle come from? Split stone sculpture. Smash it for me! The captain immediately shouted. A huge eagle bird covered the sky and flew over the heads of the crowd, swooping towards the bloodstained savage turtle. Wang Kaixian hurriedly said, Brother Long, the eagle beast naturally restrains the turtle beast. The turtle beast's defense is strong. Normal spirit beasts couldn't do anything with the turtle shell, but the eagle beasts can poke through turtle shells with their incredibly sharp talons. It could even take the turtle beast to a height of several hundred meters and then drop it, directly killing the turtle beast that was shrunken in its shell. This is a tank-type opponent. The cracked stone statue whistled down like a god of death. Its huge wings unfolded as if they were dark clouds covering the sky, and every incitement brought up a howling gale that caused the trees below to bend over. The speed of the split stone sculpture swooping down became faster and faster, its sharp claws poking out from under its belly, like 4 life-threatening sides glittering with a cold light, lunging straight towards the tiger. The aura was as if it wanted to chisel a hole in the earth, and the entire world was enveloped by its killing intent. It's horrible. What kind of spirit beast is this? So rough but so tough. Just a moment before the gigantic split stone sculpture was about to grab the bloodstained savage turtle, the bloodstained savage turtle immediately jumped up. That's right, is jumping up. Its majestic hind legs violently stomped on the ground, and its entire body catapulted up like a red lightning bolt. Rumble! The earth trembled under its stomp. The bloodstained savage turtle opened its bloody mouth, revealing its dagger-like sharp and thick fangs, twisted its body in the air, and pounced in reverse towards the split stone sculpture with an unbelievable strength and agility. This lunge was like a Tarzan. The power of the blood-striped savage turtle was on full display at this moment. Its front claws stretched forward, its muscles taut. Each claw was like a steel hook that could tear through steel, pressing the split stone sculpture to the ground in death. No matter how much the cracked stone statue struggled, it was useless. It was bitten off by the blood-stained savage turtle. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a trance, they seemed to see a fierce tiger that recoiled from the flying bird. Is this the kind of maneuver a turtle can do? Su Qing was also startled by Long Chen's blood-stained savage turtle. Obviously a turtle, but athletic as hell. When dealing with Red's team before, this turtle also demonstrated a skill similar to a fierce tiger's pounce. And that amazing speed. This can't be a misplaced tiger beast, can it? While others are surprised, Long Chen, however, frowned slightly. How can I put it? This goat squad is not weak, but it doesn't seem that strong. They shouldn't have the strength to eliminate so many student teams, especially that squad of Reds. It shouldn't be taken out so easily. Outside the exam room, the Long Yin Shadow Marshal contingent had been in there for a while. Parents looked forward to it. Suddenly, I saw another name go black on the electronic screen. Parents groups are alarmed that there have been another casualty. The examiner looked at the blackened name. This is the Goat Squad. This was the first time the Goat Squad had suffered casualties, and 3 at once. Looks like the crew found them. The examiner was relieved that the killing could finally stop. At that moment, a voice came over the intercom. Inside, the team on a mission found several patrol exams taken out and their bodies dumped deeper into the jungle. What? The inspector was killed too? The examiner tensed up once again. You've already found the Goat Squad, haven't you? Not yet. The test area is too big. The other side keeps moving. We're still looking. The examiner's eyes widened. Immediately look at the name that blacked out on the big screen. Since it wasn't you guys, who eliminated the Goat Squad members? And who killed the inspector? The examiner immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I'm afraid things are more serious than he thought. The inspectors were all 4th order powerhouses drawn from the force. Even if the candidates were strong, they couldn't up a 4th order powerhouse. So who the hell is it? Are they all thinking the wrong way? The Goat Squad is not really the mastermind of the killings. Is the Slayer someone else? Chapter 36 Winning. But Jiangchang is a sea of fire. The examiner immediately thought of a horrible answer. Perhaps the Goat Squad was just a blindfold set up by the other side, used to attract attention. Take the blame for killing so many people. Find the Goat Squad immediately, and watch out for other suspicious people. after the examiner's order. Just saw another group of soldiers in the distance, rushing over to inquire. He realized that the other party was the garrison of Jiangcheng. Learned that the great examination is suspected to have appeared in the Church of Ancient Beasts, so the troops were sent over for support to see if they could help. The examiner's pupils shrunk. Who told you to? The battalion leader leading the team said. It was someone who anonymously gave us information, and the superiors took the Ancient Beast Church very seriously, so they sent us here. What about Jiangcheng? Who's guarding Jiangcheng now that you've come over? The examiner's voice was trembling a little. River City. Now. No. The head of the battalion also immediately realized what was going on. A look of horror appeared. No way. Tweak the tiger. Away from the mountain? The two immediately looked in the direction of Jiangcheng. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge explosion came from the direction of Jiangcheng. The commotion of the explosion shook the place a bit. The battalion leader immediately turned around and rushed back with his troops. Bad. It's a trap. The examiner immediately put on his fine iron armored combat suit. To the parents who were still a bit bewildered, he shouted, a special situation is occurring now. Jiangcheng is in a state of special war readiness. All of you find a place to hide. That's when parents realized, with everyone's attention focused on the big test, someone has launched an attack on River City. Judging by that explosion earlier, the attack must have been supersized. A look of fear instantly spread across everyone's faces. Their families are still in River City. The foster mother looked horrified at the dust of the explosion that rushed skyward in the direction of Jiangcheng. What happened in Jiangcheng? Her husband is still lying in the hospital in Jiangcheng, and Morn is still in the middle of a big test that hasn't come out yet. What's going on? The adoptive mother's face turned even paler. Over there, Wang Eugene was in a rage. Damn! Someone has ended the lair. Men, charge back with me. Someone quickly asked. What about the young master? Wang Eugene glanced at the electronic screen. Perhaps, the area of the grand examination is now a safer place instead. The other party used the grand examination to attract everyone's attention. The main purpose was to attack Jiangcheng, and now that the purpose has been accomplished, the grand examination isn't the other party's main concern anymore. When the foster mother heard this, she looked at the grand examination area with a tangled expression, then turned around with an agonized expression and ran towards Jiangcheng, where explosions were still occurring. Jungle. Several people from Longchen looked in the direction of Jiangcheng. There seems to be a vibration coming from that direction. Lung, what happened? Wang Kaishan asked, and Longchen shook his head. As a matter of urgency, let's take care of this squad first. Longchen couldn't care less. There's definitely something wrong with this goat squad. Their spirit beasts were not ordinary evolved, but it's not revert evolution either. Perhaps it really was that ancient beast church that Su Qing was talking about. Since it's the Church of Ancient Beasts, there's no amnesty for killing. Have the blood-stained barbarian tortoise and the berserk iron eater, along with the nine-colored fox. There was a frenzy of abuse against them. The members of the Goat Town squad were furious, rushing towards Long Chen and Su Qing with their weapons. Since we can't take out the Imperial Beasts, we'll take out the Imperial Masters. The Imperial Beast Masters were all fighting from afar, and without their Imperial Beasts, they were fish and meat on the chopping block. The purple-robed woman rushed towards Su Qing with a dagger. Su Qing was about to make a move when Long Chen blocked in front of Su Qing. A hand pinched the purple-robed woman's wrist, then violently twisted it, and under Long Chen's strength of more than 30 points, the purple-robed woman's arm was twisted into a twisted kick and flew more than 10 meters away. The armored youth saw the purple-robed woman being kicked away, then he also rushed over. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back. A tremendous amount of power gathered in his fist. A fist blasted out as if it were a firecracker. It slammed hard into the armored youth's face. The facial bones were directly broken and his body flew backwards like a missile. The crowd was once again frightened by Long Chen. This is the Beastmaster? What power? Even a first-order warrior might not have this power, right? Retreat! The captain of the Goat Town squad had already given up the fight. In the squad, a viper that was over 10 meters long was frantically fleeing with several people. Vipers aren't exactly slow, but behind him, the violent engine of the bloodstained savage turtle turned on. Knock! 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 It was like a raging chariot catching up. Viper was on the verge of tears. First time I've ever been chased by a turtle so badly. But the faster nine-colored fox had already arrived next to them. In the stunned expressions of several people, the nine-colored fox's tail blade flashed. A few people instantly felt the world go quiet. Then their vision rolled down. Just watch as the viper rushes deeper into the jungle with their headless bodies. And then all their world goes dark. Goat Squad, total annihilation. 4 more names instantly blacked out on the big screen outside the exam room. At this point, there were only 8 names on the entire big screen. Long Chen's squad and Lu Yanrui's squad. There are 4 of each. As per the entry rank of the big exam, they have been admitted. But now, except for the individual staff members who recorded his name, Others no longer cared about them. It's been a mess out there for a long time. Longchen got the 4 flags of the Yangcheng squad. They gathered 8 flags. All 4 of them couldn't hold back the ecstasy in their eyes. They finally won, passed the big test. You can enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy. In the future, their achievements will be unlimited. Wang Kaixian excitedly hugged Longchen and kissed him fiercely several times. Longchen kicked Wang Kaixian off and furiously wiped the saliva on his own face. It's disgusting. Yuchioyo was also so excited that her face turned red. Thank you all, bringing me through the big exam. Thank you all. It's okay, it should be, Wang Kaixian said in a smelly manner, as if the credit was his. But as soon as the words fell, a few cracking sounds came from the jungle, followed by several black shadows that surrounded them. Freeze! Longchen hadn't reacted yet. The opponent's knife was already on his neck. The other party struck very decisively, swift as the wind, with a solemn aura. It's nothing like the students. The opponent was wearing a black combat suit. It's from the Longyan Shadow Warrior contingent. You killed the goat squad? The contingent saw several heads on the ground that had rolled into the grass and looked shocking. Well, but we were acting in self-defense because they were trying to kill us and they were violating evolution. Longchen didn't mention that their spirit beasts were also very odd. After all, his own spirit animal was also very eccentric. The Longyan Shadow Martial contingent checked the identity information of several people, then looked at the 8 flags. Good, you have passed the grand examination. Now immediately withdraw from the grand examination area. But don't return to Jiangcheng. Why? Longchen was puzzled. Our identities are very transparent. We are normal grand candidates, and we kill purely for self-preservation. He assumed that the other side suspected them of having a problem, or suspected them of being the makers of the killings. Chapter 37 Adoptive Father Lin Chongfeng's Determination to Die. Jiangcheng has been attacked. The Longyan Shadow Martial contingent spoke directly. A few people didn't react. What attack? Longchen asked. The Church of the Ancient Beast. That young Dragonflame Shadow Warrior contingent was about to say, but it was stopped by another, slightly older one. Alright, your mission is over. Go to a safe place and wait for things to end. Our Dragonflame Shadow Martial contingent has already begun to move. We will definitely ensure the safety of Jiangcheng. Don't worry. The middle-aged man had a cigarette in his mouth and looked gangly and handsome. Longchen's brain went blank. It felt like I was being bombarded by 5 thunders. It was a long time to slow down. Jiangcheng is just an ordinary small border town. Why is the Church of the Ancient Beasts eyeing that place? He immediately rushed towards Jiangcheng on his berserk Iron Eater. His adoptive parents are still in River City. Longchen's teeth were almost clenched. He probably understood what was going on. The Ancient Beast Church created chaos in the Great Examination to attract the attention of the military, and then took advantage of the emptiness of Jiangcheng's military strength to launch an attack. It was a premeditated operation. The scale is bound to be no smaller. The vibration just now. Longchen didn't even dare to think about it. All he wanted to do now was to rush to his adoptive parents' side as fast as he could and protect them. Dragon, wait for me. Wang Kaixian also hurriedly rode the lazy pig wildly. Yuchioyo also hurriedly berserked out. Her family was also in Jiangcheng. Su Qing, on the other hand, watched the trio's backs as they left from where they were. Brother Zhang, aren't we going to stop them? After all, they are still just students. And if the unrest in Jiangcheng was really triggered by the Ancient Beast Church, then the young players were a little hesitant. The middle-aged team member sighed. Li Fa, the most serious encounter is only the destruction of the country. Let them go. This is what they have to go through. Otherwise, even if they survive, this life cannot pass this hurdle. The middle-aged captain seemed impressed. Longchen ran wildly when he reached the entrance of the grand examination. The place was full of parents who had gathered in tears. Everyone was staring at him because he was the first one to come out of the big test on his own accord. A student recognized him. Longchen? You guys won? Longchen couldn't care less and continued to rush. The berserk Iron Eater ran wildly on all fours and was quite fast. The student hurriedly shouted after him. Longchen, I just saw your foster mom. But after the explosion in Jiangcheng, she hurried back. Longchen was even more anxious. The foster mom is just an ordinary person. She can't do anything. After a while, Wang Kaixian also rushed out. The Wang family's butler hurriedly greeted him. Young master, it's really great that you're fine. The butler was in old tears. A snotty old man. Wang Kaixian asked, where's my dad? His lordship he has returned to Jiangcheng with his men. Wang Kaixuan's head spun. Where's Dragon? Brother Long. Is that Longchen? Longchen just now also rushed towards Jiangcheng. Young master, where are you going? Young master? Master told you to wait here. Wang Kaixian defied the block. Riding the lazy pig also went straight to Jiangcheng. Longchen has been contacting his foster parents by phone, but the foster parents don't answer the phone. He called the hospital and no one answered the hospital phone. It means that by this time the River City is in order. Long Chen told the Berserk Iron Eater to speed up. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. He would never spare the Church of Ancient Beasts if his adoptive parents had a slip-up. The downtown area was already in chaos when Long Chen arrived there. The Spirit Beast base was bombed. A large number of Spirit Beasts scattered out in all directions and were frantically attacking passers-by. Although the strength of these Spirit Beasts had not been seen to be very strong, to ordinary people, they were flood beasts that could not be fought by human power. Once encountered, death is certain. And there was something strange about these Spirit Beasts. Extremely aggressive, one red-eyed, catching people and eating them. It's like having rabies. It was somewhat similar to the state of those Imperial Beasts from the Goat team. Very violent and sexually altered. The Spirit Beasts that ran out had to be in the thousands. Therefore, the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Division and the military were already burnt out just by dealing with these frenzied Spirit Beasts, and had no time to protect the ordinary people of Jiangqing. A few frenzied wolf beasts pounced on Long Chen. Long Chen made the Berserk Iron Eater beast smash their brains with a few slaps. During this time, some people asked him for help, but Long Chen could only leave ruthlessly. He couldn't care about others right now. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it had long since lowered its iron gates, and the doors and windows were blocked with iron or something. The Spirit Beasts outside surrounded the area, a frantic onslaught of doors and windows, which the people inside struggled to hold back with their bodies. But the strength of a human was unbearable in front of a spirit animal. Bang! The door that several people were holding together was pushed open by a rhinoceros head. The ones blocking the door died instantly. Immediately there were screams of terror in the hospital. It's rushing in. The Spirit Beasts are rushing in. Run! The hospital isn't safe. Staying on is only a death sentence. In the hospital room, the adoptive mother was holding her adoptive father and was about to open the door to leave. Boom! A silhouette flew right in front of their eyes. It's like a cannonball. It's the nurse lady who just yelled, being slapped at the end of the other end of the hallway with his neck ripped off. The foster parents poked their heads out in horror. Then he saw, at the stairs, an ape beast come up. Heads are up to the ceiling. A stocky figure, with long, slender limbs. A great deal of fur is stacked between the hands and feet, and when spread out they resemble wings. Spirit Wind Flying Ape. Transcendent 2-star Spirit Beast. Known for his agility and strength. Although it was slightly smaller than the rock-armored ape guard of the same rank, but it is much more flexible. Have the ability to glide short distances, so it can get to the higher floors faster. And in the other wards in the corridor, there were patients and family members who hadn't had time to run, and everyone was utterly desperate. Transcendence 2 stars. Even guns can't kill it. They're dead. Come back. The adoptive father rushed to pull the adoptive mother back, closed the door to the hospital room. The two crawled underneath the hospital bed, praying that the Spirit Wind Flying Ape doesn't enter their ward. But obviously, they had underestimated the bloodlust of the Spirit Wind Flying Ape in its berserk state. From ward to ward came the hissing of pain and the crunching of chewing bones. The two men saw blood running down the door at the bottom of the bed. There's been bloodshed outside. The foster mom suddenly turned even paler. The adoptive father hastened to cover the adoptive mother's mouth. The hiss of agony grew closer and closer until the giant figure reached the door of their hospital room. Neither dared to breathe and watched with wide eyes. Bang! The door to the hospital room was tapped directly from the outside to the inside. It flew out the window. The blood-soaked Spirit Wind Flying Monkey stood in the doorway. There was also a long-haired human head in his hand. Spirit Wind Flying Ape was about to pull out his hair before eating it. The adoptive father suddenly made a decision that he would voluntarily go out and die to save his wife's life. The adoptive mother certainly saw what the adoptive father was thinking. Immediately, he reached out to pull his adoptive father, but he had already made up his mind, and as soon as he shook off his adoptive mother's hand, he roared and rushed toward the massive Spirit Wind Flying Ape. A rusty broken sword was drawn. The foster father smeared blood onto the broken sword. The broken sword erupted with an incomparably strong sword chi as if it had been quenched and reborn. The foster mother's pupils shrunk. Lin Changfeng, you can't. You'll die now. But Lin Changfeng had already decided. The sword chi on the broken sword boiled up. Sword chi overflowed in all directions like a raging storm, and the surrounding air was twisted and distorted due to this powerful force. At this moment, Lin Changfeng was as if he had returned to his peak. Chapter 38, Long Chen, a man of the world. A man of the world. A trace of contempt flashed underneath the Spirit Wind Flying Ape's eyes. Didn't take Lin Changfeng seriously at all. He was about to reach out and break Lin Changfeng's neck. Suddenly, an even greater force blasted the Spirit Wind Flying Ape straight away. Lin Changfeng froze, and so did the foster mother who had just crawled out from under the hospital bed. Did someone come to their rescue? Joy had not yet fully emerged. Once again, the two men's demeanor changed in alarm, and it's even more dull than it was a moment ago. Eyes open beyond tearing, because, shoot the flying apes of Rincewind. It was a much larger, more terrifying and murderous-looking beast. This spirit beast was even more terrifying than the one just now. but it was very different from the perceived naive black and white panda beasts, which appeared to be mutated and filled with rage and ferocity. The blood-red eyes were incomparably hideous and boiling with murderous intent. Grinning a bloody grin, dagger-sharp and jagged fangs were revealed, each with the slightest hint of drool hanging from them. Let out the continuous low roar of a fierce beast. The strong limbs were like 4 thick iron pillars, each covered with bulging muscles. This is God's way of killing them. Suddenly, just then, a head poked up. Mom and Dad, are you guys okay? The one who poked his head in was none other than Longchen. Lin Changfeng and the two of them were directly dumbfounded. Stunned, he looked at Longchen. The two men didn't dare move a muscle. It was because the huge panda beast was still standing behind Chen'er. At any moment, you could get a slap on the head. Morningside, Lin Changfeng reminded Longchen in a low voice. Longchen was puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Changfeng's heart and liver trembled for fear of startling the mutant panda beast. Behind you. Longchen then realized that the adoptive parents were frightened. Back with a kick to the calf bone of Berserk Iron Eater. The Berserk Iron Eater jumped in pain. Tears are coming out. Told you to stop scaring people. Didn't listen to me? Did you? The Berserk Iron Eater immediately squatted down in aggravation. Draw circles on the floor. People were obviously laughing hard just now. What's scary about? And Longchen's kick, like teaching his grandson a lesson, reprimanded the terrifying mutant panda beast to crouch on the ground. A scene that made Lin Changfeng and the two of them stare incredulously. Chen'er, is this your imperial beast? Lin Changfeng asked in a hurry. Aha, didn't you? You buy the elimination grade spirit beast species? Lin Changfeng also knew about this. He and his wife learned of the situation from the school. Immediately distraught, he asked his wife to go to the site of the big test to stop Chen'er from going in to die. But, is this the spirit beast species of the eliminated product? Why does it feel so strong? It was much stronger than the average spirit beast of the same rank, and the loyalty and obedience is unbelievable. It is important to know that even if it is a spirit beast with a relatively high degree of ease of control, the Imperial Beast Master has to be careful with the Imperial Beast. After all, there is a beastly nature in his bones, and there is a possibility that the Imperial Beast will turn against him if he is suppressed too much. But this mutant panda beast was too obedient to Chen'er. No resistance at all. Unbelievable. Well, so the character looks a bit ugly, but it's actually not bad. Ha ha. Longchen didn't say anything too much, and Lin Changfeng and his wife looked at each other face to face. You call that not bad? This is clearly a treasure to be picked up. Chen'er, you're kind of spirit beast. Lin Changfeng wanted to know more, but Longchen didn't give him that chance. Immediately changing the topic. Old Lin, what's the situation now? What's going on with the attack on Jiangcheng? Lin Changfeng shook his head. We're not sure. Suddenly there was an explosion. Then a large number of spirit beasts rushed out, and Jiangcheng was thrown into chaos. But, I suspect it was. Lin Changfeng didn't continue, seeming to know something. Longchen didn't say anything either. He knew that it was the ancient beast church that did it. But foster parents are ordinary people, and letting them know that the ancient beast church is coming will only make them more nervous. The hospital is still filled with screams. Lin Changfeng told Longchen to leave them alone and go clean up the spirit beasts in the hospital first. The law enforcement and the military couldn't care about it, so they, the residents, could only try to protect themselves, and seeing as Chen'er's spirit beasts were extremely strong in combat, they should be more than enough to deal with ordinary spirit beasts. However, Longchen was uneasy about his adoptive parents, so he decided to let the Berserk Iron Eater sit on this floor while he went to the other floors. Lin Changfeng immediately said, "What are you going to fight with if you leave your Imperial Beast behind?" Longchen smiled, then summoned the Bloodline Savage Turtle. The moment the bloodstained Savage Turtle appeared, the blood breath is monstrous. The aura instantly overpowered the Berserk Iron Eater. The Berserk Iron Eater that was so fierce just a moment ago, in front of this massive, battle-hardened looking turtle, immediately sprung quite a bit. It felt like any violent and murderous beast was just child's play in front of this turtle. Lin Changfeng was directly stunned. Two eyeballs popped out a meter or so. His jaw was Erica and dropped to the floor. Two imperial beasts? How is that possible? At this stage of the great candidate's life, having a transcendent 2-star spirit beast was already outstanding. Morn actually has 2 transcendental 2 stars? And one is scarier than the other? Morn, you. Without waiting for Lin Changfeng to ask, Longchen had already slipped away. Some things can't be explained right now. He couldn't expose it either, which he was the bottom of the barrel. Besides, if the ancient beast church was also looking for a way to revive the ancient fierce beasts, then there was a chance that he would be targeted by the other side. So what he had to do now was to try to develop himself as much as possible in a muffled manner, so that he wouldn't be afraid of being exposed when he became a strong man one day. At that point, the family won't press him on what's going on. Longchen and the bloodstained barbarian turtle cleared the spirit beasts layer by layer. Soon, a patch of spirit animals lay in the hospital. It was only then that the medical staff and patients and families dared to emerge from the ward after the robbery. Everyone looked at Long Chen with new curiosity. Many people knew Long Chen. Long Chen's adoptive father has been in this hospital for quite some time. Long Chen also often came over to visit and take care of them. So everyone also knows that Long Chen is a student of Royal Beast Snow 1 High School and will take the big exam this year. Not long ago Long Chen's adoptive parents had some argument with. It was about borrowing money to buy a spirit beast for Long Chen. It was rejected by the other party with very harsh and unpleasant words. Originally, it was thought that Long Chen would not be able to become a Royal Beast Master, or would only be able to become a very mediocre Royal Beast Master. As a result, Long Chen saved the entire hospital today. Long Chen's turtle beast blocked in front of the hospital door. None of the spirit beasts outside could rush in, and whoever dared to do so would die. It had already bitten a patch of spirit beasts to death. Like a god of war, a man can't be stopped by a man. The passing contingent of Longyan Shadow Masters were stunned. They knew Long Chen as a student, just passed the big test. Not bad for someone who can come out on top of a meat grinder of a big test. Sure is awesome. A female contingent member, dressed in a power suit and poised, smiled. Classmate, when you graduate from the Higher Imperial Beast Academy, would you like to join our Yanlong Shadow Martial contingent? The crowd immediately opened their eyes wide, filled with envy. If anything, passing the big test is what many people dream about. Then joining the Dragonflame Shadow Warrior contingent was a super advanced goal that no one could even think of. It's a rare opportunity to be invited to the team. However, Long Chen had a flat expression. What is the use of joining you guys? You guys can't even protect a Jiangcheng. The female contingent member suddenly froze. Chapter 39 Chopping the elite level is like chopping a dog. She did not expect Long Chen to open his mouth for accountability, speak so directly, but she seemed to be able to know why Long Chen was like that from his grudging sinful eyes. Jiangcheng was attacked, his family was in Jiangcheng, and the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent, which was responsible for maintaining law and order, did not play a role at this time, and it was normal that he would be dissatisfied. The female contingent said solemnly, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we will do everything we can to protect Jiangcheng and its people, and live up to the responsibility we carry. With that said, the female contingent member and a few others left. They didn't focus on destroying the rioting spirit animals. Perhaps there are other, more important responsibilities on their shoulders, like the final culprit in this riot, also known as the Church of the Ancient Beast. The Church of the Ancient Beasts is the source of the manufactured disaster. If those villains are not punished, the roots of the riots in Jiangcheng cannot be removed. Long Chen wondered if he belonged to the group that had relieved the other side of their anger for no reason. Actually, they did their best. Long Chen continued to guard the hospital. He was limited in strength and could protect few. Keeping this hospital is already a merit for him, and those who escaped nearby saw the hospital being guarded. Just make a mad dash for the hospital. More and more. The hospital gradually began to become overcrowded. Long Chen suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. With so many people pouring into the hospital, it is a big cafeteria for the spirit animals, which come from all directions when they smell the human odor. Knock, knock, knock. The ground trembled terribly. It's like there's a tidal wave coming wildly through the streets. Long Chen stared tightly ahead. A black mass gradually appeared at the end of the street. Those black colors looked like the tip of a tidal wave, wrapped in a mass of waves running down the street. These spirit animals are targeting hospitals. The first thing that flashed through Long Chen's mind was that someone was directing these spirit beasts. How else could it be so neat and tidy? Long Chen's body tensed up. A rough count shows at least a couple hundred of them. All sorts of berserked up spirit beasts came flying over the walls. Can you hold it? Can't keep it. Suddenly, a loaded military combat team rushes over. A gun line was set up at the entrance to the hospital. Bang 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 bang. The guns and cannons pressed forward intensively, immediately beating the spirit beast's skin and flesh, with pieces flying all over the sky. It's having an effect. These were all low-level spirit beasts, against which human guns were still useful. The spirit beast frenzy was instantly suppressed by the dense gunfire. But the next moment, things changed again. Those spirit beasts immediately dispersed in all directions from the side streets. But the sound of thumping footsteps continued to approach. They haven't given up yet. It just went from one direction to many. The military combat team reacted immediately. Number 1 and 2, go to the west gate. Number 3 and 4 go to the east gate. Number 5 and 6 go to the south gate. Everyone else, roam with me for support. We need to hold this hospital. This captain had just finished speaking when he was suddenly violently lifted up by something that fell from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a huge toad lying on the roof of the hospital. Obviously, the floors of this hospital were very high, but the immense toad was like a huge ball of pitch-black sludge, hanging over their heads in general. The tongue is long, like a spring. It stuck to the captain's head and retracted into his mouth. Click! The sound of bones being crushed rang out. the captain's legs immediately stopped struggling. A large amount of blood mist dripped out of the toad's mouth. It landed on the faces of the stunned crew on the ground. The captain died too soon. None of them reacted. Longchen immediately used the 10,000 beasts appraisal to check the data of this beast. Misty Marsh Cold Toad. Elite level 1 star. Longchen's pupils shrunk. It was the first time he had seen a true elite level spirit beast. Sure is scary. Strength over 5,000. Speed over 2,000. No wonder they hadn't noticed this Misty Marsh Cold Toad. It was so fast that it was hard to tell when it landed on the upper floor of the hospital. Beat it to death. The crew fired angrily. The dense bullets hit the body of the Misty Marsh Cold Toad like scratching an itch. The surface of its body was covered with a crust formed by a quagmire, harder than rock and steel, as if it were clad in rock armor. Ordinary guns just can't get through. Shoo! Suddenly, a whistle came. Longchen looked over. It was a person wearing a black combat suit with a mask on his face. There is a pattern on the mask. What appears to be the center of a ferocious beast's silhouette has an eye. The Church of the Ancient Beast. This is the real Church of the Ancient Beast. PSSST. There was a loud bang. The Misty Marsh Cold Toad leapt down. It was like a small mountain that fell to the ground, directly crushed several members of the military squad, and Longchen was right in front of it. At the same time, Longchen felt glued to something. In this moment, he felt the world go quiet. It was as if he saw the contemptuous smirk in the masked man's eyes. Another thought of the military squad leader being swallowed into his mouth and instantly crushed to the bone. Dead? Get thee outta here! Longchen was shocked, and the bloodstained savage turtle by his side leapt up. Burning blood was instantly unleashed, madly bludgeoning the Misty Marsh Cold Toad with over 3,000 points of power. But the always unbeatable burning blood. Nowadays, it actually didn't work in the face of the Misty Swamp Cold Toad. The Misty Marsh Cold Toad did not move at all, and there was even some contempt in its green bean-sized eyes. Oh, it's a bit interesting, but unfortunately it's too weak. The masked man condescended and faded. Longchen fiercely felt a huge force to yank him into the mouth of the Misty Marsh Cold Toad. Done. With that much power, even with the blood-striped savage turtle in the way, it would have ripped his waist off, just when Longchen thought he was bound to die. Medium. Suddenly, a sharp sword sound rose from the ground. The majestic sword chi rushed to the sky, like a comet cutting through the air. It made a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind a ripple visible to the naked eye. A silhouette rushed out from the hospital, his aura as lofty as a mountain, and as raging as a raging wave, domineering and unbeatable. He crushed the tongue of the Misty Marsh Cold Toad and saved Longchen. Longchen looked at this person in surprise. Adoptive father? What? What's the situation? This domineering and unbeatable back is actually his adoptive father? Lin Changfeng? The Misty Swamp Cold Toad ate the pain and slapped angrily. Lin Changfeng gently raised his hand, and the domineering sword chi surged away like a tidal wave. Each of Lin Changfeng's swords was as he wished, yet precise, like a raging storm, pervasive and indestructible. With a sharp, air-breaking sound, it was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart. Although the Misty Marsh Cold Toad was huge, it was incomparably clumsy in front of Lin Changfeng's sword chi, and was killed as it retreated back and forth. Lin Changfeng's sword chi was like a living thing, sometimes coalescing into a beam and stabbing the Cold Toad's vitals, sometimes dispersing into a net and blocking the Cold Toad's path of retreat. His swordsmanship was unpredictable, leaving Cold Toad on the defensive. Longchen was dumbstruck. The whole thing was thunderstruck on the outside. Elite level 1-star spirit animal. It's comparable to the strength of a centurion in the army. In front of his adoptive father, it was so unbearable. Chapter 40, Heavenly Yao-grade Spirit Beast Disaster. The masked man was also shocked. In a hurry, he ordered the Misty Swamp Cold Toad to try to counterattack. The opponent was just a warrior. How could a mere warrior be comparable to a powerful spirit beast? Longchen looked at the masked man slyly. The masked man suddenly had a bad feeling. When he realized that Longchen was staring at him, he snorted coldly. Little friend, do you think I only have one spirit beast? It's still easy to destroy you. With that, he summoned another toad. At first glance it appears to be a smaller Misty Marsh Cold Toad, but it's actually the evolutionary process body of the Misty Swamp Cold Toad's transcendent 3 stars. Rock Armored Toad. Skin is hard as rock with natural stone patterns, as if clad in rock armor. The body is stocky with thick limbs, staring at the bloodstained savage turtle with a wide-eyed scorn, exuding a sense of arrogance towards the bloodstained barbarian turtle. The bloodstained savage turtle was instantly enraged. Nima, it's all aquatic. Who are you looking down on? The bloodstained savage turtle had suffered defeat at the Misty Marsh Cold Toad. There was already a belly full of anger with no place to vent it. Now see such a beaten rock-armored toad, charged straight through with burning blood on. Blood that looked like boiling magma flowed through the cracks in the back armor. Blood armor shock, grumpy claw strike, berserk tearing. A couple of combos down the line. The rock-armored toad was hit with a white belly. Then the bloodstained savage turtle made a fierce tiger pounce and cut open the rock-armored toad's stomach. The green blood splattered dozens of meters in a circle. It was very tragic. The masked man was stunned. Transcendent 3-star rock-armored toad, taken out by the opponent's superb 2-star turtle beast. How is this possible? Immediately following the next second, the bloodstained savage turtle with a murderous aura had already arrived in front of him. He quickly panicked and asked the misty marsh cold toad to save him, but when he looked, the misty swamp cold toad had already been dismembered by that warrior. The bloodstained savage turtle slapped the masked man away. All the bones in his limbs are broken, and there's still a breath in him. Long Chen deliberately left the masked man alive. This person was from the Ancient Beast Church and must know the real reason why the Ancient Beast Church attacked Jiang Chang. Seeing Long Chen walking over, the masked man Lu laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, you think you guys have one? Wrong. This is just where it's at. The real terror is still behind. Everyone in Jiangchang will become sacrifices for the descent of the ancient beasts. When he finished speaking, a flash of white light flashed across the masked man's chest, then an aura of destruction rippled out. Long Chen's face changed in shock. Oops. Immediately after that, white light erupted in large quantities, and raging heat ravaged the area. Chener, be careful. It's an explosive talisman. A silhouette blocked Long Chen's front. The sword chi rose up to the sky, covering the white light that rushed over. Rumble. A loud noise passed. Dozens of meters in every direction were leveled. Only Long Chen and the building behind Lin Changfeng were spared. It actually blew itself up. What a powerful execution. What kind of organization is the Church of the Ancient Beast? It's amazing how far you can brainwash people. Dad. Long Chen saw a splash of blood seeping from the corner of Lin Changfeng's mouth. Lin Changfeng smiled. It's nothing. It's not because of the explosion. Long Chen looked at the familiar and unfamiliar adoptive father in front of him. In his impression, his adoptive father was just an ordinary laborer who worked in the Jin Demon army to quarry ore in order to support his family. How could it be such a powerful warrior? Even, it felt more powerful than anyone he had seen so far. Exactly how powerful, he couldn't tell. Anyway, elite level 1-star spirit beasts were as easy to destroy as confetti in front of the foster father. What other secrets are hidden from the adoptive father? Dad, you. Long Chen was about to ask. Suddenly the ground shook wildly. It's as if something huge is rolling around in the ground. Linking it to what the masked man had just said, the ancient beast was revived and everyone in Jiangchang would become sacrifices. It's not possible that there's going to be a super huge beast resurrecting underground, is it? Long Chen was shocked. The smell of blood in the air was even stronger. In the shaking of the ground, the blood in the streets gathered into streams and flowed into the sewers. Lin Changfeng murmured, the flow of this blood is very special. Someone is deliberately guiding it. There must be an elementalist manipulating it. And there's more than one. What the hell do they want? Long Chen asked. Lin Changfeng shook his head as he suddenly looked to the other side. There was nothing over there, but Lin Changfeng's expression was incomparably shocked, and he immediately instructed Long Chen, you stay in the hospital to protect your mom. I'll go over there to take a look. Something really big is going to happen. What's the big deal? Long Chen pursued, but Lin Changfeng's figure was as fast as the wind and disappeared between the buildings. This speed left Long Chen dumbfounded. Is this his adoptive father? How it feels powerful beyond words. Long Chen saw that many more spirit beasts had gathered near the hospital, rushing over with the bloodstained savage turtle for protection. Within minutes, the quake stopped. Long Chen thought that the mutation was over, but an even more violent earthquake came immediately afterward. A huge black shadow rose up from the center of the river city, taller than a skyscraper, incredibly grand, like a revived beast. Long Chen's pupils shrunk when he took a good look. It was actually a creepy giant tree. The bright red color of sin and death flowed from every inch of the trunk. The surface of the trunk was covered with intricate vein-like patterns. A dark red liquid was faintly visible flowing. The tree demon's branches twisted and turned like demonic tentacles, stretching out in all directions. Each branch was filled with people, drained raw of blood, their bodies parched, their skin clinging to their bones in a sickly pallor. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, their mouths open, as if screaming silently, but not a sound came out of the horrible silence. Among these corpses, there were old people, children, and strong people of different identities, ages, and genders, but all of them eventually fell into the sacrifice of the tree demon. This is, what? Someone came out of the building and looked at the tree Seneca tree demon. The legs felt like they were nailed down, unable to move the slightest bit, eyes dead set on the tree, pupils contracting sharply with fear. Every hair of sweat stood up, cold sweat fell like rain, and the heart was beating frantically in the chest cavity, seemingly about to break out. The dried up people hanging from that tree were alive and well until a few seconds ago. Alarm! Alert! A heavenly Yao level spirit beast disaster has appeared in Jiangchang. Everyone hide in their homes and wait for the disaster to lift. The ear-piercing sound of the radio resonated throughout the river city. Long Chen was awakened by a sudden shock. Sky, Tian Yao level? The level of spirit beasts, from Transcendental level 1 to 3 stars, to Elite level 1 to 3 stars, to Commander level 1 to 3 stars, and then only to Yao level 1 to 3 stars, and the Heavenly Flare level. It's a big level above the U level. Don't even say that it can be a ceiling in River City at the Elite level. Even in the entire Linjiang continent, there were only a few people at the Heavenly Yao level who could match it. Jiang Chang. Finished. Chapter 41. The foster father went crazy and even swung his sword at the Heavenly Yao level. Suddenly, a law enforcement division rushed over and told them to hurry to the nearby forbidden underground refuge. The ground has been taken over by the military. Heavy weaponry is being brought in, and all ordinary people are being told to take shelter. But, when Long Chen turned around, he saw a volatile sword shadow rising up to the sky. It's Dad's sword breath. Dad's going to fight that celestial flare level tree demon? Crazy, huh? That's a heavenly flare level. The entire Linjiang continent doesn't have more than a handful. None of them are superstars standing at the top. It would be a moth to a flame for an adoptive father to fight a heavenly Yao level spirit beast. But without his parting words, the people from the law enforcement division had already dragged him into the underground shelter. Long Chen is very worried and wants to rush out to save his adoptive father. Suddenly, the adoptive mother came from behind and said softly, "What your adoptive father has decided. He can't pull back even 10 oxen, so let him go and let's hide here." Well, Long Chen always felt as if his adoptive mother knew his adoptive father's secret. He seems to be the only one who doesn't know anything. There are dozens of large and small shelters underneath River City. The exact location is known only to the law enforcement division and the military. The general public is generally unaware of it. It's to prevent people from exposing the entrance to the shelter to people with bad intentions and causing a greater number of casualties. There were probably a few hundred people in this shelter, and there was a lot of mourning. Most of their families have been killed by spirit animals. The foster mother said, "This riot of spirit beasts killed at least tens of thousands of people in Jiangcheng." Tens of thousands? Long Chen was shocked. He had seen quite a few people killed though, but I didn't realize it would be such a huge amount. This definitely counts as a major disaster that Linjiang continent has seen in a decade. The consequences of the disaster are straight out of the one from 10 years ago. Chen don't worry about the rest. Leave it to your adoptive father and the combatants out there. They'll be able to put the disaster in Jiangcheng to rest. Long Chen wanted to say something. Foster mothers simply don't get it. This attack was different. A tree demon of the heavenly flare class. Even in that catastrophe 10 years ago, it seemed that there was no heavenly Yao level spirit beast disaster. The ancient beast church had definitely laid out a considerable amount of time for today. Tree demon. Long Chen mused. He looked at how the tree demon had a bit of a familiar feel to it. Forget it. Long Chen calmed down. What his foster mother said was also right. You can't help much yourself, and at full strength, you only have the combat power of a transcendent 3-star. Anyone from the Dragon Flame Shadow Martial contingent was stronger than himself. One's top priority was still to improve one's strength. Long Chen closed his eyes. Once again, he entered the Ancient Realm training ground. Yesterday, because he was in the middle of a big exam, he wasted 3 times the entrance tickets to the Ancient Realm training ground, making Long Chen very needy. In the future, try to use up your 3 entrance tickets every day. This time, he still had 2 options in front of him. Option 1, enter the Ancient Realm with a difficulty level of 1 star and half the reward. Option 2, enter the Ancient Realm with a 2-star difficulty level and doubled rewards. For the previous month, he had always entered Option 1, the Night Tiger Beasts level, so as not to waste his entrance ticket. Today, he decisively went to Option 2. He was going to meet the Phantom Wolves for a while longer. The moment he entered the Ancient Realm training ground, everything around him changed. The same task box popped up in front of me. Currently in the Ancient Realm. Difficulty level, 2 stars, quest, kill 30 phantom wolves, reward, transcendent 1-star return liquid *0, 2, number of assimilations *1, Beastmaster, strength +10, spirit +5, speed +3, endurance +3, Imperial Beast, strength 30, spirit +6, speed +6, endurance +7. He lost the challenge last time. It was finally torn to pieces by the phantom wolf. Long Chen took a deep breath. Straight away, he summoned both the bloodstained barbarian tortoise and the berserk iron eater. The bloodstained savage turtle was in the front to open the way, and the berserk iron eater was in the back to protect him. Rustling, from the grass in all directions came the sound of rapid weaving. Long Chen hadn't forgotten the introduction of the habits of the phantom wolf. Phantom wolves are known for working in packs, and they will work in precise coordination while hunting. There was a clear division of labor, with some driving the prey, some ambushing, and some making the final kill. A phantom wolf pack numbers 30 to 50. When the movement of the phantom wolves was heard, it meant that the other party had already completed their layout and started their final group hunt. 7 or 8 huge black shadows rose up from the grass. The bloodstained savage turtle immediately took a defensive stance, but they didn't attack, they just passed by. Immediately afterward, it got dark. When Long Chen raised his head, he realized that there were a few phantom wolves pouncing on him from the rear, which turned out to be a sound attack. It's so insidious, not bad for a cunning hunter. Berserk Iron Eater immediately impacted with a heavy punch. The Berserk Iron Eater's base attributes were much stronger than an individual phantom wolf, but it's still the same question. The phantom wolf is a swarm attack. 7 or 8 of them surrounded the Berserk Iron Eater and bit it. The Berserk Iron Eater began to kill indiscriminately, a slap of the phantom wolf's brain. But the phantom wolf also tore off the fur of the Berserk Iron Eater piece by piece. Long Chen didn't immediately allow the bloodstained savage turtle to rescue him. For the Berserk Iron Eater, this was a rare opportunity for real combat, and you can start over if you die. If you're in the real world, you only get one chance to die and you don't get a do-over. The bloodstained savage turtle had an easy time killing on the other side. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. One bite is a sure kill. The bodies were thrown up in a high pile. Long Chen intentionally made the bloodstained barbarian turtle stop and mainly gave it to the Berserk Iron Eater beast to kill. The Berserk Iron Eater battled in blood, and in the process, its practical combat experience increased substantially. Finally, after killing the 15th one, the Berserk Iron Eater collapsed to the ground amidst the siege. It had been outstanding. At the very least, it had performed better than the bloodstained savage turtle that came here for the first time. Afterwards, Long Chen had the Berserk Iron Eater complete the task of killing the remaining 15. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing Phantom Wolf 3030. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Bloodstained Savage Turtle Strength 30, Spirit plus 6, Speed plus 6, Endurance plus 7. Berserk Iron Eater Strength 30, Spirit plus 6, Speed plus 6, Endurance plus 7. I'm surprised the rewards weren't split evenly. This was out of Long Chen's expectation. He had originally thought that if 2 spirit beasts broke through the barrier and each killed half of them, the reward should be shared equally between the 2 spirit beasts, but the system was more generous than he thought. Yeah, the strength of the Berserk Iron Eater had increased from 210 points to 240 points all of a sudden. The increase was still huge, equivalent to taking 6 chi and blood pills, saving him 300,000. Dragon Chen Strength plus 10, Spirit plus 5, Speed plus 3, Endurance plus 3. Long Chen clenched his fist. His strength value had reached 160 points. It was stronger than the power of a normal transcended 2-star spirit beast. It was just a pity that he hadn't learned the skills of a warrior. Otherwise, he could actually try fighting spirit beasts himself personally. Mighty warriors, after all, are mighty. In Long Chen's mind, he once again recalled his adoptive father's lofty and broad back. Take the rest of the reward. Transcendent 1-star return liquid *0, 1. Number of assimilations *1. This number of assimilations he has accumulated 17, but it was never used once. The stronger the strength of the object to be assimilated, the shorter the assimilation time and the greater the consumption. Chapter 42, Entrance Ticket Worth Millions, Legendary Level Difficulty. For example, if he assimilated into a blood-striped savage turtle, with his current base, he could assimilate for up to 1 minute, and if he assimilates Berserk Iron Eater, he can assimilate for 3 minutes. Of course, the attributes retained to him after assimilation must be different. It hasn't been used for assimilation yet, so I haven't had a chance to test it, but even if he were to use it, it would be when no one was looking, otherwise his secret could be exposed. After coming out of the Ancient Realm training ground, less than 10 minutes had passed outside. The shelter was still restless. Everyone's crying hasn't stopped. You can hear the ground shaking, but not much. It might be because the underground shelter was located deeper, and even if the surface was attacked by a nuclear bomb, there might not be much vibration transmitted down. Long Chen continued to enter the Ancient Realm training ground. This time, the Ancient Realm training ground has 2 new options. In addition to the 2 previous options, options 3 and 4 appear. Option 3, enter the Ancient Realm with a difficulty level of 3 stars and double the reward level. Option 4, enter the Ancient Realm. Difficulty level, Legend. Reward level 5 to 10 times. With a chance of bursting out legendary return liquid, legendary talent skills, legendary equipment. There is also a parenthesis after option 4. Note, this option is more difficult and requires a legendary entry ticket to open, with an unlimited number of daily opens. Legendary difficulty? Long Chen subconsciously thought that this was equivalent to a copy of a game, where different amounts of rewards were obtained through different difficulty levels. The harder the difficulty, the more rewards you get, and on top of the 1, 2, and 3-star difficulties, there are also expansion class difficulties, similar to something like an abyssal level difficulty or something like that. Rewards on this difficulty should also be of legendary level value, such as rare equipment. special props, or large amounts of precious game resources. But where do you get the legendary tickets? It was never acquired. Long Chen tried clicking on option 4. A box pops up. Can't be opened without a Legends ticket. Are you redeeming the Legends ticket? Oh, still redeemable? Long Chen immediately came to be interested. Redemption. He was curious as to what the exchange was for. Redemption successful. Funds 1,000,000. Obtain Ancient Realm Legend ticket *1. Is it being used now? Long Chen instantly froze. He counted the zeros on it with dull eyes. 10, 000, 000, 000, 100, 000, millions, a million. It's surprising that Legends admission tickets have to be redeemed for money. What's all this talk about redemption? Why don't you just say you'll buy it? $1 million a ticket. This legendary entrance ticket is made of gold? Gold isn't that expensive. Do you want to use it now? Long Chen thought about it in a needy way. But it was better to finish brushing the remaining 2 free admission tickets first. In case the legendary level is so difficult that you just get in and get kicked out. That's not a big loss. He chose the 3-star difficulty level. The scene around them changed again. This time his surroundings changed again. No more jungle ecology. Instead, it was an endless desert with an unbelievably scorching ground temperature. It was at least 50 or 60 degrees and it felt like it was going to be baked. Every breath is like swallowing fire. Long Chen couldn't care less about the difficulty as a box popped up in front of him. Ancient Realm, difficulty level 3 stars. Task 1. Kill 50 transcendent 2-star Inferno Crystal Devil Scorpions. Task 2. After killing 1 transcendent 3-star Inferno Crystal Scorpion. Reward, transcendent 2-star return liquid *005. Number of assimilations *1. 1 random piece of Inferno Crystal armor equipment, to be worn by the Beastmaster. Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade *1. For Beast Equipment, Beastmaster, Strength plus 20, Spirit plus 5, Speed plus 5, Endurance plus 5. Imperial Beast, Strength plus 60, Spirit plus 20, Speed plus 10, Endurance plus 10. This Ancient Realms mission was actually twofold. Just completing one weight won't do it. And among them was the transcendent 3-star Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen, which was clearly fundamentally different from the Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion. Long Chen checked through the 10,000 Beasts appraisal. Inferno Scorpion, grade, transcendental 2-star. Characteristics, medium to large in size, 3 to 4 meters in length. The body is covered in blazing red crystalline armor, and underneath the armor is a hard black breastplate that provides additional protection. Combat characteristics, known for his flames and strength. He can easily unleash a high-temperature flame attack, with a single blow being enough to melt rock. Although it was an insect-type ferocious beast, the strength of the Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion was not inferior to that of an agile spirit beast, especially the Scorpion Tail, which was capable of exploding with astonishing strength. The Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion possesses extremely high stamina, able to maintain an efficient attack during long battles without tiring easily. Skill, Scorpion Tail Throw. Habits. The Inferno Crystal Devil Scorpion usually inhabits craters or near lava in deserts, which provide them with abundant thermal resources and a secluded living environment. Prefers to be active at night and rest in caves or under rocks during the day. The Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpions were ferocious beasts that lived in groups. They had a strong sense of territory and would pour out their nests to expel the outsiders once they mistakenly entered their territory. Usually an Inferno Scorpion swarm, managed by an Inferno Scorpion Queen, numbers around 50 to 100. Inferno Scorpion, grade, transcendental 3-star. Characteristics, huge in size, with a body length of 7 to 8 meters, 3 times the size of an ordinary Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion. The armor is more defensive and has a super high temperature, like a burning flame. The 6 claws are as sharp as knives, and are used year-round to climb and hold on to the hard rock and iron at the mouth of the underground lava. Combat characteristics, known for its unparalleled strength and fire poison. It can easily shatter enemy defenses. The speed and agility of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen is extremely high, able to explode with amazing speed over short distances. Charge quickly, using hard armor to fend off enemy attacks and slam into them, causing a scorching effect. The 6 claws were able to easily pierce into an enemy's skull and even decapitate them. At the end of the tail grows a sharp, poisonous blade, storing deadly inflammatory poison with an additional cutting effect that can be used as a razor-sharp blade that cuts through iron like mud. Skills. Inferno Crystal Rift, hit the ground with force, causing a wide range of flame shockwaves that deal heavy damage to enemies. Poison Stinger Combo, attack enemies with the poisonous stinger on your tail in succession, dealing deadly fire and toxin damage. Habits. The Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen usually inhabits the depths of volcanoes or near lava. Long Chen staggered. that 3-star difficulty level immediately goes up a big notch, much harder to deal with than 30 phantom wolves, and it's still the kind of demonic scorpion that feels like it has to make good use of the bloodstained savage turtle's back armor. Suddenly, the desert on the ground began to tremble. Long Chen ambled to the ground and heard the sound of drumming, very dense, like rain, and it's getting closer. It's the swarm of inferno crystal demon scorpions that's out in force. Immediately afterward, the opposite dune looked like it was ablaze with a ball of flame, interspersed with flying sand and rocks, like a fire and dust storm rising from the horizon. The momentum was so fierce that it was as if even the sky had changed color. The huge pincers and scorpion tails, glittering with metallic coldness, swayed and struck each other, emitting the sound of metal clashing. The surrounding creatures felt the terrifying aura and fled in fear. The swarm of inferno crystal demon scorpions came out, and not an inch of grass was left. Long Chen patted the bloodstained barbarian turtle. Crush them! The blood-striped savage turtle engine is on full blast. This kind of scene, the Berserk Iron Eater definitely couldn't handle it. Just don't let the Berserk Iron Eater suffer. Just let the bloodstained barbarian turtle lead them through and get the reward. Chapter 43, More Than 3,000 Mercenary Beasts in a Wheel Battle. The blood-striped savage turtle was like a tiger entering a wolf pack. The hardback shell blocks all scorpion tail attacks. On the contrary, a single slap from the blood-striped savage turtle would be able to slap the brains out of the Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion. It wasn't that the Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion was too weak. Rather, the bloodstained savage turtle was too strong. Been brushing up on 1-star difficulty in the far realm for a month and a half. More than 7,000 hours. Even a novice would become the strongest novice after training in the novice village for so long. That's why ordinary Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpions basically couldn't fight off the bloodstained barbarian turtle. Long Chen and the Berserk Iron Eater leisurely waited behind them. 5 attributes popped up at the same time. Strength +5, Power +5, and Speed +5, respectively, as well as 2 resistance to fire and poison +3. Long Chen told the bloodstained barbarian turtle to take the fire poison resistant attribute. Then the rest of the base attribute values were given to the Berserk Iron Eater. Berserk Iron Eater's strength value was raised to 250. It was equivalent to the effect of taking 2 more chi and blood pills, but only in theory. In reality, chiropractic pills should not be taken so frequently. The cycle is usually 3 days from the time it is taken, until the drug is absorbed and past its half-life, before the next one can be taken. In other words, a normal spirit beast would only be able to increase its strength value by 5 points every 3 days by taking the medicine, and his Berserk Iron Eater had grown 40 points in one night, and even that, less than 10 minutes had passed in the real world. Who would have thought? He just closed his eyes for a while and his strength got stronger. He's feeling a little sick. The blood-striped savage turtle killed all of this Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpions colony, overshooting the kill mission. Task 1, kill the Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion 61/50ths, completed. Simply easy. The next step was to go in search of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. According to the description of the habits of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen on the 10,000 Beasts appraisal, it liked to hide in volcanic craters or places near magma. It's a plain, no volcanoes, so it could only be lava. Long Chen went over a sand dune and saw an incomparably radiant lava field, like a huge crimson-colored scar that had been torn out of the desert earth. No wonder this place is so hot, so the source of heat is here. Suddenly, a black rock near the lava. It was moving fast and furious. It's like a little mountain. The ground was as if it was experiencing a small earthquake. Cracks spread rapidly and magma began to erupt. It was an even more gigantic Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion. This is the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. Long Chen and the bloodstained barbarian tortoise and Berserk Iron Eater stared wide-eyed. Is that what they call 7 or 8 meters? The scalp went numb as he looked at the high-hanging scorpion tail. The body was 7 or 8 meters long, yes. But this tail plus the scimitar-like scorpion tail was also at least 7 or 8 meters. The scorpion tail behind the Inferno Crystal Scorpion towered high. Blazing red light flowed from the armor like moving magma. And wherever it went, the air twisted from the heat, as if even space began to burn. The 2 sharp, knife-sharp feet, which walked freely on the smooth rock and iron, came rushing forward. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The huge scorpion tail threw itself over like the scythe of the god of death, emitting a slashing sound that tore through the air. Long Chen's heart was pounding. How was this completely different from the transcendent 3-star spirit beasts he had seen? A transcendent 3-star beast is so fierce? The bloodstained savage turtle immediately turned on bloodburning, clashing with the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen with over 3,000 strength. But it was flipped over in a flash. Then the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen did towards Long Chen. No wonder he felt that 50 Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpions were too weak. Turns out the hard ones are waiting here. The Berserk Iron Eater had no choice but to charge out immediately, after unleashing Iron Fist Frenzy to frantically slap the Inferno Crystal Scorpion. On the other side, the bloodstained savage turtle also came to its senses, and with a furious roar, it once again rushed towards the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen, although it was not a quick defeat. Looking at this current situation, it was basically impossible to win. Elite level ferocious beast detected. Is the hired beast enabled? A beast for hire? What's a beast for hire? Long Chen didn't have much time to check the system functions, so when the system prompted, he couldn't understand it at all. But no matter what, the hired beasts are supposed to be used to help themselves, right? Enable. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of Long Chen. Beasts for hire, currently available for summoning combat in the ancient world training ground. It listed a whole bunch of spirit animals. They're all to be unlocked, but these spirit beasts looked familiar. 1 iron armor bear, 1 shadow flower demon, 2 rock armored ape guards, 1 goodwill bird, 10 blaze tigers, 1 rock armored toad. Aren't these all spirit beasts that he killed? Can act as his hired beast in the ancient realm training grounds? Long Chen continued to scroll down. The results flipped to even more staggering numbers below. 225 night tiger, 3, 750 rift-toothed tigers, 45 phantom wolves, 65 inferno crystal scorpions. Wasn't this the ferocious beast he had finished off in the ancient realm training ground? The reason the rift-toothed tiger killed so many, it was because Long Chen had left the ancient realm training ground too early in order not to kill the night tiger beast when he was furiously brushing the 1-star difficulty before, specializing in finding this kind of tiger beast that is similar to the night tiger beast, but a different kind of tiger beast to kill. In more than 7,000 hours, he actually killed 3,750 cleft-toothed tigers. Long Chen's expression was somewhat inexplicably guilty. No wonder he had a hard time trying to find another rift-toothed tiger later on. It couldn't be that this kind of beast had already been killed by him, right? However, Long Chen realized that so many mercenary beasts could not be summoned just because he wanted to. Summoning takes money. A transcendent 2-star summoned beast costs 1 million to summon once. Still only 10 minutes of combat. However, if the hired beast dies in battle within 10 minutes, and if the 10 minutes are not up, you can defer the next summoned beast of the same level to play. That is to say, as long as you have enough spirit beasts that die fast enough, in 10 minutes, you can even put your entire employment beasts out for a wheel fight. But a mercenary beast that dies in battle, and the number will be permanently subtracted, and will continue to accumulate unless it kills some ferocious beasts or spirit beasts again. Then there's nothing to hesitate about. Mercenary beasts, charge me. Long Chen directly clicked on the first mercenary beast to strike. It's a cleft-toothed tiger. The split-toothed tiger has 2 huge teeth, topped it like a mammoth. And the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen looked at the split-toothed tiger with contempt, and with a slight dodge, the split-toothed tiger poofed and rushed into the magma by itself, and then was burned into charcoal residue. Cleft-toothed tiger 1. Long Chen was confused. The bloodstained savage turtle and berserk iron eater that had been beaten up were also confused, as if to say, Master, is this the comedian you found? Long Chen was embarrassed. Mistake, that's a mistake. Long Chen ordered another hired beast out, or a cleft-toothed tiger. This time, he learned to be smart and slowly approached the Inferno Crystal Scorpion after. However, the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen looked at the split-toothed tiger with contempt again before sweeping her tail over. For a cleft-toothed tiger, that's a sledgehammer. Immediately slapped away several hundred meters away. Poof! It fell into the lava and turned to ashes. Cleft-toothed tiger 1. Long Chen's eyes widened. The scene was deathly silent. The bloodstained savage turtle and the berserk iron eater were both infuriated and laughed, but didn't dare to laugh because Long Chen's face was now completely black. The Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen flared her scorpion tail. The dark eyes were even filled with contemptuous laughter. It was as if it was mocking Long Chen. A weak human. Chapter 44, Epic Enhancement. Long Chen's face turned blue. Facelessly, he spent another $1 million. 1 million can summon a hired beast. Wouldn't that be $2 million for 2 hired beasts? His anger was aroused. I can't allow you to mock me for such an awesome feature. Long Chen frantically clicked on the hired beast. 2 cleft-toothed tigers rushed out at once. One of them was slapped away by the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen, but the other one bit the leg of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. The Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen ate the pain, and the scorpion tail instantly descended from the sky, poking the split-toothed tiger's head and splattering its brains in all directions. Before the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen could get complacent, 2 more split-toothed tigers rushed out immediately after. The Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen froze for a moment. After killing the other, 2 more came out, a constant stream of them. You can still play like that? Hanging out? Orphans? And numbers kept flashing across Long Chen's panel. Cleft-toothed tiger 2. Cleft-toothed tiger 2. Cleft-toothed tiger 2. Cleft-toothed tiger 2. Doesn't matter. In 10 minutes, he could theoretically summon countless rift-toothed tigers. Over 3,000 of them. You kill them. After the split-toothed tiger dared to pounce on the Inferno Crystal Scorpion like a death squad, the scorpion tail behind the Inferno Crystal Scorpion flung wildly. However, the combat power of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen was truly terrifying. One man to kill as many as come, letting Long Chen be shocked once again. This is the ferocity of a transcendent 3-star, which is fundamentally different from a transcendent 2-star. During the Great Examination, the bloodstained savage turtle had also countered a transcendent 3-star spirit beast. However, when facing a transcendent 3-star fierce beast, the gap was so huge. I don't know about the blood-striped savage turtle after it becomes a transcendent 3-star. Isn't that so sick too? Long Chen was furious and spent another $1 million. Summon 3 rift-toothed tigers at the same time. You spent $2 million. What do you care if you spend an extra $1 million? There is a mindset called the gambler's mindset. The higher the cost of the investment, the more desperate you will be. Otherwise, if it doesn't end up breaking through, then all the previous investment is wasted. And once you pass, the reward is something well over $3 million. It's worth a bet. A steady stream of 3 split-toothed tigers spun around and tore into the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen, and those huge teeth, despite being melted by the high temperatures, finally caused the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen to appear injured. Cleft-toothed Tiger 3. Cleft-toothed Tiger 3. Cleft-toothed Tiger 3. After consuming more than 1,500 cleft-toothed tigers, the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen, who had continued to fight with high intensity, finally ran out of strength. With a rumble, he slumped to the ground. The bloodstained savage turtle and the berserk iron eater seized the opportunity. Burning blood and iron fist frenzy unleashed. The clanking and smashing went on for several minutes. It was only then that the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen was killed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion *50. Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen *1. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Bloodstained Savage Turtle Strength +60. Spirit +20. Speed +10. Endurance +10. Berserk Iron Eater Strength +60. Spirit +20. Speed +10. Endurance +10. Longchen Strength +20. Spirit +5. Speed +5. Endurance +5. Transcendent 2-star Return Liquid *0. 05. Number of assimilations *1. 1 random piece of Inferno Crystal Armor Equipment, to be worn by the Beastmaster. Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade *1. For Beast Equipment, pick up Fire and Poison Resistance Attribute +15. Pick up the Beast Skill Book Blazing Hot Armor. Pick up the Beast Obedience Potion *5. A series of bonus messages appeared. Long Chen once again felt that his power had gotten a surge. 180 points. It felt like he could blow up an armored car with one punch right now. Even a second-rank warrior might not be his match in terms of strength alone. It seemed necessary to teach myself the warrior skills. One more killer is one more means to save your life. Long Chen noticed that a Royal Beast skill book, Blazing Inferno Armor, had been popped out, and tapped on the skills description. Blazing Armor Skill Book. Skill type, Defense Skill. Target, Imperial Beasts with armor on their bodies. Skill description. The Imperial Beast can take the flame energy in its body and fuse it with the armor on its surface, transforming it into a layer of blazing inflammatory armor that greatly enhances its defensive capabilities and comes with a certain scorching attack effect. Long Chen understood. This skill book originated from the flaming armor on the body surface of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. The temperature was very high, and after the Berserk Iron Eater's iron palm struck it a few times, it turned red as if it had been roasted. Just now, when they were wheeling around with the rift-toothed tigers, many of them were directly scalded to death by the armor of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion's Queen. This skill can only be applied to the bloodstained savage turtle, so Long Chen put the skill book directly on the spot for the blood-striped savage turtle to learn. The moment the skill is activated, the armor of the bloodstained savage turtle began to emit a fiery aura, as if it was a flaming beast awakening from the abyss. The red lines on its armor are even brighter red. A blood-red line was like burning lava, flowing with wildfire and emitting suffocating heat. The bloodlines on the armor looked even more hideous and terrifying against this layer of inflamed armor, as if it was a totem of hell, making the bloodstained savage turtle look even more savage and violent. Even the Berserk Iron Eater was forced to stay away by the heat. Long Chen was ecstatic. This skill was simply tailor-made for the blood-striped savage turtle. Offense and defense in one. Long Chen continued to look at the other rewards. Imperial Beast Obedience or potions or something. He's not much use, but he has amassed over 100 bottles. Set it aside for now and ignore it, and move on to the other rewards. The Rejuvenation Fluid rewarded only 0.05 though, but it's a superb 2-star. In other words, he only needed to clear the level 20 times to get a full bottle of Transcendent 2-star Evolution Fluid. It can help the bloodstained savage turtle evolve into a Transcendent 3-star. Long Chen thought of the power of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. The heart just got very excited. It also rewards 2 outfits. One is a breastplate for people to wear. Deep red color. Very delicate. It looks like it was built from the armor of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. This armor was one that could not even be broken by the Iron Fist frenzy of the Berserk Iron Eater, and it was much tougher than normal fine iron. The other piece of equipment is huge. It's 6 or 7 meters long. It's a weapon transformed from the scorpion tail of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade. This is to equip the Imperial Beast. As long as it was worn, it possessed abilities somewhat equivalent to those of the scorpion tail of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. The Berserk Iron Eater looked at Long Chen excitedly. It's its turn this time, isn't it? Long Chen hesitated for a moment, then threw it to the bloodstained savage turtle to equip it. The Berserk Iron Eater instantly turned gray. The world has no light in it. Crouch down and draw circles. Master eccentricity. Master doesn't love me anymore. Long Chen sweated. This guy looked so sturdy and was still glassy-eyed. Long Chen explained, this scorpion tail is more suitable for the bloodstrike barbarian turtle. After all, it and the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen both belong to aquatic products and are a bit more compatible, whereas you belong to ferocious beasts, so next time, there will be one that suits you better. Upon hearing the word fierce beast, the Berserk Iron Eater's mood instantly became beautiful, looking smugly at the bloodstained savage turtle. You hear that? My lord says I'm a beast, says you're an aquatic. But the Berserk Iron Eater's breathing stopped instantly. Behind the massive body of the Berserk Iron Eater, there was a huge metal scorpion tail towering high above. The image was too shocking. Even Long Chen's eyes widened. It's so damn cool. Scorpion turtle. The sharpness of the scorpion tail blade complemented the bloodstained barbarian turtle's tough armor. It doesn't look out of place at all. When the bloodstained savage turtle swung the scorpion tail blade, the 6 or 7 meter long blade danced in the air like a flaming dragon. It cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The flames on the blade became more furious as it swung, as if even the sky could be torn apart by the force. No wonder the Imperial Beast equipment was so expensive. It's too big of an increase for the Imperial Beast. This piece of equipment had an epic effect on the blood-striped savage turtle's combat power. He could even imagine how dumbfounded the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen had to be when the blood-striped savage turtle encountered the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen again. Say it and do it. Once more into the Ancient Realm Training Ground. Chapter 45, by Lily You Seek Death. This time, enter the Ancient Realm 3-star difficulty again. Maybe it's because it might be a second-order Imperial Beast Master. There's no halving of the reward for the second run-through like the other levels. But while the rewards have not been halved, they have been adjusted. The skill book Blazing Inferno Armor is not available. It looks like this bonus is only available on the first pass. And underneath the equipment Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade, there was an additional line. +1 equipment enhancement if already equipped. Then this is kinda humane. Long Chen was a bit worried before. If he goes crazy with 3-star difficulty this level later on, acquiring a bunch of Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blades was of no use to him at all. He didn't have that many Imperial Beasts to equip. That would be a waste. For every +1 enhancement of equipment, all attributes of the equipment are increased by 10% across the board. The break-in was significantly more fluid this time. The bloodstained savage turtle and Berserk Iron Eater picked up quite a few fire poison resistant attributes, even in this hot desert. It's very much at home as if you were in your own home. This time, Long Chen mainly let the Berserk Iron Eater make a move. Placed in the last breakthrough, the Berserk Iron Eater didn't have such a high fire poison resistance attribute. Facing the siege of a large group of Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpions, it was not yet possible to fight, but now it's on its own, and that's an amazing rate of improvement. Some more basic attributes popped out. Gives Berserk Sky Eater +30 strength, +10 speed, +5 spirit, +5 stamina. These attributes are as good as nothing. If pills were used to increase so many attributes, it would have to be at least several $100,000 to the place after the Inferno Crystal Scorpion. Long Chen wanted to try passing the level without relying on the hired beasts. As a result, it was clear that the bloodstained savage turtle already had such a high fire resistance. There was even an Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade added to the mix. When sparring with the queen of the Inferno Crystal Scorpion, she was still knocked away in 3. It was obviously a similar scorpion tail, but it actually had a world of difference in power. In the end, it was still the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen that was too strong. Then go ahead and hire the beast. This time, he only spent 1 million and sent out a mercenary beast at once to fight in conjunction with the bloodstained barbarian turtle and the Berserk Iron Eater. After fighting for almost an hour, he finally managed to finish off the Inferno Crystal Scorpion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing Inferno Crystal Demon Scorpion *50. Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen *1. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Bloodstained Savage Turtle Strength +60. Spirit +20. Speed +10. Endurance +10. Berserk Iron Eater Strength +60. Spirit +20. Speed +10. Endurance plus 10. Longchen strength plus 20. Spirit plus 5. Speed plus 5. Endurance plus 5. Transcendent 2-star return liquid asterisk 0. 05. Number of assimilations asterisk 1. 1 random piece of Inferno crystal armor equipment, armor asterisk 1. To be worn by the Beastmaster. Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade asterisk 1. Or Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade Enhancement plus 1. Either slash or. Pick up Fire and Poison Resistance Attribute plus 15. Pick up the Beast Skill Book Blazing Hot Armor. Pick up the Beast Obedience Potion asterisk 5. Pretty much the same as the last reward, except for that Inferno Spirit Scorpion Tail Blade. Between obtaining equipment and strengthening, Longchen chose equipment without hesitation. After all, reinforcement could only strengthen 10%. But if a Berserk Iron Eater was equipped with a Scorpion Tail, the effect of the increase in combat power could be more than that. The Berserk Iron Eater immediately rejoiced after getting the equipment, immediately pouted and gave the blood-striped Savage Turtle the benefit of the doubt. Look, I've got such awesome weaponry too. The bloodstained Savage Turtle had a high and cold face. Idiot. The Berserk Iron Eater suddenly froze. That's not right. Didn't the master just say that this weapon is specifically for aquatic use? Didn't the master say it was a fierce beast? Facing the questioning gaze of the Berserk Iron Eater, Longchen chose to ignore it. Just have it. What's all this nonsense? Longchen opened his eyes. Only 10 minutes have passed in real time. Who would have thought that in just 10 minutes, they would have gotten a substantial boost in their strength? Suddenly he heard the sound of arguing. There's a crowd gathered over there. Not sure what they're claiming. The foster mom is not around at the moment either. Why don't you give it to us? Why are you treating us differently? In the crowd, the foster mom angrily argued with it. The other side is the staff that distributes the supplies of the logistics division of River City. Just don't give it to you. What can you do? The speaker was a girl, Lily White. Lily White's face was livid, like it had finally found an outlet. Gritting her teeth, she said to her foster mom, "Blame it on the fact that your son is Longchen. Isn't he very capable? Then you should not take the supplies. We're not going to give it to you anyway. No matter what you say, shelter supplies are reserved for more useful people, not for bottom-feeding losers like you." Lily White's words made the people around her very upset. That said, everyone who came here for refuge, who is not an ordinary person, those who are somewhat capable, how can they come in here for shelter? They all go to their own private luxury shelters. It was too much for them to give this woman such a hard time. Everyone just dared to be angry. After all, we don't know what's going on out there yet. It was possible that they would be staying in the shelter for the next. This whole time, people under the roof, taking care of themselves. Who would dare to offend the logistics division at this time? In the shelter, the logistics division is in charge of all the distribution of supplies. The foster mom was furious, then watched as Bailey Lily gave a large pile of supplies to the woman next to her, who looked a little like Bailey Lily. The woman was incomparably delighted, glancing triumphantly at her adoptive mother before saying to everyone, "Raising an outstanding child can be too much of a relief. This is my daughter. She's an outstanding graduate of Jiangcheng Imperial Beast's first high school, and she's already been internalized by the logistics division long before she graduated." People cast envious glances. Someone flattered me by saying, "That's really the pride of heaven. You're going to be happy for the rest of your life. If my son is half as good as your daughter, no, 1/10 as good, I'll burn in hell." Lily White and her mother both wore smug expressions. The foster mom clenched her fists tightly. Looking at the supplies in front of him, he snatched up a couple packs as soon as he could. "How dare you get your hands on the logistics division's supplies? How dare you?" The burly man who was handing out the supplies, the same one who had backed up Lily White, grabbed the adoptive mother's arm. The force was so strong that it hurt, and the adoptive mother's expression ate it up. But the foster mother fought tooth and nail to keep Longchen from starving and wouldn't let go. "Give face." Lily White slapped at her adoptive mother, intending to take out all the anger he had suffered from Longchen on his adoptive mother. Suddenly, a hand stood in front of the adoptive mother's face. "Who dares to stand in my way?" Bailey had just asked halfway through her domineering question, just suddenly froze. Longchen? You're not dead?" Lily White's voice shrilled with shock, because she was eliminated early on and went back to River City after the elimination, so she didn't know what happened to Longchen in the end. "I thought that in that meat grinder like big test, Longchen was bound to die. I didn't think this guy would make it out alive." Longchen's face was blue. Snap! A heavy slap was thrown into Bailey's face by Lily's slender body, spun several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The whole thing was straight up confused. A bloody mark on his face was incomparably clear. Chapter 46, The Ancient Realm Training Grounds. Gold content is still rising. Lily Bai's mother rushed to pounce on her. Turning his head, he gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked Longchen. "You actually dared to hit my daughter with your hands. Brother Zhao." "That burly man is Zhao." Zhao's expression was gloomy, and his powerful aura burst out steeply. The powerful shockwave immediately shook back the people around them. The muscles on his body bulged like crazy. It's like a monster. The crowd was horrified. A third-rank power warrior. In Jiangchang, the fourth rank was the ceiling, and third order is quasi-first class. It's basically the top people in each organization. It's amazing that this mother and son have offended such characters. They're screwed. At the refuge, the logistics division is extremely vocal. They even get to decide who has the right to stay in the shelter. Zhao's voice was as deep as a flood bell. I'll give you guys a chance to leave the shelter. Then I'll spare your lives. Otherwise you'll die. In the distance, the people from the law enforcement division also saw this scene. Someone was planning to come and stop it, but was pulled back by a somewhat older enforcer. We're all fellow officers. Head down, head up. Today if with the logistics division of the people over, then tomorrow they fall into the hands of the logistics division. The other side will absolutely give themselves small shoes. Why bother? Longchen was infuriated and laughed. Who are you people? The shelter was built by the state for the residents, and your logistics division is only responsible for distributing the supplies. What right do you have to make us leave the shelter? Is the shelter run by your family? Longchen's speech was also very nonchalant. The foster mom pulled Longchen behind her. She had few scruples when she herself and the logistics division were fighting the protests, but when it was her turn to start lashing out at the logistics commander, she began to worry about Morning's well-being. The logistics division is a powerful and crowded organization. Offending them is not going to go down well. Bai Lily saw Longchen so rigid, couldn't help but start gloating. The bottom is the bottom, thinking that the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but in fact, they don't even realize that they are striking a stone with an egg. The thought of Longchen's impending bad luck immediately put her in a better mood. Zhao threw a punch at Longchen. Longchen took it seriously and tried to block Zhao's punch. Snap! Make a very loud noise. But Longchen only took half a step back. The crowd was surprised. This youth was not simple, actually able to take on this punch from a third-rank power warrior. The foster mom's eyes widened a bit too. She knew very well what a third-rank power warrior meant. If an ordinary person takes a punch like that, if you are lightly crippled, you will be killed by a single blow. Zhao let out a puzzled sound as well. I said, why are you so crazy? So it's still a second-rank warrior. There were exclamations of surprise from the crowd. Turns out this is a young talent too. This age looks like it should be a big candidate this year. Second-order warrior in Warrior Eye. It's top 100 at the very least. Bailey Lily revealed a skeptical look. A second-order warrior? No, he should be a second-ranked beast royalist. Bailey was about to tell Zhao about this information. The smile on Zhao's face suddenly became more hideous as he said to Longchen, but do you realize that a second-rank warrior is as weak as a newborn baby in front of a third-rank warrior? Zhao threw another punch. The punch carried a golden glow, and the punches are significantly stronger. There was a crackling sound in the golden glow. Obviously the punch came with skill. Now the law enforcement division can't sit still. Zhao Shangjiang, how can you use a skill on a great candidate? The law enforcement division rushed over, but it's too late. A flash of sternness flashed in Longchen's eyes. Who said I was a warrior? An imperial beast space appeared behind Longchen. A giant beast with a ferocious breath stepped out. The crowd's shocked eyes nearly popped out. Is that a turtle? A turtle with a giant scorpion tail? What kind of variant is this? Never seen a turtle beast in this shape before. It looks so rough and savage, but so bossy, completely subverting their knowledge of turtle beasts. This body's raging and furious aura felt even more terrifying than killing countless wild beasts. Zhao Shangjian was already too late to close his hand. A fist blasted onto the back armor of the bloodstained barbarian turtle. Immediately after that, searing heat instantly came from the back armor. Thumbs up, blazing inferno armor is activated. Ah. Zhao Shangjiang let out a miserable scream, hurrying to pull his hand back. His fist burned off a layer of skin and ripped off a large chunk of bloody flesh. It burned through to the bone just for a second, but immediately after that, the huge scorpion tail blade came blasting over like a sledgehammer, heavily slapped Zhao Shangjiang's head. Zhao Shangjiang's body flew out like a missile. After all, it was a third-order warrior. The physique is not yet as hard as steel, though, but the vitality and resistance to blows are 100 times stronger than ordinary people. So Zhao Shangjiang quickly climbed up, but a sharp scorpion-tailed blade dangled in front of him. The end is as sharp as a pinprick. There was also ruddy liquid dripping down. The liquid dripped down onto his body like a drop of hot, golden water, instantly burning through his clothes and burrowing into his skin. Ah! Zhao Shangjiang hurriedly took off his clothes. Looking again, his chest was burned out with the marks of a bullet hole, and his ribs were vaguely visible. The crowd frantically sucked in cold air. Just looking at it is a pain in the ass. The scorpion tail of the blood-stained savage turtle was once again pointed at Zhao Shangjiang. Move again, and the fire poison will be injected directly into your body. Longchen's cold and clear voice rang out. Zhao Shangjiang shivered. And then even if it hurts, I don't dare move a muscle. Just stripping off the surface of the body is already so painful. Then if it's injected into the body, wouldn't he be burned alive then? It's horrible. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at Long Chen dumbfounded. This big candidate actually finished off the third-rank warriors. The foster mom also stared in surprise. How does it feel as if Chainer is stronger than when she was in the hospital? It was less than half an hour before and after. Even a genius who comes along once in 1,000 years can't make such rapid progress. The mother and daughter, by Lily, were even more shocked, especially Lily White. She felt the turtle was stronger than it had been during the big test. Or was it that Long Chen hadn't given his best effort at all during the grand examination? Bai Lily's eyes were suddenly a little complicated, looking at Long Chen who was envied and admired in the crowd. It's as if I saw the proud son of heaven again who had unlimited scenery wherever he went due to his unlimited imperial beast talent. Before, she thought Long Chen got down. However, I didn't expect Long Chen to stand up again. Among so many surprised people, the one who was most surprised had to be Long Chen himself. Having been hammered by the Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen at the Ancient Realm training ground, suddenly discovering third-order warriors. What a dish! So weak? Just a third-rank warrior like Zhao Shangzhong. 100 of them couldn't beat a single Inferno Crystal Scorpion Queen. Describe a phenomenon. The gold of the Ancient World training ground continues to rise. Although he had been abused badly in the Ancient Realm training ground, but he would also abuse others to death in the real world. Chapter 47, Every word is evidence in court. I was wrong. Under Long Chen's powerful sense of oppression, Zhao Shangzhong hastily admitted his mistake. What's wrong? Long Chen pursued. There were some questions he had to ask. After all, Zhao Shangzhong was a staff member of the logistics division. It's someone with an official background. In particular, the logistics division is responsible for the distribution of supplies in shelters. If there is a conflict with the field administration and logistics division over the issue of distribution of supplies, this could be seen by some as forcibly taking supplies from the division. This is going to be a big deal if it really counts. So he had to get Zhao Shangzhong himself to spell out the reasons for his mistake, one by one, especially in front of those members of the law enforcement division who were watching the show from afar. Every word Zhao Shangzhong said was evidence in court. Zhao Shangzhong was a bit hesitant. If you tell, you might lose your job. Suddenly the scorpion tail of the bloodstained savage turtle shook. That metallic cold light flashed on Zhao Shangzhong's face. Scared to death, hastily, he balked at all the words. I was wrong. I really was. I shouldn't have used the authority of the logistics division to treat you mother and son differently and deliberately not distribute survival supplies to you. And, Long Chen continued to ask. And, what? Zhao Shangzhong asked carefully. Long Chen slightly stared at his eyebrows, a hint of killing intent flowing from the corner of his narrow eyes. Zhao Shangzhong hurriedly continued. I shouldn't have listened to the words of Bai Lily's mother and daughter and united with them to bully you. I should learn from my mistakes and wake up in time. It shouldn't be obsessive and make the conflict escalate. This fight is all because of me, and the blame lies with me. Zhao Shangzhong took all the blame on himself. Only then was Long Chen satisfied, taking the supplies and leading his foster mother back to her position. And at the moment everyone's eyes were tightly focused on the two. At this moment, Long Chen was undoubtedly the god in this shelter, out to beat up the logistics division, and there is little responsibility on his own body, with great strength, to get back for themselves the dignity and rights they deserve. Simply awesome. The law enforcement division looked at each other in disbelief. There's such a person in the big candidates of the Imperial Beast's first high school? Previously, they all only knew that Miss Su was alone at the T0 level. So it looks like there's more than one person at the T0 level. This Zhao Shangzhong guy is kind of screwed. It's just a matter of using power for personal gain, and being forced to publicly admit his crimes. The logistics division may not have him in the future, and even if it does he'll only be a marginalized minion. Mother and daughter by Lily had been stunned. How did this guy get so strong? It was clear that everyone was a great candidate, and even though their strengths were mutually strong and weak, it was actually impossible for them to differ by too much. This is because the state has a limit on the amount of time that a large candidate can have their first intensive. It's the month before the big test. Both the Beastmaster profession and the warrior profession, as well as the elementalist profession are so required. So in the case of a powerful candidate facing a warrior of a higher level like Zhao Shangzhong, they should all be crushed, but instead, Zhao Shangzhong was crushed by Long Chen. It's outrageous. Long Chen glanced at Bai Lily. Bai Lily was immediately scared out of her wits and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. At this moment, Bai Lily was kneeling on the ground, as humiliated as she could be. But it's better to lose your face than your life. She didn't have a body as strong as Zhao Shangzhong's, not to mention being injected with fire poison. She'd be crushed if she got hit with that sledgehammer. The foster mom ate the can that Long Chen had opened with his own hands. A smile of relief spread across his face. My son grew up in a flash, and it's still beyond powerful. Parents know that. I'm afraid there's no moment when you feel happier than seeing your child have the ability to be on his or her own. Longchen ate the canned food while pondering. Dad, Longchen still decided to ask the doubts in his heart. Why is the adoptive father so strong? Why are you so strong and still willing to be an obscure little man in Jiangcheng? Even the strongest person in Jiangcheng, I'm afraid he's not as strong as his adoptive father. A lot of things he couldn't understand. The foster mother's expression stalled, as if she guessed what Longchen wanted to ask. Just then, the door to the shelter was opened again. Some more ordinary people were brought in for shelter. And among the people who took refuge this time, Longchen saw Wang Kaixian and Yu Chouyao. The moment Wang Kaixian saw Longchen, he immediately ran over while shouting "Brother Long," as if he had finally met his big brother. Longchen asked if there was anything going on over at the grand examination. Wang Kaixian says it's stabilized over there. The military found out that the traitor of the great examination turned out to be an inspector, who was bought by the ancient beast church. A number of student squads were killed in secret, and all of them were blamed on the Goat Town squad. Instead, the Goat Squad didn't actually kill many people. Longchen immediately came to a realization. Sure enough, the ancient beast church has been laying out for a long time. Whether it's the Goat City squad or that bought-off patrol examiner, it's just one of the parts of the layout, and their role is to attract everyone's attention and relax the defenses of Jiangcheng. Wang Kaishuan's scalp instantly went numb, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. That means the ancient beast church has actually been eyeing Jiangcheng for a long time? But why? Then do you think there are people from the ancient beast church lurking around us as well? For example, this shelter right now? Longchen shook his head. I don't know. Maybe there is this possibility. Since they have spent so much effort and laid such a big setup, it's impossible that they have only arranged for so many people. Maybe they have already infiltrated some people into Jiangcheng long in advance. It's just that none of us know about it. Speaking of which, Longchen suddenly looked at Yu Chouyao. It seems like you suddenly transferred to Royal Beast Snow, one middle school a year ago, and you didn't live in Jiangcheng before. Yu Chouyao was suddenly a little nervous, hastily lowered her head with a red face, and said in a small voice, I relocated home to Jiangcheng, because of my father's job transfer. What city did you live in before you came to River City? Longchen continued to ask. Yu Choyao's face turned even redder. Wang Kaixian was a bit unable to look on. Brother Long, why are you still suspecting Choyao's body? We are all known classmates. There won't be any problems, and Choyao's sister is so timid and shy. How could she be from that vicious ancient beast church? Longchen took a deep look at Yu Chouyao, then suddenly said with a naive smile, when did I say I doubted Yu Chouyao? I just suddenly thought of this matter and asked, but it's you. Why are you so protective of MS? Yu Chouyao? It's hard to believe that you. Wang Kaishuan's face rubbed into a big red bun. Loudly, he explained, I'm just doing this out of concern for my classmates. I don't mean anything else. You'll make Sister Chouyao wary of me if you say that. Longchen pulled out his ears. I'm just asking a casual question. What's your hurry? Is it hard to believe that what I'm saying is poking through your lung tubes like a sharp truth? Which is, Chapter 48, The Reward is a Divine Beast? Qi Tian De Shang. The surrounding people looked at Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian hurriedly lowered his voice. I'm not talking to you. I'm going to get something to eat with Sister Chouyao. I'm starving to death from all the frantic running all the way. Longchen shrugged. Then the expression on his face grew serious. Looking at Yu Choyao's back, he fell into deep thought. If we just look at Yu Chouyao as a person, weak and timid and gentle. He also didn't think that the other party would be from the ancient beast church, but the sky-high tree demon that rose from the center of the river city. To be honest, it was true that there were a few moments that resembled Yu Choyao's green spirit tree demon, although the levels are worlds apart. But the evolution of spirit beasts is sometimes well documented, like some special markings or textures. It's possible that it will be preserved from one evolution to the next. For some reason, he had a strong premonition in his mind. The gigantic tree demon that ravaged Jiangcheng, bloodthirsty tens of thousands of people. It seems to be of the same origin as Yu Choyao's green spirit tree demon, but it's too early to tell without proof, because this is about the life of Yu Choyao's classmates. Once a relevant department really suspected that student Yu Chouyao had a relationship with the ancient beast's church because of his words, then student Yu Choyao's life would be ruined, and he couldn't afford to take on that responsibility. Longchen continued to close his eyes. He still had an unused legend-ranked introductory ticket. Once again, he entered the ancient beast training ground. This time, there was still no new entrance to the ancient realm, and it would probably take him at least until he reached the third rank of beast master before a higher level of the ancient realm would appear. What was in front of him at the moment were still the 4 ancient realm entrances, 1-star difficulty, 2-star difficulty, 3-star difficulty, as well as the entrance to the legendary difficulty level. It says, Legend, the Sacred Ape of the Fighting Sky. Sacred Ape. Something to do with apes and monkeys? Before entering, Long Chen hesitated slightly. After all, he almost didn't even get past the 3-star difficulty. Would it be okay to challenge the legendary difficulty? Would it be a waste of $1 million admission ticket? If it were normal, he would have been in no hurry. At the very least, he had to brush him dozens of times on the 3-star difficulty to build up some more strength before he would challenge the legendary difficulty. But time waits for no one now. There's no telling how far the battle is going outside. It was even possible that River City might have been overrun by the ancient beast church. After all, that tree demon was a heavenly Yao level. The heavenly Yao level corresponded to the human supreme strength now. It was unlikely that anyone in Jiangchang would be able to defeat their opponent. So he had a very pessimistic idea that Jiangchang might end up falling completely. If it really came to that time without the strength to defend themselves, they would surely die, and he and his foster mother might not even be able to leave the door of the refuge before the ancient beast's church rushed in to finish them off. That's why the priority now is to grab all the time you can to improve your strength. Long Chen made up his mind, then used up his legendary entrance ticket and entered this ancient realm, and the surroundings instantly changed. Currently in the ancient realm, legendary difficulty, quest, kill the ancient temple guardian, fighting heavenly sacred ape, reward, transcendent 2-star return liquid *0, 1, legendary, sacred ape, cub, special beast. There is a chance to obtain the cub of the sacred ape of the fighting sky, which is a very rare demon king beast. Beast master, strength plus 50, speed plus 20, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 10, imperial beast, strength plus 200, speed plus 40, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 40, legendary difficulty though. But there wasn't the long list of rewards that Long Chen had imagined. There are only 2, return liquid and a spirit beast cub? Long Chen's breathing was instantly a little short. This was the imperial beast that the ancient realm training ground had rewarded him with. Definitely not the same as the ones he buys from outside. Immediately excited, he tumbled over the 10,000 beasts appraisal, found a description of the fighting sky sacred ape. Basic information. Great ape. Level, unknown. Characteristics. The fighting sky sacred ape possessed a majestic stature, standing 100 feet tall and imposing. The muscle lines were as distinct as a sculpture, and the whole body was covered with shining golden fur. The face was handsome and majestic, the eyes gleaming. The head wears a purple and gold crown, and the gold band is engraved with ancient runes. Wearing a gold silk battle robe embroidered with cloud and flame patterns to show his will to fight the heavens. Weapon, God's stick of fighting heaven, forged from ancient divine iron. The body of the stick flowed with golden light, containing infinite power. The stick is 9 feet long, and the body is carved with cloud and flame patterns. The god stick of the fighting heaven was able to change its size according to the will of the holy ape of the fighting heaven. The largest can be transformed into a giant pillar in the sky, while the smallest can be transformed into a fine needle hidden behind the ear. Long Chen was excited. It's worthy of being an ancient realm training ground of legendary difficulty. It made the excited blood in his body boil instantly. Awesome! Heaven fighting sacred ape. It sounds awesome at first glance. How else can it fight the heavens? Moreover, this Do Tian sacred ape was similar to a mythological image he knew from his previous life. It can't be the same one, can it? If so, that's awesome. The fighting sky sacred ape is so strong. The cubs of the heaven fighting sacred ape must be very strong as well. In this day and age, it should be easy to get on some heavenly list or something, right? In fact, although Long Chen didn't say it on his lips, he still envied Su Qing in his heart. Su Qing's 9-colored fox potential was heaven-defying. Just the period of time that the duo practiced against each other. If he hadn't diligently practiced over 1,000 additional hours every night at the ancient realm training ground, I'm afraid that by the next day, the bloodstained savage turtle would already be a complete match for the 9-colored fox. The growth potential of the 9-colored fox was that strong, and through the 9-colored fox's performance in the grand examination, it felt like Su Qing was still holding back in her sparring sessions with him. So one had to admit that the spirit beast species that made it to the heavenly ranking were truly extraordinary. Long Chen also wanted to have an imperial beast that cool, but he couldn't afford it, and even if he could, it probably wouldn't meet the requirements for a system return. It wouldn't be much use to buy it back and not be able to return it, but if it was given to him by the system, it would be a different story, and would be 100% in line with the system's return. What attracted Long Chen the most was still the small line of words below. Spirit beasts rewarded in legendary difficulty do not take up the beast master's own beast quota. In other words, he would have only been able to have 2 imperial beasts now. He could only have the third one after his mental power reached 500. When if he cleared the legendary level difficulty, the system rewarded him with the fighting sky sacred ape cub. It could directly become his third imperial beast, a second-rank imperial beast master. Yet he possessed 3 imperial beasts. Who would have thought that? So it's definitely its own backhand when it counts. Long Chen closed the quest panel. It was then that I noticed that there was something not quite right about my surroundings. It wasn't a lush, pristine forest in front of him, nor is it a vast expanse of blazing desert. Instead, it's a winding, ancient pathway paved with green stone slabs. The stone slabs were carved with some ancient script-type notations. The road is flanked by towering cliffs. Long Chen immediately got goosebumps. Don't tell him that ferocious beasts still have the brains to put a smooth board on the path they take? Even if the ferocious beasts have this kind of intelligence, do they have the need for it? So this kind of path with traces of cut and thrust construction has been given to people since ancient times. People. There shouldn't be anyone in the ancient realm training grounds, should there? When he thought of this, Long Chen's scalp inexplicably tingled a bit. No more ferocious beasts. He didn't feel this way, but people are his kind. Long Chen didn't know how to explain his feelings. However, there was no doubt that the ancient realm training ground did not only contain various types of ferocious beasts, but even traces of humans. I'm afraid that from now on, he would have to re-examine what the ancient realm training ground really was. Chapter 49, Surrounding the Battle Heavenly Sacred Ape. The mission panel, and a piece of backstory. The Fighting Sky Sacred Ape was trapped by humans at the entrance of an ancient ruin, acting as the guardian deity of the ancient ruin. This ancient ruin was said to be the resting place of a powerful and mighty person from the ancient times, with countless treasures and powerful secret books hidden inside. As a guardian deity, the mission of the Heaven Fighting Sacred Ape was to ensure that no unworthy person could enter this ruin. Legend has it that the Fighting Sky Sacred Ape was once a demon king that caused harm to one side. It was that powerful man who suppressed it and lifted the scourge. After the death of the powerful man, the Fighting Sky Sacred Ape was trapped for tens of thousands of years, fulfilling the task of guarding the entrance to the ruins. The power of the Heaven Fighting Sacred Ape could not be underestimated, and any intruder who tried to force their way in would face its wrath. Once an adventurer broke into the ruins, the roar of the Fighting Sky Sacred Ape spread throughout the ruins, and the huge prime pillar fell. Long Chen froze. The ancients are so strong? Even a ferocious beast as powerful as the dueling Heavenly Sacred Ape could be suppressed. And after death, the Fighting Sky Sacred Ape still has to guard the tomb for 10,000 years? That's not like the history he's learned. The history books say that during the period when the ferocious beasts were raging, mankind has passed through a period of deep darkness. Humans at that time were incomparably weak and were like ants in front of the powerful ferocious beasts. Griffin? Suppressing a demon king for 10,000 years? Is this a story made up by the ancient world's training grounds? Or is mankind misinformed about its own history? Long Chen took a deep breath and entered all in. At least see what's going on. The big deal is to get burned. Long Chen released the bloodstained barbarian turtle and the berserk iron eater, climbed up the ancient green brick road, and then entered a dense forest. The trees were tall and strange, their trunks a colorful array of colors, as if they were drenched in fuel, yet everything seemed real. He hadn't been to a privately open spirit beast practical training ground, but he had felt Su Qing's small practical training ground, and that kind of four-dimensional modeling out of the scene, compared to the real scene, was still a big difference, and at first glance, it was fake. But every blade of grass and every tree in the ancient realm's training ground was so real that one could not distinguish between reality and illusion. Through the woods, a vast circular plaza lay ahead. In the middle of the square, there was a sculpture that was several feet tall, and the sculpture was holding a stick in its hand, exactly the same shape as the Fighting Sky Sacred Ape described in the 10,000 Beasts appraisal. It stared angrily at the sky as if it wanted to stab it with a stick, but there were thick chains wrapped around it below, preventing it from leaving the square. This sculpture is so well done and lifelike. Long Chen had just finished lamenting. The sculpture's eyes suddenly turned a radiant gold color. Its body began to move, the stone skin on its surface peeling off piece by piece, revealing what it was meant to be. This is a living Fighting Sky Sacred Ape, dull yellow feathers, looking somewhat malnourished. What was probably originally a vibrant golden color has been greatly weakened by tens of thousands of years of captivity. The Dotian Sacred Ape knocked over with a stick. The reaction of the bloodline savage turtle was very fast, immediately protecting Long Chen under its body, while it used its body to hard the stick. Rumble. There was a loud bang. The earth trembled. The blood-stained barbarian turtle spat out a large mouthful of blood, but it was finally blocked. The terrifyingly high temperature of the back armor forced back the Fighting Heaven Saint Ape. Blazing hot armor. This was one of the rewards of the bloodline barbarian turtle in the 3-star difficulty ancient realm. In exchange for the previous bloodline barbarian turtle, it was feared that it could still only take a one-sided beating. The berserk iron eater rushed over. The iron fist frenzy struck the body of the Heaven Fighting Sacred Ape viciously. The Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape angrily sent the berserk iron eater flying with a stick. A Fighting Sky Sacred Ape is a Fighting Sky Sacred Ape, despite not eating or drinking for tens of thousands of years. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The blood-striped savage turtle also launched an engine charge at the Fighting Sky Sacred Ape. The blood armor impact caused the Fighting Heaven Sacred Ape's body to lose its balance, and it fell heavily onto the square. the bloodstained savage turtle slapped up a Tarzan pressing flat. The fighting sky sacred ape tried to get up to avoid it, but the chains clattered, completely restricting the Do Tian sacred ape's ability to move. There's drama. Long Chen immediately stopped hesitating. He immediately went into meditation, allowing himself to establish a connection with the bloodstained savage turtle and began his first assimilation. The first step was the assimilation of form. He crouched on the ground and his form changed dramatically. A hideous tortoise armor appeared on his body. His limbs became thicker, and his expression began to become hideous. After more than 7,000 hours of training in the ancient realm, Long Chen already had an incomparably clear understanding of the bloodstained savage turtle's external features, fighting habits, and living habits, so the assimilation was quite fast. The only downside is that the bloodstained savage turtle is a turtle. No loud man likes to be a turtle. It was just that there was no other way now. The blood-striped savage turtle's combat power was strong, and assimilation was more cost-effective. If he was given a choice, he would be more willing to assimilate into the likes of the dueling heavenly sacred ape. Actually, come to think of it, assimilating into a dueling heavenly sacred ape would be pretty cool, right? Long Chen cast away the distractions and continued to focus on meditation. At this moment, Long Chen's skin color and back armor had initially formed. Assimilation level reaches primary rating. Gained 30% of all basic attributes of the savage turtle with bloodline. It's not enough. The details of the meditation are not enough. Long Chen meditated on the body and movements of the bloodstained barbarian turtle, almost reaching a 1-to-1 replica. Assimilation level reached intermediate rating. Gained 50% of all basic attributes of the bloodstained savage turtle. Gained 30% defense attribute of bloodstained savage turtle. You can use the bloodstained savage turtle normal skill. It's not enough. Long Chen began to simulate the roar of the bloodstained savage turtle. It's getting more similar one time than the other, until finally it's almost exactly the same. Assimilation level reaches advanced rating. Gain 80% of the basic attributes of the bloodstained savage turtle. Gained 50% defense of the bloodstained savage turtle. You may use the bloodstained savage turtle talent skill. Above the advanced ratings are the perfect ratings and the master ratings. A perfect score can replicate 100% of all aspects of power, and the master rating is awesome. It could even surpass the bloodstained barbarian turtle. However, no matter how much Long Chen meditated, he was unable to reach the perfection level and master level, stopping at the advanced level. However, all aspects of the base attributes also get skyrocketed. Strength skyrocketed directly from 200 points to 800 points. Although it wasn't as good as the blood-striped barbarian turtle, it was still far beyond most of the extraordinary 2-star power lineage spirit beasts. Besides, he can burn blood. The moment the burning blood was unleashed, his assimilation of the bloodstained barbarian turtle was at its highest level. The power instantly skyrocketed to 2,400 points. Long Chen also unleashed his blood armor impact on the dueling heavenly sacred ape just like the bloodline barbarian turtle. The two bloodstained savage turtles forcefully fought the heavenly saint ape. On the other hand, the berserk iron eater found a pile of worn-out iron weapons from somewhere, crunching and chewing like a lollipop in your mouth. The more you eat, the more hostile you become. The more you eat, the more hideous your expression becomes. It was as if he thought of the iron in his mouth as the sacred ape of the fighting heavens, to chew the cud. When it had eaten enough iron, the berserk iron eater joined the fight. The full-state iron fist frenzy. Each punch could erupt a large amount of iron shavings, just like a kung fu panda, hammering furiously at the fighting sky sacred ape. The heaven fighting sacred ape roared. The chains shook more and more intensely. The entire square was shaking the ground. Chapter 50. The initial value was super divine, but since this chain was able to bind it for tens of thousands of years, it certainly wasn't something it could break free from. Therefore, the fighting heavenly sacred ape could only circumvent it within a certain range. Long Chen seized the opportunity and bit down on the wrist of the fighting heavenly sacred ape, which ate the pain and exploded, hammered on Long Chen's body a few times. Long Chen was dizzily beaten, but he tried his best to snatch away the stick of the fighting heavenly sacred ape, and then he was sent flying to the side. Just as the time of assimilation ended, and he resumed his human form in a bruised and swollen face. So close. Just now, he was almost killed by a few punches from the heaven fighting sacred ape. If he dies, the challenge simply fails. Congratulations! 1 advanced scoring assimilation completed. Retention rate being measured. Measurement completed. This time retaining 10% of the basic attributes of the bloodline savage turtle. Strength plus 140, speed 16, spirit plus 10, endurance plus 30. He knew that some of the values would be retained after the assimilation was complete, but I didn't expect to keep so many of them. In one direct breath, his power soared to 430. Humans are not like spirit animals. 430 points of power is approaching third-order warrior alright. Without his stick, the fighting heavenly sacred ape's combat power slipped even more. The bloodstained savage turtle and the berserk iron eater attacked back and forth. The frantic pumping of the two Inferno Spirit Scorpion tail blades beat the skin of the fighting Heavenly Sacred Ape to a pulp. Seizing the opportunity, the bloodstained Savage Turtle also injected a large amount of fire poison. The fire poison entered the body and gathered a large amount of heat energy at the shoulder of the fighting Heaven Saint Ape, and the heat energy accumulated to a certain extent, directly melting off the arm of the fighting Heaven Saint Ape. The entire arm fell off, and the break was covered in a large amount of crimson lava, as well as melted flesh and blood tissue. Long Chen sucked in cold air. He was a bit shocked. The power of fire poison entering the body was too terrifying. It's the equivalent of pouring hot magma directly into it. However, Long Chen was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the legendary Do Tian Sacred Ape very strong? Even if it degraded its strength, it shouldn't be so weak, right? Then Long Chen examined the stick. Although it was very heavy, it didn't seem to be made of the ancient meteorite iron recorded in the 10,000 Beasts appraisal. The ancient meteorite iron was definitely much denser. A foot weighs tens of thousands of pounds, and this one is only about 100 pounds. Could it be that this one isn't the real fighting Sky Sacred Ape? Boom! In the simmering battle between the bloodstained Savage Turtle and the Berserk Iron Eater, the Heaven Fighting Sacred Ape collapsed with a loud bang, dropped to floor of genus various basic attributes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the sacred monkey of the fighting heavens. 1 in 10. 000. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Reward, Transcendent 2-star Return Liquid *0. 1. Legendary, Sacred Ape, Cub *1. Dragon Shen, Strength plus 50, Speed plus 20, Spirit plus 10, Endurance plus 10. Berserk Iron Eater, Strength plus 200, Speed plus 40, Spirit plus 10, Endurance plus 40. Bloodstained Savage Turtle, Strength plus 200, Speed plus 40, Spirit plus 10, Endurance plus 40. Berserk Iron Eater Pickup Attributes, Strength plus 15, Endurance plus 10. Bloodstained Savage Turtle Pickup Attributes, Strength plus 20, Speed plus 15. Extra Access, Ancient Realm, explored 1% of the Secret Realm, gained the achievement of Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. Reward Fighting God Stick Skill Book, for Beast Masters. Skill Book Level, Ancient Earth Order. The information is too huge. In addition to the pre-known rewards and pickup rewards, an extra secret quest reward. What do you mean? A secret realm for every ancient realm that doesn't have a legendary level of difficulty? Or is the secret realm the main body of this ancient realm? Long Chen was excited. The gold of the ancient world's training grounds is still rising. A mere 1% of exploration had given him a warrior's skill book straight away. It's still of the Earth Order. Skill books are the same as spirit animal species. There are also 4 lists of Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Those who make it to the list show that the skill books are of a high caliber, and the skill books on the Earth rank list were worth a lot of money. It was comparable to the price of a spirit beast species on the Earth rank list. Even the one he got was the Ancient Earth Order, which was only stronger than the current Earth Order. Mezzo. Long Chen continued to check the Imperial Beast panel. One more Transcendent 1-star Fighting Sky Sacred Ape. Sacred Ape. Grade, Transcendental 1-star. Bloodline, Ancient 100%. Characteristics, humanoid form, erect and robust. The height is about 1 foot. The muscles were smoothly defined, each strand angular. The coat is dark brown with a slight golden sheen. The face was stalwart, the eyes gleaming with an unyielding fighting spirit and an air of untamed ferocity. Dressed in a simple animal skin war skirt, she wore a belt made of animal bones and teeth around her waist. Mastery of basic stick skills. Weapons. The refined iron stick, although it had yet to display the power of the godly stick of the fighting heavens, was still comparable to a Xian-ranked magic treasure. Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Endurance, 150. Mental, 70. Long Chen looked at the value and even fell into a bit of a trance. Transcendent 1-star power breaks 200? It's a little scary, isn't it? When the bloodstained Savage Turtle Transcendent 2-star was only 180. Berserk Iron Eater Transcendent 2 stars is only 210. This Heaven Fighting Sacred Ape is too heaven-defying. Only now did Long Chen understand why Su Qing's 9-colored fox was so strong. There's also the possibility that the 9-colored fox has a Transcendent 1-star base value that's about the same as the Holy Ape of the Fighting Heavens. Long Chen held back his excitement. Now is not the time to get excited, because he had several bottles of Transcendent 1-star return liquid, and the returning dueling Heavenly Sacred Ape needs 5 bottles. Enough! He had saved over a dozen bottles and couldn't use them all. Extreme Returns requires an extra bottle. Add. How crosses. Mainly, I can't wait to see the Transcendent 2-star Fighting Sky Sacred Ape. Extreme Speed Returning Ancestor Fighting Heavenly Sacred Ape. The Heavenly Sage Monkey is returning to its roots. Return Liquid 6. Returning to the ancestral home succeeded. Long Chen immediately checked the results. Sacred Ape. Grade, Transcendental 2-star. Bloodline, 100% Ancient Grade. Characteristics. Humanoid form. Erect and robust. about 3 feet tall. The muscles are more developed, the lines are more rugged and show more power. The fur turns bright gold, like a burning flame, symbolizing the further awakening of its returning bloodline and increased power. The face was even more ferocious, with a golden glow in his eyes, and even when he was still, he had a strong sense of oppression that was as immovable as a mountain. His body had begun to initially emanate the aura of a demon king. The stick is proficient in 1,000 different ways. Weapon, refined iron rod. Gifted skills, Dharma heaven and earth, regular size is equal to that of an adult. After casting Dharma heaven and earth, it can become 3 zhang tall and all values are increased by 5 times. Strength, 1,100. Speed, 350. Endurance, 400. Spirit, 210. Oh, my god. Long Chen's eye beads flew directly out more than a meter. The mouth is so big you could put down a doctrine of the heaven stick. Only just got into transcendence 2 stars. Strength straight through 1,000? Right now the blood-striped savage turtle is only just 1350. One must know that the blood-stained savage turtle had trained hard for 7,000 hours at the ancient realm training ground. Against the day. It's so anticlimactic. I'm afraid that the 9-colored fox doesn't even possess such growth. The most crucial thing was that the fighting heavenly sacred ape had a stick mastery skill. Not only was it strong in basic attributes, but it was also technically strong. Monkeys can do martial arts, and God can't stop them. There is also the natural skill of Dharma heaven and earth. When the body gets bigger, the combat power is increased by 5 times. Is unbeatable. A direct step to become his strongest imperial beast. Long Chen opened his eyes again. A few more minutes passed outside. The foster mom saw Long Chen waking up again and thought he was having trouble sleeping. Then he said with concern, "Chen, rest at ease. No one will trouble us again." Long Chen shook his head. "It's okay, I've rested enough." Then he hesitated and said, "I want to go out and see." Before Long Chen could finish speaking, the foster mother flatly refused. "Ben can't. It's very dangerous out there. Only experienced fighters are allowed to participate in the battle. You're too young, inexperienced, and underpowered." Wang Kaixian also said, "Brother Long, the fight outside is so dark that even 4th-ranked powerhouses are in danger of falling. A 2nd-ranked beast royalist like us can't stand it at all." Yu Qiuyo also persuaded. Long Chen's student, "Don't be impulsive but Long Chen's mind was made up, because his adoptive father is still out there, though he wasn't sure he could be of much help, but it was better for him than staying here. Chapter 51 Monkey Heavenly Sage appears. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of all. What's more, isn't it that those of us who are squeezing our heads to pass the great examination want to gain greater strength to fight for the survival of humanity? Now that the opportunity is at hand, and it's my hometown that I have to protect, how can I back down at this time? Long Chen's words caused the people from the law enforcement division not far away to be somewhat moved. A few people looked at each other a little ashamed. To be honest, when Jiangcheng was attacked, they were a little thankful when they were assigned to safeguard the evacuation of people, but they were educated by this great candidate. It's just so humbling. Little brother, you're right. It's the responsibility of every man to make his country prosper. My name is Lu Qijuan. What's yours? A member of the law enforcement division approached. My name is Long Chen. Long Chen. Good. I take note of it. In the future there is something. Just come to me. You this little brother I recognize. Lukajan said with a big grin. Yes, please. Can you please protect my mother? The only thing Long Chen was relieved about was his adoptive mother. Although the shelter is theoretically perfectly safe. But, with a huge catastrophe at hand, who can guarantee that this place is bound to be safe? Lu Qijuan nodded heavily. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect your mother. Long Chen saw seriousness in the other party's eyes. Know that this is a trustworthy person. Long Chen then looked at his adoptive mother. The foster mom saw the determined look in Morn's eyes. Then he knew that no amount of persuasion would help at this point. Then you must be safe. Well, I know. Before Long Chen left, he left the bloodstained savage turtle behind as well. An extra layer of protection is an extra layer of safety. Wang Kaixian hesitated and also followed Long Chen to leave. He was actually quite worried about his dad. The two left the shelter and came to ground level. It's been fishy red out there for a long time. The smell of blood was so pungent that just smelling it made me want to vomit. And the tree demon in the center of the river city had turned blood red all over its body, which was dyed with human blood. There was also blood on the ground that pooled into a river and rushed over in the direction of the tree demon. A tree has completely enveloped the sky over the river city, covering the sky. The branches of the trees were covered with sucked dry people. Wang Kaixian was shocked. How many people died in this disaster? The current officially reported figure is 70,000 dead, but there were probably more than 70,000 just from those densely packed people hanging from the trees. No wonder it was said that heavenly Yao level spirit beasts were unbeatable. It's too easy to slaughter a city. Unceasingly, Rays of light burst through the trunks of the trees. Intense gunfire also resounded, but there was no way to blast through the tree demon's skin. Is this hell on earth? Hurry up! Suddenly, there was the distant sound of a repellent heckling. Some people dressed in white were driving a procession of hundreds of people. Men, women and children inside the procession. After driving to a place, suddenly many branches fell from the sky, and those branches were like pythons, frantically hunting those hundreds of people, and those few white clothes immediately rolled and dodged away. Those branches wrapped around hundreds of people slowly rose up. Within seconds, those hundreds of people were sucked into dry corpses, their skin clinging to their bones without a trace of blood, and the tree demon vaguely seemed to be bloodier. Wang Kaixian was in a rage. Brother Long, these people. At this moment, Long Chen was also filled with the color of blood. The voice was trembling a little. Well, the Church of the Ancient Beasts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't even imagine that there could be humans who were so cruel to their fellow man, feeding so many people to a spirit animal. Ah, how can you do this to a fellow human being? It's a crime that deserves to die. Go, follow them. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian quietly followed. The men went from house to house looking for residents who had fallen off the grid, not even children. While looking for it, he also said, Brother Wang, do you think it will really work this time? A yellow-haired man asked the youth at the head of the group. The youth smiled and said, there must be no problem. The first step to reviving the ancient beasts is to stimulate the cruel bloodlust of the ferocious beasts. As long as the cannibalistic habits of the ferocious beasts are reproduced, the bloodline of the ancient beasts in the ferocious beasts' bodies may be activated. If we really revive the ancient beasts, then wouldn't our ancient beast church be invincible? Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed as they dragged the screaming commoner from the house. Some people resisted in installments for the sake of their wives and children, and were directly killed by the expressionless hands of the yellow hairs among them, and their heads fell to the ground. It was as if they were killing chickens, ducks, pigs and dogs instead of people. Please, spare us, at least spare my daughter. I'll do anything for you. The charming young woman cried into tears and fell to her knees begging for mercy. Several people surveyed the young woman's voluptuous figure and looked at each other, seeing a touch of lust. Yellow Hair licked his lips. Brother Wang, how about letting our brothers enjoy themselves before sending them to the tree demon? The youth laughed lightly. That's right, our squad has already transported thousands of people. It's time to rest and take a break. Let's go. With that, several people dragged the young woman back to her room. The young woman was desperate for help, but how could anyone care about them at this time? The military and the law enforcement division, anyone who could fight, were basically fighting around the tree demon, and until the other cities came to support them, the safety of ordinary people could not be cared about for the time being. The young woman was thrown onto the bed and the little girl cried, Big brothers, please let go of my mom, okay? In the team, a fat man of more than 200 pounds put his eyes on the little girl's body. A child born of a beautiful woman is not the same so marked from childhood. With that, he carried the little girl to another room. The young woman was in utter despair. A heartbreaking wail. Knock knock. There were two loud crashes in the next room. Yellow Hair frowned. Dead fat pig, he's just a little kid, go easy on him. But Fatty didn't answer, and the others didn't care, thinking that Fatty was in a hurry to do something. After all, what danger could a little girl of 8 or 9 years old be in? Jab. The young woman's clothes were torn to shreds. Someone had just monkeyed around and climbed up, when suddenly a huge scorpion tail killed it, fast and hard, poking the guy right in the head. Various bloodstains fell on the woman's body. The woman was so frightened that she screamed, and the others reacted immediately. A huge panda beast was seen standing in the doorway. Damn! A mere transcendent 2-star panda beast dares to kill my brother. The youth was furious on the spot. The gloves in his hands lit up instantly. Warrior turn fighter. 4th order. You can only transfer once when you reach the 4th rank. His fist blasted into the Berserk Iron Eater. The Berserk Iron Eater immediately shook its head, signaling that your opponent is not me, and then pointed in the direction of the window. The crowd looked to the window and there was nothing. As soon as he turned around, he saw the Berserk Iron Eater tiptoeing around with the intention of slipping away. Played by a spirit beast. Chapter 52, Sacrificing 300,000 People. The youth was even more furious as he turned into some heavy shadows and chased after it. One of the warrior's universal skills, iterated Shadow Step. He had just caught up with the Berserk Iron Eater. Boom! Suddenly, a big stick blasted out of the next door, a heavy knock to his head. The youth's reaction time was also very fast. Blocked it with both hands. The iron rod trembled and emitted a stirring trilling sound. He-Man, dare to spoil our ancient beast church. The youth snapped. Then a figure came out of the house, hairy-faced and thunderous-mouthed. He wears armor with a tiger skin pattern. On the furry face, a pair of eyes like burning coals flashed with an untamed light. The corners of its mouth rose, revealing sharp teeth. and it retrieved the godly baton of the fighting heavens and set it on its shoulders. Scornfully, he looked at the youth. For a moment, the youth couldn't even tell if this was a spirit beast or a person playing the role, if it was played by a human, but the carefully crafted tiger-patterned armor and wild fur blended so perfectly, and the raging aura of the beast alone greeted. If it's a spirit animal, what the hell is this? Never before had I seen such a human-like ape-like spirit beast. The youth calmed down. It's just a transcendent 2-star spirit beast. What's the point of pretending? His gloves lit up once again as he launched himself at the dueling heavenly sacred ape. The iron fist was incomparably strong, and each punch was full of destructive power. However, with a deft stance, the fighting sky sacred ape ghostly weaved around the room, dodging each of the youth's punches, and his stick was incomparably subtle, seeing the seams like a raging storm, smashing into the youth in a continuous stream. In just a few rounds, the youth had been smashed dozens of times, with multiple fractures and ulcers all over his body. The youth's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is going on here? The stick technique is so absolutely proficient. Could it be that you were played by a human? The other members immediately said, Brother Wang, don't fall for it. It must be a stickman in monkey skin. The youth raged. You pretender. He killed the fighting sky sacred ape once again. Each punch contained the power to crack rocks, and the air made a bursting sound under the pressure of his fist wind. However, the heaven-fighting sacred ape just stood there quietly, its eyes revealing a hint of disdain. The moment the youth's iron fist was about to touch it, the fighting sky sacred ape moved. The stick in its hand seemed to come to life, and with a seemingly simple but infinitely varied trajectory, it gently flicked it to dissolve the boxer's attack into nothing. The youth was shocked. This person's stick technique was as pervasive as flowing water and as inscrutable as a gale. Unbelievable. It was as if he was born to be one with this stick. The heaven-fighting sacred ape was not in a hurry to split the victory either. It fully utilized its agility, jumping up and down and circling around the youth. Each swing of the stick made the youth's punches lurch, and each point of the stick made the youth's figure lurch. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian, who were in the room, watched the art-like stick techniques of the fighting heavenly sacred ape. At this moment, Wang Kaixian was frozen, because he hadn't reacted to how Long had a third spirit beast before he was shocked again by the third spirit beast's flowing and ever-changing stick techniques. As we all know, spirit beasts' learning skills and humans' learning skills are two different things. Spirit beasts couldn't be as refined as humans, so the skills they learned were rather crude, favoring the use of strength or elemental energy to oppress their opponents. But this ape of lungs simply refreshed his perception. He'd believe it when he said there was a warrior transfer hidden in there. Long Chen was also excited. The stick technique of the heavenly fighting sacred ape was even more powerful than he had imagined. Long Chen carefully stared at every movement of the fighting heavenly sacred ape, preparing for his assimilation of the fighting heavenly sacred ape afterward. He had already decided that the fighting heaven sacred ape would be his main target for assimilation in the future. It's so handsome, okay, and it's not out of place at all. Even if he assimilated into a dueling heavenly sacred ape, others might still think that he had deliberately dressed up like this. It's perfect. The youth's attack became more and more urgent, his fist shadows pouring out like a torrential downpour as he attempted to overwhelm the fighting sky sacred ape with numbers and power. However, the fighting sky sacred ape switched between offense and defense quite smoothly. A pair of golden eyes were always looking for a break in the youth, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, after a violent exchange, the heaven-fighting sacred ape found an opportunity. Its stick drew a perfect arc in the air and accurately struck the boxer's wrist. This strike, seemingly light, contained the profound power of the fighting sky sacred ape, and the youth only felt a huge force coming from him, and his fist involuntarily deviated from its direction. The youth's arms were forced to spread out into a wide-open shape. His pupils instantly shrunk. Done. His own defense was broken through by this monkey. Sure enough, the next second, a whistling air-breaking sound came, and the refined iron rod slashed down from top to bottom. It's too late to return to defense. Bang! There was a loud bang. The stick struck the top of the youth's head with a solid blow. This stick was like a thunderbolt, containing the power of 1,000 pounds. The shockwave shook out in all directions. The earth burst in all directions, creating a large crater over 2 meters in diameter. The youth's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes immediately filled with blood, turning a blood-red color. Immediately afterward, the youth fell straight to the ground, his breath coming in and out. Dead. The others were shocked. Wang is the strongest of them all. It is also one of the main leaders of this church action. A fourth-order warrior. It's a mainstay level wherever you put it. It is also very valuable in the Church of the Ancient Beasts, but it was actually taken out. Yellow Hair's few people immediately had their guts scared out of them. Immediately, he was about to jump out of the window to escape, but the Berserk Iron Eater had already blocked the way, and the Inferno Spirit Scorpion's tail blade poked into Yellow Hair's chest, injecting a large amount of molten lava, and Yellow Hair's organs were instantly burned away. There were a few men left who intended to escape through the doorway, but a pig blocked the doorway. A few people broke out in curses. "What's a stupid pig doing in the way? Get out of the way." The lazy pig grunted twice. Then the expression became harsh as well. "If you don't dare to mess with my monkey brother, you think I'm easy to bully?" Lazy pig abhor rush. It knocked a few people right off their feet. Long Chen was a bit surprised. Although these people were not as powerful as the youth, they were basically third-order warriors. Lazy pig so strong? Wang Kaixian smiled and said, "After all, it's the first spirit beast species in the yellow list. And my lazy pig is somewhat special. It's my dad who spent a huge amount of money to buy it for me." He. Long Chen understood. When Wang Kaixian says spending huge sums of money, then it must really be a sky-high price. Long Chen pressed a few people about the Ancient Beast Church. They said that the Ancient Beast Church had sent 7 external squads that did not participate in the core battles and were mainly responsible for capturing people to feed the Green Spirit Tree Demon and activating the Green Spirit Tree Demon's ancient beast bloodline with a large amount of human blood. When Long Chen asked the other party how many people he intended to feed, he got a shocking number. At least 300,000 people. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is the intention to sacrifice all of Jiangcheng. Chapter 53 Wanted. One-Eyed Imperial Wolf Master. After forcing out the desired information, Long Chen did not have a soft hand and directly ended the lives of several people before dragging them out of the room. The young woman knelt on the ground with her clothes unkempt. "Thank you for saving me and my child. Can you please stay and protect us? I can pay any price. You can do whatever you want." This kind of wind and rain young woman, imploring affectionate look at them, in exchange for the general youthful teenager is estimated to have long been unable to hold. Long Chen sighed. "Sorry, we have other things to do. You guys try to stay in the house and don't come out. The disaster should pass soon." Then he left the desperate young woman and left with Wang Kaixian. Wang Kaixian looked at the blood-red tree demon that was getting more and more lush above his head. "Brother Lung, will the disaster really pass soon?" Long Chen hadn't had time to speak. "Ha, what are you two doing here?" The two turned around and saw a couple of people running over. One of them was the teacher of the practical training class in Imperial Beast's Eye, a third-rank Imperial Beast Master. And there were a few people beside him. They should be a few teachers from Warrior 1 and Elemental 1 respectively. And at the moment, a few of them were covered in blood, with traces of battles. "Teacher, what is it now?" Long Chen immediately asked. Teacher Zhang Haochuan from Imperial Beast Snow. One middle school shook his head. "It's very unpromising. Although the spirit beasts that escape from the spirit beast space are initially under control, there are still people from the Ancient Beasts Church operating in Jiangcheng. It's very dangerous." The female teacher of Warrior 1, dressed in silver armor and holding a lance in her hand like a valiant female Valkyrie, immediately said, "But you two are still students. You can't do much. Hurry and go to the shelter to hide." Mr. Zhang Haochuan also said, "Yeah, from the looks of it, it's not something that students can participate in. And also, congratulations on passing the big test." "Thank you, teacher." Long Chen and Wang Kaixian hurriedly bowed. Teacher Zhang Haochuan said with relief, "Your squad and Lu Yenrui's squad are the pride of Imperial Beast Snow." One middle school. Long Chen sniffed and immediately asked, "Lu Yenrui and the others also passed the grand exam?" "Yeah, they gathered the 8 flags a little before you did." Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were a bit surprised. In their opinion, Lu Yenrui's squad should have encountered with Yangqing's squad, and Yangqing's squad killed one when they saw one. So how did they let Lu Yenrui's squad off the hook? Long Chen put this doubt in his heart, continuing to ask, "Teacher, what can the two of us do now? We also want to do our part to protect River City." You guys are still just students." Zhang Haochuan shook his head and resolutely refused to let the two of them, Long Chen, participate in the battle. The female teacher of Warrior 1 also said, "I know you want to contribute, but you are still too young. Now is not the time to utilize your power. When you grow up later and are stronger, there will be opportunities to fight for humanity." The teacher of Elemental 1, wearing a black hat and holding a staff. The squads of the Ancient Beast Church that are active in Jiangcheng have at least one 4th-ranked powerhouse in each of them. You are no match for them. At that moment, a mournful cry came from the other side. Zhang Haochuan said no more. "Alright, you guys hurry up and hide, and do as you're told. We're leaving first." Several teachers immediately headed to where the screams were coming from. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian hurriedly followed them. Moving with the teachers was a relatively safe option right now. Otherwise the two of them would still be in danger if they encountered another Ancient Beast Church squad. Neighborhoods. The group was driven to the corner. In front of them were 3 pitch-black-colored demonic wolves. The one who manipulated them was a sentinel. Next to the Imperial Beastmaster were several other members of the team with grim expressions. "I've already said that you'll just follow us obediently. You had to resist, and as a result, so many people died for nothing." The Imperial Beastmaster was a middle-aged man with an inch head, a scar on his face, and a black eye patch over one of his eyes. Someone recognized him. It's the one-eyed Imperial Wolfmaster, the wanted man who bloodied several neighborhoods in Goat City before. The one-eyed Imperial Wolfmaster grinned. Goo. I didn't realize that my hefty reputation is actually known even by people in Zhangchang. It's not worthy of me. The other members of the squad behind him also patted their asses. Yes, it's worthy of being Brother Wolf, breaking out into such a ferocious reputation. It's a model for us. It's a pity. This time, the explanation from above is to leave them alive and send them to the tree demon. Otherwise I would really like to kill them all and be as fierce as Brother Wolf. The conversation between these few people scared the crowd in the residential area to the point of turning pale. Wolf laughed softly. Brother is just a legend. Don't imitate Brother. You can't. With that said, Brother Wolf had his 3 demon wolves rush towards the crowd, opening their bloody mouths and biting several people to death, further breaking the group's psychological defense. Crunch! The sound of demonic wolves chewing on human corpses was numbing to hear. I repeat, to go or not to go? The crowd had collapsed, and they knew it would be a dead end to walk. There were so many dry bodies hanging from the tree demons that they could see them. Xuanjiao elephant, Rocky Mountain giant elephant. A bellowing voice came. Knock, knock, knock. 2 huge elephants of enormous size charged. The ground shook like a torrent of steel crossing the border. The 3 demon wolves immediately retreated. Among spirit beasts, elephant beasts were originally known for their strength, and were generally more powerful than wolf beasts of the same rank. However, the elephant beast's strength lies in defense and the wolf beast's strength lies in attack, so it's hard to say which is better or worse. Wolf frowned slightly, looking at the dress of these people. They seem to be teachers of practical combat classes in various middle schools. How dare you, you pedagogues, come and join in the fun? Wolf doesn't seem to take a couple of teachers seriously, Zhang Haochuan said in a cold voice. Protecting Jiangchang is our duty. Oh, that's really coincidental. Destroying Jiangchang is our obligation. However, you're just a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Are you sure you can block me? With that said, the 3 wolf beasts took a step closer to the 2 elephant beasts. Zhang Haochuan was under tremendous pressure. Although the elephant beast has the advantage of size and strength, but the other party's 3 wolf beasts were all transcendent 3 stars as well. His side was at a disadvantage. Clank! The female teacher in Warrior 1 shook her lance, and her sharp spear rose to the sky. There's still us. Wolf glanced at the female warrior and the female elementalist. Oh, are you guys worthy? With a casual wave of his hand, 2 wolf beasts rushed towards the 2 respectively. The female teacher immediately shocked the gun. Gun fighting technique, cloud-piercing gun. The female teacher let out a stern cry, and the gorgeous lance immediately swept out across the room, stabbing at the demonic wolf. The demon wolf was incomparably athletic, with a body that was as fast as a phantom. A sidestepping head dodged the lance's jab, then bit down on it and threw himself violently and wildly about the neck. The strength of the beast was so strong that it far exceeded that of a human of the same rank. The female teacher held on for dear life, but as a result her body was violently yanked down and pinned underneath her body by a handful of demonic wolves. The claws as sharp as knives attacked the female teacher in a matter of moments. The female teacher blocked it with the handle of her gun, her white face less than 5 centimeters from the sharp claws. Chapter 54 Fighting Heavenly God Stick. Skill Book. But the demon wolf's extreme strength, coupled with the strength of over 2,000 pounds, caused the nails to get closer and closer to her eyes. There was less than a centimeter left. Yuling Fei, the female elementalist, immediately shouted. She intended to go over for support immediately, but the 2 demon wolves stood in the way of the elementalist and the other teachers, bearing their fangs. The female elementalist's 3rd-ranked water elemental skill, Wild Stream Impact, bombarded the demon wolf's body and could only repel the demon wolf back, unable to deal effective damage. The other teachers were also unable to break through the 2 demonic wolves blocking their way for the time being. Xuanjiao elephant. Zhang Haochuan immediately ordered the imperial beasts to go forward for support. Wolf sneered. Let you go? The imperial beast space behind him opened up once again. Zhang Haochuan was shocked. That's 3 demon wolves already. Could this 4th imperial beast be? The door to this imperial beast space was quite tall. It was 20 meters high. It was at least twice as high as a 3rd-ranked imperial beastmaster. A strong savage aura raged out. Immediately, it gave everyone a sense of unease. A low wolf howl came out. Zhang Haochuan's 2 elephant beasts immediately looked as if they had been under a spell of immobilization. Their whole body tensed up and their eyes looked at the door of that imperial beast space in awe. Immediately afterward, a thick claw stepped out. The ground instantly shot out countless cracks. More torsos came forth, the pale gray fur interspersed with dark shadowy textures like the night. A large wolf head appeared, with cold blue light flashing in its eyes, revealing an unbeatable, wolf king-like wildness and arrogance. the moment it appeared. It launched a surprise attack at an extremely fast speed, running wildly in front of the two elephant beasts, stomping the Rocky Mountain giant elephant on the soles of its feet, and then tearing down the Xian horned elephant's head with a single bite, half of its body collapsing to the ground in a bloody mess. Zhang Haochuan was splattered with blood, and his entire body froze. Elite level 1 star, Pale Shadow Battle Wolf. The strength crushed warriors and other professions of the same rank. Brother Wolf is so powerful and dominant. The crowd of the ancient beast church shouted madly. He, a group of weak ants. How dare you presume to be enemies with the ancient beast church? If you don't die, who will? Wolf looked to Yu Lingfei there. Yu Lingfei could hardly hold on any longer. The handle of her gun was already starting to crack. Once it breaks, she will surely die. Just at this time, there was a sudden bellow. Boar punch. Oomph. Dum 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 dum. A slothful pig that was all naked in white, with a face full of ferocity. He slammed into the demon wolf. The lazy pig's tusks were a little longer than usual. The top hit the demon wolf's abdomen, and the powerful impact even directly knocked the thousands of pounds of demon wolf flying a few meters. Yu Lingfei stood up with a smooth carp. Then he saw Wang Kaishan and Long Chen. I can't believe you two followed me here, Yu Lingfei exclaimed. She subconsciously tried to get the two to leave, but a vicious killing aura exploded behind him. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu captured a massive black shadow. The demon wolf attacked again. Yu Lingfei's pupils shrunk. Crap! She left her back to the demon wolf. Ka-ching! The sound of metal breaking. Yu Lingfei's armor was torn apart by the demon wolf's sharp claws, exposing the white back. Teacher, watch out, Long Chen reminded. Then it was not yet equal to Ling Fei's reaction. A crimson scorpion tail blade flung over. The sharp needles at the end pierced directly through the demon wolf's eyes. Then a large amount of lava was instantly injected. The demon wolf's eyes instantly turned red. Then the eyeballs were scorched by the heat in a flash. A little bit of lava dripped out and landed on Yu Lingfei's back. Yu Lingfei let out a shriek of pain and stumbled forward into Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen solidly wrapped his arms around Yu Lingfei. Is everything okay, teacher? Yu Lingfei looked up at Long Chen's knife-sharpened flank. There was a hint of dullness in the beautiful eyes. After hearing Long Chen's voice, he hurriedly blushed and left. No, nothing. What was that just now? The gazes of everyone in the room looked towards the berserk iron eater. What a weird spirit animal. It looks like a panda beast, but it completely lacks the meekness and dorkiness that a panda beast should have. Instead, it is riotously ferocious and abnormal. The fury was overwhelming. Purely from the aspect of savage frenzy, it was not at all weaker than the pale shadow battle wolf. The weirdest thing is, on the tail of this panda beast, a large metallic scorpion tail grew. The demon wolf was attacked by this scorpion tail. At the moment it was constantly twitching and foaming at the mouth on the floor. The brain was burned out by that searing heat. Even if he's not dead now, he's incapable of fighting. Zhang Haochuan was dumbfounded. Good. Strong. Transcendental 2-star seconds to Transcendental 3-star. And it's still a hit. There are still such monsters in the Imperial Beast's Eye? He had naturally heard of this student, Long Chen, after all, and Su Qing is the only all-attribute talent. It's still getting a lot of attention. It was a pity that he had heard that Long Chen's family was in a bad condition, with an adoptive father who was always bedridden, and that all the family's money was spent on treating his adoptive father. So Long Chen bought an eliminated product spirit beast. Pity my ass. Who says Long Chen is a pity? This spirit animal is so strong that it's sick. Okay. Even a Xian-horned elephant and Rocky Mountain giant elephant might not be able to kill a demon wolf of the same rank in seconds, but Long Chen's mutant panda beast did. Yu Lingfei and the other teachers were also dumbfounded. There's a monster in the first grade of the Imperial Beasts. It's hard to believe that this kid is actually a big candidate this year. No wonder you passed the big test. With this mutant panda beast, it was fully qualified to win. Wolf looked at his demonic wolf twitching on the ground. Hearts are dripping blood. He was a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master though. The strongest killer is the elite level 1-star Pale Shadow Battle Wolf. However, he would also need to spend a huge amount of resources to cultivate a transcendent rank 3-star demonic wolf. These 3 demon wolves were all quasi-elite level 1 stars in his reserve. I can't believe one was taken out. Wolf's face twisted in anger. Very well, very well. You guys really pissed me off. Originally I was going to leave you alive, but now it seems that you'd better go to hell. Wolf gave an order. Several other people from the ancient beast church immediately rushed out. Their targets were Long Chen and Wang Kaishan. You guys back off. Yu Lingfei blocked in front of the two. Long Chen looked at Yu Lingfei with one arm hanging down. One could only barely hold up the silver lance with the other hand. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately took over Yu Lingfei's lance. Teacher, borrow your weapon. Yu Lingfei was surprised. Wait, you're not a warrior. But Long Chen had already rushed out. System, learn the fighting heavenly god stick skill. When passing through the ancient realm on legendary difficulty, he was rewarded with a skill book applicable to the Imperial Beast Master, the Fighting God Stick, derived from the stick skill of the Fighting Heavenly Sacred Ape. I'm studying the God Stick in the Fighting Sky. Study completed. Suddenly, there was a vast stream of memories and experiences that suddenly descended from the sky and fell into his body, drilling into his brain in a flash and even integrating into the muscles and bones of his entire body. Degree of learning, first level of great perfection. Enough. Chapter 55. When Longchen picked up the stick, Longchen instantly looked like he was possessed by the heaven-fighting Saint Ape. Strong chi and blood rushed up to the sky. The lance in his hand was used as a stick, just like a dragon coming out of the sea, galloping through several ancient beast church people. The stick carried a hunting wind, causing the air around it to shake and whistle. Longchen's body was as athletic as a spring, and the iron rod seemed to have a spirit, flying up and down in his hands and leaping into the enemy. The shadows of the stick smashed into the enemy like rain. These people from the ancient beast church were mostly warrior professions, and they were still untransformed third-rank warriors, so the skills used were all rather brown, with no specialization on the one hand. Some use knives, some use swords, and some use gloves, which is a way to set up for a transfer later. However, Longchen was different from them. After a systematic indoctrination, the stick technique had been incorporated into his bone marrow, the first level of the Great Circle, early attainment of proficiencies that can only be had after transfer. This kind of proficiency is taken out and it's a slam dunk to beat these unskilled fighters. Bang, 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 bang. Longchen's swing was getting faster and faster. It's getting denser. It's like banging a drum. Each stick is powerful. Knocked a few people on the head. Wang Kaixian was stunned. At the moment, Dragon looked like a warrior profession. It was as if this moment made everyone realize what it means to be a warrior. The kind that supposedly utilizes strength and torso fighting. It's all reckless. That's a real warrior, with a more flexible fighting style, and with his pure combat skills, he has fought fiercely among several people and has not yet lost the battle. A burly man from the ancient beast church rushed out. In his hands were two huge axes. Obviously he's further along than the other third-order warriors. Fixed his transfer goal in advance. Axe warrior. He was big and burly, nearly twice as tall as the norm, with broad shoulders that felt like they could stand several adults. It was like a towering fortress of war. Bronze-colored skin shone with a metallic luster in the sunlight, and every muscle was like iron casting, rippling and undulating with his movements, as if it contained endless power. It's scary to look at. Class, back off. Suddenly, a male teacher rushed out, also from Warrior 1. He's also very fit, blocking between Longchen and the axe warrior. Longchen hesitated and was about to say something when Yu Lingfei pulled him behind her. There must be no problem handing it over to old Lu. He's a power-type quasi-sword warrior. He definitely won't lose to that axe warrior. Yu Lingfei was confident. A large knife appeared in the male teacher's hand, a brute force type at first glance as well. The male teacher was unafraid of the axe warrior. Come on, big guy, I'll chop you up. Could it be that the great sword was wrapped in a whistling wind? Instantly erupting with hundreds of pounds of strength, he slashed at the axe warrior. Clank! The axe warrior raised his double axes and easily blocked them. The aftermath of the clash between the sword and the axe caused the skin of the two men to ripple like wind-blown wheat waves. The axe warrior revealed a cold smile. His two huge axes were wide and sharp, flashing with a chilling cold light. The handle of the axe was thick and long, and was held steadily in his large bushy hand, as if it had become one with his arm. That's it? You're just a loser. The axe warrior let out a violent, earth-shattering roar. The sound waves spread out in all directions like a raging tide, and the earth beneath his feet seemed to tremble slightly from the roar. With his waist as the axis, his entire upper body was like a powerful engine, driving his arms to rotate rapidly. The double axes drew a huge and harsh arc in the air, just like two silver lightning bolts crisscrossing and crisscrossing. Wherever it passed, the air was dramatically compressed, emitting a sharp whistling sound as if it was wailing in pain. The male teacher immediately colored. Such astounding power. This person is also ranked in the upper middle of the third-order warriors. The attacks of the double axes were as dense as rain, and the left axe came down from the top and chopped down with great force, as if it was a titanic pressure, carrying a majestic force that could split the earth. The right axe, on the other hand, swept out from the side, like a raging tornado that was going to swirl everything in. The male teacher's large sword was immediately knocked away. Lao Lu, Yu Lingfei and the others exclaimed, but it was too late. The male teacher was instantly wrapped in a tornado. The upper half of his body immediately turned into a pile of mush. The lower half of the body assumes a kneeling position. Everyone's pupils plummeted. Yu Lingfei's face instantly turned pale. They are in this team of teachers. Just count Zhang Haochuan and Old Lu as the strongest. Now Zhang Haochuan's two imperial beasts were dead and crippled. Old Lu even turned the upper half of his body into bloody mud. What to do? There doesn't seem to be any other way now. Yu Lingfei's pretty face paled. Turning back to Long Chen and Wang Kaixian, he said, "You two turn around and run. Don't look back. Never look back. What about here? Leave it to us." Yu Lingfei's face revealed determination. Zhang Haochuan also said, "Those of us who are still teachers still have no need for you to be born and die." The other teachers were also very determined. They know what they are facing, but they are always willing to do anything to protect their students, even if it means facing death. Long Chen felt his nose sour. That's the difference between people. There are those who kill their fellow countrymen like piglets. Some people are willing to put their lives on the line to protect the weak, but he didn't choose to leave. Instead, he restood in front of Yu Lingfei. "Teacher, thank you for protecting us, but we're not hothouse flowers either. The Church of Ancient Beasts is so abominable. Surely everyone must be put to death." Long Chen's feet steadily stepped on the ground. It's very solid, like it's rooted to the earth. It was as loud as the words he uttered. "Today, I will kill these people." Long Chen's words shocked Yu Lingfei. "Classmate, you should not be impulsive. The other party is the Ancient Beast Church's peripheral special operation team. Their strength is very strong. You're no match for them." Yu Lingfei was about to stop it. Wang Kaixian came to her ear and whispered, "Don't worry, my dragon brother is very strong. We even annihilated a squad just now." Yu Lingfei's pupils shrunk. What? On the Ancient Beast Church's side, the Axe Warrior and Brother Wolf and the others also revealed contemptuous smiles. "Stupid." Wolf looked at the Axe Warrior. The Axe Warrior immediately understood. "I'll abuse him properly." The Axe Warrior roared and swung his double axes, carrying the sound of whistling wind, like two maddened brute bulls rushing towards Long Chen. Facing the raging Axe Warrior, Long Chen's eyes shrank slightly. The moment the fighting heavenly god stick skill was cast, a majestic power surged up from the soles of the feet, slowly surging up the leg meridians until it converged at the waist. Just as the Axe Warrior was about to get close, Long Chen moved. He lashed out at his waist, like a dragon swinging its tail, driving his upper body to twist rapidly. At the same time, his arms popped out like springs, and the iron rod in his hand was like a black lightning bolt, accurately smashing towards the axe handle of the Axe Warrior's right axe. Dang! There was a loud bang, like a flood of bells ringing. It shook the surrounding air with layers of ripples. The strength of this stick was so great that it directly shook the Axe Warrior's right axe and sent it flying out of his hand. It traced an arc in the air and embedded itself deeply into the ground several feet away, splattering a cloud of dust. Chapter 56, Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. Seeking golden tickets everyone. The Axe Warrior's face was stunned, as if he didn't expect Long Chen's strength to be so fierce. Yes, not a lot of power, but a lot of strength. The control of the body reached a rather high point. The Axe Warrior quickly stabilized his stance and swung his left axe, attempting to attack Long Chen from the side. However, Long Chen was not panicked. His feet lightly tapped the ground, and his body slid backward like a ghost for several feet, easily avoiding this harsh blow. With that, he leapt high into the air and did a flip. The iron rod went down vertically, like a sharp blade stabbing at the Axe Warrior. The Axe Warrior hastily raised his axe to fend it off. However, Long Chen skillfully flicked his wrist at the moment of imminent contact, and the front end of the iron rod instantly changed direction, sliding against the axe blade towards the Axe Warrior's arm. The Axe Warrior only felt a numbness in his arm, a sharp pain coming from it, and the left axe in his hand was nearly impossible to hold. Too strong. Yu Lingfei could tell at a glance that this student must have an extremely strong foundation in the warrior aspect, far surpassing the ordinary warrior one students. Dexterous as a monkey. Unbelievable. Zhang Haochuan was also dumbfounded. Long Chen was a warrior while being a beast swordsman? And a warrior with such a proficient skill set. It feels like in front of Long Chen, Yu Lingfei even looks a bit amateurish. Who dared to believe that Long Chen was this year's big candidate? Asshole. The Axe Warrior felt like he had gotten a great humiliation. I can't believe a student knocked out the axe. The Axe Warrior picked up his right axe and opened his arms, his body once again turning into a powerful engine that drove his arms into a quick spin. Mr. Lu was killed by a single move. Look out. Several teachers spoke in unison. They had expected Long Chen to retreat. However, he did not expect that Long Chen would advance instead of retreating. Although his 450 points of strength was nothing in front of a third-rank warrior, but his skill proficiency is extremely high. It allows for the most perfect release of power, or even exponentially released. The fighting heaven god stick skill was launched at full force. He used his waist as an axis and twisted with a violent force, driving the entire upper body like a drawn hard bow. The veins on his arms were rippling like a slithering python. The moment the power was channeled into the iron rod, he swung it out in a smooth motion. The front end of the iron rod was like a loaded cannonball. It cut through the air with a sharp whine. This stick carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by sharp blades. With a hissing sound, the Axe Warrior in front of him only felt a mountain of power surging in. Bang! The iron rod wrapped around into the gap between the two large swords. A precise hit on the axe warrior's wrist. Ka-ching! Under the powerful blast, the axe warrior's hand was directly blown off. Immediately after that, Long Chen violently switched the direction of the iron rod. At this moment, he revealed the head of the gun that he had been hiding in the back just now. Like lightning, the blow hit the axe warrior's head. Direct penetration. The head of the gun went through the axe warrior's head, bringing out a trail of red and white tainted blood. Poof! The axe warrior dropped to both knees and was silent. Everyone was silent, especially Zhang Haochuan and Wang Kaixian. Long Chen was a student of Royal Beast's first high school, killed a third-order warrior with his bare hands. This is going against the grain. Wolf's eyes became incredibly cold, watching his own crew die and get hurt. His face was ironic. Boy, you've succeeded in provoking me. Wolf had his pale shadow warwolf turn around. The huge body rushed towards Long Chen like lightning. Zhang Haochuan hurriedly let his only remaining Rocky Mountain giant elephant go to protect Long Chen. However, the Rocky Mountain giant elephant was already seriously injured, plus its speed was completely no match for the elite level 1-star wolf beast, so when it had only just started, the pale shadow battle wolf had almost rushed to Long Chen's face. The female elementalist and the other teachers immediately attacked the pale shadow warwolf, but none of these attacks could be fatal. The pale shadow battle wolf's only target was Long Chen. Wolf said contemptuously, "Kid, you are indeed outstanding. Whether as a sentinel beastmaster or as a warrior, at your age, you can be at the top of your peers, but it's just a pity that you've met me." Brother Wolf's voice seemed like a death notice to Long Chen. The pale shadow battle wolf leapt up, and its huge black shadow pounced down to cover the sky. Long Chen's body seemed incomparably small. Some people can no longer bear to watch. It's bound to be another bloody spectacle. Yes? Long Chen laughed lightly. Then the imperial beast space behind Long Chen opened. Before the main body appeared, a huge stick came out first. Bracing himself on the ground, he stabbed directly into the throat of the pale shadow warwolf, so close to not stabbing pale shadow warwolf in the spit. Only a golden, furry ape beast stepped out. Not so tall, but very sturdy. Has a human form, though not a majestic one, but there was a powerful aura about it. It's as if you can pick the stars and the moon with your hands and feet. Just standing there, there was an air of sheer exclusivity. It's an innate intimidation. A pair of golden eyes with a torch-like gaze. The crowd was surprised. What kind of spirit beast was this? Another unseen one. Is it also a variant? But this ape beast gave a feeling of scalp numbness. Even the pale shadow warwolf stared blankly at the fighting sky sacred ape for a while, vaguely feeling a bloodline suppression. Brother Wolf frowned slightly. It's just a transcendent 2-star spirit beast. Eat it. The pale shadow battle wolf had to bite over hard, facing that creepy blood bowl. The bottom of the Dotian sacred ape's eyes were filled with contempt. Instead, its eyes glowed with blood. It was as if the innate instinct to fight boiled in its blood. The fighting sky sacred ape's toes lightly touched the ground. Then he dodged the big mouth of the pale shadow battle wolf. With a leap to the head of the pale shadow battle wolf, he swung his iron rod and knocked it down fiercely. Dang! The sound was unmistakably explosive. Pale shadow battle wolf's tears came out from the pain. Pale shadow battle wolf was hit with real fire. Lightning turned his head and tore at it, but was rewarded with a top-to-bottom chop of the iron rod. Ka-ching! 2 teeth were broken. The pale shadow battle wolf suffered pain and nimbly dodged sideways, its long tail flinging itself at the fighting sky sacred ape like a steel whip. The heaven fighting sacred ape turned around and blocked horizontally with its divine stick. Pa! There was a loud sound as the end of the stick collided with the wolf's tail, making a deafening sound. The crowd was dumbfounded. So strong. It wasn't the pale shadow battle wolf that shocked them. Rather, it was this ape beast of Long Chen's. Obviously, he was only a transcendent level 2-star, but he was able to fight the pale shadow war wolf. Unbelievable. Zhang Haochuan was completely bewildered. Isn't Long Chen broke? How can you buy this kind of spirit beast that looks to be of the highest quality? It's hard to believe that this is a knockout item that was purchased as well, and then bought the variant by mistake? It's too much luck. The battle between the heaven fighting sacred ape and the pale shadow war wolf entered white heat. Long Chen stared. The pale shadow battle wolf was worthy of being an elite grade 1-star spirit beast. It was indeed extremely strong when it got serious. If it wasn't for a combat connoisseur like the fighting sky sacred ape, who carved combat into his bones, if it was any other of the same rank, it would have been eaten long ago. But even so, it seemed as if the heaven fighting sacred ape hadn't gained an advantage. There's no way out. Dharma, heaven and earth. I think. As soon as Long Chen's mind moved, the fighting heaven sacred ape immediately received the order. The heaven fighting sacred ape suddenly roared up to the sky. Its body began to emit a dazzling golden light, which became more and more prevalent, gradually enveloping its entire body. Only its body slowly drew up. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Chapter 57. Dad is so strong. the fighting heaven sacred ape's figure became very imposing. It seems to be an immortal god of war forged by the ancient divine mountains. The golden hairs around his body, roots like golden divine chains, flashed with a cold metallic luster. Underneath the golden hair, the muscles were churning like raging waves of fury, containing a great power that was enough to overturn the world. That broad chest, as if it could accommodate 100 rivers. Each undulation was accompanied by a surge of heaven and earth energy. Under the Dharma heaven and earth, its base attributes instantly skyrocketed fivefold, and its overall aura also received a surge. Everyone was shocked to the point of dumbfoundedness, especially Zhang Haochuan. He had heard that some ape beasts that ranked high on the earth ranking, or on the heaven ranking, would have this kind of near-human outlook, but those kinds of ape beasts should be few and far between. Out of the hundreds of species of ape beasts known to mankind, there should only be a very few that can achieve such an effect. Brother Wolf also looked at the fighting heaven sacred ape incredulously. On the spirit beast list, he hadn't seen this kind of ape beast that could change its size, so there was only one possibility that this was a mutant ape beast. Spirit beasts with low ease of control will be more prone to inducing mutations, but the vast majority of mutations are negative, such as deformities, bloodlust, and replacing useful abilities with useless junk abilities. Only in so very few cases can a variant occur in a good direction, except that it's unattainable and no one can sway the direction of the variant. But this guy, Wolf looked at Lee Knight, the kid's two imperial beasts, a panda beast and an ape beast, all seem to have undergone some sort of mutation for the better. Is it hard to believe that he has mastered some secret recipe for mutation? Brother Wolf immediately gave orders to the Pale Shadow Werewolves. Capture the live ones. I want to take it back for study. Up to this point, he still felt that his Pale Shadow Battle Wolf was absolutely sure to win. Elite level 1 stars fight transcendent level 2 stars and don't even know how to lose. Long Chen's mind moved and gave orders to the heaven fighting sacred ape. Finish it off. Roar. The heaven fighting sacred ape roared up to the sky. Lead the attack. Its speed was steeply increased by as much as 5 times from a moment ago. Coupled with the fact that it was already very fast, it was now like a golden lightning falling from the sky. The Pale Shadow Werewolf opened its bloody mouth, revealing fangs as sharp as knives. The moment the two behemoths exchanged blows, immediately kicked up a massive storm. Knock, knock, knock. It's like beating a drum on an empty mountain. It made Zhang Haochuan, a few teachers, feel their hearts skip a beat. This was the killing of an elite level spirit beast. It's so fierce. But what shocked Zhang Haochuan even more was this ape beast. Although the level was inferior, the basic attributes were quite a bit more than the Pale Shadow Werewolf Wakey Wakey. However, with his proficiency and tenacity in combat, the fighting heavenly sacred ape stick techniques were so varied that it was surprising that he did not lose out in the slightest. It's as if you've been playing with sticks since you were born. Sometimes stabbing, sometimes picking, sometimes sweeping. The iron rod came to life in its hands and danced densely. And the more you fight, the more you get. Like a god of war descending into the world, but also violent and bloody, comparable to the Demon King. Wolf saw that half the time he couldn't take down the ape beast. Immediately raging, Pale Shadow Battle Wolf. Are you a waste? You can't even defeat a transcendent 2-star. I order you, you must finish it off within 3 minutes. The Pale Shadow Werewolf was in pain. Transcendental 2 stars? After the opponent became huge, it was clear that his strength and speed were no less than his own. Again, it is far superior in combat skills. It can't even find a chance. As the Pale Shadow Battle Wolf was trapped, he suddenly slipped on the soles of his feet and lost his balance. The heaven fighting sacred ape seized this momentary opportunity. With a flick of his stick, he put down the Pale Shadow Werewolf, then raised the stick high. The surface of the stick flashed with a flash of colorful splendor. Strings of ancient runes began to climb up the body of the stick. The air around the stick shook with it, a ripple visible to the naked eye, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterward, the iron rod began to grow longer and thicker. With every foot of length, the stick's aura skyrocketed a few points. It flowed with an aura that seemed to destroy the sky and the earth. Exudes a trembling aura of majesty. Pale Shadow Battle Wolf was stunned. Everyone is a spirit beast. Why can you make the stick bigger? The fighting heaven sacred ape fiercely exerted its strength, its muscles churning like raging waves of fury. The sinews of the veins were like sinuous dragons. It had its waist as its axis, and its entire body was like a huge stone thrower. The strength of his entire body was unreservedly poured into the iron rod, which was wrapped in a vast power and smashed down fiercely towards the Tsong Shadow Werewolf. This stick fell as if the sky was crumbling. The body fur of the Pale Shadow Werewolf was like fragile paper that was easily torn apart, revealing the bloody mess underneath the skin. The Pale Shadow Werewolf's body, which was as tough as steel, was directly dented inward. A large amount of blood, flesh and broken bones, crazily crowded to the sides. At the edge of the body's skin, bulged into a balloon, and then simply exploded. A large amount of blood and flesh spewed out, blood staining the earth in a 100-meter radius. The crowd was silent. Zhang Haochuan's scalp went numb. That stick stepped on the sky and shattered the sky, unbridled and untamed. With the stature of a transcendent 2-star, exterminate an elite level 1-star, never seen before. In the history of human sentinel beastmasters, such a thing had never been heard of either. The eyes seemed to pop out, the shock no less than witnessing the collapse and remodeling of the universe. Everyone looks like they've been put under a stasis spell, couldn't even make a sound. This was even more the case with Brother Wolf himself. His face instantly distorted, the color of shock flooding his entire face like a raging tide. His face was pale, and his body, without support, instantly fell to the ground. Ah! His pale shadow warrior wolf. It was just a stick in the eye. Zhang Haochu and several teachers instantly reacted. To restrain Brother Wolf, there must be a very important secret to be unearthed in such a person. Student Long Chen, it's the pride of Royal Beast's first middle school to have a student like you. Zhang Haochuan had just finished speaking. Long Chen hadn't had time to speak. Suddenly there was a loud bang in the sky. The crowd immediately looked up, seeing that there was a huge sword chi that crossed the sky, tumbling down from the clouds. It's as if it's a nuclear weapon that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it landed on the body of the blood-red tree demon with a bang. Long Chen saw a figure underneath that sword chi. His stance was as straight as a pine, and his hospital gown hunched over his body. The eyes were as deep as an abyss, and the cold gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through this tree demon's torso. Yu Lingfei exclaimed, "It's sword chi, an incomparably majestic and vast pure sword chi. This sword chi is as unstoppable as a rushing river." The sound of the sword resounded throughout River City. Could it be that is a heavenly Yao-level sword Dao master? Yu Lingfei's entire body was excited. This is a warrior who stands at the apex of humanity. Zhang Haochuan was ecstatic. Great! Jiang Chang is saved. With a Tian Yao-level powerhouse out there, Jiang Chang can definitely get rid of the disaster. Long Chen's mouth was open wide and he was dumbfounded. What are they talking about? What heavenly Yu-level sword Dao Grand Master? That man is his adoptive father. It's an ordinary middle-aged man who has contracted blood poisoning because he fought in the Forbidden Devil's Cave and lies in the hospital for chemotherapy all year round. Ah! Buzz! Suddenly, the tree demon vibrated. It was like the murmur of an ancient beast, or a flood bell struck by the god of heaven, causing the entire Jiangcheng to start trembling violently. Countless blood-colored branches and leaves swept towards Dad Lin Changfeng. It formed a red astral wind that covered the sky. Countless buildings were torn apart and collapsed under the ravages of this extreme power. A heavenly Yao-level spirit beast's every move was earth-shattering. Lin Changfeng took a step forward, a seemingly light step, but it was like a Tarzan crushing the roaring red astral wind with one foot. It's a thrill to watch. Long Chen's blood was burning with excitement. Dad is so strong. Chapter 58. Foster Mom is actually this strong. At the same time, the longsword in Lin Changfeng's hand swung. A brilliant and dazzling sword chi rose up to the sky. The sword chi appeared pure white, and the space was flooded with layers of ripples. As if it was unable to withstand this powerful force and twisted and deformed, the tree demon sensed the deadly threat. Its huge body shook violently. Countless thick branches danced like a giant python, bringing up gusts of fishy wind. The leaves rustled, seemingly emitting an angry roar. Lin Changfeng's eyes grew colder and colder, and with a flick of the long sword in his hand, the roiling sword chi swept towards the tree demon like a raging tide. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was cut to pieces, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The tree demon's branches attempted to resist, but they were easily chopped off the moment they came into contact with the sword chi. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors, and the broken branches drifted down in a flurry, as if they were raining down a rain of fishy red blood. Lin Changfeng shouted, his voice shaking the sky. This roar contained endless sword intent and power. The entire person seemed to become one with the sword, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, wrapped in majestic sword chi rushing towards the tree demon. Ka-ching! There was a loud bang. The sound was as deafening as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The tree demon's trunk was like a rotting deadwood, defenseless under this overwhelming sword, instantly split in half from top to bottom. The moment the tree demon was split apart, a powerful impact spread out in all directions, and the surrounding land was lifted up several feet high, forming a huge circular wave of earth that smashed down a third of the buildings in Jiangcheng. Unprecedented and massive destruction. But the good outcome was that the tree demon was taken out. The people of River City are finally seeing the sky again. Someone shouted angrily, Lin Changfeng, you betrayed the ancient beast church. The archdeacon won't let you go. Wait for your death. Then countless figures quickly withdrew from River City. The church of the ancient beast has finally retreated. Long Chen was stunned. Lin Changfeng is the name of his adoptive father, although most people only know the adoptive father's name as Lin Deyu. If he hadn't happened to turn up the document of his adoptive father, Lin Changfeng, he wouldn't have known that this was his adoptive father's real name. Betrayal. Ancient beast church. What does it mean? The adoptive father is from the ancient order of beasts? Long Chen's brain went blank. Long Chen looked at Lin Changfeng, who was standing in the sky. Lin Changfeng seemed to feel his gaze, looking down and meeting his eyes. He then gave a complex smile, followed by coughing up several large gulps of blood. His face became bloodless and his body shook. Before more people gathered over, Lin Changfeng left. I do not know why. Long Chen has a feeling. This time the adoptive father left. I do not know when the next time to see again. Even the Church of the Ancient Beasts retreats and the disaster subsides. The next few days, the military and the law enforcement division began organizing post-disaster reconstruction efforts. But this time, the attack of the Ancient Beast Church had subjected Jiangqing to an unprecedented attack, and it was estimated that it would not be possible to return to the pre-disaster scene without 3 or 5 years. Official Statistical Bulletin. A total of 550,000 people were killed in the disaster, of which 120,000 died, 430,000 were injured to varying degrees, and a large number of the injured are still in hospital. In addition, the Grand Examination Inspector was bought and paid for by the Ancient Beast Church to kill the students within the Grand Examination, and the inspector has now committed suicide in fear of the crime. The Goat Squad, which should be investigated the most, has not officially released the results of the investigation. However, from the official proposal, to begin to strictly investigate the phenomenon of immigration from all over the big exams, the open purpose is to maintain the fairness of the big exams, but whether there is any deeper purpose or not, that is not known. For example, the imperial beasts of the Goat City Squad were clearly more berserk and cruel than normal imperial beasts, similar to those berserk spirit beasts from the spirit beast breeding base in Jiangcheng. What exactly did the Fireblood organization use to make the spirit beasts change like that? Officials have not released the contents of these investigations. Long Chen goes to the shelter to find his adoptive mother, who seems to have expected it, and the two tacitly agree that neither of them mentions their adoptive father. Back home, his family is in a relatively remote residential area of Jiangcheng, and it was the busy main neighborhood that was hit hard. So instead, his house basically suffered no damage. It was the earthquake that caused cracks in his old house, and the community said they would send a professional engineering team to his home to repair it and ensure the safety of everyone living there. During this time someone came to his door to investigate about Lin Changfeng, but both he and his mother blankly stated that they didn't know any Lin Changfeng, only Lin Dao. The investigators checked it out and left. Mother and son were quiet. The foster mom suddenly said, "There are some things, not that we won't tell you, but that it wouldn't do you any good if we did." Long Chen's heart stirred. Is the foster father a member of the Ancient Beast Church? The foster mom was silent for a moment, then sighed. Originally, such a secret should have been kept from you for the rest of your life, but the moment you resolutely left the shelter, I suddenly realized that you had grown up and had the power and qualification to decide your own life. This matter actually has to do with your birth. Long Chen's birth had always been something that the family kept their mouths shut about. The foster mother continued. Your mother, I mean your birth mother, Ji Yen, may still be alive now. She was captured by the Ancient Beasts Church at that time, and your father, I mean your foster father, joined the Ancient Beasts Church in order to save her. And then, I don't know what happened, but he appeared in front of my house on a rainy day with holding you in his arms. Speaking of his birth mother, Long Chen had little expression on his face. Whether it was his birth mother or his birth father, it had been removed from his vocabulary, and his adoptive parents were his mother. The foster mother seemed to have guessed Long Chen's thoughts, so she said gently, in fact, you don't have to blame your birth mother. Your birth mother still loves you very much. She was a famous beauty back then. She had some love-hate entanglements with Lin Changfeng and Long Zhenbang, and eventually married Long Zhenbang and gave birth to you. Then one day the Ancient Beast Church captured her and you, and then later it was Lin Changfeng who entered the Ancient Beast Church and brought you out. But Lin Changfeng said that Ji Yen might still be alive. Long Chen's mood was very different. There's something about it that just doesn't speak to me. Mouths say they don't feel much for their birth mothers anymore. But hearing that the birth mother is alive and well and imprisoned in the Church of the Ancient Beast, he had an inexplicable urge. The foster mother handed Long Chen a note. When you arrive in Linjiang City, contact the person above. He is Lin Changfeng's friend and can take care of your life in the higher Imperial Beast Academy for a moment or two. Long Chen immediately said, Mom, aren't you coming with me? The foster mother shook her head. No, I'm going to wait here for your father to come back. Otherwise when he comes back and realizes that no one is in our house, then he'll be anxious. But I don't feel comfortable with you staying in Jiangcheng alone. The foster mom suddenly stood up and smiled mysteriously. A sharp blade coalesced at his fingertips. A light slip. Suddenly, a chop mark appeared across the wall of the house. Boom! The walls crumbled in an instant. Long Chen was stunned, looking at the houses that were crushing down with a bang. The foster mother suddenly embraced him into tenderness. Her fingers once again traced a path. and immediately there appeared a longitudinal irrigation of chopping marks, like the sea split by a giant knife, the wall to the sides of the crazy retreat. By the time he reacted, he had been taken outside by his foster mom. The community rushed over to inquire about the situation. The foster mother smiled and said, "It seems that the earthquake has damaged the house very badly, and we will have to trouble you to help us rebuild it." Longchen looked at his adoptive mother dumbfounded. What's the situation? Not only is the adoptive father a monster, but the adoptive mother as well? A family of 3, only he himself is a weakling? Chapter 59, let's go to Linjiang City. Actually, I'm not really interested in who my birth mother is. As far as I'm concerned, you and Dad are my parents. Longchen didn't want to mention the matter of his birth mother in front of his adoptive mother. The gift of parenting is greater than the heavens. The foster mother shook her head. Chen you're still young now, so there are many things you don't understand. Ji Yan didn't abandon you on purpose. Even Longjinban might not be as bad as you think. There are a lot of things that are not up to the few of us. It would have been better for you to live your whole life as an ordinary person and not get involved in those intractable dangers. But you've already begun to show how extraordinary you are, and there are already a lot of people who see your potential. So this is a path you have to be firm on. You're already in this trap, so you'll just have to do everything you can to break it. Go to Linjiang. The foster mom was very firm. Longchen had never seen such an adoptive mother before. His adoptive mother was remembered as a gentle, full-time housewife, not this current one with firm eyes and a sure tone of voice. With just a finger coalescing into a blade on, it can collapse an entire residential building. Maybe one should really listen to one's foster mom. And in fact, his own will was to go to Linjiang City and enter the higher Imperial Beast Academy. It's instinctive for people to go higher. And what exactly was the bureau that the foster mom was talking about? Even his foster parents couldn't protect him? Such a dangerous game? It is currently known that his adoptive father, Lin Changfeng, is able to cleave a heavenly Yao-level tree demon with a single sword. That's at least a warrior of the 13th rank upwards. In his opinion, it's already sealing centerboard, the group that stands at the very top of the human race. And the foster mother's current strength is unknown, but just with the finger chopping building can be seen. The destructive power at least exceeds the elite level spirit beasts, perhaps comparable to the commander level. Such strength couldn't protect him? Longchen took a deep breath, then looked at the distant sky. Regardless, he's been living in this tiny river city for 11 years and is starting to want to see the outside world. Okay, I'll go. The foster mom finally smiled in relief. After all, if Longchen couldn't firmly choose his own path, she also didn't feel comfortable letting Longchen go to Linjiang City alone. After a few days, the school held a graduation ceremony for them graduates. Most of the graduates are still alive, because after the attack on Jiangchang, many of them stayed over at the great examination area and did not return. They picked up their lives. Longchen saw Mr. Zhang Haochuan on the big test. Mr. Zhang Haochuan looked a little worse for wear with a bandaged and slung arm. Realizing that Longchen was looking at him, he revealed an amiable smile. Longchen bowed respectfully. After all, the teacher did not hesitate to protect him and Wang Kaixian in times of danger. Even though it was already clear that there was no hope of defeating Wang, he never thought of giving up on him or Wang Kaixian. Such a teacher, Longchen didn't know if he would have the honor of being able to meet in the future. And Mr. Zhang Haochuan just nodded from afar and didn't come over, as if he didn't want him to attract too much attention. In fact, a few days ago, Teacher Zhang Haochuan had paid a visit to his door to thank him for saving his life and instructed him to make sure that he didn't let anyone know that he had taken out the ancient beast church's 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Especially when you get to Linjiang City, don't expose it easily. Otherwise, you can easily get yourself into unnecessary trouble. Longchen thought it made sense. In case the eyes of the ancient beast church learned that he had killed quite a few of them, with the ancient beast church's character it was bound to retaliate against him madly. So he does have to be careful with that. Meanwhile, the principal announced, since Jiangcheng suffered a disaster, the higher-ups decided to compensate Jiangcheng in many ways, including the big promotion exam. The original plan was that only 8 students from Imperial Beast First High School would pass the grand examination, but now the higher-ups have relaxed the admission quota and increased it to 30. The entire student body immediately erupted. 30th place admission. That's the highest number of admissions ever for Imperial Beast's Eye. In previous years, even the 3 high schools combined did not have this many admissions. Longchen was also a bit surprised, but he immediately thought of something, and a hint of deep meaning flashed under his eyes. Next to Wang Kaixian excitedly said, "This can be great. 30 admission quota. Simply broke the record. Then I count." Basically it seems that anyone who participates in the big exam survived. Immediately after that, Wang Kaixian's face suddenly became very ugly. He found that those who survived the great test added up to exactly 30. A small 200 people went in, and only 30 came out alive, making it the worst test in years. No wonder the higher-ups are so relaxed. Jiangcheng is too miserable this time. Dragon, I found. Wang Kaixian was about to tell this discovery of his, but it was immediately gagged by Long Chen. Now everyone is soaking in the merriment, without realizing the misery behind the merriment. But that's enough. That's what the higher-ups are trying to accomplish with this arrangement. Wang Kaixian immediately nodded with understanding. When the graduation ceremony was over, Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were called to the principal's office. There is also Mr. Zheng Haochuan in the office. The principal immediately stood up. Welcome our two contact students. Your heroic and fearless participation in the war stopped the ancient beast church from killing and saved thousands of residents, as well as several teachers from all three high schools. I've already heard it all from Mr. Zhang. You're all good. Imperial Beast's first middle school is proud of you. Hey, it's a piece of cake. With Brother Long and I out there, the district ancient beast church would be a piece of cake. Wang Kaixian immediately got carried away. The principal didn't dislike Wang Kaixian's get up and go as usual. Instead, he nodded very favorably and then looked solemnly at Long Chen. But you should also take this as a lesson that although you won this time, you won by a fluke, by your opponent's ego, and by their lack of understanding of you. But flukes don't always happen, and maybe Lady Luck won't favor you next time. So you have to remember, you have to do fewer things to show your face. Making yourself strong is the way to go. When you have an elite level or even a commander level Imperial Beast or even a Yao level Imperial Beast in the future, you'll be able to do more. You'll be able to defeat stronger enemies and you'll be able to protect more people. Do you understand? In the face of the principal's serious instructions, Long Chen also nodded his head very seriously. Understood, principal. The principal then led the two men to a dark tunnel behind his office. Entering the principal's fingerprints opened a downward passage. Wang Kaixian was surprised. There's actually such a secret passage in our school? It's not possible that there are countless heavenly treasures hidden inside, right? The principal blankly glanced at Wang Kaixian. You're overthinking this. The school isn't as rich as your family. The middle school doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the battle, so it can't accumulate too many treasures. But after all, it's a place of teaching and education. And there will be some Imperial Beast Masters who graduated from here who will come to give back to their alma mater and give it something. It doesn't have to be that rare, but it's a reward from the school for you. Access to the underground treasure trove. It's really got a lot of stuff in it. There are even skill books for spirit beasts as well as equipment for spirit beasts. And something unseen. Chapter 60 The Treasure of the Town Treasury. A stick? Wang Kaixian's eyes immediately glistened when he saw these. Headmaster, are these for us? How is that possible? The principal kind of wanted to hit someone. If not for Wang Kaixian, then did not leave Long Chen left alone. Is also considered to have the courage and have to bear. In fact, he didn't even want to experience Wang Kaixian at all. You guys pick one. The principal let the two men look at it as they pleased. Wang Kaixian flipped through a few skill books, then unintentionally looked to the side. A small box was placed next to it, and inside the box was an elixir that looked plain and ordinary, except that elixirs with a dark green surface were still relatively rare. Wang Kaixian was suddenly surprised. This can't be a beast spirit pill, right? Teacher Zhang Haochuan said, worthy of being the son of the richest man. His vision is still there. This is indeed a precious beast spirit pill. Hiss, we actually even have this kind of thing in our school. It's priced to sell. Long Chen also immediately came over. What the heck is a beast spirit pill? The beast spirit pill is an elixir that can enhance the connection between the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beasts, which means that it can enhance the loyalty and obedience of the Imperial Beasts. And it has a great enhancement in terms of battle synergy. Wang Kaixian's unusually excited saliva spewed out. However, Long Chen was expressionless and even in a very calm mood. Then wasn't this thing the equivalent to those obedience potions he had exploded in the ancient realm training ground? He's got a bunch of them. The point is that he's not useful at all. He has a passive talent, which is that any Imperial Beast he contracts is 100% loyal, obedient, controlling or whatever to him. What's so surprising about this stuff? It's just worthless stuff. Long Chen immediately lost interest and casually asked, then this thing doesn't cost much? Wang Kaixian stretched out a finger. 10,000? Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. So if it's 10,000 apiece, does that make these obedience potion degrees of his sellable? He's amassed so much now, it should be easy to sell a couple 100,000, right? When Wang Kaixian heard Long Chen's offer, he directly fainted wildly. Brother Lung, my dear Brother Lung, if it's 10,000 apiece, I'll take as much as you have. Long Chen pondered. Listening to this meant that the price of this thing seemed to be much higher than that. 100,000? Long Chen continued to guess. That would be a lot if it was 100,000 apiece. He can sell those obedience potions for millions. Wang Kaixian continued to shake his head vigorously. Heads are turning into wavy drums. Long Chen immediately revealed a shocked expression. Higher than 100,000? he was immediately nonplussed. It's always impossible to have $1 million apiece, right? Long Chen's breath caught. The eyes immediately filled with a great deal of red blood. He feels as if tens of millions are waving at him. With these tens of millions of dollars, wouldn't it be easier to just take your adoptive father too? Thinking of his adoptive father, Long Chen was immediately a little worried. The adoptive father is strong though. However, it is also objective to suffer from blood poisoning. With these tens of millions of dollars you can pay for your foster father's medical care. Wang Kaixian continued to desperately shake his head. Brother Lung, it's not $1 million, it's 10,000,000,000 dollars. What? Long Chen's voice was even louder than Wang Kaishuan's, just to make it seem as if he hadn't seen it very well. But in fact, Long Chen was shocked by the wealth he was about to possess. Not tens of millions. Instead, it's several $100 million. Wang Kaixian continued. The key is that there is a price but no market. How many people take on? Millions want to buy Beast Spirit Dan, but simply can't buy it, because this thing has long been monopolized by certain people. Zhang Haochuan also said, yes, this is one of the top treasures in the school. If you guys take it away, I think the principal will be very hurt. But of course such a treasure should be given to outstanding students like you. Isn't that right, principal? The principal had a meaty look on his face, and that big meaty face was a little twisted. Yes, this Zhang Haochuan was really good at giving him a base. How can he afford not to give it even if he doesn't want it when he's put up so high? Seeing that the principal agreed, Wang Kaixian immediately shoved the order into Long Chen's hands. Brother Long, you can take this Beast Spirit pill. It's not yours. Wang Kaixian actually wanted it, but he still gave it to Long Chen. It was brotherly justice. Long Chen was silent for a moment and placed the Beast Spirit pill on the shelf. I don't want this one. Ha? Well, if you don't want it, I'll. Wang Kaixian was about to reach for it. However, it was shoved into Long Chen's hand with a Spirit Beast skill book. You don't want it either. None of us do. It's better to keep such a town treasure inside the school. The principal was immediately anxious. You guys have to think about it. This thing is just priceless. After this village there won't be this store. It can raise the fitness of the imperial beasts by 1%, so there are a lot of benefits. Teacher Zhang Haochuan also hurriedly persuaded. Yes, you guys are still young now, and your imperial beasts still have a lot of room to grow, and at a later stage, if your imperial beasts are able to evolve to the elite level or even the commander level, you'll understand the importance of fit and obedience. We still want to see something else. Long Chen winked at Wang Kaixian. Although Wang Kaixian didn't understand, he knew that Brother Long shouldn't trap him. Then he chose the Native Attribute Sentinel Beast skill book that Long Chen had placed in his hand. Long Chen, on the other hand, looked towards the deepest part of the protection where there was a separate weapon rack with a long black stick made of unknown material. And this weapon is? Oh, that weapon is for warriors. And the reason why it's in the treasure trove is because of the first principal of our Imperial Beast's first high school, who was both a powerful Imperial Beast master and a powerful warrior. And this stick was his weapon. I don't know what it's made of, but it's indestructible, and I've had someone look at it and say that it's at least an Earth rank weapon. Immediately after the principal waved his hand, don't look at that one. It's for warriors, not for you. Long Chen suddenly said, I'll take that stick. What? The two of them, the principal and Mr. Zhang Haochuan, opened their mouths wide at the same time. What's going on here? It's just as well not to have expensive, even priced, beast spirit pills. Surprisingly, I chose a stick. What's the point of a beast master needing a stick? It's not like he's a warrior. Zhang Haochuan immediately thought of the scene where Long Chen used his gun as a club and violently beat a group of third-order warriors from the ancient beast church that day. Then he said, Headmaster, since student Long Chen has already taken a fancy to that stick, why don't we give it to him? We're a royal beast master school anyway, so there's not much use in keeping a warrior's stick. Right, principal? The principal's face went green. To your ass. The mud-slinging thingy. Honestly, this is the real townhouse. The one-of-a-kind kind. The material of this stick is definitely not ordinary. It's possible to say that it's also top of the line among Earth-rank weapons. Chapter 61, Su Qing's Confession? In the end, the principal still relented and let Long Chen take the stick. Long Chen was still satisfied with this kind of unexpected harvest. This stick should allow him to utilize his Fighting Heaven God stick with greater power. The Fighting Sky Sacred Ape itself had a stick that could only be used by it, and it seemed to have evolved along with its return to its ancestors. Weapons that are enhanced to follow your strength. It felt like only the legendary heaven-ranked weapons had such an ability. You can't be envious. It's someone else's exclusive weapon. A few days later, Jiangqing formed a fleet of buses to Linjiang City at his own expense. It is used to uniformly send students who have passed the grand examination to the institutions of higher learning in Linjiang City, and they were escorted along the way. There were 4 buses in total. 30 people from the Imperial Beast's first high school traveled in one bus. The people in Element 1 ride in a bus. There were more people in Warrior Eye in 2 buses. Of course there are some people who are more flirty and don't want to be crammed into a bus with everyone else, so they are driven there by their own family members in their private cars, but they are also in this convoy, which makes them a little safer. Take Liu Yenrui and Lily Bai for example. Liu Yenrui originally passed the promotion examination. The key is to let Bai Lily have the opportunity to rub a promotion place. Although Bai Lily didn't have her own Imperial Beast right now, as long as she reported to the higher Imperial Beast Academy, the higher Imperial Beast Academy would send a rather good Imperial Beast for free. So Lily White kind of stepped on and picked it up. Sitting on the bus, Wang Kaixian was very excited. Brother Long, do you know who the person escorting our convoy is? Who? Long Chen asked. Dragonflame Shadow Marshal Contingent. Long Chen revealed a strange expression. He was in a very irritable mood when he guarded the hospital earlier. Got mad at one of the female members of the Dragonflame Shadow Warrior Contingent and called them trash. At that time, his thoughts were straightforward. That is, why were these contingents so powerful, claiming to be all 4th-ranked powerhouses, but unable to solve the disaster in Jiangcheng? But then after they had a more macroscopic understanding of the River City disaster, it turns out there's more to it than they thought. The ancient Beast Church had sent a dozen squads, each led by a 4th-ranked powerhouse, wreaking havoc everywhere, distracting the Jiangcheng Military and Law Enforcement Division, and then capturing a large number of ordinary people to feed to the Tree Demon. The Dragonflame Shadow Warrior Contingent should have killed most of those squads, or there would have only been more dryads hanging from the bunched up branches and leaves. That's why so many people were still alive in Jiangcheng, and the Longyan Shadow Marshal Contingent deserves a lot of credit for that. They're not crap. Long Chen felt a little guilty. Feel like I shouldn't have said that. Later, if he got the chance, he was going to apologize to the female team member. Long Chen took a deep breath. Some complained, Jiangcheng how not to find a few buses with more space. A row sitting 3 people are a little crowded. Long Chen said while looking at Su Qing who was next to him by the window. That's right, 3 of them in the platoon. Himself, Wang Kaixian and Su Qing. At that time when Su Qing got into the car, everyone's eyes went straight. I didn't realize that the titular Princess Su would have to squeeze into a bus with them. And Su Qing didn't look at anyone when she got on the car and walked straight to the row of him and Wang Kaixian. Then the 2 of them froze for a moment and immediately got up to give up their seats, allowing Su Qing to sit in the window seat. So their row also immediately became the center of attention of the entire car. By the way, Su Qing, why didn't you take a private car? Theoretically you should be able to go to Linjiang City more comfortably. Long Chen jokingly asked, did you purposely give up the more comfortable private car because you wanted to ride with me? Ha ha ha. Long Chen smiled and laughed, but suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, because Su Qing was looking at him with straight eyes, and the space is so narrow and close. It felt like the pores on his face could be seen clearly by Su Qing. Who could stand up to that kind of stare? The distance between their faces was less than 20 centimeters. Even he could feel Su Qing's fragrant breath. Long Chen really wanted to take a kiss and let you stare at me again. Look again and I'll kiss you on the mouth. However, Long Chen only dared to think viciously in his heart. It came out somewhat inexplicably feeling sad. When they get to Linjiang City, Su Qing's identity would immediately undergo a sea change. The daughter of the governor of Linjiang. Thousands of gold. I don't know how many people are rushing to climb up the ladder. They say that in a big city like Linjiang City, the sky is high. It was more than 100 times higher than this low ceiling in Jiangcheng. Even Wang Kaixian said that the number 1 richest man in Jiangcheng like the Wang family, when they went to Linjiang City, they couldn't even mix with the 3rd rate. They could only be the last rate. At that time, when Su Qing returned to Linjiang City, the number of rich 2nd generation chasing after her was estimated to be countless. The likes of himself would probably still only be able to sneak crushes from afar. Long Chen's heart was being bitter. Suddenly Su Qing came up to his ear, and the distance was instantly drawn quite close again. Long Chen could feel the slight touch of Su Qing's nose tip. To the students in the back seat, it looked like Su Qing suddenly gave Long Chen a kiss on the cheek. This bold action directly made Long Chen feel like his entire body was electrified. Immediately, his body tightened up and he breathed a little. What's Su Qing doing? What a surprise. Can't really be in love with him. I heard that you killed the ancient Beast Church's 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Su Qing suddenly asked in an extremely thin voice. Long Chen's swinging eyes suddenly solidified quite a bit. The pupils became the size of pinpoints all at once. Now he was really nervous, slightly looking sideways at Su Qing, but due to the fact that the 2 of them were just too close, the lips seemed to rub together slightly. Su Qing was startled and returned to her position with a jerk of her head. A faint blush appeared at first on the white, ice-like pretty face. We'll look out the window, but through the reflection of the window glass to see, Su Qing is looking at the reflection of Long Chen, and the eyes are a bit like want to kill. But Long Chen couldn't be bothered to apologize and hurriedly came to Su Qing's ear. "Classmate Su Qing, you're kidding me, right? How could I possibly kill a 4th-rank Imperial Beast Master? Someone like you should know how strong an elite level 1-star spirit beast is. It's not something our students here can defeat." Subaru rolled her eyes slightly. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "Do you see what I believe?" The students in the row behind them stared in disbelief. What are these two doing? Su Qing kissed Long Chen first, and then Long Chen kissed back? When did these two get together? And a proud daughter of heaven like Su Qing. How could you possibly look at a poor guy like Long Chen? I can't think of a reason why. It all makes sense now. Su Qing had her eyes on Long Chen, so she was willing to join Long Chen's squad in the grand exam and then lead Long Chen through the grand exam. So this guy Long Chen was able to pass the big exam because of evening out Su Qing. Shame on you. Really? Damn envious. Chapter 62, Fancy by the Contingent? You guys too? The bus drove to a layover to rest. Students get off the bus to eat. On the other hand, the Longyan Shadow Warrior contingent also got off the bus to rest and eat. That handsome black combat suit, wearing on the body handsome and upright, attracting countless passers-by to stop and watch. They are the center of attention in the crowd wherever they go. Long Chen saw the female team member, who was dancing around and telling the other team members about something. He immediately walked over, only to hear the female member say just as he reached the auxiliary, "At that time, it was also that you guys were not there. You were not able to see that student's sultry look, as if he had been dumped by me," and his serious face questioned, "What is the use of joining you guys? You guys can't even protect a Jiang Cheng." The female team member put on a serious face while roughly mimicking Long Chen's voice. Immediately a male member as strong as a bear asked in a cold voice, "Which student is it? Who is this student? When I see him, I'll have to teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to be a Dragonflame Shadow Martial Task Force." Long Chen was stunned and immediately turned around. Someone noticed him. "What are you doing over here if you're not going to eat, classmate? Our rest time is rather short. We have to continue our journey after eating." The female team member turned around and saw Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to turn around and said with his back turned, It's fine. I went the wrong way." The female team member, Yendi, flashed a wry look. Then he immediately tugged on Long Chen's clothes and yanked him over with one hand. This weird power. Nice guy. One's good for nearly 500 power points. In the hands of this female team member, it's like a chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. Just him. He's the one who asked us what we were good for. Long Chen was incomparably vain. "Hello everyone." The burly man walked directly to Long Chen. The crash was like a mountain that covered the sky. It felt like this burly man was many times stronger than the axe warrior he had taken out. "Kid, is that you call our Longyan Shadow Martial Task Force trash? Garbage? Useless? A waste of national resources? A vase for decoration? What?" Long Chen had a question mark on his face. Did he say so much then? Long Chen looked at the female team member, who immediately revealed a belly laugh. This girl actually slandered him, processed and exaggerated what he said, but he also knew it was useless to explain anything at this time. Hastily, he said with a compensating smile, "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. It's because I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Taishan, I don't understand how powerful you all are, and I also don't understand the disaster situation of Jiangqing at that time, so I have misunderstood you all." Long Chen's expression became serious. "I came over just to apologize to all of you. Sorry for misunderstanding you." The crowd of the Inferno Dragon Parrot contingent suddenly froze. The female team member froze as well. It seemed like he didn't expect this guy to admit his mistake so openly. Feeling a little guilty at the thought of making up a bunch of bad words for him, he pushed the burly man away. "That, in fact, we don't have any other meaning. For the disaster of Jiangcheng, we also have a hard time, but we really tried our best. Didn't satisfy you? It's our problem. We will definitely try to improve our strength, so that we can be able to stand up to your expectations." The female member of the team bent down sincerely. The two clusters above her waist also shivered gently. Tears ticked down to the floor. The body trembled slightly. Although the female team members held back, everyone knew she should be crying tears of remorse at this moment. The crowd of the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent fell silent. Frustration, remorse, chagrin, maybe that's what they're really feeling at the moment. Who can really be happy after that great catastrophe in Jiangcheng? Especially the native residents of River City. One carries twin swords on his back and wears a black combat suit. The middle-aged man with a well-proportioned body and well-defined muscles stepped forward. "I heard from Lin Yu that you guarded a hospital and protected many survivors by yourself. Very outstanding indeed. If you have the chance, you can try to come and join our Dragonflame Shadow Martial contingent." The other escorting parties around them immediately showed shocked expressions. This is the captain of the Longyan Shadow Warrior contingent. The captain had personally invited Long Chen. Long Chen was still a student now, and hadn't even crossed the door of the Higher Imperial Beast Academy yet. Just throw out the olive branch already? That's a big step. You have to know how many students from higher educational institutions may not be able to join the Dragonflame Shadow Martial contingent. Lin Yu smiled and said, "You won't refuse this time, right?" Long Chen immediately said, "Of course, I'm willing to join." A flash of cunning flashed under Lin Yu's eyes once again. "Then you try." Lin Yu handed Long Chen an invitation. Long Chen directly put it into his pocket, then returned to the table to continue eating. The eyes of the crowd looked at Long Chen differently. "Oh, my god. This Long Chen guy has already taken care of employment?" And the other side was still the Dragonflame Shadow March contingent. That's an extremely well-treated department that exists independently of the military and the law enforcement division. The degree of freedom is extremely high, specializing in major disasters and major incidents. How many people dream of joining such a department? As a result, Long Chen joined so easily? Brother Lung, this is too gripping for you. Got a direct offer from the Dragonflame Shadow Warrior contingent. You're one step ahead of all of our classmates. Wang Kaixian said excitedly. It's true that hugging Lung's thighs is always the right thing to do. At the dinner table, Su Qing glanced at Long Chen. A light splash of cold water. Special operation teams like the Dragonflame Shadow Warrior Task Force throw out a bunch of olive branches to students from various university campuses every year, but very few can actually join. I heard that the competition ratio is 1%, and those who are competing with you are all the elite talents from various university campuses. How much hope do you think you have to get into the contingent? Long Chen froze for a moment. More competition? He suddenly realized that the female member of the team had a wry smile when he said he would like to join. Turns out he was laughing at his own lack of self-importance. His face immediately darkened. They are just giving a qualification for the exam. He thought he had gotten an invitation from someone and came back with a 6-foot step in his ass. I'm afraid I'm a cutie in people's eyes. Bar. Shame on you. Long Chen now hated to find a crack in the ground. Ha. Some people, just don't have any insight. Even if they are lucky enough to pass the big exam, they are just a frog in the bottom of a well. The person who mocked Long Chen was none other than Bai Lily. At the moment several of them were sitting around a table. The table was full of mountains of food, different from what the other students were eating at first glance. Lu Yenrui looked at Long Chen contemptuously. Long Chen, do you think that the Long Yen Shadow Martial contingent only sent you? Then Lu Yenrui took out the invitation he was holding, and on his table, besides him, there were a few from Warrior 1 and a few from Elemental 1, who had surprisingly taken out invitations to the Dragonflame Shadow Martial contingent. This thing is so worthless. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Then Su Qing, who was next to him, silently put her own invitation, also on the table. Chapter 63, Lu Yenrui Third Order? Long Chen was stunned. This invitation sucks? He thought it was something much rarer. Su Qing said lightly, when you arrive in Linjiang City, you will know that all the major camps will lay out their young geniuses in advance, and the main strategy is to cast a wide net to always catch the fish they want. Long Chen was not happy. He had originally thought that the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent had seen his unique potential and had made a special recruitment for him. It turned out to be overthinking itself. A well is a well. Bai Lily didn't seem to be relieved and was still taunting Long Chen. A flash of sternness instantly appeared under Long Chen's eyes. A raging murderous intent was implied in his eyes. Instantly, it made Bai Lily think of the horrible encounter she had during the underground shelter. Immediately hide behind Lu Yenrui. Xiao Lu, protect me, he's trying to hit me again. Lu Yenrui snorted coldly and immediately said to Long Chen in a cold voice, if you have the ability, come at me. What's the point of always terrorizing a girl? Are you still considered a man? Let me strip you naked in public so that everyone knows how much of a dish you are. Click. The table that Long Chen was on directly came out with a crack. Su Cheng and Wang Kaixian left their seats without moving. Many people present knew that Long Chen and Lu Yenrui had a grudge, especially after the big exam. Lu Yenrui learned that Long Chen had also passed the big exam, showed a snorting smile and went around saying that Long Chen had gotten lucky. He almost eliminated Long Chen as a waste at that time. Lu Yenrui immediately stood up and in a smooth manner summoned his Imperial Beast. A fox covered in fire appeared from the space of the Imperial Beast. The hairs are like burning flames, a deep red color. Its eyes were like two brilliant rubies, glittering with a fiery and mysterious light. Elegant and strong, with well-muscled limbs, agile and quick movements, a long, bushy tail, and a flame at the tip like a torch that never goes out. The crowd was surprised, and Wang Kaixian exclaimed, Red Flame Firefox? Su Qing said faintly, no, this is the transcendent 3-star flame-tailed demon fox. What? Flame-tailed demon fox? Wang Kaixian was shocked. This kid Lu Yenrui actually evolved the Red Flame Firefox to transcendent 3 stars so quickly. Strength is definitely a long way ahead of the others. No wonder he suddenly dared to provoke Lung. It turned out that his strength had once again been enhanced, giving him more confidence. The students from the nearby Warrior 1 and Elemental 1 middle schools also cast envious gazes. This is the Sentinel. Controlling a spirit animal in battle is really pushing it. And it's still a superb 3-star. What does a transcendent 3-star spirit beast mean? It shouldn't be much of a problem for a transcendent 3-star spirit beast to regimentally destroy all 60 people in Warrior 1 who had passed the grand examination, or to regimentally destroy all 45 people in Elemental 1 who had passed the grand examination. It hasn't been long since the big test and the gap is already starting to create. I don't dare to imagine how big the gap between them and Lu Yenrui will be after arriving at Linjiang City's higher education institution for another year. In the distance, the members of the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent also cast interested gazes. A middle-aged man slightly surprised. It seems that our intelligence is not wrong. This Lu Yenrui in the Jiangcheng Royal Beasts won. At least ranked in the top 3. There is a Wang Hao do not know why. Before the big test quit. So Lu Yenrui may be ranked second. Second only to that. A youth with an indifferent expression in the group also said, a third-rank Imperial Beast Master should also be able to rank at least in the top 1/2 of all the freshmen in the higher Imperial Beast Academy. Right. It seems that Lu Yenrui is worthy of our focused attention. And that girl. The girl was naturally talking about Su Qing. Regarding Su Qing, they would actually know a bit more. The daughter of the governor of Linjiang. This time, they had come to Jiangqing for support, and they had also received a commission from the Linjiang prefecture to protect Su Qing. However, they also knew that there was a powerful 4th-rank female warrior by Su Qing's side. Plus Su Qing was originally very strong, so her safety did not need to be too much of a concern. If Su Qing can join our Longyan Shadow Martial contingent, then the ranking of our contingent can at least enter the top 30 this year, right? Ha. We'll have to ask the governor what he wants. Does it matter what you say? Don't forget that under the governor's command, there is a contingent that ranks in the top 3. I think Su Qing will join them 9 times out of 10. That's a bit of a shame. Then backing off, we can focus on this Lu Yenrui. Listening, everyone reported great interest in Su Qing and Lu Yenrui. Lin Yu suddenly said, I do have a different opinion from you guys. I think that Kid Long Chen is the one who deserves more of our attention. The captain asked, what makes you think that? Think about it. Miss Su Qing's strength and talent is naturally unquestionable, but the probability of being successfully drawn in by us is very low. So the next in line is Lu Yenrui and Long Chen. And I feel that Long Chen's potential is much higher than Lu Yenrui's. Lin Yu said seriously. The captain thought otherwise. But isn't he still a second-rank Imperial Beast Master now? It means that he's already been left behind by Lu Yenrui by a hair's breadth right now. And when he enters the higher Imperial Beast Academy, this gap will only get bigger and bigger. We all know that the profession of Royal Beast Master eats resources. Lu Yenrui's family is also considered wealthy in Jiangcheng, while Long Chen's family is said to be just an ordinary worker's family, by the adoptive father and mother. To take care of it growing up, the adoptive father is still a seriously ill person. So whether it's the prerequisites or the path afterward, Lu Yenrui will go faster than Long Chen, and the gap between the two is getting wider and wider. Lin Yu knew that the captain actually had a point. The profession of Beast Master is strong, but it does eat extra resources. They've seen many Imperial Beast Masters with outstanding talent. Because they don't have a lot of resources to cultivate them, they end up becoming ordinary Imperial Beast Masters. But Lin Yu still seemed a bit unwilling, muttering, is that so? But I don't think so. I still think Long Chen has more potential. What is the basis of your judgment? The captain was really a little curious. In Lin Yu's mind, an image flashed by. It is Long Chen alone blocked in front of the hospital door. A man of the world. Not to let the crazy spirit beast rushed into the hospital to kill innocents. That's what I thought anyway. Lin Yu said as if she was gambling. Suddenly a young player became interested. Goddess, why don't we do it this way? You and I will make a bet to see who is actually better, Long Chen or Lu Yenrui. If I win, you'll be my girlfriend, and if you win, don't you have your eye on that Xian rank upper grade lance in my home collection? How about giving it to you? You're crazy. Why would I make that kind of bet with you? Lin Yu obviously doesn't eat this. Then you just don't have confidence in Long Chen? The youth continues to press the issue. There were only 2 paths before Lin Yu. Either make a bet with the youth or admit to punching yourself in the face. With Lin Yu's character, how could she punch herself in the face? Fine, let's gamble. Don't you cry when the time comes. Lin Yu agreed. The youth was immediately refreshed. Lin Yu, who had countless suitors, was actually going to become his girlfriend soon? The youth immediately shouted excitedly, hey, Lu Yenrui, if you win against Long Chen, I'll send you a bottle of Transcendent 3-star Evolution Potion. Lu Yenrui was stunned. Transcendental 3-star Evolutionary Potion. A couple million a bottle. Lin Yu immediately blew up. Feng Sikong, you cheated. Chapter 64, Transcendent 2-star instantly kills Transcendent 3-star. Even Wang Kaixian was a bit shocked. A few $1,000,000 for a bottle of evolutionary fluid, and you're giving it away just like that? Not bad for the Dragonflame Shadow Master contingent. It's too generous, but it also points to a phenomenon. The Longyan Shadow Martial contingent seemed to hold Lu Yenrui in very high regard. Otherwise it is impossible to give Lu Yenrui such a big benefit for no reason. It may seem like a gamble, but in reality, it may be a deliberate cost price to pay in order to cultivate Lu Yenrui. Lu Yenrui was also overjoyed. I didn't expect the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent to be so optimistic about him. Alright, I will definitely not fail you guys and will teach Longchen a hard lesson. Longchen's frowned. Was this treating himself like a monkey show? Lin Yu also immediately said, Longchen, as long as you win against Lu Yenrui, I'll also send you a bottle of Transcendent 3-star evolution liquid. The crowd clamored. What's going on here? Longchen was also highly favored by the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent? Lu Yenrui glared grudgingly at Longchen. This abomination. He stole his own thunder in school, and now that he's graduated he's actually doing it. Longchen pondered slightly. Can I not have the Transcendent 3-star evolution fluid? I want 2 spirit-embracing pills. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. This kid actually bargained? And what a lion's share. For Imperial Beast Masters, the strength of mental power determines the time to control the Imperial Beasts in combat as well as the degree of cooperation. And even for Imperial Beast Masters to cross over to higher levels, one of the conditions is that the mental power must reach a certain threshold. In turn, it was very difficult to raise spiritual power, and many Imperial Beastmasters had caused their families to lose their money in order to raise their spiritual power. The price of a single spirit-embracing pill was comparable to a bottle of Transcendent 3-star evolution fluid. This guy opened his mouth and asked for 2 grains. Tens of millions. Lin Yu pondered. Okay, I agree, provided you win. Su Qing looked deeply at Lin Yu. This girl, why were you willing to pay such a high price for Longchen? Tens of millions is quite a lot. Even for the members of the Dragonflame Shadow Warrior contingent, it would be a huge amount of money to come up with tens of millions of dollars at once. Feng Sikong, who was next to Lin Yu, laughed and said, Goddess, it seems like you've lost your mind a bit. Longchen is only a second-ranked Imperial Beast Master. How can he defeat Lu Yenrui? Humph. Lin Yu didn't say anything, she just looked at Longchen, with eyes that seemed to say if you dare to lose, you're dead. Longchen shrunk his neck. Lu Yenrui laughed contemptuously. Longchen, do you know what it means for people to die for money and birds to die for food? I will make you pay for your greed today. The crowd realized that the killing intent under Lu Yenrui's eyes was not even hidden anymore. There was a high probability that they would have to finish off Longchen's Imperial Beast. Longchen is finished. Bai Lily immediately fawned and said, Young Lu, if you take out that guy's Imperial Beast, tonight, I can cooperate with you in all sorts of positions. A hint of lechery swept across the bottom of Lu Yenrui's eyes, but it didn't show too obviously in front of Su Qing and Lin Yu. A cold smile hung at the corner of Longchen's mouth. Snap! A ringing finger. A sentinel space opened up behind his back. 2 behemoths walked out. Bloodstained Savage Turtle and Berserk Iron Eater. The crowd exclaimed. No wonder Longchen was so confident as well. There were actually 2 Transcendent 2-star Imperial Beasts. This strength is also the best among students of the same period. Strange, wasn't everyone saying that Longchen's family was poor? How do you have the money to evolve 2 Transcendent 2-star Imperial Beasts? The congregation of the Longyan Shadow Martial Arts contingent. It's starting to look right, too. I had expected this to be a matchup of rather disparate combat power. The captain continues to evaluate. And yet, I didn't realize that one of them had developed vertically and the other horizontally, and both of them have done well. Feng Sikong, however, did not think so, but I'll be honest, it's really a case of insight determining everything. Longchen is still thinking too simply. Do you really think that 2 Imperial Beasts can defeat 1 Imperial Beast? Goddess, what do you think? Lin Yu didn't say anything, but honestly, she was now somewhat regretting the bet. It didn't matter if it was 2 spiritual power containment pills. The point is that to be the girlfriend of Feng Sikong, a playboy, it would be better to kill her, if we let her evaluate. I'm afraid that Longchen's chances of winning were no more than 10%. Sure enough, Lu Yenrui taunted. Rubbish, truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you think that numbers are useful in the face of absolute strength? Flame-tailed demon fox, burn them for me. The flame-tailed demon fox instantly rushed over. It was like a surging, passionate flame. Swinging his torch-like tail with a hard sweep, he immediately erupts into a large area of flaming damage, burning the ground around them to a pitch-black color immediately. The air was filled with scorching heat. There were even female students whose long hair was set on fire, and they let out all sorts of gasps. Oh my god, with such a high temperature, it wouldn't directly roast the turtle beast and panda beast, would it? For sure, this is a Transcendent 3-star flame spirit beast. Killing 2 transcendent 2-star spirit beasts is simply easy. Long Chen is too insouciant, relying on the fact that he has 2 transcendent 2-star imperial beasts. He dares to think of challenging a transcendent 3-star imperial beast. How ignorant! The crowd had thought that Long Chen would let the 2 imperial beasts fall and run away. However, he didn't expect Long Chen to plan to let that turtle suffer a hard carry. Feng Xikong poked Lin Yu. Goddess, are you sure you don't want to persuade this lad? It's not easy to evolve a transcendent 2-star imperial beast. It's too much of a shame to be burned to death just like that. Humph. Lin Yu didn't bother with Feng Xikong. Feng Xikong shrugged. I'm more optimistic about Lu Yenrui anyway, so as long as Lu Yenrui's imperial beast is fine. Lin Yu's eyes were tightly fixed on Long Chen. Did this guy really intend to use the turtle beast to harden himself against this high-temperature flame? What if it's really cooked? Just as everyone's hearts tightened, Long Chen suddenly shouted, "Burn it for me!" The crowd froze. Who burned who? Is this because he can't wait for his turtle beast to be burned to death by the flame-tailed demon fox? What do you think? But soon, the crowd was stunned, because just now it was still a dark red turtle armor. But at this moment the cracks in that turtle armor were flowing with a hot liquid like magma. An even higher temperature rose suddenly. Wow! At the same time that Scorpion Tail Blade violently rushed out like an arrow, the flame-tailed demon fox was stunned, dodged the Scorpion Tail Blade with all his strength. But in the next second, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared above the flame-tailed demon fox's head. The flame-tailed demon fox looked up. The blood-stained savage turtle with its back armor facing downward was seen violently spinning and falling down. A Tarzan crushed the flame-tailed demon fox to death. Immediately after that, the magma-like heat instantly burned the flame-tailed demon fox's skin. Moreover, the blood-stained savage turtle's power was so great that it was beyond imagination. This power was not something that the flame-tailed demon fox could resist at all. One side was pressed and the other was scorched by the blazing heat. Lu Yenrui's face instantly became very ugly. The situation that was happening in front of him was beyond his expectations. His own flame-tailed demon fox was a transcendent 3-star spirit beast. Why would it backfire and be suppressed? But what happened immediately afterward made Lu Yenrui incomparably horrified. The Scorpion Tail Blade actually poked into the flame-tailed demon fox's head. Gobble gobble gobble. It is being injected with scorching lava. The flame-tailed demon fox let out a pained wail, but it also lasted less than a minute before it went silent. Brain burned. Dead. The room was instantly silent. You can even hear a pin drop. Flame-tailed demon fox, this is dead. Transcendent 3-star was countered by transcendent 2-star? No. It's abusive. Chapter 65, The Bustling Super Metropolis. The blood-stained barbarian turtle continued to inject lava, until the flame-tailed demon fox's head was burned through several holes. Reddish features came out along with various bloodstains. Many of the students with weak tolerance could not help but vomit directly. Lu Yenrui's face turned pale and he directly sat down on his knees. Tears were flowing like crazy. The flame-tailed demon fox was the killer weapon he planned to show off in the entrance test, and now it's just dead. He's all broken up. It's ruined. Everything's ruined. His own great plan just went down the drain. The scene was quiet for at least a minute, and then everyone started sucking in cold air one after another. Never seen it. I've never seen anything like it. There was a huge difference in strength between a transcendent 2-star and a transcendent 3-star. How did you accomplish the comeback? It's incredible. The key Lu Yenrui's flame-tailed demon fox wasn't a trash spirit beast. That was close to making the yellow list, so it was at least upper middle level among spirit beasts of the same rank. Just like that, it was taken out by Long Chen's eliminated great spirit beast? The crowd looked at Long Chen like he was a monster. Su Qing also cast a deep look, and the most surprised would have to say a few people from the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent. Feng Xikong dumbfoundedly asked, Captain, Transcendent Mortal 2-star counter-killing Transcendent Mortal 3-star. How many times in total has this happened in the Higher Imperial Beast Academy? 3 times out of 13. One of the younger, inch-haired, cold-faced men on the team said blandly, I've had 3, and Renuki has had 2. This number is not small though, but that was, after all, the Higher Imperial Beast Academy where genius is gathered. The gap between genius and genius is inherently wide. For example, people from their contingents are also basically the pride of the sky in various institutions of higher learning, so it's not unusual that there would be such a battle. But Long Chen hadn't even reported to the academy yet. It was really not simple to have such strength already. Lin Yu immediately came to her senses. Immediately the tip of his little nose turned up to the sky and he said proudly, You see, what did I say? I told you this kid could do it. Lin Yu looked at Feng Xikong triumphantly. Vince is frustrated as hell right now. The cooked duck has flown. In his opinion, Long Chen would have been bound to lose, but this extremely unlikely event actually just happened. Feng Xikong snorted coldly. Then Lin Yu rushed over to give Long Chen a big hug. That plumpness immediately gave Long Chen a feeling of apathy. Female fighters are in good shape. Suddenly Long Chen felt a burning sensation at the back of his head. Looking back, Su Qing was looking at herself coldly. Lin Yu also noticed Su Qing's gaze. The two women looked directly at each other. I do not know why. Sandwiched in the middle of the Long Chen feel that the body is always over the electricity. You have to give me the spiritual power containment pill you promised me. Long Chen immediately remembered the main event. Lin Yu playfully glared at Long Chen. I've hugged you, and you're actually still thinking about the spiritual power containment pill? Long Chen immediately pulled away from Lin Yu. I didn't ask you to hug me, and you hugged me and you want to cover your debt? Are you crazy or am I crazy that you smell so good? Those words instantly upset Lin Yu. Good you Long Chen. Thanks to me being so optimistic about you, I'll never care about you again. Snap. Lin Yu slapped 2 spiritual power containment pills into Long Chen's hand. Long Chen was a bit surprised. You're carrying around such valuable ammunition? That's like carrying tens of millions of dollars in cash around with you. This Lin Yu is not simple. At this time, another member of the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent said with a slight hint of mockery, Kid, you're a bit too stupid. If you're besotted with Lin Yu, this little rich woman, not to mention 2 spiritual power embracing dawn, it's no problem to eat spiritual power embracing dawn as if they were sugar peas. Long Chen immediately frowned slightly. What did it mean? Call him stupid? Long Chen snorted coldly. Can you be richer than Su Qing? The crowd immediately looked at Long Chen in unison. What does that mean? As if asking with her eyes. What does Su Qing being rich have to do with you? What's your relationship? You've got Su Qing, a super rich woman, so you don't like Lin Yu, a little rich woman? What the hell does that mean? The governor's daughter is already seeing someone? Get it straight. Hey, this is big news. The city of Linjiang is going to have an earthquake, okay? Lin Yu also couldn't help but be stunned. Although the Lin clan was rich, but to really compare it to the governor's family, it really might be a bit worse. This guy and Su Qing. The students of Jiangcheng also looked back and forth over Su Qing and Long Chen with shocked eyes. The male students were biting their lips with envy. Long Chen took one step to heaven, but Long Chen was no longer explaining. Point taken. Go ahead and make your own guesses. HM. And Su Qing frowned slightly. This guy, saying all these things that they think they are taking advantage of, not realizing that they are already in big trouble. After eating, the caravan continued on its way. Su Qing was still sitting next to Long Chen. At first, everyone didn't understand why Su Qing and Long Chen were so close. After Long Chen blew himself up, everyone understood. The caravan traveled for 7 days and 7 nights, passed through 7 or 8 cities, large and small. Only then did he arrive at Linjiang City, the most central city of Linjiang Island. Long Chen and the others got out of the car and stepped onto the earth of Linjiang City. Shasta. The hustle and bustle of the city rushed in like a tidal wave. To the eye is a boundless expanse of prosperity. The skyscrapers are lined up as if a forest of steel is thrusting into the sky. The facade of the building flashed with various lights, and a stream of various carriers rushed along the wide road like a river. The sound of horns and engines intertwined between the traffic forms a major part of the city's hustle and bustle. The streets are lined with people, stylish men and women dressed in a variety of styles, exuding the air of big city dwellers. The streets are full of stores with huge signboards glittering tantalizingly, ranging from high-end fashion brand stores to smoky food stalls. Long Chen and the others stared wide-eyed. His mouth was slightly open, his face full of shock and amazement. He couldn't get enough of it as his eyes moved from this one tall building to the brilliant neon and then to the bustling crowd. The students beside him were similarly frozen to the spot, and one of the youngest clutched the corner of his coat tightly, his palms sweaty, and muttered, "This is Linjiang City. It's simply bigger and more prosperous than we imagined. River City is a small village compared to this place. The gap is so big, I can't even imagine how people live here. It's like heaven." The students had flushes of excitement on their faces. Most of them were coming to Linjiang City for the first time, so one is more shocked than the other. Long Chen suddenly remembered that his adoptive father and mother had said that Linjiang City was a city full of temptations. Even Mr. Zhang Haochuan and the principal of the school had said that every year, there were quite a number of students who went to Linjiang City from small border towns, lost their minds to the prosperous life, and from then on, they fell straight down. Chapter 66 Zhang Cheng attacked. Luck. So, a normal mind is important. Long Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. This one action of his was seen by a few people from the Dragonflame Shadow Martial contingent behind him, and the captain nodded slightly. Indeed a moldable talent. Perhaps we can try investing in him. Lin Yu nodded, revealing a nice smile. That's for sure. I've never looked away. As she looked on, she suddenly realized that Su Qing was also staring at Long Chen. Then Su Qing felt her gaze and the two women continued to stare at each other. When they arrived in Linjiang City, the mission of the Longyan Shadow Martial contingent was over. It's up to the students to do the rest. This includes checking into their respective academic institutions, checking into their dormitories, buying supplies for living, and so on. If you can't do something as simple as that, you won't be able to adapt to the intense and competitive pressure of learning in an academic institution. There was an upscale nanny car parked at the curb. It's the kind that hovers above the pavement. You can't find one in the entire Jiangchang, and it's worth a lot at a glance. Wang Kaixian immediately said excitedly, "Wow! Spiritual energy levitation carrier. It burns with spiritual energy. Only the richest can afford to drive it." Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Qing got into that nanny car. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Su Qing looked back at Long Chen and then closed the car door. "Brother Long, did you really take Princess Su down? I see that her attitude towards you is really different, eh?" Wang Kaishuan's gossipy heart finally couldn't hold back. Long Chen shrugged. "Do you think it's possible? I just casually said it, and you really believe it?" Wang Kaixian thought for a moment. "But why didn't Princess Su immediately terrorize you with such a look when you finished?" Saying that, Wang Kaixian imitated Su Qing's eyes and looked at Long Chen coldly. "How would I know? Enough about that. Let's report for duty." When they arrived at Linjiang City, the students spread out in groups of 3 or 5, with Long Chen, Wang Kaixian and Yu Qiuyo, as well as He Yu moving together. He Yu was Long Chen's teammate in the Great Examination, and in the Great Examination, when faced with a group of glazed tigers, He Yu did not retreat, but took the initiative to let her swift eagle leopard go out to fight and kill, to fight for the squad's chance of survival. It resulted in the swift eagle leopard being torn apart by the combined efforts of several glazed tigers. He Yu was eliminated from the Grand Entrance Examination, and according to the rules of the Grand Entrance Examination in previous years, she was definitely not eligible for promotion. But this year, the conditions were relaxed, and the entire team of winners, even those who were eliminated in the Grand Examination, could qualify for promotion together as long as they completed the Grand Examination. So by the same token, Fang Anhua and those two shameless scums also ascended up together. At this moment, Fang Anhua and Zhao Jigang were standing among Lu Yenrui's group of people, which were staring at Long Chen's back with rather unkind gazes. Lu Yenrui gritted his teeth and cut his teeth with red eyes. "I will make him pay." Fang Anhua immediately said, "Don't worry, young Lu. I know a senior who is a second-year student of the Higher Imperial Beast Academy. If necessary, we can let him help us teach Long Chen a lesson." Lu Yenrui snorted coldly. "Who doesn't know a few seniors anymore? I want Long Chen to know that in this Linjiang city, even though he has more talent, as long as he doesn't have connections and resources, he's just a mole cricket that will be trampled to death by us at any time. He must kill Long Chen. If he didn't kill Long Chen, he couldn't swallow the breath of the flame-tailed demon fox." Long Chen and the few others took some troubles to reach the Higher Imperial Beast Academy located in Area C, a complex so grand and magnificent that it is beyond imagination. Looming ahead, the crowd's footsteps involuntarily stopped and their breathing stuttered. This is the legendary institution of higher learning. The gate of the academy is like a huge beast coiled, up to dozens of meters high. The gate pillar is so thick that it needs to be embraced by several people, on which there are all kinds of rare and exotic beasts carved with exquisite patterns, glittering in the sunlight with an ancient and majestic light. At the top of the gate, a huge plaque stretched across it. On it, the words Long Yuan River Imperial Beast Academy flew like a dragon, emanating a rich spiritual charm, as if it was written by a certain worldly powerhouse with spiritual energy engraved into it, and the majestic momentum revealed between the lines made people not help but be in awe. "This schoolhouse is huge," Yu Qiuyo lamented. Stepping through the school gates is a vast, sprawling square. There were some students in beautifully handsome uniforms, welcoming the newcomers in the square. In the center of the square, a huge statue of an imperial beast stood. His posture was upright, his gaze deep and resolute, and surrounded by the shadows of divine beasts of various forms and majesty, or spread their wings and soar, or roar up to the sky. The lifelike statue seemed to be telling the legend of this imperial beast master's past glory. This is a legendary principle of the Dragon Abyss River Imperial Beast Academy, a heavily Yao-ranked imperial beast master who died in battle deep within the Dragon Abyss, and this sculpture is to honor his memory. The voice came from the side. Long Chen followed the sound and looked. A schoolmate walked towards Long Chen and the others with a light step. She was dressed in a red and white dominated college uniform that outlined her slim waist just right. The full breasts, on the other hand, stood up high, as if they were trying to hold the buttons of the uniform open. The exhilarating curves are blood-curdling. Under the short skirt, the long and straight legs were even more sexy and attractive under the package of black stockings. With every step, the muscle lines of the legs are hidden and exude charm. Her long hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently as she moved, and a few strands of hair brushed mischievously across her delicate face, adding a bit more charm. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian couldn't help but look a little dazed. His throat rolled involuntarily and he gulped. His eyes followed the schoolmate closely, and his heart instantly tensed up. So beautiful. My name is Tuyaki, second year of the Wind Attribute branch. How are you guys? What city are you from? Wan Kaixian immediately jumped ahead and said, we came from Jiangcheng. Sister, you're so pretty. Thank you. So it's Jiangcheng? Tuyaki was immediately a bit surprised. The others heard the name Jiangcheng, also immediately gathered around. Classmates, are you from Jiangcheng? I heard that Jiangcheng was attacked by the ancient beast church and hundreds of thousands of people died? It must have been a horrible scene? The crowd was inundated with questions. It turned out that Jiangcheng's attack by the ancient beast church had long been famous throughout the entire Linjiang continent. Many people first heard the name Jiangcheng because of this incident. There was still a kind of touching in the hearts of Longchen's few people. It turns out that people from other places are also hanging on to River City. Longchen was about to speak when suddenly a not-so-intrusive voice came. Jiangcheng is really lucky. In order to take care of Jiangcheng, the above deliberately relaxed the quota for advancement, so that many wastes who were not qualified to pass the grand examination also mixed into the higher educational institutions by mistake, which is a rare opportunity in 100 years. Longchen's few people immediately stared. That's an overstatement. Hundreds of thousands of people died in Jiangcheng, and you're actually saying that luck was really good? That's an evil heart. Chapter 67. The people of Yangcheng can be damned. The people who spoke were also a few freshmen, dressed in fancy clothes, with an extraordinary temperament. The youth in the lead continued. Our Sheep City was also attacked by the ancient beast church back in the day. How come Sheep City doesn't have this kind of good thing? Just because Jiangcheng is a backward little border town, you want to give special favors? Looks like there are still benefits to living in a poor countryside. Wan Kaixian was instantly offended. How can you talk? If you can't talk, don't talk. What do you mean by lucky? Being attacked by the ancient beast church and having hundreds of thousands of people killed or injured is good luck? Then I hope this kind of luck comes to your family every day. The youth in the lead immediately revealed an angry expression. A mere hick from Jiangcheng, how dare you speak up in front of me? I heard we had an immigrant squad from Goat City that went to your place and killed you all. But that squad isn't even considered medium in Goat City. It's just lower middle class strength. You can imagine how weak you are in Jiangcheng. How do you deserve so many promotion spots? The surrounding onlookers listened to what the young man from Sheepshead said, showed a somewhat surprised expression. Whispers began to murmur. Is the strength gap that big? If Jiangcheng is so weak, then no wonder the students of Yangcheng feel it's unfair. In my place, I'd feel bad too. It seems like there are only 15 advancement spots in the Goat City Imperial Beast Academy, and the Jiangcheng Imperial Beast Master Academy, which is so weak, has 30 spots. If the people from Sheep City are telling the truth, and a squad that is ranked in the middle to lower ranks of the district can kill it all in the Jiangcheng examination area, then the strength of Jiangcheng really can't be upstaged. Such murmurings made Longchen's few people very upset. Everyone has their own hometown complex, even if it's poor and remote. That's where you grew up. Hearing someone put down like that would have made him angry. Wan Kaixian cursed. Don't put on this dog's ass. How dare you say that? That Goat City squad is a spy for the ancient beast church. Is Goat City a place that specializes in spies? What are you so proud of? If I were you guys, I wouldn't have dared to meet anyone and would have hated to find a place to hide. A reference to the Church of Ancient Beasts. The onlookers instantly turned pale. So there is such a thing. That's a real abomination. To serve as a minion for the Ancient Beast Church, and the key is that there are still people who are proud of it? Investigate these people properly. Maybe they are also spies for the Ancient Beast Church. The faces of the several people from Yangcheng instantly became very ugly. For Goat City, being infiltrated by the Ancient Beast Church was indeed black history. It very much affects the image of Goat Town. Because of this, there were originally 30 advancement slots in the Goat City Imperial Beast Academy in the past years, but now they have been directly halved. And this dead fatso actually dared to bring it up in public. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to make their Sheep City students be ostracized at the Long Yuan River Imperial Beast Academy? You're looking for death, the youth said angrily. The few people behind the youth immediately stepped forward, ready to rely on the large number of people to give a colorful lesson to Longchen's few people. Who's looking for death? Let's fight if you can. Kaiser Wang rolled up his sleeves, though he's not usually good at fighting. But since someone was pointing his nose at his hometown, he couldn't stand it. Oh, okay, I'll let you start everything from zero. The youth prepared to open the Imperial Beast space. Kaiser Wang also opened synchronously. The Imperial Beast space fluctuation made the crowd feel palpitations. Suddenly, an even stronger spatial fluctuation came from the schoolmarm. Behind her, the door to the Imperial Beast space was at least a dozen meters high. A terrifying aura permeated out. The heaven-shaking pressure caused everyone's heart to palpitate incomparably. Longchen's pupils moved slightly. This is space for elite-level Imperial Beasts. This schoolmate looks like a vase, but I didn't expect to be so strong. The strength was no less than that brother wolf he met in Jiangqing at that time, but the age was much younger than Wolf's, and didn't look much different from them, only a year or two older at most. So young to already be a fourth-ranked Imperial Beastmaster? The higher Imperial Beastmaster Academy truly hid crouching tigers. The senior sister was displeased and said in a cold voice, "This is the Long Yuan River Imperial Beast Academy, not your sheep city, keep the rules." The youth frowned, looking up and down at the schoolmate's figure. "This schoolmate, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? If I see it, it's got something to do with me." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, blowing the hat off the schoolteacher's head. Her long, reddish-colored hair was so flowing that it was as vivid as a flame. When the youth saw this iconic red hair, he immediately changed his face slightly, and seemed to know who this schoolmate was, so he let out a cold snort, and looked at Long Chen and Wang Kaishuan several people with an icy expression. It's true that the weak will naturally be sympathized by others. Letting the red-haired witch back you up so quickly. Count yourselves lucky this time. Next time I run into you, you're dead. Especially you. Dead fat ass. Wang Kaishuan hated it when people called him that. You too. Today we report for duty. We don't have time to take care of you guys. Next time we run into you, we will you up. Ha! A few people from Goat Town laughed. The senior sister reminded Long Chen and the others. Private fights are prohibited in principle in the academy. And there's no point in having a private fight. If you lose you might die. And if you win you'll be expelled 9 times out of 10. But the academy allows students to set up a ring. The ring needs to come up with bets. No life and death. Only winning bets. I think those guys from Sheep City will definitely come after you guys later on. You guys have a mental preparation. Wang Kaishuan, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Senior sister, you don't have to worry about that. We're not afraid of them at all. In front of my brother Long, they're all trash. The schoolteacher smiled and didn't say anything. Only that smile seemed to treat Long Chen's few people as if they were competitive children. The senior sister then led Long Chen and the others to check in. When it comes to choosing a dormitory, my sister said that there are 2 types of dormitories. Those that are free to live in and those that are not. Free residence is 10 students living, the size of a dozen square meters, the kind of upper and lower tables. The conditions are relatively simple. And for paid stays, you can choose from quad, double and single rooms, as well as customize the level of luxury. But the cheapest ones cost $1 million to stay. However, students can take their GPAs and redeem them. The reason for this design is that the school is trying to encourage students to study hard, improve themselves, complete the assignments and tasks set by the various schools, and earn a lot of GPAs so that they can live in a paid dormitory without paying for it. Long Chen was surprised, and to be honest, he didn't even want to choose. The conditions for free are too grueling. It's almost as dense as prison housing. The older sister suddenly said, "In fact, there is another way instead, which is boarding. Many students can't afford to live in paid dormitories, but don't want to be aggravated in free dormitories, so they will look for a host family near the academy, $100,000 to $200,000 a year. It's not as good as the paid dormitories, but it is certainly a lot better than the free dormitories." Long Chen began to think. Wang Kaishuan said, "Brother Long, you decide. I'll go wherever you go, or if it doesn't work, I'll rent a paid dormitory for 2, and we'll live together."